Woojin hears the question and looks rattled, already bracing for whatever trouble came out of the kitchen this time. The answer comes with eerie calm as he stares ahead, as if nothing in the world could surprise him anymore. What he gets is a ratatouille, except someone has shoved yuzu into it, and that tiny twist suddenly becomes the whole argument. The kitchen erupts into disbelief, because ratatouille should be tomato-based, and this one chef is clearly begging for trouble. The senior chef pinches his head in exhaustion, then warns Woojin to stop making bizarre dishes and act like a proper cook. Still, he cannot hide the compliment, admitting that Woojin's knife work is so good it borders on legendary. Then he walks up, places a hand on Woojin's shoulder, and tells him to do better next time, as the other chefs wait to see who gets reviewed next. One rival finally loses patience and starts yelling across the kitchen, turning the whole room tense in a heartbeat. That outburst only makes things worse, because another chef snaps back in outrage at any insult toward the heavenly demon. With pride boiling over, the challenger demands respect, and even expects everyone to kneel before that ridiculous name. Woojin stands frozen in the kitchen, already sensing that this bizarre cooking review is heading nowhere good. He realizes his old culinary skills mean nothing here, which only makes the silence feel more insulting. The memory drags him back to his past life, when the heavenly demon ruled over thousands with terrifying authority. But that same man had no interest in conquest, only in cooking, and his pride was already fixed on becoming China's greatest chef. His first bold dish appears next, a red pepper japchae with white peach, served like a challenge wrapped in politeness. Smiling through the absurdity, he presents it as thanks for their hard work, while boasting that conquering nations was merely a detour. The elders stare at the eccentric dish in stunned disbelief, clearly wondering what kind of lunatic just walked into their world. The story then sinks into the past, where the gate catastrophe killed his parents and left countless children orphaned. Friends of his parents took him in and raised him beside their son Seonho, giving him a second family. Yet that mercy could not stop another tragedy, because his adoptive father later died in a gate-related accident too. Amid the ruined gate zone, his adoptive parents cling to each other while Woojin stands frozen in front of the nightmare. His stare hardens, and the flood of memory drags him deeper into a life that should have stayed buried. There it is again, the past life of the heavenly demon, where terrifying power once ruled the Murim world. Yet even that monster had tossed aside conquest for cooking, chasing a ridiculous dream with absolute confidence. Back in the modern kitchen, Woojin reels at how impossible all of this still feels. He keeps working anyway, convinced fate has been unusually kind to him for once. Still, every dish he makes seems to offend someone, which only makes his frustration sharper. Even the elders from his old world adored his food so much that one of them fainted from the shock. So Woojin doubles down, proudly presenting his sausage vegetable stir-fry like a final answer. Right then, Seonho finally returns home, and Woojin realizes the family he nearly lost is gathering back around him. Woojin's nose twitches at the smell, and his gut warns him something is already off. Across the table, the heavenly demon quietly devours the dish, looking far too pleased for someone so terrifying. Woojin lifts the sausage stir-fry with growing hesitation, but he still decides to trust his own cooking. He freezes for a beat, realizing that confidence may be the first thing to betray him here. When the other man asks if he made it himself, Woojin can only brace for the verdict. The answer comes back calm and deadly serious, and that reaction alone says enough. He starts to wonder if a hungry man will praise anything, even a dish this simple. Still, the heavenly demon keeps eating, because starvation makes even pride bend a little. For a moment, he seems convinced the stir-fry might actually be decent after all. Then Woojin coughs up a piece, and the whole hopeful illusion falls apart. Woojin's panic spikes as he realizes that one careless bite could have killed him. The truth lands harder when he starts blaming the food, convinced something rotten must have slipped in. But the next beat only deepens his unease, because that suspicious reaction gives him no comfort at all. And then the answer hits those cherries were the real trick, not some spoiled ingredient. To Woojin's shock, the heavenly demon actually understands the move and praises the fresh, sharper taste. That bizarre approval only makes Woojin sweat more, because the man even decides to leave so he can keep eating. Half a year of cooking has brought Woojin this far, yet this world still rejects the look and smell of everything he makes. Even so, the heavenly demon keeps chewing through the entire meal, admitting he dislikes all of it. Woojin is left staring blankly, trapped between his own hesitation and the impossible mess he has created. For now, all he can do is sit there and wonder how he is supposed to keep cooking like this. The praise lands, and the hungry man looks stunned enough to forget his own suspicion for a second. In the bathroom, Woojin's earlier cherry trick starts to make sense, and the whole dish suddenly feels less insane. The towel-draped man scrubs himself down, still baffled that cherries could belong in a sausage vegetable stir-fry. His irritation turns inward, because Woojin's true value seems to be hiding somewhere far beyond cooking. A blazing memory flashes back to the day disaster struck, with another survivor watching the chaos from the smoke. That same black-haired figure tears forward through the wreckage, power exploding out of him before anyone can stop it. The brown-haired man realizes Woojin awakened that day, and the sight still hits like something unreal. Shower steam clings to him as he admits his own awakening was different, and nowhere near as impressive. Even so, he can already see Woojin climbing higher, as long as the boy keeps training instead of fumbling through meals. By the end, the verdict is blunt. The chef is no ordinary cook, and a future S-rank may be hiding under all that awkwardness. A grim future flashes first, where Woojin as a hunter fights back-to-back with another warrior against monsters and revenge. The scene snaps back to the kitchen, where he studies that strange, sweet-sour scent with growing suspicion. One bite is enough to wreck his composure, because this absurd dish somehow tastes even better than it should. The elf-like girl practically melts over it, admitting this is only the second time anything has tasted this good. Woojin catches on that she is no ordinary child, and her reaction only pushes his curiosity higher. She proudly identifies the dish as cherry sausage stir-fry, and Woojin realizes the recipe's trick is buried in the sauce. Amused, he decides she clearly knows her stuff, even if she looks far too pleased with herself. When he asks who she is, the little spirit hypes herself up like some grand mystery waiting to be revealed. She finally announces herself as the spirit of the secret tome, and the truth lands with a flash of magic. Not just any spirit either, but one bound to a specific item, which means Woojin has stumbled into something far bigger than dinner. The spirit hypes up item-bound spirits as contract partners, boasting that they can boost a human's abilities fast. In the kitchen, the chefs keep working while the little spirit grandstands about enlightening the world's dull taste buds. Woojin catches her muttering, and her smug little jab only makes him pay even closer attention. She boasts that she has access to dozens of recipes from another world, leaving him staring at her with growing disbelief. The spirit pushes the claim further, promising that whoever understands those recipes will be able to create the legendary ultimate dish. Woojin freezes as she insists no chef before him was worthy of forming a contract with her. That smug confidence cracks into full certainty when she declares that he is the one who can create it. Woojin finally asks what all of that actually means, and she jumps straight back to the cherry sausage stir-fry he made. She explains that tasting it made everything click, because he alone can recreate her recipes perfectly. So with sparkling eyes, she seals the pitch by asking Woojin to become her contractor. She abruptly pivots and decides Woojin should be the contractor instead, since Yanho only brought her along. Caught off guard, she protests that no contract has been made yet, still acting far too pleased with herself. Woojin starts to answer carefully, admitting the offer sounds good before trailing off. The contract finally triggers, and a brilliant surge of power erupts around the table. An announcement confirms the conditions are met, the seal is lifted, and the legendary item recognizes Woojin as its owner. He stares at the sudden system messages, stunned that his reward is the non-combat class, Dungeon Chef. Even he cannot hide the disbelief, because a class with cooking level 1 hardly sounds like a miracle. His thoughts go colder and sharper, wondering how even the conquering Demon King could be denied access. The spirit panics, and insists the problem is not his level, only that he is still too inexperienced with the tome. She leans in, hurrying him along, and pushes him to slow down so he can actually use its secrets. The tome's level appears at cooking level 1, exposing how basic his progress still is. Then the spirit explains that leveling comes from recipes or quests, and the whole system flashes its approval. But the catch lands hard. Without hunter rights or dungeon access, he still cannot see most recipes. Woojin quickly realizes that becoming a hunter should unlock the hidden recipe list. The spirit hurries him along, saying he must clear the tutorial tower before those secrets open up. Woojin remembers the tower only opens once every 3 months, and that alone makes the deadline sting. He stares at his phone, quietly deciding the path is set and calling it a good sign. The next day, a towering building waits in the city, where his real climb is about to begin. Inside the kitchen, the chef wonders if Woojin was scolded too harshly, but admits the warning was necessary. Another chef agrees. Woojin is already a near-perfect cook, the kind of talent that feels almost unfair. Woojin's rare text lands, and the sender already senses yesterday left him uneasy. The reply turns into panic fast, because it sounds like Woojin is quitting altogether. Even now, the spirit clings to him, while Woojin keeps that same unreadable, stubborn look. A massive slime suddenly rises ahead, and the tower wastes no time showing its ugly tricks. Young Taesik charges in, only to get flung and hammered back by the blob's brutal swings. He keeps scrambling for an opening, but the slime only keeps swallowing his momentum whole. At last, the monster bursts apart, spilling a slime core and 2 slime fluids as loot. Young Taesik stares in disbelief, furious that 4 clears later still brought no weapon drop. The plaque marks him as on his 10th tutorial attempt, which makes his misery feel almost comical. He rants that others snag a weapon after one kill, while he keeps getting punished for nothing. Young Taza can only stare at the useless slime fluid and core, fuming over another empty reward. Collapsed on the floor, he starts whining about needing a break, already acting like the tower owes him mercy. He immediately talks himself into resting longer, since even climbing the tower leaves him drained. When the spirit pops up again, Woojin calmly notes that someone else has returned to the tower. The spirit grins at his outfit, mocking how oddly dressed he looks compared with everyone else. Woojin finally realizes this place sends people around almost instantly, which makes the tower's travel method look absurdly convenient. The spirit points out the odd clothes too. Then Woojin begins piecing together just how long this has gone on. He reflects that half a year has passed since his memories returned, yet he still has not fully settled into this world. Looking back on the tower fights, he admits he thought he had adapted well to society, but the chaos below proves otherwise, as hunters and civilians keep getting chewed up by the tower's filthy green ambushes. Woojin studies their strange outfits and instantly sees how out of place he still looks here. A burly chef lunges into the chaos, yelling for everyone to grab the loot before it disappears, but the green slime keeps crashing through the fight, forcing Woojin to stay sharp instead of getting greedy. He times the rush carefully, realizing he is still too weak to afford a reckless mistake. When the dust clears, a reward window appears with slime ingredients and even a plain sword. The spirit pushes the real question, whether those ingredients can be registered into the recipe. Woojin stares at the drops, starting to suspect the slime he just killed is the key to the whole system. The chef group blows up at his silence, but Woojin barely reacts, already weighing the opportunity. The argument escalates fast, with the others warning him not to get clever and walk off. They then snap about Yongshik behind him, linking the mess to the Wooni vocational high gang. The spirit keeps jeering at the chefs, while Woojin starts to realize how ugly this argument is getting. Across the room, the gang leader treats the whole thing like a joke, with his men hanging back behind him. Woojin stays cool and silently weighs the scene, remembering how far he has already come. He tests the knife anyway, and decides it is at least usable, enough to keep climbing. His stare sharpens as he admits that should be enough for the tower ahead. The kitchen crew tense up fast, and the rougher men start fixing their attention on Yongshik. They warn that a knife means nothing against 3 of them, then order everyone to close in. Woojin only tilts his head, already reading the surround as a basic tactic. The trio spread out around him, but he does not flinch for a second. In his mind, this is nothing special, just a textbook setup he has seen coming. Woojin keeps his grip steady, deciding the knife is at least good enough for the tower. The bald chef loses his temper, roaring as he bears down on the confrontation. Woojin answers with a clean strike, and the first attacker drops hard. The bald giant takes the hit to the face, blood flying as his confidence shatters. The others panic at the shout for Yongshik, but Woojin stays calm in the middle of the chaos. A fresh attacker rushes in, only to get swatted back with brutal ease. Woojin twists through the next blow and catches the weapon mid-swing, turning the fight ugly. With one fluid motion, he yanks the blade away and leaves the blonde thug stumbling in disbelief. The weapon tears free from the bald man's reach, and he finally starts begging the impossible to stop. But Woojin has already read the whole setup, and now the thugs realize too late that they are the ones trapped. Woojin launches the bald thug skyward, and the others finally realize this fight is already over. The brute crashes down hard, leaving the whole gang scattered and too stunned to keep talking tough. Even the spirit blinks at the aftermath. Staring at Woojin like this was somehow surprising. Back in the tower's first floor, the chaos settles as the thugs lie folded on the stone, while Woojin stands untouched. He coolly decides this world still has rules, even if he no longer plans to fight like a helpless beginner. That confidence only grows when the spirit reminds him that only secret tome holders can see each other. Woojin catches the new prompt about registering an ingredient, and something in him shifts from brawler to bargain hunter. The spirit happily confirms that even an unofficial hunter can register, which is exactly the kind of loophole Woojin loves. One tap is all it takes, and slime fluid gets logged as a cooking ingredient with a whole recipe list behind it. Woojin studies the new options, and quietly realizes the tower just handed him a very strange kind of power-up. Woojin studies the registered slime item and decides to check the recipe list in order. The result hits hard. Slime pudding exists, but the recipe is still locked. The spirit nervously babbles excuses while Woojin stays silent, already sensing another loophole. She admits the problem is not the secret tome, but that Woojin is still not a formal hunter. The kitchen crew erupts in disgust, mocking the so-called cooking as something fit to poison people. Yet the spirit doubles down, calling Woojin a rare chef with the ability to turn even basics into something far beyond them. Woojin suddenly grabs the spirit and demands that she not break the contract, and her smug attitude collapses instantly. She crashes away in a flustered heap, sobbing as Woojin wonders if this is really about a new recipe at all. He points out that he only wanted permission to cook something not listed, which only makes the spirit stare in disbelief. By then she is reduced to a trembling mess, while Woojin stands there with his knife, looking far less like a beginner than before. Woojin decides to make a new recipe, ignoring the old methods the tome already recorded. The spirit panics and checks whether he is truly allowed to push this far without breaking the contract. Woojin shuts down her crying excuse and says access was never the real problem. He keeps his cool, admitting he only sees it as strange not having access at all. The spirit stammers that she has never seen a chef try cooking without a recipe before. Woojin heads deeper into the tower, knife in hand, ready to see how far this gamble can go. He suddenly senses someone trailing them, and the corridor tension spikes. The spirit confirms it, and Woojin realizes the stalker is definitely still back there. It turns out to be the spirit herself, hovering around him in a panic while he wonders why a contractor of the secret tome is even in the tutorial tower. Woojin stares at the strange situation in silence, already knowing this mess is far from over. Woojin reaches for the strange green ingredient, already looking far too calm for a place this cursed. The spirit panics as he eats it anyway, horrified that he is testing disaster like a seasoned chef. She warns that the slime is packed with instant poison, but even she cannot fully sell the doom in her voice. Woojin only blinks, and the silence says enough. The poison clearly is not taking him down. He studies the flavor with that same dead serious face, already thinking past the initial sweetness. The bitterness and spice kick in next, and suddenly the whole thing starts making a terrifying kind of sense. The spirit stares at him in disbelief, realizing he somehow handled instant poison without even flinching. Woojin starts explaining the ingredient's real value, claiming it could work for desserts or marinated meat. She softens at his answer, relieved he is unharmed, but now even more curious about what kind of dish he plans to make. Woojin turns away and settles on the idea, deciding that if poison can be defeated with heat, then the tower's weird cooking rules can be abused after all. Woojin studies the slime in his palm, already turning poison into ingredients. He immediately channels cool energy through it, forcing the heat and venom back. When it firms up, he checks the result like a chef judging a new recipe. A taste later, he stays unnervingly calm, because the flavor actually works. He keeps chewing in silence, thinking the tower's poison has become something useful. The spirit finally relaxes, and Woojin decides on a dessert instead of a cure. He picks red bean paste jelly, leaving the spirit stunned at his absurd confidence. Then he heads into the corridor, saying he will need a lot more ingredients. The torchlight flickers over the dungeon as he keeps weighing the tower's next trick. Ahead, a man watches the scattered weapon drops and realizes how strange this place really is. Woojin weighs the worn spear shaft and decides it is battered, but still usable. He ignores the scraps for a moment, then studies the discarded slime byproducts with that same calm. The scattered potion and core make him realize the tower's trash is stranger than the weapons. Since drops usually come in bulk, he starts treating these leftovers as the real prize. That thought leads him to the tutorial tower's hidden piece, a clue that has not fully surfaced yet. His eyes sharpen as the possibility hits him, because something about this future is already shifting. He bolts forward through the corridor, rushing before the chance slips away. The spirit finally blurts out the secret tome contractor, and Woojin surges ahead with the answer now at hand. Woojin races past, while the spirit panics and realizes it has no idea who that man is. For once, the smug guide is left scrambling, regretting that it did not hurry sooner. The corridor looms ahead, its torchlight only making the darkness beyond look worse. Woojin bursts through the archway, spear in hand, already moving like he found the trail. He slows for a breath, sweat on his face, sensing the tower is about to hand him something ugly. The floor ahead is littered with trash-tier weapon drops, and that only makes his suspicion stronger. The spirit catches up in a panic, blurting his way around the mystery like it already regrets saying too much. Woojin glances back, realizing the man following them is the same one he saw before. His attention snaps to the spirit, and the guide finally admits that he is watching the secret tome's spirit itself. That realization hits Woojin cleanly, and the spirit looks ready to bolt from its own mistake. He turns away, still curious, but the answer seems to make the spirit even more nervous. And there it is. The smug guide has finally found someone it cannot read, and that is shaking it apart. Woojin spots a bare stretch ahead, littered with trash-tier drops, and that only makes him more wary. The spirit rushes in, rattled, while Woojin quietly clocks him as the same suspicious guide from before. Woojin realizes the man is tied to the secret tome, and the spirit's panic only gets worse. The guide can't shake the idea that a mere hunter aspirant somehow contracted with a legendary item. He starts connecting the dots, deciding only a hidden faction could hand over something that rare. That line of thought narrows fast, and he settles on those guys as the only likely answer. Wujin's stare hardens, because even he is now enough to make the guide sweat. The man admits he was only on guard because he suddenly sensed someone dangerous nearby. He still tells himself the tutorial tower is a ruthless competition, and that chasing this mystery is a bad move. Yet he cannot ignore it, and Wujin's habit of gathering slime byproducts only deepens the suspicion. Wujin coolly notes that violence is only banned in name inside the tower. He keeps walking, and the quiet hall only sharpens the tension. The brown-haired man freezes, sensing Wujin closing in on him. Sweat running down his face, he starts wondering what Wujin is really after. A single step and a lifted hand make the answer obvious enough for him to panic. He decides Wujin is one of those hidden troublemakers after all. Wujin dismisses the tension with a grin, and introduces himself as Cheon Wujin. The man stares back, stunned that this dangerous stranger is acting so casually. Still, he accepts the handshake, realizing backing out now would only look worse. For a moment, the two stand locked in place while the secret tome spirit watches, thoroughly on edge. Wujin cuts through the awkwardness and asks what that strange concern is about. The man points out the slimes dropping weapons all over the labyrinth, already sensing something off. Wujin explains that most hunters farm the tutorial tower for gear, but one oddball just kills the slimes. That oddball admits he did it, leaving the man stunned by how casually the confession lands. His nerves spike as he wonders whether Wujin is one of those dangerous hidden types. A cold realization follows. If he is not with them, then he is probably hiding something worse. The suspicion deepens when Wujin stands there looking far too unbothered for a normal climber. Wujin calmly figures the man is probably not part of the same shady crowd either. He decides they both have business elsewhere, then ends the exchange with an easy farewell. The man is left convinced Wujin is likely not one of them, just a collector of slime leftovers. A hidden piece of the tutorial tower is finally called out, and Wujin is singled out as someone who may already know about it. He stays unreadable, which only makes the warning feel more serious than the speaker wanted. The story leaps 30 years ahead, to a world crushed under fire and ruin. In that disaster, a miracle drags a lone fighter back from the edge, leaving him tied to the strange word, regression. Bloody and stunned, he remembers returning to this world 30 years earlier, yet Wujin's name still refuses to surface. The missing link nags at him, and he starts wondering whether Wujin also received the same impossible miracle. Wujin, for his part, refuses to get dragged into that headache, and turns away from the man's growing suspicion. He decides the hidden piece matters too much to lose, because his plans for growth would collapse with the world itself. The armored man stands alone in the arena, still trying to make sense of the funny stranger who slipped through his grasp. Wujin remains cool and distant, already looking like a man who knows exactly how dangerous that hidden piece really is. Wujin keeps his distance, already treating the spirits bizarre, warning like a problem to outthink. Even after seeing the secret tome's spirit, he hides his reaction fast, looking far slyer than he first seemed. The memory lingers on Jo Seong-jun, the man whose name still hangs in the air like a clue. Wujin's expression hardens, and that quiet suspicion starts looking a lot less accidental. Down in the slime-stained corridor, he finally mutters that the cleanup is done well enough. He studies the recovered ingredients and figures they should be enough for whatever comes next. The last remnants of the hunt are gone, and Wujin decides it is time to try cooking. The spirit stares at the word pot, completely thrown off by the idea of using one here. Wujin explains, with painful patience, that bare hands are not exactly the best cooking tool. Then he reminds the spirit that as a secret tome guide, there has to be some way to cook inside the dungeon. The spirit completely loses her composure, already slipping deeper into Wujin's cooking rhythm. Wujin's quiet focus only makes the absurd green magic look even more convincing. At least this time, the spirit admits he is right, and finally starts helping with the tools. She eagerly asks him what else he needs, ready to summon anything at a moment's notice. Wujin gets the workshop rolling, with ingredients, mold, and pan laid out for the first trial. He names the dish slime jelly, then studies the ingredient itself with rare approval. Realizing the core holds a different texture, he decides to turn that difference into a pattern. Once the fluid and core fail to blend, he grins at the loophole and starts shaping the jelly. The chewy core gets sliced apart, and Wujin decides to use it like tapioca instead. After boiling away the poison, he finishes by taming the slime into something edible. Wujin pours the bright slime mixture into the mold while the spirit hovers nearby, finally seeing the process unfold right. As the edges firm up, he decides to fold in the chopped core from earlier, trusting the texture to hold. He sets the pieces into the still partial jelly, using the mismatch itself as the whole trick. The inner part he melted in the pot becomes the key, and the spirit starts to realize this recipe has layers. Wujin cools it only enough to protect the texture, refusing to ruin the chew for the sake of patience. Then he stirs and shapes the jelly, spreading the pattern evenly so every bite will feel different. After letting out the heat with a freezing chill screen, he keeps the mold stable without solidifying it too soon. He flips the mold cleanly and lifts the jelly free, already looking far too pleased with his loophole cooking. The slime jelly is complete, glossy and strangely elegant, like a monster had somehow learned table manners. The spirit stares in stunned delight, clearly not expecting Woojin to turn the whole mess into something this good. The spirit shrieks for him to cut it quickly, but Woojin stays unnervingly calm as the last step finally begins. The dish completes, a new recipe gets recorded, and the system starts judging the grade. Woojin and the spirit wait at the table, both realizing the result could turn this ridiculous trick into something real. The verdict lands. Slime jelly, grade F, and Woojin stares like even the tower has underestimated him. He panics for a second, wondering if his cooking really deserves that humiliation, while the spirit cheers him on. The spirit argues that quality still matters more than grade, and the system finally starts to waver. The evaluation flips to grade F with A quality, and the tower begins flooding the air with rewards and level-ups. Woojin freezes at the absurd result, then notices the hidden perks stacking up around his name. Another notice follows, explaining that he has unlocked recipes through his achievements, and now even Woojin looks impressed. The tower hands him a new cooking path, and this time the loophole has officially become a power. The spirit practically erupts with praise, hailing Woojin as a chef after the dish somehow reaches A-grade quality. Woojin only stares, because the result still says F, and the contradiction is almost insulting. The spirit refuses to let the grade kill the mood, then presses him to judge by quality instead. Woojin finally gives in, and the spirit vaults over to the glowing slime jelly, already acting smugly victorious. It thanks him for the meal, and devours the jelly like this ridiculous partnership was destiny. Even the taste sends the spirit spiraling into delight, and it starts raving about how unbelievable the dish is. It hypes up the contract as the best decision of its life, then stops Woojin before he can get lost in the nonsense. The spirit explains that quality is what measures taste, while grade only reflects how hard the dish is to prepare. It drives the point home by showing that simple slime jelly ranks low, but better craftsmanship earns more points. With a grin, the spirit adds that Woojin already proved the real trick, earning achievements with absurd skill. Woojin tastes the slime dish, and finally gets why the spirit keeps praising it. The spirit cheers as recipes unlock, crowning him a chef in its own ridiculous way. It explains that recipes are the real prize hidden inside the secret tome. Woojin learns points, buy recipes, and the spirit proudly displays the tome's menu. He starts piecing it together, realizing the unlocks happened far earlier than expected. The spirit admits he has been creating recipes from the start, just by cooking differently. Woojin hears the system's brutal limit, not enough points to unlock everything at once. The spirit lays out the usual path, quest by quest, dish by dish, grade by grade. It says high quality is what boosts cooking fast and opens higher grade recipes. Then it marvels that he reached level 4 and made new recipes without playing by the rules. The spirit boasts that Woojin earned points by creating recipes, not quests, and can already forge new dishes. It hammers home the rule. Only hunters can receive secret tome quests, so quick clearing becomes a shortcut. Woojin studies the tower and realizes dungeons also hide rare ingredients, though leaving now still feels premature. The spirit pushes him onward anyway, reminding him that 2 weeks remain before the tutorial tower shuts down. Woojin enters the second floor, where every step already looks deadlier than the first. The traps sharpen fast, and even the slimes become tricky since each one carries a different attribute. That means anyone who once wandered the first floor freely now has to fight just to survive upstairs. Woojin takes the warning in stride, deciding survival comes first while he prepares a dish from raw tower materials. The spirit insists that this works because Woojin walks his own path, not the usual hunter route, so he keeps cooking with gathered ingredients, turning the tower's chaos into another absurd strength. The tower begins loading information for Chef Cheon Woojin's red slime jam, and the system already marks it as a strange recipe gamble. The spirit gushes over the jam as a brilliant reinterpretation that shatters the idea that jams must be sweet, while Woojin listens from below. That enthusiasm collapses fast, and even the spirit has to admit yet another attempt has failed. Still, it keeps marveling that Woojin has already made so many dishes in just 10 days. Then the real reward lands. The secret tome rises 3 levels, and Woojin quietly wonders if he still is not skilled enough. He steadies himself, realizing there is no limit to the ingredients hiding in this tower. By now he has searched both the first and second floors for 10 straight days, refusing to stop early. The difference is clear too, since the first floor only had green slimes while the second floor brought monsters with all kinds of attributes. Woojin decides a little chocolate could have made the whole thing perfect, and the spirit can only call it a pity. Even so, it hails him as the most talented chef alive, while Woojin humbly points out that true results still need solid fundamentals. The spirit keeps praising dungeon cooking as a chef's virtue, then admits Woojin still lacks real knowledge. She insists he should build a foundation from existing recipes, not just chase novelty. Woojin absorbs the lesson with a calm, almost smug look, already turning the criticism over in his head. He accepts the idea and prepares to start from the basics instead of forcing shortcuts. The spirit cheers at his response and tells him to begin step by step from the very first recipe. A menu appears, packed with slime dishes, and one especially suspicious option: King Slime Sherbet. Woojin pauses at that name, clearly recognizing a rare opportunity hidden in the tower's absurdity. He selects it anyway, deciding to go with the strange recipe and see where it leads. The purchase goes through, revealing the ingredients and the catch that the needed boss slime does not seem to exist here. Woojin realizes the real ingredient may be on the tower's third floor, and the hunt just became unavoidable. Woojin spots the third floor exit and smugly realizes the tower has finally handed him a path forward. He accepts the strange recipe chase, ready to start small instead of wasting time on shortcuts. The system confirms the King Slime Sherbet, and the missing boss ingredient turns the hunt into a real problem. 10 days later, reporters swarm Seoul City Hall, already treating Woojin like the day's biggest event. At the tower exit, the crowd waits for the first climber to emerge, expecting the next big guild talent. The chatter shifts fast, as they note the large guilds would have claimed this hunter already if he were ordinary. Then Baek Seolha arrives, and the crowd immediately recognizes the Heavenly Wings Guild's prized daughter. Reporters rush her with questions about her father and her future, but she shuts them down cold. Her refusal lands harder than any smile, and the crowd starts to feel the gap between her and everyone else. Even the onlookers can only mutter in frustration as her presence makes the whole scene feel unfair. Baek Seolha keeps her face stone cold while reporters swarm her, and the crowd only grows more convinced she is built differently. Among the spectators, one man shrugs that a third-floor climber like this could still belong to a mid-sized guild. Another pushes the gossip further, mocking those hero-complex types who think they can drag a small guild into the top tier. The smug talk keeps rolling, but it only highlights how long the tower process drags on, with everyone trapped here for days. He explains the climb by schedule, from the promising names on day 10 to the barely useful stragglers on day 13. By day 14 and the final stretch, the system has already sorted out the quitters and the useless ones. Woojin finally steps forward through the chaos, sword in hand, looking far too calm for a place this noisy. He barely reacts, already sensing that the third floor is built differently from the first two. The tower's layout confirms it, with the earlier floors as mazes and the third turning into a chain of connected rooms. Woojin's eyes narrow as the detail sinks in, because trouble always gets more interesting when the map starts lying. Woojin studies the strange new entrance, already feeling this floor is hiding something bigger than the rooms before. He steps in without hesitation, and the tower answers with a hard shift underfoot. Instead of another cramped corridor, a vast forest opens up and even the spirit sounds stunned. Woojin and the spirit stare at the impossible greenery, realizing the tower has turned into a forest. The spirit hovers in disbelief, then starts checking whether they somehow escaped outside. Woojin calmly shuts down that theory, spotting the real answer before the panic spreads. He identifies it as a slime altar, and the spirit finally admits he is right. Woojin keeps staring at the altar, while even his expression tightens at the weirdness of it all. The spirit teases out the location, but Woojin's attention snaps toward the altar's hidden change. The moment he notices something off, his eyes widen, and the easy confidence starts to crack. The system confirms the King Slime Sherbet ingredients are here, but claims a special method and 20 dungeon cooking points are needed. Woojin taps yes without hesitation, because the rare path is clearly worth the trouble. He studies the forested tower and quietly admits the convenience hidden in this ridiculous setup. A glance shifts and his calm breaks, sensing something off in the greenery ahead. The thought lands fast. Jo Seongjun is here too, and the timing is no coincidence. Jo Seongjun finally emerges from the tunnel, looking like a man who took his sweet time on purpose. He recognizes Woojin at once, clearly surprised the hunter reached this far. Then he praises the tutorial tower as a once-in-a-lifetime chance, casual as ever. He explains that he came here for something specific, and Woojin quickly realizes that guess was right. Smiling now, Jo Seongjun makes it plain that he came for a hidden piece, and this is only getting worse. Jo Seongjun confirms Woojin is after the hidden piece too, and his smug grin makes the situation uglier fast. He acts exhausted from the climb, but quietly decides to keep his eye on Woojin no matter what. The spirit presses him about summoning the king slime right away, and Woojin flatly refuses. He starts thinking bigger, deciding more slime ingredients could feed both cooking and the boss summon. Watching that greed sharpen, Seongjun realizes Woojin is hunting slimes to gather everything needed for the ritual. The system layout finally spells it out, The King Slime summons at the tutorial tower's third-floor altar with hundreds of cores and fluids. 4 days remain, so Seongjun plans to track Woojin and steal the boss chance at the perfect moment. Woojin reaches the same conclusion and decides to keep farming slime ingredients for both the sherbet and the summon. By the 12th day, he is already slicing through slimes with ease while the spirit cheers from behind. The loot piles up in every color, and Woojin keeps moving through the forest like a man who finally knows the tower's trick. 13th day inside the tutorial tower begins, with Woojin and the spirit still deep in the forest. Jo Seongjun watches in silence, already reading Woojin's next move before the hunt even starts. By the 14th day, the tower's deadline looms, and the spirit bluntly reminds him that tomorrow it all closes. Woojin realizes the hidden chance is now or never, with the reward locked behind the tower's final window. He keeps gathering slime byproducts, refusing to waste time when every ingredient could feed the plan. Seongjun figures out the truth. Woojin is already close enough to summon the boss. Woojin suspects the same thing, and the spirit's strange test only proves he can keep swallowing the tower's poison. Seeing that absurd endurance, the spirit starts to treat monster eating as a real survival skill. Woojin brushes off the nonsense and keeps thinking about how to hunt the boss without alerting it. For 4 days, Seongjun has tracked his exits and returns, but Woojin's timing is so erratic it feels like a gamble. Seongjun's estimate lands hard. At best, Woojin has only 30 minutes before the window closes. With the tower's final chance hanging over him, Woojin weighs the boss and the hidden reward, then refuses to hesitate. His eyes harden with that same cold certainty, because stalling now would only let the opportunity slip away. He decides the moment is ripe for the King Slime summon and presses on, already gathering everything the tower can cough up. The spirit hovers ahead and keeps prodding him forward, while Woojin heads out with his blade and sack ready. Then he breaks into a run, moving like a man who has already chosen the risk and accepted the consequences. A brutal strike tears through the path, and the hunt finally starts to feel real. The gathered ingredients burst upward around the tower, turning his scavenging into a messy but deliberate ritual. The tower glows like it is answering, and Woojin knows the real test is starting now. Without wasting another breath, he charges up the steps, ready to force the boss to appear. Woojin's stare hardens, and he keeps pushing forward without giving the tower another chance to slip away. The crown rises over the black slime as the summon setup finally locks into place. Then the monster slams down hard, and the whole hunt turns violent for real. Woojin grits through the impact, refusing to slow down now that the ritual has begun. The slime swells into something enormous, and even Woojin has to face that this boss is no joke. Elsewhere, Jo Seongjun catches the disturbance and turns toward it, already tracking Woojin again. The secret tome spirit perks up and blurts out a chef's name, still acting far too pleased with itself. Woojin stands with the spirit at his side, listening as the path points him back toward the altar. The King Slime crashes into the ground again, forcing Woojin to keep moving before it can fully settle. With no room left to hesitate, he drives on through the chaos, determined to force the boss out. Woojin braces himself and twists into the next strike, refusing to yield as the battle turns brutal. He drives the blow home, and the impact ripples straight through the massive slime. The boss reels apart in a black surge, and Woojin finally senses his attack landed. Relief flickers across his face, but he knows the fight has only just begun. Half a year earlier, he was already grinding through this nightmare with the future on his mind. Back then, the crowned slime towered over him, and he realized foresight alone would never be enough. So he kept moving, planning every step in advance instead of wasting a single day. The bodies slam at him from above, yet he keeps pushing through the pressure without stopping. Even during that training, he refuses to rest, turning every clash into another lesson. By the end, he lifts his weapon again, already hardened by the kind of training that does not let up. Woojin decides that coating his weapon with mana is the only way through. The strike tears into the crowned slime, and he realizes even a boss can be hurt now. He springs back in the next exchange, already reading the monster's movements. That result only sharpens his confidence, because this version of himself is far beyond the past. Fighting in that same relentless state, he starts eyeing the hidden piece he still needs. He spots an opening and shifts his stance, ready to press harder without wasting strength. The pressure builds, but he stays calm and keeps forcing the fight on his terms. Even the observing others can tell he avoids the biggest attacks instead of meeting them head-on. That patience pays off as he preserves his strength while slipping through the slime's massive swings. By the end, the monster is still reeling, and Woojin looks like a fighter who has finally grown into the battlefield. Woojin catches a faint energy in the spear blade, and that tiny clue changes everything. He keeps testing it anyway, already sensing that the weapon's weakness hides something sharper beneath it. Compared to the inner arts he knows, the spear still feels crude, yet impressively stubborn. The spirit decides Woojin would have been useful in its sect, which is about as subtle as ever. Then the spirit turns feral, hurling itself at Woojin and ordering the chef to finish the king slime. Woojin shuts that nonsense down, calling the demand immoral while the spirit bristles behind him. The memory shifts to Seonho losing a boss kill in a dungeon, and that old grudge still simmers. In the kitchen, the others chat around Woojin, while the cook teases him about what he is making. At the tower, 3 enforcers stalk forward, and the warning is clear: stay away from the boss. Woojin answers with footwork and a spear sweep, admitting that even after brutal training, killing it alone is still hard. Woojin feels his mana slipping away, but he refuses to slow down now. He cuts forward anyway, already seeing the next opening. This is his last chance, so he throws everything into the strike. Even with the spear feeling crude, he still forces it deeper. The hidden piece appears, and Woojin's focus snaps sharp. He lunges for it, startled when the momentum shifts back at him. For a second, he can only stare, realizing something has gone wrong. Somewhere else, Jo Seongjun hears Woojin is already back and looks stunned. The answer hits him hard. Woojin has been tricking everyone for 4 straight days. Before he can recover, Woojin drives in again and leaves him choking on that realization. The strike tears through the forest path, and the black slime's crown is knocked loose at last. Woojin drops to a knee, furious that the enemy's timing ruined his opening. His body keeps failing him, and the sword lies useless as he admits the wound is too deep. For a beat, he can only sit there in the silence, thinking this is his limit. The memory hits hard. He remembers failing once before, and refusing to let that ending win again. Another vision drags him further back, to the past he foolishly thought he could rewrite. He relives the mistake through the woman in his arms, realizing the future only keeps repeating when hesitation returns. The lesson lands like a blade. Regrets mean nothing, unless he pushes harder than before. Woojin squares up to the massive slime again, spear in hand, and still refuses to back down. This time, he understands the world already fell once, so he cannot afford to fall with it. He refuses to stop repeating the same mistake, even as the wound keeps tearing at him. Pain hits hard, but his body still forces out one more desperate surge of resolve. He clings to the thought that only by pushing harder can the future ever change. With that stubborn conviction, he drives himself back into the fight. A brutal strike lands cleanly, and the massive slime reels under the blow. Woojin presses the attack again, forcing the crowned monster to stagger. For a split second, the victory almost feels real, until he starts to waver. His stamina finally betrays him, and the strain shows across his face. The king slime is still standing, but now even it seems shaken by the pressure. Woojin freezes in disbelief, realizing the battle is far from over. Woojin lands the finishing blow, and the king slime finally starts collapsing under the pressure. The system confirms the hidden boss is defeated, and the victory finally feels real. His reward appears at last. The king slime core and fluid, both gleaming like treasure. The spirit cheers like Woojin just pulled off a miracle, practically glowing with smug approval. Jo Seongjun watches in silence, already reading the fight with a wary, disappointed look. He realizes the opening was there because the slime lost focus the moment Jo showed up. Woojin is still battered, and the blue energy crawling over his body makes the damage obvious. The spirit judges that the slime should have escaped in that wounded state, which makes its hesitation look even worse. Woojin studies the core and admits the creature only died because someone stepped in at the perfect moment. Then he coolly decides to take only a share of the loot, claiming that saving a life was worth the price. Woojin tastes the king slime core and fluid, and his curiosity turns instantly into greedy interest. The spirit lights up with smug excitement, while Woojin's eyes widen at what he has just uncovered. The slime's flesh surprises him. Instead of stinking, it tastes sweet and soft like a strange luxury. He admits it is delicious, almost like durian, though the aftertaste makes the whole thing feel suspicious. Realizing the boss drop is too unusual to waste, Woojin decides to turn it into something useful right away. He checks the recipe with a frown, wondering whether some crucial step is missing from the instructions. The spirit snaps back with absolute confidence, insisting the recipe has no mistakes at all. Woojin finally gives in and follows along, and the spirit starts the cooking process by boiling the body fluids. Next comes grinding the frozen core into fine powder, the kind of step that sounds absurd until the tower makes it normal. Black orb vacuum takes over as Woojin gathers the shimmering mass, and the recipe finally starts looking like a weaponized dessert. The strange slime mass keeps shrinking under the spell, and the process is already working better than expected. Woojin gathers the glowing residue by hand, while the recipe's absurd method keeps doing its job. He still doubts the martial technique behind it, and the old killer's cooking obsession sounds almost ridiculous. Yet the explanation is grimly serious, since that same method once killed countless people in another world. The spirit orders the powdered core mixed into the fluids, and Woojin starts stirring the impossible brew. The mixture turns into a swirling rainbow paste, proving the recipe's madness has a very real result. Woojin notices the texture changing fast, and the cooking method clearly transforms the ingredient's nature. He keeps mixing with growing interest, apparently having way too much fun for something this cursed. At last, he finishes the dish and reveals a bright, jewel-like king slime sherbet. The system then confirms it as an E+ dish, a purified creation that captures the slime's power perfectly. The system showers Woojin with experience, an achievement, and a fresh level up after the king slime dish succeeds. The spirit wastes no time pushing him to taste it, acting far too proud for something so absurdly tiny. Woojin starts the tasting, and even the rainbow sherbet seems to make the little guide lose her mind. The next thing he knows, he is collapsed under a tree, knocked out by the strain of it all. When he finally stirs, the spirit notices his mana is still badly drained, though he woke sooner than expected. Woojin groans that his whole body feels on fire, but he still realizes he can force himself to move. As the spirit calls his name again, Woojin wonders if Seongjun should get a share of the sherbet too. The spirit freezes, insisting she saw that right, while Woojin stands there with a strangely unreadable calm. Seongjun, still watching from the side, realizes Woojin killed the king slime before he blacked out. That thought lands hard, because now he knows just how far Woojin has already gone in the tower. The hidden piece finally lands in Woojin's hands, and the whole tower's balance starts tilting with it. Hidden in the trees, the other man instantly realizes he has blown the chance to secure it. The tower confirms it plainly. Cheon Woojin is now the one holding the hidden piece. Woojin keeps eating anyway, while the loser replays every mistake and realizes he should have moved faster. Hiding behind the tree, he curses the failure of his backup plan and watches his whole strategy fall apart. He scrambles to stay calm, clinging to the hope that Woojin has not completely taken everything yet. Woojin's expression turns sharp as he decides he will not let this chance slip away. The hidden piece glows in front of him, and the message is clear enough to make the greedy bastard panic. Woojin reaches out and presses the advantage, ready to take the item back by force if needed. Instead of backing off, he offers the sherbet with a chilling calm, daring the other man to try it too. He freezes, sensing something is off as the hidden piece's power hangs in the air. His expression hardens, and the panic starts giving way to a desperate calculation. The shock hits him hard when he realizes the advantage has already slipped away. Woojin calmly offers the sherbet anyway, and the spirit hovers nearby, practically gleeful. He hesitates, then reaches for it, still wondering why Woojin would hand it over. Curiosity wins, and he finally tastes it, clinging to the hope that the tower's rules will protect him. The moment he swallows, he realizes Woojin has cooked something far more dangerous than expected. His face twists in disbelief as the strange aftertaste spirals into something maddeningly wrong. Woojin stays composed while the spirit cheers him on, because this bizarre recipe is clearly working. The poor fool is left staring at the spoon, unable to understand how this can even count as food. His fear starts to crack, because even a human body can't ignore something that monstrous forever. Still, he forces himself to keep going, clinging to the hidden piece as if that makes it safe. One swallow later, the gamble pays off and Woojin's absurd sherbet starts working. The reaction is immediate, and even Woojin seems to realize this recipe is somehow real. A system prompt follows, confirming the king slime energy has been absorbed and mana has risen. Woojin stares at the result in disbelief, because nobody expects a hidden piece to raise stats like food. Across from him, the spirit practically beams, delighted that the loophole worked again. Seongjun then steps in, quietly asking how it tastes while watching Woojin's strange confidence. Woojin answers that the monster ingredient explains it, and even credits Cheon Woojin for trying. Then the verdict lands, and the mockery of a meal turns into something genuinely delicious. Woojin answers politely, still half dazed by the miracle that just saved him. But the moment he feels that new power, his expression tightens in surprise. He becomes certain the change is real, and the absurd recipe has done its job. Panic follows fast, because if this works once, someone even worse may force more strange foods on him. Seongjun steps in with that same quiet curiosity, asking about the meal while watching Woojin closely. Woojin thanks him again, trying to be courteous even as the whole situation keeps spiraling. Seongjun, meanwhile, starts backing away from the madness, insisting he cannot keep bothering his savior. Woojin looks ready to protest, but the other man blurts out that he has other food waiting. Then he suddenly vanishes with suspicious speed, leaving Woojin blinking at the ridiculous escape. Seongjun calls after him that they may meet again, and Woojin is left with one more weird connection. With departure looming, the spirit urges one last ingredient hunt, and Woojin agrees without hesitation. The Seoul City Hall tutorial tower already glows behind them, with only 2 hours left before it shuts. Woojin reaches out into the shifting power and lets the tower carry him forward. He steadies himself, feeling the change settle in like a door finally opening. The spirit pops back up in delight, thrilled to breathe fresh air again. Woojin decides it is time to return, while the spirit trails after him with a smug little bounce. A system notice confirms the tutorial tower has been cleared, and his hunter status has finally unlocked. Woojin reads the reward list, realizing the status window, inventory, and dungeon cooking quests are all his now. That new power catches his eye, and his focus sharpens into something dangerous. His hand snaps out and seizes the strange golden prize, leaving even him visibly startled. The tower's power surges around him as Woojin clamps down on a monstrous force and claims the strange golden prize. That takes him by surprise, and even he stares at the thing, wondering what exactly he has grabbed. The spirit immediately swoops in, fawning and urging him to calm down before he breaks something important. A system prompt flashes instead, offering to teach him how to use the status window and inventory. Woojin hesitates, then accepts, because resisting helpful rewards has never been his style. The guide starts explaining the basics, and the idea of opening both systems with a thought sounds almost too convenient. Woojin quickly realizes the benefit for himself, since seeing his status and using inventory at will is absurdly useful. That newfound convenience leads straight into the next system notice, which unveils his daily quest list. Cooking in a dungeon and serving cuisine to others both sit unfinished, proving the tower still wants its payment. Woojin studies the quest, and understands the game now has a daily routine, and a very strange one at that. Woojin shrugs off the system notice, figuring the daily quest sounds simple enough. That confidence vanishes fast as he realizes cooking counts, and even Sionho might get dragged into the mess. Before he can brood longer, a familiar voice storms in, furious that he left without saying anything. The mysterious man has been waiting for Woojin, and the city stroll suddenly turns serious. Woojin freezes when the spirit asks why he is there, already sensing trouble. The answer is classic chaos. The spirit claims he only came to help after Woojin cleared the 3rd floor. The man cuts in, wasting no time, and practically hauls Woojin along toward whatever comes next. Cocky as ever, he tells Woojin to stop stalling and get moving. Woojin and the spirit hurry after him, the guide sounding startled as she finally spots the destination. Whatever this place is, it clearly has the spirit intrigued, and that alone makes it dangerous. The Hunter Academy looms ahead, and Woojin finally arrives with that uneasy feeling that trouble is already waiting. The familiar man confirms it by treating this as a long-awaited reunion, right after Woojin's first return from the tower. Woojin admits he barely survived the 1st floor and feels nowhere near qualified for the Academy's world. The man refuses to accept that excuse and keeps pressing him toward guild membership like it is already decided. Woojin shuts him down outright, and the rejection lands hard enough to leave the man visibly stunned. Undeterred, the man keeps selling the guild life, promising a perfect dungeon schedule, better welfare, and full equipment. Woojin drags a hand down his face, still refusing, because all those perks only make the trap sound worse. He explains that he wants hunter status for one reason only, and that reason is advancing his cooking through higher levels. The man is thrown off again, realizing Woojin never meant to abandon cooking for a fighter's life after all. Even so, he keeps warning Woojin that this stubborn streak is going to leave him regretting everything. Woojin freezes at the word academy, already sensing another trap coming. The man barrels on anyway, saying the country will funnel new hunters into the Hunter Academy. Woojin repeats the name in disbelief, and the man doubles down with a loud, eager pitch. He explains that the government-run academy sounds decent, until the military-style treatment and restrictions kick in. Even hunters with dungeon access can enter, but only with an observer, and the danger is far uglier than it sounds. Woojin questions the claim, while the man keeps talking through the side of his face like this is somehow persuasive. Woojin finally says he is thinking it over, though the tired look on his face says otherwise. The man warns him not to drag out the decision, clearly desperate to keep the pressure on. Woojin walks off as the man keeps complaining, and the whole pitch starts sounding more like a threat than an offer. In the end, Woojin only agrees to decide later, leaving the man clinging to the smallest sliver of hope. 1 week later, Woojin stares at his phone, silently weighing the academy offer. The Hunter Academy message confirms his pass and demands a military-style entrance ceremony. For that week, outside ingredients let him cook non-stop and level up twice. Still, the daily quest reminds him he failed to feed his dish, so the progress comes with a catch. He even tries to hand over the meal, only for the spirit to sneer that it is still not fit for that body. The man keeps taunting him, but Woojin refuses to stop cooking just because the academy is calling. The spirit presses harder, assuming he is already planning to enlist, and Woojin finally admits he is going. Even while staring at Sionho's call, he makes it clear the academy will not end his cooking life. At Hunter Academy's main gymnasium, the crowd mills around as Woojin and the spirit arrive, drawing plenty of attention. With his frustration still simmering, Woojin heads in anyway, ready to turn the academy into another kitchen. Woojin steps into the academy with the spirit trailing beside him, already drawing curious stares. The spirit keeps prodding him, calling the whole scene a little unusual and loving every second of it. Nearby, one nervous recruit practically vibrates with hunter fever, and the hype around the entrance starts spreading. Woojin drifts into a grim memory, regretting how carelessly he handled the tower from the very beginning. He wonders if a cleaner start would have changed everything, but the regret comes too late to matter now. The spirit notices the crowd and points out that the academy is packed with all kinds of people. Woojin looks up at the clean gymnasium ceiling, taking in the scale of the place without saying a word. Inside the main gym, students and candidates mill around as rumors ripple through the crowd. Talk shifts when Baek Seolha appears, and people immediately start wondering why a guild rookie is here. Woojin spots her too, and that brief reaction tells enough for him to know this academy visit will not stay simple. Jo Seongjun appears in the crowd, and Woojin immediately realizes this academy visit is already getting complicated. His measured steps cut through the noise, while the surrounding candidates keep staring and whispering. The spirit snickers at the attention, calling the crowd ridiculous and dragging more eyes toward Woojin. A series of mock comparisons only makes the teasing worse, turning the atmosphere into pure spectacle. The entrance ceremony finally begins as the principal takes the stage and the room settles down. The bald principal introduces himself as Lee Cheon, and Woojin feels the pressure behind the formal words. He admits the academy's status has been slipping, which only makes the crowd listen harder. Woojin catches a familiar tone in the man's voice and suddenly doubts what he is hearing. The memory snaps to a darker figure claiming a loyal henchman and one of the demonic cult's 3 elders. With that ominous connection hanging in the air, the academy's cheerful ceremony starts looking a lot less safe. Lee Cheon erupts into a furious claim that the academy's cadets are missing the right attitude. Woojin stiffens as the principal's words land, and the man's voice starts feeling all too familiar. The memory snaps back to the blood demon's cold warning, tying the speech to the demonic cult's shadow. Woojin's suspicion deepens as the name of Elder Guohao echoes like a bad omen from another life. Lee Cheon keeps pressing on, praising old warriors while the crowd starts wondering what this lecture is really about. He turns the speech into a pointed comparison, mocking modern hunters as weaker than the old generation. Woojin hears the praise shift toward him, while Jo Seongjun watches from behind, quietly unsettled. The tension only grows as even a passing glance makes the atmosphere feel strangely off to him. Lee Cheon blames today's hunters for lacking passion, and Woojin realizes the man is measuring something deeper. The rant lands with a brutal reminder of old tower days, the kind of battles that forged monsters out of survivors. The report goes viral, mocking a hunter who cleared an A-class gate and somehow walked out untouched. That only makes the crowd question why a man with that kind of power would stay hidden at the academy. Woojin stares ahead, feeling the academy's atmosphere is off, and decides something is worth digging into. He comes here to uncover how much regression has changed him, not to waste time playing along. Around him, the first-year crowd gathers as the test finally begins in full. Choi Min-sung lays out the rules and casually tells them to smash the training dummy with everything they have. He adds that their score will appear afterward, while the students whisper over the absurd number already posted. Next, he explains that weapon users can grab practice weapons from the left side, like this is all perfectly normal. The chatter keeps rolling as some students wonder whether 30,000 is even impressive for the vice principal. Choi Min-sung ends by asking for questions, and Woojin keeps watching, already measuring the academy's real level. Woojin raises a hand to stop the test, already sensing this academy is hiding something rotten. A girl in yellow blurts out that 5 strikes seem absurd, and the students around her start doubting the setup. Choi Min-sung coolly explains that the real point is endurance, then asks one more question and reveals the score scale. When the room goes quiet, he casually states that he is a high B-class hunter, as if that alone should shut everyone up. He dismisses the questions and orders the first-year crowd to come up in order, keeping the dummy waiting like a judge. One student charges in and posts a 302, but the result is already starting to expose the gap between bragging and talent. Another swings with real force and lands 272, enough to make him look proud right before the numbers humble him. Woojin realizes the weak links fast, deciding he has roughly grasped what this academy really demands. In the crowd, one black-haired student hears the complaints about a broken machine while quietly standing apart from the noise. Woojin's verdict turns brutal as he judges the stronger-looking ones disappointing, and even warns they would die in minutes for real. The spirit blurts out that Jo is here, already sensing the black-haired student the room has been whispering about. Woojin steps forward in silence, still wearing that same unreadable look as the test finally reaches him. Jo watches from the crowd, remembering how Woojin held back before and realizing even now the man still hides something. Woojin sizes up the weak results around him and decides the Academy's standards are harsher than they look. The scoreboard flashes a middling result, and the room erupts as if 3,097 points somehow proves the day is already interesting. He hits the dummy hard enough to make the crowd rethink their arrogance, and the numbers keep climbing past what they expected. Even the bystanders start panicking, as Woojin's power looks less like talent and more like a problem nobody can properly measure. While the crowd freaks out over 3,000 points, the next candidate waits her turn, with the last stragglers still recovering from the shock. Baxiola answers the call and takes hold of her weapon, calm enough to make the silence feel even heavier. With everything finally set, she prepares to test herself, and the Academy braces for what comes next. Baxiola steps up with a calm that already feels dangerous, and the crowd starts wondering what kind of score she will post. She draws a slow breath, unfazed by the pressure, as if the Academy's hype has not even touched her. Then she lifts her weapon and lets power gather around her, turning that quiet stance into a warning. The first strike tears across the floor, and the room instantly understands this is not a rookie trying to impress anyone. She drives the dummy again and again, smashing through it so hard the impact starts sounding less like testing and more like punishment. Around her, the spectators freeze in disbelief, while Woojin quietly sizes her up and realizes the next beast has finally shown up. The board flashes 8,528, and the crowd loses the last bit of composure it had left. The number jumps even higher to 10793, and the Academy's shock turns into full-blown panic. Even Baxiola looks slightly stunned by her own result, as the silence swallows the court whole. Then the room erupts over 10,000 points, and everyone finally admits this rookie just shattered the previous high score. The crowd starts suspecting she used an artifact, but the score leaves them too rattled to sound certain. The board locks in at 222, and that tiny number somehow lands like a hammer. Woojin watches with a quiet smile, deciding her skill should stay under the radar. Soon, the Academy shifts into post-test chatter as the top candidates become the cadets' hottest obsession. From there, the newcomers are sent around the Hunter Academy dormitory, where the place looks almost too peaceful for this mess. Woojin settles into dorm life without complaint, already turning a simple meal into his next training ground. He stirs up a blue slime dish and realizes his cooking alone can draw out something dangerous and delicious. His thoughts drift to all the failed attempts to drag him into a guild, but he still wants no part of that trouble. Instead, he decides this place is perfect for cooking whatever he wants while soaking up the theory lessons he needs. Between monster cookbooks and dungeon knowledge, Woojin keeps building power the ridiculous way, and it is somehow working. The narration cuts to the point. A lot of this can be found in minutes, but teachers still matter more. Woojin heads out on time, already keeping his routine as tight as his cooking. He glances back, making sure nobody drags the day into a late start. The Hunter Academy's main building fills with cadets, all gathered for the real beginning. Choi Min-sung greets them and points out that their faces hardly look thrilled to be there. He lays out the first task: team assignment for dungeon exploration. The cadets listen in silence, while the Academy's prized hunter watches with her usual calm. Min-sung makes it clear they will work with hunters as observers, then sends them into a low-level dungeon. Among the newcomers, Woojin stays unreadable, already measuring how much he can learn from this setup. As the names are about to be called, the stage is set for teams, trouble, and a lot of ugly surprises. Woojin perks up at the dungeon exploration, while the spirit beside him instantly approves of the whole mess. The Academy starts calling cadets up in pairs, and the room goes quiet as the first names are announced. Choi Min-sung keeps the pace steady, naming the next team and reminding everyone this is only the beginning. He reads off the first pair and marks the observation hunter, turning the evaluation into a guided dungeon run. Woojin stays blank-faced as his name comes up, already sizing up the value in every part of this setup. Baxiola remains calm while the crowd starts whispering over the observer's identity. The announcement lands on Kim Chiguk, and the cadets react fast, clearly recognizing the name. Woojin notes that the man seems famous, while the spirit smugly insists he still would not beat a chef. Min-sung wraps up the team call, and the final name drops with the last of the pairings. The announcement ends, leaving Woojin, the observer, and the rest of the cadets standing in tense silence. Choi Min-sung keeps the briefing moving, sending the observers into the team meeting while noting most are Academy hunters and a few came from outside. The dungeon entrance opens before the cadets, and the whole floor settles under the promise that the observers will guide them through safely. Once the hunters arrive, Min-sung orders everyone to their teams, and the line of recruits starts to break apart in tense silence. The name Kim Chiguk hits the crowd like a jolt, and the cadets instantly realize the observer is no ordinary hire. Kim Chiguk steps forward with effortless confidence, while Baxiola and the others measure him without saying a word. He greets her casually, and she agrees without protest, already seeing a chance to put heavenly wings in his debt. Kim leans into the moment, claiming he came because of her and the Jew clan connection, and even a B-rank hunter like him would be useful. Baek Seolha's expression barely changes, but her eyes sharpen as she studies his motives. Beneath that calm, she reminds herself that she is not the guildmaster's daughter here, just a cadet at this academy. That little lie of status may help her blend in, but it also makes this whole evaluation feel even more dangerous. The spirit laughs off the warning, promising caution, while Baek Seolha and the others silently judge the smug observer. Baek Seolha cuts in with a cold remark about him looking down on Woojin, and the little guide on his head already knows trouble is brewing. Woojin stays unreadable, letting the tension hang for a beat before the group finally moves on. Kim Chaguk casually pushes the team toward choosing a dungeon, acting like the decision is already his to make. He explains the list and points to the only place suited for practical training, while Woojin's companions stare at the choice in disbelief. Woojin asks if that really is where they are headed, and Kim answers without hesitation. With that, Kim reveals the destination, the Killer Bee Dungeon. The portal looms ahead at Namguro Station, looking almost harmless enough to fool the careless. But the calm scenery is pure bait, because this is still an F-rank dungeon most hunters avoid. And the reason becomes obvious as the killer bee monsters swarm in, tiny, vicious, and nasty enough to make an F-rank run ugly fast. The Killer Bee Dungeon immediately earns its terrifying reputation, and even Baek Seolha starts to worry about Woojin. Kim Chaguk still brushes past the concern, dismissing the nerves as he keeps pushing the rookie lineup forward. When he calls Woojin by name, the tension sharpens, and Woojin answers with the same unreadable calm as always. Kim finally spells it out. The Killer Bee Dungeon is dangerous, but that does not stop him from treating it like a lesson. The old man even pokes at Woojin's rank, acting smug about B-rank expectations while Woojin just stares back. That confidence only grows as he points out that other guilds are already dumping recruits into low-level dungeons. The crowd of goblins and trainees makes the whole thing look crowded and ugly, exactly the kind of place where sloppy newcomers get chewed up. Kim doubles down, saying proper training is impossible anywhere else, because every decent dungeon is packed. Then he admits Seolha could handle easier dungeons alone, which only makes his lesson feel more like a challenge than a warning. In the end, he insists they must squeeze every bit of growth from this run, unless a C-rank boss shows up and ruins the fun. Kim Chaguk calmly reminds them the Killer Bee Dungeon has no boss, and Woojin listens without giving anything away. He presses ahead anyway, acting like danger is just another lesson as he waves the trainees inside. Seolha hesitates, quietly accepting the warning and the fact that this run is happening no matter what. Woojin stays expressionless while the spirit hovers nearby, grumbling about Kim's non-stop chatter. Kim finally moves the briefing into the dungeon itself, explaining that practical training starts with insect-type monsters. The bees swarm hard, but he claims their weakness is simple enough for anyone who paid attention in class. His smug confidence only grows as he points out that taking down the leader should collapse the rest. That lesson lands fast, and the bees start getting blasted apart as his explanation proves brutally accurate. Seolha spots the leader instantly, and even the crowd's disbelief cannot hide how sharp her instincts are. She lunges in with her blade, cutting into the swarm before it can recover its balance. Kim praises Seolha, then calmly explains that the leader's mana wave is different, and harder to read without experience. The giant bee keeps pressing forward, and Kim smugly promises to teach them a better way. Woojin immediately spots the strange ingredient, realizing this dungeon has far better materials than the tutorial tower. When the Fenistera mint appears, he decides the only choice is to gather it from dungeon depths. Kim even offers personal lessons through the Jew clan, sounding far too pleased with himself. Seolha watches in silence as that offer lands, while Woojin keeps his attention on the mission instead of the boasting. Kim grows annoyed at Woojin's wandering focus, blaming academy types for never doing things properly. Seolha's face stays calm, but she clearly takes the lesson to heart as the dungeon's rhythm settles around her. Woojin is called a by-the-book type, the kind who follows dungeon rules down to the smallest detail. Kim doubles down on that judgment, insisting Woojin sticks to basics like ecology and safe exploration, while the bees lie scattered behind him. The spirit fumes that Woojin has ruined her sacred ingredient hunt, flailing in the forest like a spoiled expert. Seolha and Kim keep moving, while the spirit huffs at her, desperate to keep the search going. Woojin barely reacts, already weighing the next step instead of indulging her tantrum. A new ingredient finally appears in the system, and its properties make the bee dungeon suddenly worth far more than the tutorial tower ever was. Hearing the hive still out of reach, the spirit pushes harder, while the search drifts deeper into the dungeon. Several minutes pass with no hive in sight, and the surrounding bees only make the silence more irritating. Seolha draws her blade through the swarms as Kim warns her not to overdo it, trying to keep her from getting hurt. Kim admits the bees are a nuisance, but he still trusts the group to handle this stretch without him. Woojin decides staying with the others would only slow down his ingredient hunt, so he slips away from the group. He leaves them behind because, in his mind, their skill is enough to survive while he keeps chasing the hive. The bees keep dropping one after another, and the swarm refuses to let up. Even deadlier for a group, the leading threat is gone, but the monsters still move like a pack. Seolha breathes hard through the pressure, cutting down the insects before they can overwhelm her. Kim admits the bugs are nasty enough, but still trusts the others to hold the line. Seolha realizes just how dangerous this dungeon really is without Woojin around. Her eyes widen as the hive still stays hidden, and the search drags on. Kim keeps moving ahead, trying to keep the distracted girl focused and out of trouble. He bluntly points out that Woojin is not here, as if that settles everything. Seolha stands there with her blade ready, forced to accept that he really is gone, and that leaves her staring into the forest, while Kim's confidence hangs in the air like a warning. Minsung stiffens, clearly caught off guard by what he just heard. Then he snaps and shouts Woojin's name across the forest. He grumbles that the kid always drags trouble behind him, even when he should be hunting. The next moment, he and Seolha rush forward as the noise suddenly gets louder. Minsung cups his ear, realizing this sound is nothing like an ordinary killer bee swarm. Seolha freezes with her blade ready, sensing the hive is still hiding somewhere ahead. Minsung turns sharply, and even his confidence starts cracking. Seolha blinks at the disturbance, her expression tightening as the threat feels closer now. For once, the academy pair stop joking around, because this dungeon is about to get ugly. The bees explode through the forest in a frantic swarm, and the hunt suddenly turns into a chase. Woojin figures leaving was the smart move, but the sweet smell pulling through the woods says otherwise. He keeps cutting through the swarm, already regretting how many ingredients were out of reach before. That lingering sweetness grows stronger, and even the bees seem to be guarding something valuable. The spirit points the way, and Woojin starts following the trail with renewed interest. Seolha calls after him, but he keeps walking like the answer is already ahead of him. Woojin pauses at a massive cavern hidden deeper in the dungeon, and the scale of it finally sinks in. He realizes the cave could only be found by sharpening his sense of smell, which makes the whole place feel deliberate. Instead of backing off, he gets excited, sensing rare ingredients waiting somewhere inside. Smiling in the dark, he heads forward to track down the source of that sweet scent. The spirit practically lights up as it spots the find, and Woojin leans in, grinning at the sweet smell ahead. The deeper chamber turns out to be a monstrous beehive, and even he has to admit it is absurdly huge. Still, Woojin's curiosity wins fast, and he decides to taste the honey instead of running from it. He steps closer, studying the glowing comb like a rare prize, already planning to see what it can do. One glance is enough to make him realize something is off, because that sound does not belong inside the cave. The hive keeps rumbling, and Woojin's expression tightens as the danger finally stops, pretending to be harmless. Outside, the academy team rushes through the woods, with the silver-haired evaluator leading in a panic. He looks back, already regretting his careless decision, and realizes bringing no tracker was a stupid shortcut. Bake Seolha pushes for a split search, but the instructor snaps back that this is no academy drill. His anger lands hard, because losing a cadet in the dungeon would turn this mess into a scandal nobody can bury. Kim Chiguk lunges through the woods, clearly spooked as the bees keep closing in. Bake Seolha refuses to panic, tracking the swarm with a cool stare while the insects keep circling. Kim Chiguk snaps at her for splitting up, finally losing patience as the situation turns uglier. Bake Seolha answers with a tense nod, but her face says she already knows this hunt is getting bad. He orders her to hide, and she freezes at once instead of arguing. The pair crouch between the trees as the buzzing grows louder, and both of them sense something bigger moving in. A massive yellow killer bee finally erupts into view, proving this is no ordinary swarm. Then the truth lands hard. This dungeon has a C-rank boss, and that alone should not be possible here. Kim Chiguk stares upward in disbelief, wondering how a dead boss suddenly appeared in years. The realization hits even harder, as he admits the dungeon had a boss all along, just waiting to show itself. A warning cuts through the trees. A cadet cannot possibly bring down a C-rank boss. The reality follows fast, because once a boss appears, the dungeon gets sealed for 6 hours. Kim Chiguk grimly admits no help is coming, leaving escape or death as the only options. Baek Seolha steels herself, knowing the Heavenly Wings Guild reward is the only reason to keep pushing. Kim Chiguk tries to calm her and call it just a big bee, but the swarm already knows better. She refuses the retreat and realizes the boss has noticed them after all. Kim Chiguk freezes for a second, stunned by how badly the situation has already turned. The massive yellow killer bee dives in, and the supposed hunt becomes a full-blown ambush. Kim Chiguk snaps at Seolha to turn and fall back, finally abandoning any pretense of control. He drags her toward the cover of the trees, admitting the terrain is the only thing keeping them alive. Kim Chi-guk snaps at Seola to fall back while the giant bee tears through the trees. He pivots under the attack, barely keeping his footing as the beast barrels in. The old evaluator realizes it is charging straight through the forest, and that is bad news. The killer bee keeps smashing forward, forcing him to brace and readjust on the fly. Its speed surprises him, and he quickly admits this thing is far tougher than expected. Without hesitation, he gathers his blue spirit and prepares a higher form. The technique surges as the first form takes shape, and he commits to the strike. He leaps in and carves into the bee, driving a chain of blows into its shell. The hit lands, but the carapace only cracks, forcing him to shout for Seolha to run. Seola stares back in disbelief, then bolts as he stays behind to buy her time. Seola freezes for a beat, reading the silence and realizing the threat is closing in fast. Chi-guk keeps shouting for her to run, but he's already stuck buying time. She steels herself anyway, choosing to fight instead of fleeing. Chi-guk warns that this is no ordinary beast, and the boss's pressure is about to hit hard. The towering bee slams down on him, forcing him into a desperate defense. Has blown backward anyway, proving just how monstrous its power really is. Even as he skids across the ground, he realizes Seola cannot be left behind. Seola charges back in with her sword, timing her move to catch the boss off guard. Her strike lands hard, cracking through the insect's armor at last. Before it can recover, she keeps pressing the attack, turning the retreat into a counterstrike. Seolha steadies herself, refusing to run, and starts measuring the monster's absurd toughness. Chi-guk quickly assigns roles, planning to distract the boss while the finishing blow gets set up. He then pushes for a brutal two-step attack, breaking the exterior before piercing straight through. With the plan fixed, he locks in and vows to burn through every bit of mana left. Chi-guk shouts that this is the only shot, and Seolha lunges in, fully committed. She cuts in hard, sliding under the boss' reach as the opening finally lines up. Her sword bites into the huge insect, and the monster's armor starts to crack at last. But the boss answers with raw force, hammering down and forcing Seolha to brace. Seolha flinches as she realizes something is wrong, because the monster's sound has changed. More bees pour in from above, and the swarm makes one thing clear. The real fight is only getting worse. The bees keep swarming, and Seolha realizes the only way out is to stall until Chi-guk is ready. She digs in through the pressure, still fighting off the annoying swarm with raw determination, but the monster's movement turns sharper, and her panic spikes as she senses the delay has become deadly. Chi-guk finally commits to the brutal follow-up, unleashing a chained spiral spear strike to break the boss open. One bee is sent flying, proving the hit landed, but the swarm is still refusing to back off. Seolha lands hard and immediately checks the result, hoping the boss has finally been finished. Chi-guk, still breathing hard, admits the boss took a direct hit and orders her to hurry and find Woojin. Seolha braces in place while the dark mass behind her surges again, reminding her the fight is far from over. Chi-guk stays locked in, still confident that the strike should have been enough to stop it. Seolha jolts at another sudden movement, and that tiny reaction says the nightmare is not done yet. Seolha is blasted off balance, and the swarm's pressure turns the fight ugly fast. She takes the hit hard, while Chi-guk's shouted warning only underlines how bad the opening has become. Chi-guk's eyes narrow as he realizes the boss is still moving after that blow. The bees keep crashing into him, refusing to give the man even a second to breathe. For a rare moment, even he looks cornered, muttering that there is no way out now. He admits he has burned through his strength, and that proud front starts cracking. Meanwhile, Seolha lies stunned as Chi-guk curses Woojin for dragging this mess into their path. The thought hits him hard. The monster has fixed onto him, so saving Seolha becomes the only real play. One massive bee looms in close, and even Chi-guk has to wonder what it is staring at. Then another presence enters the field, and Chi-guk finally starts to recognize who just showed up. Woojin finally appears, and Chi-guk's panic instantly spikes. He rips into Woojin for vanishing, then yells that the boss monster is still here. The bees keep crashing down on him, and even the veteran hunter starts looking boxed in. With his legs refusing to move, Chi-guk curses the chaos and realizes running is already too late. Woojin ignores the noise, draws his sword, and answers the swarm with cold confidence. One massive bee bears down on him, but Chi-guk can only stare as the pressure shifts. Woojin cuts forward anyway, and the monster finally feels like prey instead of the hunter. Chi-guk freezes in shock, realizing that Woojin did not arrive late at all. The rookie's timing is so ridiculous it almost looks like mocking luck, but the danger is still real. And as the last blade motion settles, Chi-guk is left staring, completely lost for words. Chi-guk reels on the ground, stunned that Woojin just carved through the killer bee queen. He starts wondering if the queen was already near death, but the answer quickly turns ugly. The shattered hive makes it clear she was wounded, yet still dangerous enough to kill him. That leaves the rookie's clean strike looking even worse for Chiguk's pride. Woojin's kill is already spreading through the others, and Seongjun realizes the target was him all along. Chiguk snaps at Woojin for appearing at the worst possible moment, while panic finally catches up. Woojin only glances aside as Chiguk stands frozen, making it look easy to ignore the outrage. Before anyone can recover, Woojin turns toward the fallen Seolha and calls out her name. He checks her over, confirms she is unconscious but not in danger, and even her mana still flows normally. For once, the reckless gamble pays off, and Woojin leaves Chiguk staring at a miracle he can barely process. Chiguk turns back, already sensing Woojin has done something absurd again. The answer hits him fast, a beehive, and Woojin is still casually hunting ingredients. Then inventory items start floating out, making the whole thing look even more ridiculous. Chiguk freezes, wondering who could possibly have handed Woojin an inventory. His thoughts race to the tower, and the third floor suddenly feels like the only explanation. The next guess lands harder. Woojin may never have joined a guild at all. Chiguk's face crumples, as he realizes the academy instead might be where Woojin went. The smell from the pot turns foul enough to make even him recoil in disbelief. Woojin keeps stirring, claiming it is almost finished while Chiguk stares in helpless confusion. And when the green, bubbling dish finally appears, Chiguk can only wonder what on earth Woojin made. Chiguk starts piecing it together, realizing the smell alone could drive monsters off. So this mess is clearly some kind of item. The mushrooms and hive bait make the whole thing look like a grotesque recreation of the killer bee's nest. Then the weeds wrapped around it push his suspicion even further, as if Woojin built the dish around the hive itself. He stares harder and decides it might even be poison for feeding the bees, though nothing about it makes any sense. A bitter realization hits next. If the queen is already dead, then poison was never the point. Woojin calmly offers the finished dish anyway, serving the glowing green abomination like it is perfectly normal. Chiguk is stunned into silence, his face twisting as he realizes Woojin expected him to eat it. The absurdity lands all at once, and he finally realizes Woojin was making food after all. Now backed into a corner, Chiguk gives in and decides this is still better than getting torn apart. But the first bite goes down like a disaster, and he immediately regrets the choice as the dish nearly kills him. Chiguk reels at the dish, shockingly vile texture, already convinced this beehive meal was built to punish him. The bitterness hits next, and he starts wondering what kind of revenge Woojin has hidden in this so-called bee dish. Caught in the absurdity, he protests Woojin's name in disbelief, then slumps into a humiliating grief over home-cooked food. Woojin only smiles and asks how it tastes, making Chiguk feel trapped by the calmest psychopath he has ever met. Chiguk's eyes fill with tears as he finally breaks, unable to deny that Woojin really did make food after all. Woojin stands by while the battered man kneels, sniffing through the pain as the taste somehow starts to turn pleasant. One bite later, the system reveals the truth. The neutralized bee queen venom has entered his body and boosted his poison resistance. That revelation leaves him stunned, because the nightmare dish was never just food, but a strange reward disguised as suffering. Chiguk stares at Woojin in horror, realizing this bland-looking kid keeps turning impossible ingredients into power. From a distance, Jo Seongjun watches in silence, clearly starting to understand that Woojin is playing on another level. Woojin studies the dish with calm confidence, already sensing Kim Chiguk's stunned reaction. The system confirms the royal beehive herb stew as a remarkable quality, unique recipe, and the praise only feeds his smug satisfaction. It proves the killer bee queen's venom gland was the key, turning danger into a clean, strange reward. Even the taste sharpens as the venom deepens the sweetness, and the spirit practically worships him for it. Woojin decides to gather more ingredients now that the daily quest is finished, still absurdly pleased with himself. Somewhere nearby, Seola remains unconscious, while Woojin quietly admits the luck behind that victory. Her body starts stirring at last, the sting of the queen's surprise attack still fresh in her memory. As she wakes, she remembers getting knocked out, then realizes the battle left her badly shaken. The killer bee queen is already dead, and the corpses around her make the result impossible to deny. Seeing Seolha still alive, Woojin figures Kim Chiguk must have killed the queen, and even that guess leaves him more impressed. Woojin jolts Seolha awake, and even the awkward cleanup moment leaves him suspiciously relieved. He realizes the strange venom dish somehow boosted his poison resistance, which is almost insulting for something so nasty. Seeing Seolha still in rough shape, he decides she needs the same recovery treatment and hands it over. She hesitates, but with Woojin insisting it will restore her strength, she finally takes a bite. Kim Chiguk watches in silence, already bracing for trouble as he studies the result. Seolha keeps chewing, and Woojin starts wondering whether the flavor is about to terrify her too. Instead, he needles her with the obvious question, pushing her to admit what kind of taste this really has. The answer comes fast enough to leave him smug, because the reaction is nothing like disgust. Her eyes widen as the flavor hits, and she starts praising it like she has been starving for something better. By the end, she is stunned by the sweetness, proving once again that Woojin's bizarre cooking keeps winning in the most ridiculous way. Woojin watches Seola brace herself, already knowing this strange remedy needs one more test. She finally takes a careful sip, still not sure what to expect from the dungeon bread mixture. Woojin pitches it as medicine strong enough to bring back lost taste, and Chiguk quietly tenses. Seolha freezes, then mutters that she still cannot taste anything at all. Chiguk's face hardens for a second, as if he expects the worst from this ridiculous experiment. Seolha lowers her head and apologizes to her father, sounding more defeated than ashamed. Woojin stays calm, while she admits the bigger twist. Taste is gone, but everything else feels sharper. She explains that without taste getting in the way, other sensations stand out more clearly now. The confession leaves Woojin stunned for a beat, because even his absurd cooking somehow keeps breaking logic. Seolha keeps touching the pouch nervously, already realizing this medicine changed more than just her tongue. Woojin's medicine finally lands, and Seolha feels the impossible edge of taste awakening inside her. The sensation hits like a shockwave, leaving her stunned by a feeling no amount of money could buy. For a girl who has gone 20 years without tasting anything, even the smallest flavor feels like a miracle. She blurts out that it tastes good, and Chiguk immediately starts bracing for some disastrous twist. Instead of flavor, she describes a strange, tingling pain, as if her tongue is swelling from the inside. Woojin is left staring at her, genuinely lost, because this absurd medicine has turned logic inside out again. Outside, the crowd keeps waiting at Nanguro Station, still unaware of how ugly the situation has become. Then the headline starts screaming about a boss monster, a C-rank mana surge, and Kim Chiguk trapped inside with Seolha. The pressure only rises as heavy footsteps approach the sealed dungeon entrance, and everyone senses another power showing up. At last, Heavenly Wings Guildmaster Baek Dojang arrives, calm on the surface, but clearly reading the danger beneath it. Baek Dojang checks on his daughter through his assistant, and the tension already shows on his face. The crowd panics when someone shouts that Seolha is trapped inside the dungeon, and every stare turns toward Baek Dojang. His assistant rushes to steady him, but the guildmaster only grows quieter, reading the danger beneath the noise. Inside the chaos, Woojin is still testing the medicine, and even he looks startled by what it does. He gets hit with a flood of angry stares from the gathered onlookers, and the mood turns ugly fast. One furious man erupts in disgust, while Baek Dojang's expression hardens into something far colder than panic. The assistant warns him to stay calm, clearly scared that one reckless move could damage Heavenly Wing's image. She pushes him to think about the eyes watching from all sides, and the crowd keeps buzzing around the sealed entrance. Baek Dojang's glare sharpens as he realizes the pressure is only getting worse. Then the restriction on entry suddenly lifts, and the onlookers react in stunned disbelief. The sealed entrance finally splits open, and the dungeon's light surges out like the place has decided to breathe again. Baek Dojang and his assistant freeze as the pressure shifts, both of them sensing the danger before the crowd even understands it. Outside, the line stays tense for a beat longer, until the announcement of Seolha's safety hits like a miracle. At last, the survivors emerge, and the old man practically folds over in relief while the others drag themselves clear. The crowd erupts, stunned that a C-rank boss was somehow taken down by a B-rank hunter and 2 academy trainees. Kim Chiguk holds up the loot with a shaken look, and the weapon alone makes the onlookers start whispering. The item turns out to be a unique grade spear, already rare enough to make most hunters lose their minds. Even Kim Chiguk starts sweating as he explains that legendary items are almost impossible to own, and this one is absurdly rare. He keeps going, laying out the 5-item grades while staring at the spear like it might bite back. By then, even he has to admit this kind of drop is the sort of luck that only comes once in a lifetime. The crowd immediately swarms Kim Chiguk, demanding to know how he pulled off the impossible. He freezes under the pressure, already looking like the questions are aimed at the wrong man. One onlooker points out the real absurdity. A B-rank hunter somehow brought down a C-rank boss. Kim Chiguk turns to the side, still trying to process how that disaster turned into a victory. Even the academy principal starts doubting his future, realizing the academy's reputation was on the line. Then the article hits, and Kim Chiguk's name spreads fast, as the solo killer of a C-rank boss. The reports pile on, the comments explode, and the public starts treating him like a sly hidden monster. More headlines twist the story further, while the old chef laughs off the idea that it was pure skill. He jokes that luck must have been on Kim Chiguk's side, but the smug grin says he is already impressed. In the end, he decides the academy struck gold, because recruiting Kim Chiguk was clearly the smart move. The bald chef lounges in his office, still on the phone as the academy fallout keeps rolling in. A voice calls him in, and the meeting room door swings open with all the confidence of bad news. Kim Chiguk, Seola, and the principal walk in like the academy's pride, though the tension says otherwise. The principal welcomes them with a forced smile, acting friendly, while already sizing up the damage. He calls them to the table for praise and a bonus, then immediately demands the full story from the dungeon. Kim Chiguk starts from the interview, admitting that without Seola and Woojin, the situation would have collapsed. He calmly explains that the boss was barely injured, which only makes the whole victory sound more ridiculous. Seola's expression tightens as she tries to process whether that disaster really ended in success. The room settles into uneasy chatter, with the bald chef listening in while the others trade reactions. Kim Chiguk keeps talking as everyone leans in, and the meeting turns into a full post-mortem on the raid. The explanation lands, and the room starts to understand just how messy that raid really was. The bald chef listens hard, but even he can tell the whole thing sounds absurd. Woojin sits there with his cup, while the vice principal quietly studies him instead. He keeps sipping, acting calm as the conversation circles back to the same impossible result. The bald chef finally looks rattled, because the more he hears, the stranger it all gets. Kim Chiguk's warning hangs over the table as the talk shifts toward future threats. Even the heavenly demon notices Woojin's face and begins linking him to rumor and odd cooking. The bald chef freezes at the idea, realizing this reckless trainee might be the source of it all. That suspicion spreads fast, and the vice principal starts looking even more uneasy. By the end, he is left openly wondering whether something is very wrong with Woojin. The awkward meal winds down as the bald chef tries to act polite, but everyone at the table is already sensing something off. Woojin stays calm and composed, which only makes the silence around him feel more suspicious. Outside the room, the hallway feels tense as the academy trio gathers, with Chiguk clearly leading the way. He tells Seola to rest after her dungeon work, and the concern sounds genuine enough to make her hesitate. Then he turns to Woojin too, urging him to head out as well, like nothing strange has happened at all. That only makes Chiguk himself stumble harder, because Woojin's empty reaction leaves him scrambling for control. His panic sharpens when he starts wondering why Woojin is still so quiet, especially after all the news spreading around them. The unease keeps building, and even a small pause from Woojin starts feeling like a threat. By now, Chiguk is openly rattled, demanding answers about why Woojin had acted so indifferent about the boss loot, and when Woojin still brushes it off, the whole thing becomes even uglier, with Chiguk left clutching the spear like the joke is on him. Chiguk freezes in place, sweating through the pressure as Woojin's blunt remark lands like a slap. The awkward silence twists into unease, and Chiguk starts realizing this conversation is slipping out of his control. Woojin casually hands over his number, then promises a meal next time, as if none of this is worth the fuss. Chiguk nearly loses his mind, caught between disbelief and the humiliating fact that Woojin still treats him like background noise. Across the hallway, the spirit panics over Woojin's fate, while Woojin keeps walking away without a trace of concern. Her fury explodes into a desperate defense of his name, barking that the real victory came from Chef, not some arrogant brat. Woojin stays unmoved and quietly points out that reputation always draws eyes first, whether he wants them or not. He brushes it off as attention he never asked for, then decides it is time to head back with the new ingredients and recipes. The buzz spreads fast in the academy room, where people gather and start buzzing over the article tied to the silver-haired evaluator. One brown-haired guy finally erupts, shoving the phone forward as he demands to know whether the article about Woojin is actually true. Kim Chiguk's claim spreads through Hunter Daily, and the academy crowd finally gets the ugly truth. When asked about the C-rank boss, the answer comes out absurdly simple, and that only makes the scandal worse. In the lecture hall, the trainees press for Baek Seolha's story, while Woojin sits there like the noise is someone else's problem. He casually credits Kim Chiguk and Baek Seolha for clearing his first daily quest, then starts wondering who should be fed next. The class switches over to dungeon theory, as Professor Kim Jung-do begins the lesson on traps and survival. He reminds them that labyrinth traps already caused trouble before, and Woojin quietly judges them as beginner-level stuff. Jung-do moves on to review the practice sessions through video, starting with Kim Hyun-sung and the rest of the trainees. Smoke hits the floor plan, and one student panics at the sudden shift, only to be told he would be dead in a real raid. The instructor tears into the hesitation, warning that a real dungeon punishes carelessness fast, and the poor trainee folds under the pressure. By the end, Jung-do is already worrying about the tournament in 2 months, while Woojin sits there unimpressed, knowing these traps are nothing. The Hunter Tournament is a trial for hunters who cleared the tutorial tower within the past year, built to measure real skill. Big guilds like Heavenly Wings are already watching, yet the academy still looks embarrassingly behind. Kim Jung-do refuses to waste the opening and pushes the lesson forward before the gap gets any wider. Baek Seolha lands 98 points and instantly reminds everyone why she is considered exceptional. Jo Seongjun follows with 92, and Jungdu can only admit the result was near perfect. Next comes Cheon Woojin, and Jungdu braces himself, though the boy answers with unsettling calm. Even Jungdu starts wondering if Woojin hides something deeper, because ordinary explanations are already falling apart. That suspicion only grows as Woojin's strength and academy choice begin to feel connected, like a path nobody expected. Jungdu has been watching him since he arrived, and the quiet cooking only makes the smell feel more dangerous. Still, he decides not to expect Woojin's full power just yet, which is probably the smartest choice so far. Jungdu keeps the lesson moving, but he is already watching Woojin more carefully than before. Woojin answers the call with that same unsettling calm, making the room feel a little tighter. At the dungeon gate, he studies the sealed entrance and the waiting spear with unreadable patience. One clean strike follows, and the evaluation suddenly starts to feel a lot less ordinary. The score lands at 0, and Woojin just stands there like the result barely deserves attention. The spirit explodes in outrage, furious that anyone would dare insult the chef so openly. Woojin stays blank-faced while the spirit keeps raging, which only makes the whole scene more ridiculous. From the back, the brown-haired man realizes Woojin is doing this on purpose and still cannot guess why. The spirit keeps hurling accusations as Woojin's expression barely changes, calmly letting the chaos spill out. Watching him now, the man can only suspect Woojin is setting a trap of his own. In the Hunter Academy dormitory dining hall, the new hunters grumble that Woojin's madness is the only reason they ended up here. One blonde brute laughs along, and the whole trio starts trashing the man who dragged them through the tower. They sneer that, without that knife incident, they would have cleared the 3rd floor already. Another turns smugly grateful, admitting they only survived because of Woojin's help, but the gratitude vanishes fast, replaced by the promise that they would have hunted him down otherwise. The tall, broad one keeps talking tougher, calling the academy professor a weak show-off who hides behind rank. He even mocks the dungeon and trap lessons, acting like academy training is beneath real hunters. The group dismisses the professor as a loser, then sneers that Woojin only cleared the tutorial tower by luck. The bald, muscular one freezes when the meal hits his plate, staring at the bizarre salad like it insulted him personally. Woojin, meanwhile, keeps eating that strange dish with calm precision, and the others can only stare in confusion. The blonde one starts to sweat, while the heavier hunter snaps at him to keep quiet. Up close, the broad man looks rattled too, realizing Woojin is already getting under his skin. At the table, the whole group falls into a tense silence around the strange meals, and none of them look comfortable. The muscular hunter stiffens, suddenly convinced Woojin remembers everything. Across from him, Woojin keeps eating in that unreadable way, while the tiny spirit casually asks why they are making such a fuss. One hunter admits they might have seen those people before, but the others still look like trouble. Woojin calmly explains the salad, complete with blue slime dressing and chocolate chips, and even offers a bite. The muscular hunter recoils in horror, staring at the monster ingredient like it belongs in a grave, not on a plate. Before anyone can breathe easier, a demonic figure appears behind Woojin, and the mood turns poisonous in an instant. Woojin only smiles and keeps pressing forward, while the demon mutters like a cornered beast. Young Taesik keeps chewing with a pained face, already regretting every bite but refusing to back down. His eyes snap wide when the taste hits harder than the beating he is still trying to recover from. The whole table erupts as the salad burns their mouths, and even the weakest bravado starts collapsing fast. Young Taesik chokes through the shock, torn between mint, chocolate, and pure disbelief at what Woojin served. Woojin stands there looking almost proud, while the others slump over the table like the food won the fight. One by one, they realize the dish is actually good, which only makes their earlier horror look even more ridiculous. Young Taesik finally admits the flavor, though his face says the humiliation tastes worse than the meal. Woojin notices their reaction, and quietly decides his food is working on people who truly understand taste. The mood stays frozen for a beat, as Woojin's unsettling confidence hangs in the room like a challenge. Outside, the night settles in under a cold moon, as if the whole world is waiting for the next strange disaster. Professor Lee Jungshik steps up to teach dungeon types, sounding polite enough to fool nobody. He immediately lays down the attendance rules, threatening expulsion after 3 missed classes. Then he promises the first exam in 3 weeks, because apparently terror works better than motivation. Some cadets already look unconvinced, whispering that the lecture sounds about as useful as a nap. Lee Jungshik keeps going anyway, starting the lesson and refusing to let the class drift off. He shifts into the Goblin Lair at Nanhyun Station, calling it a dangerous trap for novice hunters. One student actually pays attention, impressed by how systematic the lecture is, which is almost tragic. The lesson moves to E-rank dungeons, and Lee Jungshik warns that the famous Wild Boar's Wilderness is still deadly. Woojin's reaction turns oddly eager as the boar becomes a prized ingredient and the professor hypes its value. But the warning lands hard next, because the dungeon is vast. Boars hunt in groups, and trainees are barred for good reason. Woojin quietly savors the food, and even the spirit admits it is delicious before lamenting the dead end ahead. He still pushes the safer path, saying the principal's approval exists but experience matters more first. That warning only makes Woojin blink in surprise, because hearing the principal's name changes everything. Back in the office, the bald chef sneezes violently, as if the strange meeting has already begun to settle in. He squints at Woojin with suspicion, clearly wondering why this kid is sitting here in the first place. Woojin answers politely, thanking him for the welcome, and asking what brought this invitation on. The bald chef guesses it involves the Killer Bee dungeon, but privately senses the reward is already settled. Woojin's calm only deepens the unease, because the more the chef studies him, the more he sees that eerie sect leader resemblance. That realization hits hard enough to make the bald chef freeze, staring as if he has finally connected the pieces. With that hidden aura pressing down, Woojin sits there like a shadowed master, and the room gets a lot quieter. The bald chef finally jolts back, staring at Woojin like he has just seen something impossible. Woojin stays polite and calm, then casually explains he heard the technique came from Baekdu Mountain. The story jumps back to that mountain, where a stranded young man stumbled onto a hidden cave and a sealed chest. Curiosity led him to open the old book, and that accidental reading turned into a martial manual. The name of the sect leader suddenly matters, because the manual seems tied to his lost teachings. Even the sect leader's own aura makes the claim believable, which only makes the old tale sound more ridiculous. Back in the present, the bald chef can only force out that he understands now, still trying to process it. Woojin keeps the pressure on, calmly suggesting the man had already sensed his aura from the start. He then reveals the manual also described the blood demon, which is why the principal's aura made him connect the dots. That leaves the chef stunned all over again, realizing Woojin had deciphered ancient techniques from a book without breaking a sweat. Woojin coolly explains that the manual made sense because it was written with almost obsessive care. The bald chef freezes, realizing the old book was never ordinary in the first place. Woojin presses on, and the chef admits he needs to hear the rest. When Woojin asks if the man only came for answers, the chef sits there tense and cornered. Woojin grants permission to enter the wild boar's wilderness, and the offer sounds almost too casual. He even approves it because of the martial arts the man has been practicing, smugly making the exception look generous. Woojin then asks for more details on the manual, and the poor chef lights up with curiosity despite himself. Because it is already late, Woojin tells him to visit the wilderness first and come back later, and the chef obediently agrees. Woojin follows with one more question, asking who he plans to bring along, just as the mood starts shifting toward the next move. Far away, the silver-haired evaluator hears about the Killer Bee dungeon, bows under his master's gaze, and the threat of a spear makes the situation feel far uglier than it looks. The head of the Jew clan finally lets Jo Jungmyeong leave, and the order lands like a merciful escape. Jungmyeong bows immediately, still stiff under his master's gaze, too relieved to act proud. Master only praises him for doing well, but Jungmyeong's face says that simple approval already hit hard. He thanks him, then heads out with all the tension of a man carrying a dangerous secret. Outside, he freezes for a beat, already thinking of the excuse he'll need next. That nervous relief turns into a grin as he starts planning how to stay useful and keep the favor flowing. One name makes him jolt again, because Cheon Woojin has clearly become the center of his headache. On his phone, he quickly sends a message about meeting at the Wild Boar's Wilderness tomorrow at 9. The second he sends it, he starts panicking over why that location was chosen, already searching for a believable excuse. By the end, he is sweating over whether to blame a dungeon plan or some other convenient lie. Jo Seong-jun instantly remembers the Wild Boar's Wilderness, then starts digging through the rulebook like a man desperate for loopholes. The Academy rules spell it out. E-class dungeons need notice and an observer, while tougher ones still need the principal's approval. That leaves him stuck, and he hates it, because going in with just 2 people was never going to fly. He also knows Seola is still recovering, so dragging her away from Heavenly Wings would be a terrible look. With no clean option left, he laughs off the problem and tries to relax, even while Woojin's name keeps haunting him. He sends the meeting request anyway, choosing tomorrow at 9, and immediately regrets how suspicious the whole thing sounds. Then the real panic hits, because he still has to explain why that location came out of his mouth so naturally. The signed permission slip from Principal Guak Chi Aeon lands in front of him, and his confusion only deepens. For a second, he freezes under the weight of the approval, realizing this was never going to stay a harmless little errand. The scene shifts to Wild Boar's Wilderness itself, an E-rank dungeon crowded by low-rank hunters desperate for bright metal ore. C to D rank hunters still treat bright metal ore like gold, arming themselves with weapons forged from it. Since the ore pays so well, the wilderness stays packed with miners clawing at every scrap they can find. Even before reaching the mine, the academy instructor is already sweating over Woojin's absurd talent. Woojin only picks weeds, leaving the poor man even more stunned by how effortlessly he manages. When the instructor tries confirming his identity, Woojin answers blankly and only grows more wary. The explanation about the mine comes next, and Woojin admits he had no idea such a place existed. That ignorance only makes the instructor more anxious, because if ore is not the reason, then this whole trip looks suspicious. Woojin's small guide watches from behind, while he starts wondering what kind of mission brought them here instead. The instructor keeps questioning the situation, but his own face says he is already regretting every word. By now even he can feel it. This was never just a casual visit, and the answer is still missing. The instructor panics over the empty mineyard, already wondering where Woojin vanished to. He breaks into a run, but the whole search only makes him look more desperate. Woojin keeps strolling ahead anyway, leaving the instructor stunned by that absurd speed. By the time the man catches up, he is already bent over in exhaustion, while Woojin barely slows. Then Woojin casually decides the strange green cactus looks edible, which only deepens the instructor's horror. He starts linking the clue to the dungeon's ingredients, realizing this cactus grill must matter for the ritual. That realization only makes Woojin look more dangerous, because he stays calm while holding the bizarre ingredient. The instructor finally demands answers and grabs Woojin by the shoulder, demanding to know why they are really here. Woojin just stands there with the cactus in hand, looking far too relaxed for someone in a dungeon. The man's patience snaps completely, and his shocked outburst makes it obvious this explanation is going nowhere. Lee Jungshik can only mutter about bright metal ore before Woojin leaves him fuming again. Still sweating, the instructor points Woojin southwest, trying to keep the pace from turning into humiliation. Woojin responds with polite calm, and that only makes the older man look even more defeated. By the time the warning finally lands, Woojin is already far ahead, while the instructor starts losing his temper. The distance is absurd, and Lee Jungshik realizes Woojin has crossed it in minutes without even breaking a sweat. Woojin just stands there with his weapon, looking as if this whole mine is nothing special. That leaves Lee Jungshik staring up at him, wondering why someone with that skill is wasting time at the academy. At the mine entrance, a veteran miner steps out and sizes up the strange kid with immediate suspicion. He grumbles that the miners already have enough trouble, so another oddball showing up is the last thing needed. Behind him, the rest of the miners gather in silence, making it clear Woojin has walked straight into another mess. The miner glares at Woojin and snaps at the kid for standing there like this is normal. Beside him, the older guard keeps puffing his cigarette while warning that another strange visitor is bad timing. Kim Chiguk finally appears, and even Lee Jungshik seems relieved for a second. That relief disappears fast as he notices Woojin is with him, and the miner instantly loses patience. Kim Chiguk greets the miner politely, then plays the whole thing off as simple caution for the mine's danger. Woojin stays calm through the lecture, even as Kim Chiguk explains that wild boars and trouble have made him careful. The miner accepts the explanation, but still complains about the crowd, and orders everyone to clear the way. Kim Chiguk keeps the peace by saying he only wanted Woojin's companion to stay safe inside. The miner finally caves, grumbling that he will let them pass while the rest of the miners watch the entrance. Woojin and Kim Chiguk head deeper in at last, while the miner mutters that too many workers have been showing up lately. The old guard snorts that they'll just come back empty-handed anyway, while Woojin stays annoyingly calm. Kim Chiguk leads him forward, and the whole thing starts moving deeper into the mine. With a polished smile, he flatters the miner and frames the detour as simple caution. He points Woojin straight ahead, insisting the deeper tunnel holds the purer ore. The miner finally backs off, even boasting that his own name carries enough weight to make people listen. Woojin and Kim Chiguk descend farther in as the mine walls tighten around them. The next chamber is loaded with bright metal ore, and the discovery makes the guide's grin turn huge. Woojin immediately notices something off, and the cheerful pace stalls for a beat. He cuts in with a warning, reminding Kim Chiguk that this place cannot be mined without special gear. Kim Chiguk admits even a blade can't scratch it, proving Woojin was right to question the whole setup. Kim Chiguk watches Woojin slice straight through the ore, already realizing standard academy gear never stood a chance. Woojin calmly checks the cut and decides that should be enough. Kim Chiguk is left staring, utterly baffled that the bright metal ore actually split. The senior hunter breaks into a nervous sweat, still trying to process the impossible. Woojin says they can head out now, and even the cave feels smaller around that confidence. Kim Chiguk reels as Woojin moves on, wondering how a rookie can seem this ridiculous. A miner smugly assumes they will leave empty-handed, thinking the hunters have been beaten down. Woojin stays unreadable while the mockery lands badly, proving that little jab means nothing to him. Back above ground, The real shock hits as Kim Chi-guk sees Woojin already cooking bright metal ore. The ore melts under the blade, and the senior hunter finally understands this is no ordinary recipe. Woojin sizes up the cactus juice, finds it bland, and decides to change the recipe again. He grabs slime fluid instead, treating the weird ingredient like it belongs in a proper sauce. With absurd confidence, he simmers it down and starts turning the whole thing into true flame control. Then he throws in dried chili peppers and onions, as if dungeon cooking were the easiest thing in the world. The result is a bright slime sauce, and the system immediately starts praising the dish. Woojin pauses at the phrase dungeon energy, clearly realizing this meal is packing something unusual. The reward screen hits next, and even the title sounds ridiculous. Bright metal ore centum cactus grill. Hearing it passed beyond A grade, the little spirit practically erupts with joy and praises him. The recipe description confirms the dish carries dungeon essence and grants special effects to anyone who eats it. Woojin asks for the description again, and the spirit finally gives in with a simple, awkward all right. The system confirms the dish's strange effect, and Woojin realizes his stats are climbing again. That alone is enough for him to assume the spirit's absurd cooking logic has pushed him even further. He presses the issue about the slime sherbet's grade, only for the spirit to smugly explain it was a boss monster. Woojin finally accepts the logic and offers the instructor a taste, acting far too casual for a rookie. Lee Jungshik hesitates over the bright metal ore centum cactus grill, already sweating before the first bite. He grudgingly admits it looks better than the last disaster, though that memory still haunts him. Then he convinces himself real cacti can be roasted, and takes a bite with shaky confidence. The moment it hits, his face collapses as the oil floods his mouth, and the taste goes completely off the rails. What should have been a simple chew turns into a greasy nightmare, and he nearly gags from the texture alone. Even after swallowing, he sits there dazed, while Woojin calmly offers another sample, as if this madness is routine. Woojin casually tells the instructor to dip it in sauce, acting far too relaxed for something this strange. The bright green sauce drips into the cup, and Lee Jungshik already starts regretting every decision that brought him here. The second bite detonates in his mouth, and the usually composed instructor jerks like he has been shocked. He caves instantly, coughing out that it is way too spicy, while Woojin watches with infuriating calm. Moments later, Lee Jungshik is sprawled in the sand, barely conscious, while Woojin assumes the reaction means he loved it. A system message confirms the meal boosted strength for 24 hours, and the whole mess suddenly feels absurdly real. Lee Jungshik snaps upright in disbelief, realizing the effect is genuine and far stronger than normal dungeon food. He remembers the last boost from this punk's cooking, and the longer duration makes the whole thing even worse. The realization lands hard. This was not a prank, and even his body is trembling from the overload. The panic spreads to the mine entrance as workers shout for everyone to run, because something deeper has just stirred. The mine shakes as a worker screams that the wild boars are here, and trouble comes charging in fast. A whole pack barrels out of the tunnel, kicking up dust like the place is about to collapse. Lee Jungshik keeps his cool and reminds himself that a lone boar is manageable, unlike the pack. He still trusts Cheon Woojin to handle worse, then braces himself and steps forward with a thin smile. The veteran instructor calls the boars out and launches into the swarm without hesitation. His spear flashes through the air as he tears into them, looking far more dangerous than his calm face ever suggested. Lee Jungshik suddenly senses something is wrong, and the clean rhythm of the battle starts to feel off. He notices the boars are dropping too slowly, even with his attack landing true. Surrounded by the pack, he realizes the fight would be moving twice as fast if Woojin were here. That ugly thought lands hard, because even Lee Jungshik knows this mess is already stretching longer than it should. Lee Jungshik snaps at Woojin to focus on the battle, already annoyed that the kid has vanished at the worst time. He keeps carving through the wild boar pack, but the fight feels messy compared to Woojin's usual speed. When Woojin is still nowhere in sight, his confidence cracks, and he yells the name with rising panic. The instructor grits his teeth and keeps swinging, trying to stay ruthless while the boars keep pressing in. His expression hardens as he realizes the hunt is dragging far longer than it should, and that alone is embarrassing enough. Then he looks up and spots Woojin perched high above the battlefield, casually out of reach. Woojin answers with icy calm, mocking the spear as far too flashy for beasts like these. The lesson lands hard. He should be treating monsters like monsters, and wasting motion like a duelist is just sloppy. Lee Jungshik stares in disbelief, still trying to understand how the kid is speaking from that distance at all. By the time he turns back, the spear is already in hand again, and Woojin's quiet presence keeps the whole pack on edge. Kim Chi-guk keeps the boar pack pinned down, but the warning about a threat from behind makes the whole hunt feel uglier. He hears Woojin's name and snaps with panic, even as he lunges to stop the next charge. The field suddenly opens up, and he spots Woojin high above the fight, completely out of reach. Woojin answers with cold confidence, brushing off the spear as flashy nonsense for monsters. He doubles down on the lesson, making it clear that beasts should be fought like beasts, not with wasted duelist flair. Kim Chiguk clenches with disbelief, furious that the kid is lecturing him from a safer perch. On the ground, the boars keep crashing in while he powers through the ugly, sloppy rhythm of the battle. Woojin's calm lingers over everything, and even from afar he treats Kim Chiguk like someone who still has much to learn. The fight drags on long enough to expose the gap in skill, with Kim Chiguk still scrambling to hold the line. Then his spear flashes again, and the wild boars are forced back once more, but the pack still refuses to break. Kim Chiguk finally snaps, as Woojin keeps lecturing from safety, and the kid's calm only makes the older hunter angrier. The spear flashes through the boars again, but Kim is still grinding through the same ugly, exhausting battle. High above the fight, Woojin stays untouched, looking down with the kind of confidence that stings worse than the monsters. He keeps laying into Kim's style, calling out wasted motion and insisting the spear is being used all wrong. Woojin stands there like a smug instructor, making it clear that every extra flourish is just burning energy for nothing. Kim bristles at the criticism, sweat already building as he realizes this annoying brat is putting him on edge. Frustration peaks when Woojin's words land harder than the boars, and Kim starts losing his cool mid-fight. Even while glaring back through his glasses, he cannot deny that the advice is cutting straight through his bad habits. Kim pushes onward into the pack, but the wild boars keep swarming in from every side, turning the field into a mess. The line holds for now, yet the monsters still refuse to break, forcing Kim to keep fighting at full strain. Seongjun grits his teeth, realizing the boars may never stop and his wounds still haven't caught up. He refuses to fold, but even his own allies can see he is being pushed toward his limit. With a sharp breath, he locks onto his spear and prepares to change the rhythm of the fight. Heavenly Demon Sacred Art, first form, finally triggers as his weapon starts to hum with lethal force. A single sweep explodes outward, and the charging boars are suddenly caught in the blast. Seongjun drives through the chaos, landing low while the herd gets blasted back in a frantic rush. The strike lands so hard that even he looks stunned, his focus breaking for a split second. The boars are thrown apart in a towering wave, and the battlefield turns into a storm of black and purple force. Watching the carnage, Seongjun can barely believe a slash from that distance actually reached this far. Then the dust clears to reveal the cliff split clean through, and even he has to stare at the absurd result. The cliff still trembles from the earlier blow, proof that one slash tore the whole battlefield open. Seongjun stares at the wreckage, sweating as the reality of that monster-level strike sinks in. He starts to realize Woojin's rank was never the real measure of his strength. In the mine, the bald worker is left reeling, muttering that Kim Chiguk had been pushed back. The old miner can only stare in shock, wondering if that wild boar pack was erased in a single move. He admits the B-class hunters he once knew were strong, but even they could not match this. The more he thinks about it, the clearer it gets. Kim Chiguk was hiding something far beyond them. Chiguk's expression stays sharp and controlled, but that only makes the mystery look worse. Seongjun narrows his eyes and decides the veteran is definitely concealing real power. Woojin watches the whole thing without a trace of panic, looking exactly like the kind of man who keeps everyone guessing. Manhwa jolts back in the mine, sweating hard as the noise from the far side suddenly changes. Jo Seongjun stares ahead, caught off guard, and the sight only makes him realize how serious this fight has become. The D-rank wilderness guardian finally appears, and the old miner can feel the trouble getting ugly. The boss roars open-mouthed, charging with enough force to turn the whole passage into a nightmare. Seongjun stiffens in shock, and the warning in his expression says the hunt has gone far beyond his expectations. Woojin remains eerily calm, looking like the kind of man who never panics no matter what comes at him. Seongjun panics and shouts for Woojin to stay back, but the boss is already tearing in closer. The monster barrels forward through the dust, while Woojin and Seongjun brace themselves against the impact. Seongjun grits his teeth and realizes this time the boss will not go down easily. Woojin turns his head with that same cold composure, already acting like the fight is his to finish. The boar boss barrels straight through the passage, and Woojin stays planted in its path. Jo Seongjun's eyes widen, finally realizing this hunt is already beyond anything he expected. The monster keeps crushing forward, while Woojin and Seongjun brace for impact. In the end, the boss gets smashed hard enough to leave the whole ground trembling. Kim Chiguk stares in stunned silence, sweat already running as he tries to process that monster crash. He can barely believe Woojin finished it so cleanly, without even a visible sword swing. The heavenly demon's absurd cooking aura only makes the onlookers more confused, until one of them calls him a god. Another man freezes in panic, realizing the situation has gone completely off the rails. Kim Chiguk keeps rattling off the same shocked realization, still unable to read Woojin's move. Even the last holdout breaks down, proving that Woojin's ridiculous pace has left everyone behind. The giant boar crashes down in 2 clean halves, and Seongjun can only stare at Woojin's absurdly neat finish. His mind short-circuits as he realizes anyone who saw that kind of secret move could end up dead too. The bald chef breaks into a cold sweat, already treating dungeon death like just another daily disaster. Seongjun starts calling Woojin a good man, while Woojin casually moves on like the loot matters more than the praise. Woojin decides chasing after the vanished presents can wait, because ingredients still come first. The bald chef bolts into the mine entrance, terrified of getting caught in whatever comes next. Instead of a useless drop, Woojin claims the Wilderness Guardian core and keeps the harvest for himself. The heavenly demon practically sparkles over the meat, treating the monster as a first-rate ingredient. Woojin agrees, a true chef should satisfy hunger, even as Seongjun realizes the harvest is already being stripped clean. The heavenly demon grins at the special effects, because even a dungeon haul has to come with flair. Seongjun breaks into a cold sweat, already realizing he may have to swallow Woojin's madness for the reward. The price of a D-rank boss core flashes in his mind, but even that fortune barely comforts him. While Seongjun weighs profit against survival, Woojin and the heavenly demon keep stripping the loot apart like this was always the plan. The heavenly demon turns pale at the 300 million won taste of hell, and the choice suddenly becomes insultingly simple. Seongjun snaps under the pressure, insisting the safer option is the only smart one, then doubles down to justify it. When Woojin calmly wonders whether they should just wait for the dungeon gate instead, Lee Jungshik can only hesitate. Woojin ignores the nerves, stares down the giant ingredient, and starts wondering how to cook it. The heavenly demon nearly panics as Woojin keeps going, proving once again that stopping him is already too late. Even Woojin's swordwork looks absurdly refined here, slicing the meat with the same ease as a cooking comic fantasy. Lee Jungshik is left stunned, silently fearing whatever horrific dish Woojin is about to invent next. Woojin grins and casually asks whether the instructor is excited to see what dish he'll make. Lee Jungshik freezes, then can only mutter the obvious answer, already regretting everything. Woojin keeps talking about the cactus dish, and the instructor's soul practically leaves his body. When the boss appears, Woojin shrugs off the delay and acts like cooking it was always part of the plan. He says the dungeon keeps them trapped for 6 hours anyway, so the meat has plenty of time to settle. That logic lands hard enough to leave Lee Jungshik sweating as he reluctantly agrees. Woojin still cannot understand why the boss rule even exists, while the instructor just rubs his face in despair. Then Woojin demands the cooking tools, and the heavenly demon eagerly starts supplying a frying pan. Woojin decides to grill the meat first, just to learn its true taste before doing anything else. The pan hisses as the monster meat hits it, and this ridiculous feast finally begins. Woojin slices into the grilled meat and checks the doneness, already acting like the absurd feast is under control. The first bite goes down, and he chews with the quiet confidence of someone who refuses to be disappointed. He decides the dungeon ingredient has a different texture from normal meat, with a crunch that even feels a little like fruit. Beyond that bite, he admits there is nothing especially miraculous here, though the smell still keeps him interested. Looking at the sizzling meat and cactus, he concludes that fried pork belly and soy sauce might be the smartest move. The spirit blurts its surprise at the idea, but Woojin barely blinks and keeps cooking like this was always the plan. Soon the heavenly demon is dragging out a pot and steamer, while Woojin starts wrapping the cactus in meat. He explains that the cactus flavor has to be trapped inside the pork belly, then casually adds more stored ingredients. A handful of star anise and spices hit the board, and Lee Jungshik can only stare as the method gets even crazier. Woojin stays calm, convinced the meat version will work, while the instructor sweats over how far this confidence can really go. Woojin stares at the cactus meat and decides this disaster still has promise. He shrugs off steaming it alone and starts thinking even stranger. The meat gets fried in cactus oil, and the whole pan begins glowing with confidence. The finished block sizzles in the pot, and Woojin swears the flavor will be doubled. The smell hits like a blunt weapon, and even Lee Jungshik starts breaking down. Woojin adds soy sauce and cooking wine, then calmly keeps shaping the meat like a proper dish. Covered in greasy temptation, the instructor nearly loses it over how long this will take. Woojin decides to nap until it is done, while the demon ends up hauling him away. The poor instructor says he can only endure 3 more hours, and the teasing only gets worse. Woojin still looks like this is fun, while Lee Jungshik realizes the wait may be pure torture. The sunset hangs over the dungeon as Woojin keeps cooking like this is just another ordinary victory lap. He decides to taste the meat, already acting like the result belongs to him. The boss core leaves the broth blander than expected, and even Woojin looks mildly disappointed, so he adds the killer bee queen's poison, betting that danger will finally fix the flavor. The instructor starts buckling under the smell, while Woojin still treats this like a normal recipe. From the side, Seolha wonders what he is even dreaming about, then realizes he cannot hear the cooking disaster at all. Woojin calmly insists the pork belly only needs a little longer, the kind of patience that feels like a threat. With one sharp command, he pushes the timing forward, and the dish suddenly erupts with power. The sauced fried pork belly finally comes together, glossy and perfect enough to make everyone stare. Even the onlookers can only blurt out their shock, because Woojin has somehow turned a dungeon meal into a spectacle again. Results finally come in, and the system confirms Woojin has created something far better than expected. The dish earns outstanding quality, high rarity, and even a unique recipe title, as rewards start rolling in. Experience, level ups, and dungeon cooking points pour in, while the meal's wilderness energy breaks past the quality limit. Heavenly Demon stares at the blonde stranger in shock, suddenly realizing this nightmare is not fading. He panics at the thought of chewing through wriggling bees, and the whole thing already feels cursed. Relief hits for a second when he thinks it was only a dream, but the pain says otherwise. Woojin wakes with a smile and casually says the cooking is done, ready to serve it warm. That only makes the older man freeze harder, because Woojin is standing there like this is normal. The taste and the lingering sting make him doubt reality itself, and the absurdity keeps sinking in. By now, even he realizes he cannot escape Woojin. Not when every meal ends this dangerously. Kim Chiguk tries to steady himself, reasoning that the awful taste still boosted his stats last time. Then he notices the dish seems even better than before, and that only deepens his unease. His eyes narrow as the cursed aftertaste hangs in the air, and dread starts settling in. The sight of Woojin's dark presence beside him makes the whole meal feel less like food and more like a threat. Cornered by that pressure, Kim Chiguk realizes refusing the dish could get him killed anyway. He reluctantly decides meat cannot be worse than a cactus, and finally lifts his chopsticks. The first bite lands with a brutal crunch, proving this so-called pork belly has a sound it should never make. He turns stiff with confusion, wondering why a tender dish is fighting back like this. The dish keeps cracking under the chopsticks, and he knows something about it is deeply wrong. With panic giving way to survival instinct, he resigns himself to swallowing it before Woojin does something worse. Kim Chiguk bites down with trembling resolve, still hoping the cursed meat might somehow save itself. Instead, the flavor detonates on his tongue, brutally salty and wrong enough to make his face buckle. The aftertaste turns monstrous, like wild boars have trampled straight through his mouth. Then the smell hits him too, heavy with spices and that sickening gamey punch Woojin threw in on purpose. He chokes through the chaos, convinced the meat feels crunchy, rotten, and completely out of its mind. The only conclusion left is simple and ugly. The dish is cursed, and not even a little bit. Worse, he finally admits it was corrupted by the wilderness guardian before it died, which makes this meal even more absurd. Woojin's canary yellow reward screen follows, announcing that the wilderness core has merged into his body and boosted his strength. A second message confirms the meat granted a small earth resistance increase, leaving Chiguk staring in stunned disbelief. By the end, even the veteran hunter looks broken, realizing Woojin's cooking keeps turning disaster into power. For a B-rank hunter, even raising one stat point already feels brutal, and elemental resistance sounds like a luxury for the rich. Kim Chiguk stares at the cursed-looking meal, realizing Woojin has somehow turned dungeon loot into a valuable power-up. The taste overwhelms him anyway, and the veteran hunter hunches over, wishing for death before forcing himself through it. He admits the dish is a crime against taste, yet the agony still makes the reward look suspiciously worth it. Even after all that suffering, he catches himself expecting to keep eating Woojin's monstrous cooking again. Soon enough, the Wild Boar's Wilderness Gate draws a crowd, and the dungeon entrance sits there like trouble waiting to happen. Reporter Kwon Jung-jin arrives on the scene, already smelling a headline and clinging to Kim Chiguk as his best lead. The articles explode with Kim Chiguk's name, and the public starts treating him like some absurd dungeon-rushing celebrity. Then the gate suddenly lifts its ban and tears open with blue light, sending everyone scrambling as something comes through. Manhwa freezes in disbelief, recognizing Kim Chiguk, and realizing the trouble has only just started. Manhwa freezes as the name finally rings a bell, his confidence cracking. The gate crowd swells fast, and everyone stares at the entrance like trouble has arrived wearing a badge. Kwon Jung-jin catches on first, already digging through memories of the Wild Boar's wilderness and the miner inside it. Mun turns toward the voice, still trying to process how a stranger knows him. The reporters and onlookers swarm harder, demanding answers about Kim Chiguk and the dungeon. Mun hears the panic in their questions and starts worrying about whether Chiguk is safe. Before anyone can calm down, he blurts that he will explain everything he saw. The headlines twist immediately, branding the miner as the one tied to Kim Chiguk's hidden A-rank secret. Kim Chiguk's portrait lands in the news like a punchline, because subtlety clearly never had a chance. Then the real spectacle hits as Chiguk stands before the blue gate, already looking overloaded by the crowd. A headline slaps Mun Hyun-sik's name onto the Wild Boar's wilderness, and Kim Chiguk gets branded as a hidden A-rank hunter. The internet erupts, turning Chiguk into instant nationwide gossip while every outlet races to milk the rumor. Reporters and onlookers swarm him, demanding to know what really happened inside the dungeon. The questions only get nastier, now circling the boss fight and even the rumor that he is breaking away from the U-clan. Chiguk finally raises a hand and coolly asks for order, promising to answer them one at a time. Surrounded by cameras and notebooks, he keeps his composure while the crowd leans in harder. He starts from the beginning, saying the whole story goes back to the moment they entered the dungeon. As he calmly lays out the events, even the youngsters nearby realize he is dangerously good at talking. Yet his slight hesitation and sweat give away that he is still slipping past the sharpest questions. By the end, he looks almost pleased with himself, like dodging traps in conversation is just another skill. Reporters keep swarming Chiguk, prying harder with every question until the whole crowd turns into a wall of noise. He finally cuts through the chaos, coolly demanding order and promising to answer them one by one. With cameras still trained on him, he begins from the start, hinting that the dungeon story is far bigger than the crowd expected. He says the incident involved trainee Woojin from the Hunter Academy, and even the youngsters start noticing how smoothly he talks. Then he admits Woojin carried him through the crisis, making it clear that the boy's calm was no ordinary luck. Chiguk even insists that without Woojin, he would never have cleared the dungeon so easily. That confession lands hard, and Woojin's blank reaction only makes the praise feel even more ridiculous. Chiguk keeps playing the caring instructor, claiming he has to protect the trainee's well-being before ending the interview there. The story then shifts to the power players behind that rise, naming the academy principal and the blood demon in the same breath. And just like that, the recap frames Chiguk's life around 3 turning points, starting with the moment he entered the Heavenly Demon sect. And for the last one, the whole meal starts with a dangerous little question about Rajogi. The sect master calmly pushes the idea further, wondering if a stronger flavor would actually make it better. Woojin's quiet confidence answers for him, and that only invites a more reckless experiment. The kitchen erupts into motion as he throws in absurd ingredients and treats disaster like refinement. Even the usually unshakable sect master looks stunned, realizing this man turns principles into daily routine. Woojin doubles down, insisting cilantro and sea squirts would make the dish perfect. One bite later, the flavor war inside the bowl leaves the tester sweating and shaken. Still, he forces himself to keep eating, because this is apparently a personal dish from the sect master. The poor man can only admit it tastes delicious while smiling through the pain. Heavenly Demon simply nods, already understanding exactly how badly this has gone for everyone else. The moment the dish gets praised, everything spirals out of control. From that day on, the Heavenly Demon keeps cooking like a man possessed. He proudly unveils another twisted dish, as the poor tester already regrets being there. The man starts searching for Kion, only to find another nightmare waiting. That first bite nearly breaks him, and even his hair seems to surrender. He resolves to confront the sect master, though his face says that plan is already failing. The next plate lands, and the tester realizes the new flavor is somehow worse. His head pounds as he swears the sect master's cooking has gone beyond poison. Now he wants to run, but duty and guilt keep chaining him to the sect. In the end, he can only stare upward and wonder why heaven keeps tormenting him. Bald Chef finally thinks the plan might work, clutching the dish like salvation. But the Heavenly Demon's power surges through the gate, and the poor man is already doomed. He declares that casting off his body and becoming immortal is the only way out. Even then, he convinces himself transcendence is possible, though the sect master's nightmare clearly still has him cornered. The realm of immortals feels close enough to touch, and desperation starts looking like faith. Then the Heavenly Demon swoops in, mocking the fool who thought he could escape. Bald Chef panics and begs off, but it is far too late for mercy. The next instant, the Elder's force crushes him into darkness without ceremony. And so, Guak Chieon is reborn as Little Lee Chianki, starting over from nothing. Years later, the new life looks a lot calmer, especially with sushi this good. The Bald Chef stares blankly at his bowl, muttering that Woojin must be the sect master's descendant. From that one ridiculous leap, he starts convincing himself Woojin must have beaten the boss too. He even reasons that mastering the Heavenly Demon arts would make that kind of strength feel normal. Then he wonders why someone with those skills would still bother hiding his power. Woojin sits there in the restaurant while the chef decides this is the perfect chance to ask directly. The man finally spots him and eagerly calls him in, all nerves and bad timing. Woojin gives a polite greeting to the principal, only for the chef to panic and demand a more casual attitude. He immediately fumbles into calling them fellow alumni, as if that somehow makes the scene less awkward. Woojin just looks at him like this is mildly entertaining, and the chef complains that kids these days are too stiff. He keeps rambling that older people are hard to approach, clearly trying to save face after making the whole thing worse. The chef launches into a step-by-step explanation, clearly determined to force the topic forward. He starts by naming the martial art he practiced, and the blood demon title lands with enough weight to make the whole room tense. Then he reveals that the blood demon arts came from the legendary blood demon himself, as if that alone proves the point. Next comes the twist. Those arts were founded by the heavenly demon, and the name finally gets Woojin's attention. The chef gushes over that founder like a starstruck fan, calling him remarkable and full of ideals. He keeps praising the man's strength, claiming those ideals mattered because he could actually live by them. The story gets stranger when the blood demon is said to have met that heavenly demon, admired him, and offered himself as a subordinate. Woojin stiffens at the name Chi-Aeon, while the chef insists the heavenly demon's path was irresistible. He doubles down, insisting the blood demon arts were superior, then laughs and tries to lump Woojin in as a fellow alumnus. Woojin only looks more suspicious as the chef boasts that age has only made his curiosity grow, proving he still has no shame. Woojin asks for the heavenly demon arts, and that alone makes the old chef pause. In return, the chef offers the blood demon arts, laughing like he is the one getting robbed. Woojin immediately catches the nonsense, sensing the man is trying to dress up greed as generosity. The chef presses on, claiming everyone in the Central Plains dreams of power like this. Woojin stays silent, and the more the chef talks, the more it sounds like a man romanticizing his own lies. The bald old man even points at Woojin, smugly acting as if age and experience make his offer irresistible. That smugness cracks when Woojin's reaction turns suspicious instead of grateful. The chef suddenly starts to explain the real connection, revealing that the blood demon arts trace back to Guok Chi-Aeon. Purple energy swirls around Woojin as he locks onto that name, and the room feels heavier instantly. Now, fully focused, he stands there with burning eyes, realizing this inheritance carries far more danger than he expected. The old chef's bold claim lands badly, but Woojin only stares him down, already sensing the man is dressing greed up as kindness. The man keeps talking, and Woojin's burning gaze makes it obvious he has caught the lie hidden underneath the offer. When the blood demon arts and Guok Chi-Aeon are finally named, the weight of that connection hits hard. The chef scrambles to confess his mistake, admitting he was lured by the rumored heavenly demon arts and tried to deceive the sect master. He keeps bowing lower, begging forgiveness and acting like repentance will save him from the shame. Woojin cuts him off coldly, deciding the apology is enough for now and ordering him to get up. The chef rises in panic and thanks him, while Woojin's expression says the man's disrespect is obvious, but not worth the trouble right now. Woojin then drags the truth out of him, exposing that the note about ascending to heaven and disappearing was always part of the story. Hearing that he was rejected for too much bad karma, Woojin's face hardens, because the old man's inheritance just got a whole lot uglier. The sect master's sins get counted out loud, and even his crimes against cuisine somehow earn their own punishment. Woojin's stare never softens, because that old inheritance is starting to look less like a treasure and more like a trap. The mention of the sect master snaps the man in half, and his earlier confidence collapses into panic. Woojin answers with a flat dismissal, and the memory that surfaces only makes his suspicion worse. He then warns that the lie has gone far enough, shutting the whole apology down before it can go any further. The older man finally admits his greed, saying he mistook the offer for a chance to win favor with the heavenly demon arts. Woojin lets the matter slide for now, but only because the apology already exposed how badly the man had crossed the line. When Woojin brings up the peaceful world the sect master seems to prefer, the chef relaxes just enough to praise it. That relief dies instantly, because Woojin then casually suggests cooking for him, and the chef's face goes blank with horror. The bald chef finally breaks, admitting the sect master's dishes were never worth this kind of suffering. Woojin coolly shuts that excuse down, and the chef realizes the old sect rules mean nothing here at Hunter Academy. A smug promise about improved skills lands badly, because Woojin already knows that only makes the food more suspicious. The chef practically chokes on the idea of being forced to eat it too, and the panic on his face says enough. He starts begging for someone like Guangma or Changma to rescue him, while Woojin's silence makes the joke even crueler. But then the truth hits harder than the cooking. Even the elders who replaced the old leadership couldn't save him. Woojin is left staring at the nightmare in front of him, wondering if he seriously has to handle the sect master's cooking alone. Somewhere else, Kim Chaguk calmly points out that both the Killer Bee dungeon and the Wild Boar's wilderness target were already cleared, and the whole mess gets credited to him, the B-rank hunter who took the crises down before anyone else could blink. Woojin kneels under the name Park Sungjin, already bracing for another ugly truth. The question lands hard, pushing him to confront just how far Kim Chiguk's talent really goes. Even so, The answer stays cautious, admitting Kim has skill but only B-rank potential at best. That makes the old rumor look even more pathetic, as if his rank came from clan backing instead of merit. Woojin stays silent while the speaker dismisses him as someone too small to attract the organization's attention. The mockery keeps rolling, claiming that even luck would not let him find the boss, much less kill it. By the end, the verdict is settled and Kim Chi-guk is put on watch, with immediate reporting ordered. The plan is said to serve the grand design of Eclipse, while Woojin moves on, still carrying the pressure. He exhales at last, but the tension never fully leaves, because this mess has clearly only just begun. Kim Chi-guk's profile is pulled up, and the watch list label makes the old hunter look a lot less untouchable. Outside the academy, the rumors keep spreading as students and bystanders whisper over the latest trouble. Seolha drifts through the pressure quietly, already looking worn down by how long the chaos has dragged on. Back at home, her guards and family swarm in, treating even the smallest injury like a disaster. She snaps that the fuss is ridiculous, but the adults only hear danger and double down. Seolha admits she came to the academy partly to escape her overprotective father, and now that excuse is gone. Her father immediately panics over a scratch on her knee, proving the problem was never subtle. The healers move in with green light, and Seolha sits there letting the whole household overreact in peace. And just like that, her father clamps down harder, ordering her to stay home and rest instead of slipping back outside. Kim Chi-guk's name starts flying through HunterNet, and one miner's claim brands him a hidden A-rank hunter. Seolha reads the rumor, already uneasy that Woojin's weekend dungeon trip drew this much attention. She swallows her irritation and admits she heard nothing official, which only makes the gossip look worse. Even then, she catches herself wondering why everyone is suddenly obsessed with Woojin. The rumor machine keeps spinning, and she begins to suspect Kim Chi-guk is being tied to Woojin for a reason. A new post pushes the theory harder, asking whether he really took the academy trainee as a disciple. Seolha frowns as the speculation turns ridiculous, then starts wondering if that strange meal had anything to do with it. The more she thinks about it, the more that possibility sticks, because that food really did wake up his dulled senses. In the end, she only smiles faintly, looking more convinced than she wants to admit. Seolha's tongue tingles with a strange rush, and she realizes the meal hits harder than any ordinary dish. She keeps testing different foods afterward, but nothing else ever recreates that same shocking flavor. That certainty pushes her to keep digging, as she decides Woojin is worth confirming for herself. By the time she heads out, she is already wondering whether he really is as unusual as the rumors claim. In class, the instructor explains that deeper dungeons pack denser mana, making survival far more brutal. Seolha listens in silence, then starts piecing together how hard Woojin must be training behind the scenes. The more she watches, the more convinced she becomes that he is studying with frightening seriousness. That thought settles in as the academy lobby goes on around her. Ordinary people moving through an ordinary day. Even so, the place still feels busy with tension, like everything is drifting toward the next trouble. 20 minutes late for lunch, and the rush finally catches up to him. The Killer Bee dungeon rumors have already spread, and Seolha stands there while everyone hounds her for answers. Then the crowd starts asking where Cheon Woojin is, like his absence is somehow the bigger story. Seolha only manages a quiet pause, already sensing this mess has gone far past simple curiosity. By the cafeteria, people spot Kim Chi-guk with Woojin and instantly decide the rumors were real. Even Chi-guk is dragged into the chatter, and he can only admit the pairing makes sense, at least in theory. A second later, his face twists into pure horror as whatever Woojin is doing sinks in. The infamous wild boar loin steak arrives, and even the smell alone looks like a crime against digestion. Around the table, the noises and aromas sync up so unnervingly that the others know better than to get any closer. Seolha leans in with a bright greeting, while Woojin stays tense and buried under the smell of that brutal meal. He answers politely, pretending this is normal, even as the whole setup still feels like a trap. She offers him a taste of the dish she made, and her confidence alone already looks dangerous. When he realizes she actually plans to eat it too, the panic spreads fast across the room. Seolha takes the first bite anyway, calm enough to make everyone else look ridiculous. The onlookers freeze, sweating through the silence as they wait for the verdict. She keeps chewing, half melting from the flavor and stubbornly ignoring how strange she looks doing it. By now, she has already decided Woojin's cooking was worth the risk, and the smugness is barely contained. The reaction finally breaks open into pure satisfaction, because the impossible happened again, and the meal really was good. Seolha's bite lands softer than expected, and she immediately realizes this batch tastes different. The surprise almost makes her eyes widen, because the flavor hits like a nagging bee sting, only weaker. Even with that odd aftertaste, she keeps chewing, and the others start wondering if the meat has turned into pork somehow. Watching instructor Kim Chi-guk devour it so eagerly, she decides the dish might be safer than it looks. She finally admits the food is good, while the rest of the room still looks too shocked to trust her. Seolha melts into the table from the flavor, then casually asks Woojin for another chance to eat his cooking. The others still smell danger, but her reaction makes it clear the meal has won over another victim. Thinking back, she recalls that many people once enjoyed his cooking, and the memory only makes the praise sound more believable. One by one, the old memories surface of grown men sweating through every bite, proving his food has always had a strange power. By the end, even the hardest faces are forced to respect the sect master's cooking, and that says everything. The old sect master coughs through the aftertaste, and that alone proves Woojin's cooking still has a terrifying reputation. Even so, the dishes once scared people into silence, leaving the master and his followers treating every bite like a gamble. Woojin figures the trick was never taste alone, but the aura that kept ordinary people from saying much at all. Back in the academy grounds, he notices that same strange pressure hanging over everything, then spots a floating presence nearby. He narrows his eyes, realizing the hidden aura is being masked well enough to fool anyone less sharp. A sudden blur of movement cuts through the yard, and Woojin immediately turns toward the source instead of the obvious distraction. As expected, the culprit is Jo Seong-jun, still lingering like trouble with a sword at his side. Woojin watches the academy floor and scoffs at the setup, recognizing it as training against virtual enemies dressed up as something grand. The drill turns brutal anyway, with opponents that fight like spears, swords, and bows were never enough to stop them. Woojin only steadies himself and keeps observing, because this is exactly the kind of mess that always reveals who is worth watching. A roar of beasts and monsters crashes through the training, but Woojin keeps calm instead of panicking. Watching the fight, he starts reading it like a battlefield, and the hidden pressure around the arena feels even stranger. The tutorial tower drill is finally reaching its end, and the chaos only proves how brutal the training has been. From the back, his stance alone makes it obvious why others think he is preparing for war. His martial skill keeps drawing attention, yet Woojin decides it would be rude to stare any longer. He turns away and heads back toward the dorm, just as a tiny spirit hurries in with a sudden interruption. The little guide spots the chef and practically drags Woojin back into another round of curiosity. Woojin blinks at the poster, she points out, recognizing that this odd tournament is worth a second look. The memory comes back slowly, and he realizes he heard about the Hunter tournament during a lecture. It is a rookie-only competition, and that makes the whole thing sound a lot less harmless than it first looked. The 2031 Hunter tournament gets announced, another annual spectacle built to hook the public. Only rookie hunters who shine can use it to raise fame and market value. The real prize is brutal. Top Korea finishers earn entry to the World Hunter tournament. Woojin finds the reward impressive, while the little spirit notices he is still not excited enough. Then she points straight at the mandrake prize and drags his attention back to the poster. Woojin finally recognizes it as a rare plant with a serious reputation. The spirit happily confirms it is practically mythical. Like that alone settles everything. She gushes that even raw, a 10-year-old mandrake is a delicacy, and Woojin quietly wonders if it really tastes that good. Her enthusiasm only grows as she praises the aroma and claims no other plant can compare. By the end, she is already selling the cooking value, and Woojin flatly refuses the tournament, while she insists his skill could still take the top spot. The tower prize looms at the summit, but Woojin is already thinking about the cost to his cooking time. Top 4 finishers get into the World Hunter tournament, and that only makes the reward sound louder. He still refuses to chase fame, knowing a strong run would drag unwanted attention straight to him. The little spirit keeps prodding him, as if his talent for loopholes in meals should be wasted on comfort. Then a call interrupts everything, and the screen flashes Guok Chiane's name like trouble already found him. Woojin answers, still half distracted, while the spirit waits behind him like a tiny, impatient supervisor. The caller turns out to be the sect master, and his frantic tone makes the whole thing sound urgent. He says there is something important to discuss, then awkwardly asks to come over later. Woojin sounds unimpressed, deciding the other kids would find a direct visit strange. The chef on the other end immediately panics, because somehow even a simple dinner plan has become a disaster. The sudden noise snaps Woojin's attention upward, but he plays it off while the little spirit already starts prying. On the way, the spirit keeps nagging him like his talent should be wasted on comfort and nothing else. At the table, Woojin coolly explains that the flavor came from Fenestra mint he pulled out of the Killer Bee dungeon. The bald chef nearly breaks under the taste, and old memories of brutal martial training come rushing back with it. Woojin only smiles and asks if the result is to the man's liking. The chef practically melts, calling it a heavenly taste and sounding far too emotional for a meal. Woojin cuts through the praise and pushes him to finally get to the real reason for the visit. That sends the chef into a panic as he asks whether Woojin has seen the school bulletin boards yet. Woojin immediately guesses he is talking about the hunter tournament, because of course that's where this was headed. The chef confirms the academy has been failing for years, then humbly begs Woojin to join the tournament and restore its dignity. Woojin shuts the idea down flat, leaving the chef stunned and scrambling for a better angle. The chef insists he is done with everything except cooking, but the old taste still has him shaken. He keeps spinning the logic, saying the tournament's mandrake reward proves Woojin cares. Woojin moves to leave, and the chef practically breaks, desperate enough to chase him with academy gossip. The news alone lifts the academy's reputation, but the tournament is still the real pressure point. He pushes harder, arguing that a strong showing now could change the whole academy's future. Even the Hunter Management Agency's silence has made the old man bold, and he refuses to back down. Bake Siola's name comes up as the safest trump card, the kind of talent that promises results. Yet the warning hangs heavy over all of it, because one mistake could ruin everything. So the chef corners Woojin with one last proposal, leaving the final choice hanging in the air. Woojin only gives a quiet, doubtful look as the chef's pitch starts sounding bigger than before. The bald chef doubles down, promising him a kitchen inside the academy if he delivers enough results for the World Hunter Tournament. Woojin catches the meaning fast, realizing the offer is finally worth hearing. The chef keeps pressing, and Woojin admits the deal still feels a little thin. News breaks that the Three-Legged Crow Guild has registered an artifact from Ignis Nest, and Woojin immediately wants that kind of prize too. The chef nearly chokes at the value, then snaps at the idea of someone so uninterested in greed still wanting it. Woojin stays calm and blunt, saying the artifact would be perfect for crushing nuts, which only makes the chef look even more defeated. The scene cuts to the Hunter Academy auditorium at 8:10 a.m., where the crowd is already waiting around the empty stage. The cadets grumble about being summoned this early, while nobody seems to know what the sudden gathering is really for. Sleepy and half awake, they can only complain and hope the academy has a better reason than another pointless surprise. The auditorium stays restless as the crowd waits around the empty stage, already sick of the early summon. A bald instructor finally snaps at them to shut up, and the noise dies instantly. The sleepy cadets perk up, staring at the unfamiliar gathering and wondering what this is really about. Then the staff name Kim Chiguk and Bake Seolha, with Cheon Woojin standing right beside them, making the room buzz harder. The whole setup feels suspicious, and even the students can tell something strange is being decided without warning. At last, the academy announces the Hunter Tournament, a contest so important that every organization only gets 4 slots. Naturally, that means a yearly selection process, and the man in charge sounds far too pleased with his own rules. This year, though, 2 of those 4 are handed out without testing, and the students immediately call it blatant favoritism. Woojin and Seola are the 2 lucky picks, since she proved herself in the Killer Bee dungeon, and he left his mark there and in the Wild Boar's wilderness. The bald instructor grins like he already expected this, but the academy's new power players are clearly starting to reshape everything. Kim Chiguk steps up to the podium, and the room finally gets its first real answer. He introduces himself calmly, but the cadets already feel this announcement is anything but normal. One nervous motion later, he starts tying the tournament decisions to Woojin and Seola. The students immediately realize the academy is handing out special treatment, and they are not subtle about resenting it. Kim Chiguk pushes on anyway, saying he can personally vouch for both trainees. The next question lands harder, because everyone wants to know who Cheon Woojin even is. Even Lee Cheonki backs him up, admitting Woojin is too powerful to fit neatly inside the academy's usual rules. Kim Chiguk then brings up the dungeon incident, making it clear the 2 trainees earned their place the hard way. He finishes by pointing out that Woojin already handled the Wilderness Guardian and the Killer Bee Queen. By now, the crowd can tell the academy has a monster on its hands, and the tournament is about to revolve around him. The students bristle at the choice, openly wondering why Baek Seolha makes sense but Cheon Woojin does not. Kwon Jongjin feels something is off, catching the odd weight behind the academy's sudden special treatment. The argument lands on Woojin's name again, and even Kim Chiguk's honorifics start exposing just how serious he is about him. That makes the reporter stare harder, because a trainee this protected clearly has a story far bigger than his rank. Chiguk finally snaps, and his panic only makes the mystery around Woojin look more dangerous. Kwon quickly introduces himself as a Hunter Division reporter, then tries to recover before the man in front of him tears his mood apart. Chiguk recognizes him from the Wild Boar's wilderness entrance, and the memory only deepens his irritation. Kwon apologizes fast, but still pushes forward with the question that really brought him here. He points out that Chiguk personally recommended Cheon Woojin for the tournament, and that detail hangs in the air like a bomb. Kwon then asks if that rumor is true, forcing Chiguk to answer for Woojin at last. Chiguk stiffens as the reporter says the rumor came straight from academy, trainees, social media. Cornered harder, he snaps that Woojin is his disciple, and the whole issue suddenly sounds worse. He realizes the story is already spreading everywhere, which only makes the pressure more suffocating. Then he admits he officially recommended Woojin, and ignoring the scandal clearly won't save him. A startled reporter remembers the Mandrake Prize, and the kitchen chaos starts looking like a pathway to the tournament. Chiguk grimly confirms Woojin belongs in the top 4, as if that conclusion has become unavoidable. The public thread explodes from there, with people arguing over Seolha, Woojin, and whether the academy is trading favors. One post even turns the whole mess into a headline, framing Chiguk's fixation as the reason Woojin keeps rising. Meanwhile, Woojin quietly appears elsewhere, thinking more about the academy than the gossip storm. And naturally, he decides the place will be his kitchen, because leaving him anywhere else would be a waste. The bald chef hypes up the academy space, and Woojin starts realizing this whole friendly gesture is just another trap of sincerity. As the man keeps pitching the interior plans, Woojin stays calm, already deciding he cannot duck the tournament after this. The chef pushes harder, bragging that the sect master's name alone will elevate the academy, and that only raises the pressure. He doubles down with the smug certainty that no rookie opponent would survive that reputation anyway. Woojin listens in silence, the kind that says he is thinking several steps ahead instead of taking the bait. The chef finally sells the real prize, a hammer from an A-rank dungeon, and treats it like the perfect retirement souvenir. Woojin gives in just enough to keep the deal moving, while the chef swears he will secure the bid no matter what. Woojin answers with a measured okay, then slips away, saying he has a lecture to attend as if this negotiation was already settled. His steps leave the room behind, and the chef's chatter starts drifting toward the ridiculous claim that their cooking is training. Even the hovering spirit can only sigh, because Woojin is already done listening and done pretending this academy will stay ordinary. The spirit fumes over the rude humans, but Woojin shrugs it off and pushes on before the day can waste any more time. Soon, the academy comes into view, and the quiet exterior already feels too ordinary for whatever mess is about to unfold inside. The lecture kicks off as a practical, not a theory class, and that alone tells the cadets this lesson is going to bite. The weapon instructor explains that any trained weapon will do, though blunt weapons and spears are the easier path for beginners. One cadet admits to boxing, and the instructor immediately zeroes in on Knuckles, sounding far too pleased with himself. The joke lands, the cadet braces for the lecture, and the instructor keeps grinning as if this is all perfectly normal. Then Woojin turns up on a spear, and the room instantly remembers just how absurd Kim Chiguk's disciple really is. A sharp-eyed rival watches him closely, realizing Woojin's strength is obvious, yet his true identity still refuses to surface. Woojin ignores the tension and keeps cooking, looking every bit like a man who takes food as seriously as combat. By now, it is obvious he is always mixing monster meat or dungeon ingredients into something dangerous. Woojin's cold stare says enough, as the rumor of a secret tome spirit hangs over him like trouble. The spirit proves it is picky, and even Woojin gets forced into listening while he stays strangely calm. The conclusion hits hard. If the spirit picked him, then Cheon Woojin must have real cooking talent. A veteran breaks the silence with a grim little joke, and Woojin's usual deadpan only makes it funnier. The next thought turns brutal, because surviving the King Slime was already bad enough without dragging Kim Chiguk into the comparison. Even dodging everything in that fight would not have changed much, which is exactly why the old explanation sounds so flimsy. The suspicion sharpens fast. Chiguk could not have taken down those bosses alone, so Woojin's name keeps creeping back into the story. And that is the real problem, because the public may praise Chiguk, but the actual high-rank hunters know who the real monster was. Woojin's dark expression never changes, while the logic circles back to one ridiculous truth. His strength keeps making other people look better. By the end, even the bosses seem to ask why he let Chiguk take the credit, and honestly, that question has teeth. To dodge higher-ranked hunters, Woojin stands silent, already looking like someone who could flatten most of them anyway. His sharp stare only deepens the suspicion that he is far beyond ordinary rank. In the end, the verdict hardens fast. Cheon Woojin is an A rank at minimum, maybe even S rank. Jo Seongjun watches him from the stands and quietly decides that Woojin is worth keeping an eye on. But the real trouble is bigger than one hunter, because the stern auction house waiting in 2 days may spark the next disaster. If history repeats itself after his regression, a tragedy is waiting there with perfect timing. That thought hits hard enough to twist Jo's face, and he swears he has to stop it no matter the cost. Woojin, still not fully recovered from the King Slime injuries, grips his spear and refuses to sit this out. He realizes that doing nothing would be worse, especially with the strange unease already hanging over the hall. Then Jo notices Woojin spacing out, and that distraction alone makes him even more suspicious. Woojin studies the spear in his hand and remembers an old comrade who lived for the spear. One grip tightens, and the memory turns from sentiment into something far more serious. Zhongyang appears in that old legend, a spear demon whose whole life was carved around mastery. Wujin once tried to shake stubborn habits loose, but some people stayed as unyielding as steel. Then his aura erupts, and the 7 techniques of the demon dragon begins to wake. Zhou Xiangjun watches that power, and thinks Zhongyang could have become a true dragon after all. Around them, others laugh it off as random stabbing, still pretending Wujin is just a lucky troublemaker. But the moment Zhou hears Spearmaster, his expression hardens, because that title carries real weight. He still suspects Wujin may have looked ordinary only because he kept choosing traps in practice. Even so, Zhou becomes certain of one thing. When Wujin fights with his whole heart, that spear is anything but empty. Zhou Xiangjun stares blankly as Wujin's strike is described as something that can even pierce dimensions. The praise only makes him more unsettled, because Wujin has somehow become dangerous with both sword and spear. At class, someone scolds Xiangjun for spacing out, and he snaps back into place with a forced apology. Under his breath, he lingers on Wujin's name, already sensing there is far more hidden beneath that calm face. The narration then shifts to the Stern Guild, a powerhouse ranked 5th in Korea. Its reach is massive, built on military force, economic influence, and even celebrity hunters who sell the brand. The guild's auction house sits at the center of that empire, so trusted that hunters chase its rare goods despite the brutal entry fee. Heavy security surrounds the place, with armed B-rank guards keeping watch over billions of won in circulation. Soon, an escort leads someone important forward, and even the guards treat the arrival with careful respect. By the end, the mysterious guest is addressed as the Sect Master, and the whole place tightens around him. The escort leads the heavyset Sect Master towards Stern's auction house, and even the guards stay painfully polite. He hesitates at the entrance, already sounding wary as the auction's rules and headaches start closing in. Inside, Wujin adjusts his suit and decides rare items are worth the trouble, even if the process drags. A mask gets handed over, and the little-faced look on Xianho's expression says the costume change catches him off guard. Wujin accepts the warning without complaint, and the old incident makes the anonymity rule feel less like etiquette and more like survival. He studies the mask, then calmly accepts that this place runs on secrecy, not trust. The masked sect master finally steps forward, looking every bit like a man who would rather not become a lesson. Security opens the way into the Stern auction house, where suited staff and onlookers keep the whole place under tense control. At the inner entrance, the guards demand identity confirmation, and the sect master stiffens under the scrutiny. Wujin, hidden behind the mask, realizes the auction is exactly the kind of dangerous game worth entering. Verification clears, and the auction house quietly pushes the process onto a tablet PC. The masked staff wave them through, politely promising a smooth visit. Inside, the new masks turn heads, and even the sect master looks bothered by the strange etiquette. The hall fills with silent watchers as Wujin slips deeper in, already reading the room's tension. A masked auctioneer welcomes the honored guests and directs the sect master to a seat. With everyone settled, the auction finally begins, and the first item comes out under bright lights. It turns out to be the fur of a frost giant yeti, starting at a ridiculous 100 million won. The staff explain the tablet bidding system, but the sect master only stares, clearly not loving the setup. The item details spell out its use as bait or ingredient, which makes the price feel even more shameless. Wujin decides that, instead of chasing easy prey, the real hunt here is forcing the bidders to outplay each other. The yeti fur's absurd bonus makes the crowd's greed spike, since even its hair growth use sounds profitable. Under the masks, the bidders keep raising their hands, and the auction house starts feeling like a den of sharks. The price rockets to 7.8 billion won, and the host finally snaps it shut with a sold declaration. The sect master bristles at the madness as the next item is announced, already looking ready to regret entering this place. Wujin spots the lineup of tempting relics and realizes the real game is making those fools fight each other. A wyvern wingbone comes out next, rare and valuable enough to drag even the silent crowd back in. The bidding opens at 300 million won, but Wujin is already thinking more about broth than prestige. His greed starts talking too loudly. Then he reins himself in before losing the ground he already secured. The auctioneer pushes the next prize, an unidentified mithril hammer from the Ignis nest, and the room practically sharpens its teeth. Since it came from an A-grade dungeon, the starting price jumps to 1 billion won, and the sect master finally admits the endgame has arrived. Wujin studies the real item and feels his interest sharpen, because this auction is finally worth the trouble. Beside the sect master, Zhou Xiangjun quietly submits to the old man's judgment, already bracing for the chaos ahead. The bidding starts climbing again, and the host smugly jokes that this madness might not stop until 10 billion. Wujin taps in at 1 billion, treating the unknown dungeon relic like the next bargain in a very expensive meal. The host warns that unidentified dungeon items are dangerous, often cursed, and almost never popular for a reason. Even so, he admits the rare ones can be monstrously powerful, and that kind of gamble has the room sweating. He then points out that the item cannot even be appraised by Korean experts, which only makes the mystery uglier. The relic sits sealed away, as the host guesses it could be cursed, divine, or just the kind of trouble nobody wants. When the bids jump to 6.8 billion, the sect master finally cracks, and Woojin's quiet pressure starts looking lethal. The price surges past 10 billion, leaving the host stunned and Woojin still cool enough to look like he expected this all along. The host slams the hammer at 10.2 billion, and the room knows the madness has gone too far. Sect master can only stare in disbelief, as Woojin's target is officially labeled a Hunter tournament entry ticket. One reaction after another ripples through the hall, and even the hardened elder starts to crack. The auctioneer turns shamelessly bold, baiting the sect master to chase the mystery to a dungeon. He sells the gamble like a shortcut to fame and wealth, as if danger were just part of the marketing. Woojin's calm still poisons the room while the sect master snaps at him for talking reckless nonsense. The host moves on to the main item, confident that everyone present is already trapped in the auction's grip. A flaming spear is finally revealed, and the crowd learns it came from defeating the A-rank boss, Ignis. Its power is monstrous enough to boost mana, fire resistance, and even let the user shape mana into flames. That alone sends the bidding into the stratosphere, with the host and crowd screaming numbers nobody thought possible. The bids keep blasting upward, jumping from tens of billions as the hall loses its nerve. Even the massed crowd starts cracking, stunned that the auction has become this absurd. Woojin stays calm through it all, while the old elder quietly revels in snagging the hammer. The final item turns out to be an unidentified bamboo slip from Ignis Nest, starting at just 100 million. The auctioneer dismisses the slip as cheap beside the mithril hammer, but the room still lunges at 700 million and beyond. One bidder even starts doubting the strange air in the room, and the hammer's price suddenly jumps to 1.8 billion. The tension spikes as the auctioneer declares that only those present will serve as offerings, and the sect master accepts the warning. With that, the masked figures gather around the hooded elder and his deadly companion, and the hall turns eerily still. The cult's power settles over the room, making it clear this auction is no longer just about money. Then the ritual-like tension locks in, and the guests realize the next move could swallow them whole. The elder finally recognizes a binding spell, and that smug little pause says he knows trouble when he sees it. The spell finishes anyway, with the hooded enforcer standing by while the black-haired woman calmly asks if he remembers what to take. Then she hurls herself forward, and the elder snaps that the bamboo slip was the real target after all. She lands in a crouch, grinning like this was always her trap, and starts asking for the next piece without missing a beat. One strike explodes through the floor, and the elder gets called an A-rank hunter, Park Dagon, as the room starts catching up. Even through the dust, she keeps mocking his resistance, making it clear she is measuring him and finding the rest of him lacking. The hooded figure warns that the offerings should stay intact, but the woman only shrugs off the concern. She answers that she only went for the neck, which is exactly the sort of cruel confidence that makes weak men look pathetic. The blade stays planted in the floor as the masked elder hesitates, already realizing this woman is far more dangerous than she looked. By now, the ritual has fully taken hold, and the sacrifice circle around them makes it obvious the auction is turning into a slaughter. The masked buyers stay tense, already sensing this auction has turned dangerous. The sharp-eyed young man studies the situation, amused by the strange technique. The bearded elder realizes the sect master has noticed them, which is never a good sign. He warns that security is coming, trying to freeze everyone in place before things spiral. The hooded man questions the sudden need for so many sacrifices, and the black-haired woman only keeps moving. She brushes off his concern, but her smile makes it clear she is here for the mission, not mercy. The next beat lands hard, and the crowd of enforcers starts shifting as the pressure builds. The elder snaps an order to stop moving, but his men are already reeling from the chaos. The black-haired woman answers his threat with a grin, making it clear she has no fear of his revenge. Before he can recover, her spear points at his back, and the smug killer's smile says she is far from done. The black-haired woman tears through the enforcers, leaving bodies scattered as her grin only grows wider. One thug gets blasted aside while another barely processes the attack, and the room starts tipping into panic. Purple energy floods the ritual space as the hooded man realizes the situation is slipping out of control. Woojin's explanation lands harder than the violence itself, exposing a power that feeds from the heart, not just technique. The hooded man's body is swallowed by that dark aura, and the difference between this power and absorption becomes impossible to ignore. Woojin's eyes narrow as he recognizes the energy for what it really is, something far more gluttonous and rotten than it should be. He compares Nihemoth to Harab, while the black-haired woman casually revels in the slaughter beside him. Her malice feels unnatural even to him, like sorrow itself has taken human form and decided to wear a smile. The hooded elder pleads for cleaner handling, as fallen bodies litter the floor, and the black-haired woman just toys with him. When he identifies the bamboo slip and hammer as the ritual's key items, even the elder has to admit he is right. The masked elder snaps at the others, furious that those punks have already started causing trouble. Woojin calmly holds the line and orders the panicking man to stay put, making the coward look smaller instantly. The shock spreads as the crowd realizes the sect master is stepping in personally, and the fear is almost pathetic. Even the underlings scramble to contain the mess, begging for the people to be moved out fast before this collapses completely. The air turns sour with regret, as everyone realizes how unlucky those fools were to anger the sect master. Woojin stands over the fallen enforcers, unmoved, and judges their deaths as the result of their own weakness. The hooded elder senses something deeper in Woojin's silence, then tests him with that twisted dark energy. The black-haired woman smiles through the chaos and orders Harab to focus on the ritual, choosing to handle the rest herself. Woojin's gaze hardens in private, as if he has no intention of staying quiet while they covet what belongs to him. With the bodies scattered around them, the black-haired woman finally turns her eyes toward him, and the real hunt begins. Woojin says nothing, and that silence alone makes the whole room feel smaller. In the next instant, his attack tears through the enforcers before they can even breathe. The black-haired woman recoils as his speed breaks her confidence, and her smile finally slips. She realizes too late that he carries an aura far darker than expected. Her hand meets his wrist, but the cold touch only deepens his disgust. She snarls at Harab to keep the ritual moving, admitting this fight has already gone wrong. Woojin answers with a blur of movement, and even his spearwork starts looking merciless. Her assaults keep crashing into his defense, and she starts panicking over where he came from. Blood on her face, she glares at him while the bodies pile around the ritual zone. Backed into a corner, she has no choice left but to drown the battlefield in negativity. Woojin's eye sharpens as the woman's confidence finally cracks under his pressure. Her attack surges in with pure hostility, but his expression barely changes. The hooded elder realizes the fight is getting worse and tries to keep the ritual moving. Woojin tears through the clash anyway, leaving the cult's forces scrambling in his wake. Even the elder can't hide his shock as he realizes bare hands were enough to shatter the negativity. The battlefield fills with doubt as the cult's own attacks start feeding their collapse. Woojin reads Harab's energy at a glance and instantly sees it is nothing like Nehemoth's. He answers the next strike with brutal precision, treating that filthy power like something beneath him. The woman recoils harder, realizing the aura is not just unpleasant but downright repulsive. And when she screams Nehemoth's name, it already sounds like a desperate prayer. The woman gets blasted backward in one brutal hit, and the cult's confidence starts cracking with her. The hooded elder sees the odds souring fast, realizing this auction house trap is slipping out of control. Purple power swirls around them as he keeps forcing the ritual forward, while the woman struggles under the pressure. She stares at Woojin in disbelief, already rattled that his next move never comes when she expects it. Woojin studies the enemy's energy with cold focus, and even he decides their technique is worth watching a little longer. The elder's face stiffens with panic as Woojin's silence turns into the scariest part of the fight. A new spear flares awake, wrapped in red flame, and Woojin claims it like the battlefield already belongs to him. He casually says he plans to borrow it for a bit, as if the cult's nightmare is nothing more than a warm-up. Behind his glasses, his calm stare says enough. This is exactly the kind of power he wanted to test. And with the spear blazing at his side, he prepares to carve the whole ritual apart. Woojin inspects the transformed spear, and the crimson blaze proves the description was no exaggeration. Across from him, the cult elder starts panicking, already realizing the crimson flame is nothing he recognizes. Even the woman falters, shocked that the dark red fire is unlike anything she has ever seen. The elder notices Woojin has drawn a spear too, and his nerves spike as the fight turns serious. Woojin steps in with the calm of someone already in control, spear blazing as he finally answers the ritual. The elder's face twists in horror when the attack bursts past him, fast enough to catch him off guard. Woojin keeps pressing forward, and the woman reels as his speed leaves her struggling to track him. The dark flames whip through the ritual space, shredding the cult's momentum in a single violent sweep. The woman snaps in frustration, battered and furious as Woojin keeps moving without slowing down. He closes in with cold certainty, ready to cut the whole ritual down before they can recover. Woojin unleashes the chain spiral spear, and the cult finally realizes this fight has gone far beyond their control. The black-haired woman screams at the sight of him, stunned that a member of the Jew clan is crashing the ritual. Woojin answers with cold composure and keeps driving in, refusing to let her set the pace. His strike slips past her defense, and the first serious wound in the ritual's rhythm lands with brutal speed. She snaps in frustration, realizing he is forcing her backward instead of the other way around. The chain spiral spear keeps growing sharper as he learns the technique's true nature in motion. Under that pressure, the cult elder starts panicking, seeing the spell of control break apart around him. Woojin cuts loose another devastating sweep, proving the skill is built for killing, not showing off. The woman freezes, staring at the monstrous red arc as the attack keeps swallowing the battlefield. Even she can only gasp now, because Woojin has already turned the whole ritual into a slaughterhouse. The chain spiral spear tears through the field, and the ritual's center starts breaking apart. The hooded elder is thrown back, screaming as the damage leaves him rattled. The woman staggers in the smoke, and even she realizes things are slipping beyond control. She still tries to command the situation, but the panic in her voice gives her away. The elder urges a retreat, hoping distance might buy him a chance to survive. The woman pushes back at once, knowing failure here would bring even worse consequences. He grudgingly yields, but the embarrassment is obvious as the pressure keeps closing in. Woojin watches with cold focus, and his expression says the cult still has something left to lose. Then he drives the spear harder, the purple force spiraling wider as if he means to carve everything apart. The attack keeps surging forward, and the ritual collapses under a final, merciless sweep. His Ebon Scythe Yaksa descent tears into the ritual, and the cult's formation buckles under that purple storm. The woman's eyes widen as she realizes the fight has already slipped beyond her control. Woojin keeps pressing, while even her own power starts feeling thin against his overwhelming energy. He answers with a brutal sweep, and the arena shakes as the attack keeps widening. She scrambles to recover, but the impact keeps dragging her back with every hit. Woojin's body stays loose and efficient, proving raw physical strength alone still means nothing here. He mocks her reckless swinging, reading the movement before it ever has a chance to land. Her strike comes in blindly, and he shuts it down without even giving it dignity. He reminds her that a missed attack is worthless, then drives her farther into panic. The final blow lands cleanly, and her defiant cry turns into a choked collapse. He still keeps dodging her all-out barrage, and she realizes even the ebon scythe is falling short. Woojin stays loose and smug, calmly admitting her basics are lacking but her energy control is decent. Her confidence cracks as she asks what he means, already feeling the pressure of his unreadable movement. Woojin answers with a ruthless glare, promising to tear through her arrogance without mercy. She lashes out in a purple frenzy, but his energy cuts straight through her momentum. Woojin drives in again, his spear work and timing forcing her into a desperate retreat. The exchange becomes a blur of 6 strikes, everyone landing cleaner than her wild counter. He doesn't even look strained, while she starts to see just how badly he has outclassed her. Her attack line collapses under his red and purple clash, the force chewing through her guard. The final impact tears through her defense, and the fight tips fully into Woojin's hands. Woojin's red spear and her purple aura crash together, and the clash alone says who's losing. He keeps pressing forward, dragging her back through a blur of savage strikes and scarlet pressure. Her face twists in disbelief, but the answer is already obvious. His speed and timing have ruined her. She tries to smother him in darkness, only for his energy reading to cut straight through the trick. Woojin mocks her weakness without slowing down, and the gap between them turns humiliatingly clear. The cult elder finally shouts that the abyss is ready, still acting like control is even possible. Woojin steps into the darkness with his spear lit red, while the elder boasts about his forbidden art. The abyss true effect spills out as it seals sense and steals power, a neat little nightmare of his own making. Even the hooded enforcer starts sweating, but the elder still orders him to keep the ritual alive. Woojin senses the silence ahead and calmly waits, while the enemy finally realizes this is the end. Her charge gets shredded in an instant, and the scream dies before it can become a warning. Woojin keeps his spear steady, already treating the abyss as something uglier than darkness itself. Even with her senses sealed, he reads the energy flow and spots the real opening without hesitation. The hidden space around them starts to become the true threat, not her flashy intimidation. The abyss begins devouring life force, and even his hand feels the drain creeping in. Woojin stares through the pressure, realizing this malevolent magic is more than a simple trap. Her smugness finally cracks as he closes in, and now she looks far closer to panic than pride. He keeps mocking her certainty, making it clear that her place in this fight is already gone. She snaps back with desperate threats, but the rage only exposes how badly she has lost control. Woojin answers with a brutal swing, and the gap between them turns into a verdict. Woojin ignores her noise and keeps pressing forward, his flaming spear carving through the dark like a verdict. Her confidence shatters in an instant, and that shocked face says enough. The abyssal power surges, swallowing the space around them as he orders it kept down. Woojin drives his strike through the chaos, tearing into her defenses without hesitation. The cult elder realizes too late that this so-called masterpiece has become a disaster. He cannot believe a power like this exists, and panic finally cracks through his ritual poise. The hooded elder screams that the bottomless pit should already have devoured him. Woojin stands unmoved inside the crimson storm, making even the impossible look embarrassingly ordinary. The elder starts spiraling, demanding how Woojin can still have that much energy. In the end, he calls this secret technique impossible, and that desperate admission sounds a lot like surrender. Zhang Yang's memory lingers as Woojin silently holds his spear, and that name hits harder than the battle itself. He remembers the one who always stood beside him, spear in hand, guarding him like it was second nature. On the cliff, the woman's lonely figure becomes the last calm thing before everything turns tragic. Woojin answers that memory by driving deeper into the crimson chaos, his spear still wrapped in that same fierce resolve. The cult elder starts shaking, realizing his grand ritual is already slipping out of control. Woojin keeps advancing anyway, and the elder's panic turns into ugly, desperate pleading. The abyss surges as the elder screams for the attack to stop, but Woojin's power only keeps climbing. With cold focus, Woojin names the demon dragon 7 styles, and unleashes the first palm. A blazing dragon of fire erupts from that strike, and the elder can only watch in terror. Then the dragon fang crashes down, and the cult master is left, reaching for salvation that will never come. The elder reels as the crimson force tears through him, and for once his confidence cracks. Woojin keeps pressing forward, mocking that weak resistance with brutal certainty. The cult master gasps in disbelief, already realizing the situation has slipped beyond control. Woojin answers with cold calm, promising to crush whatever the elder still has left. The pressure only rises, and the hooded man starts shaking under the spear's murderous edge. Woojin stands untouched above him, while the elder begs for mercy like a cornered animal. The cry for help turns frantic, but the red aura just keeps swallowing his composure. Panic finally wins, and the cult master collapses into a desperate plea to his false god. His faith shatters in real time as the abyss roars around Woojin's unmoving figure. By the end, the elder is nothing but a wreck, trembling before the hunter he tried to control. The cult master thanks his false god, then dares to offer Woojin as the next sacrifice. Woojin answers with a brutal spear strike, and the elder's confidence starts cracking instantly. The cult master reels in disbelief, already realizing his prized ritual has turned into a joke. His panic turns into begging, and even the word master sounds pathetic now. Woojin keeps pressing him, and the elder starts shaking under the murderous purple pressure. The hunter's cold dominance only deepens, while the cult master clings to his fading authority. The atmosphere warps as the elder declares himself the Lord of Chaos. But even that sounds hollow. Woojin remains unmoved, forcing the elder to confront the fact that Harap's name no longer matters. The cult master swears allegiance to Eclipse, trying desperately to save face. But Woojin stands over him with his spear ready, and the offer of power sounds less like mercy than execution. Woojin flatly rejects the offer, refusing to be dragged into the cult's pathetic bargain. He pushes back harder, and the elder answers with a surge of murderous purple pressure. Woojin only grows colder, telling the old man to try if he wants, and the flames keep building. The cult master starts preaching chaos and eclipse, but the threat now sounds more desperate than divine. Woojin keeps his spear trained on him, and the elder's confidence crumbles under the heat. The massacre is already done, with bodies scattered around the hall and Woojin standing untouched. The broken elder drops to his knees, bowing like a man who finally knows he lost. Li Qianqi checks Woojin about Eclipse and the Lord of Chaos, still probing for answers. Woojin glances back without a hint of panic, and the answer is basically a shrug in human form. Li Qianqi keeps pressing, while Woojin's calm silence makes it clear the real danger is still ahead. Woojin stays cold and unshaken, deciding to dig into the matter himself. He recalls the Lord of Chaos, but even that name cannot hide the vague truth he found. The dead still litter the hall as he pieces together the auction house, invasion, and sacrifice plot. The cult master's grand scheme finally surfaces, tied to the source of their power. Woojin realizes the whole mess was meant to fuel Eclipse, not some noble miracle. Back in the hall, he figures it is smarter to slip away before the real trouble arrives. Days later, the Stern Auction House massacre is still all over the news, and the Bureau keeps chasing the terror group. Reports keep splashing the masked spearmen across headlines, turning the unknown hunter into a citywide obsession. The attack is blamed on Temple Yakshas, Nehemoth, and Lifestealer Harap, both already dangerous before the regression. Even the old future has been shattered again, and Woojin's phone quietly marks the change. Woojin sits alone, already judging the situation and realizing head-on he would not survive. So he slips in disguised as security, choosing caution over a brutal fight. While patrolling the auction house, He plants artifacts to disrupt their magic. One clean move even takes out Malleus, a future threat who never gets to fully rise. Then he swaps the bamboo scroll for a fake and walks out before the trap snaps shut. Enough for a win, but not the whole story, because someone else still crushed those two at the auction. The masked spearman on CCTV had clearly used the linked spiral spear, and the press starts circling Kim Chiguk. Even after hours of interrogation, Chiguk refuses details, and the public decides the spear user must be him. Yet the deeper suspicion lands elsewhere, on a spearman strong enough to subdue both enemies at once. That name finally surfaces in Woojin's thoughts, and the answer hits like bad news with a familiar face. Woojin immediately dismisses the idea that the cooking-obsessed man could be the spear user. He still doubts the linked spiral spear angle, since that weapon should never outshine the one Kim Chiguk already carries. Lying back, he keeps chewing over the report and the supposed kill on Harap and Nehemoth. The thought twists harder, because a B-rank hunter should not have been the one to finish them. Suspicion spikes as the rumors suddenly point at Kim Chiguk being a regressor, and Woojin locks in. But the real problem is bigger. Someone is already trying to read Eclipse's movements and cut them off early. That someone turns out to be Woojin himself, as the story frames him as the one who wiped out Harap and Nehemoth. Back at home, Heavenly Demon perks up at the sizzling pot, already impressed by the smell rising from the broth. She worries when the wild boar bones go in, then admits the simmering stock is turning out richer than expected. Woojin calmly says the broth still needs one last step, because the real trick is only just about to begin. He finishes the missing step, and the hammered tool erupts with heat like it was waiting for a reason. Woojin inspects the weight and grip, then decides it works even better as a rice cake mallet. But for this dish, he cares about the broth first, staring at the wild boar bones laid out for the stock. As he mutters about serving it quickly, a status window suddenly flickers into existence. The system confirms the conditions were met, and the unidentified item finally starts to awaken. Heavenly Demon drifts in, calling for the chef as the hammer and blue system windows surround Woojin. Woojin freezes when the item begins to resonate, and even he realizes this is no ordinary kitchen trick. The hammer suddenly swings toward him, and he jerks back, stunned by the impossible recoil. Heavenly Demon explodes at the sight, furious that bones meant for powder were ground all the way into dust. Woojin stares blankly at the blazing hammer, while the spirit demands answers, and the whole thing turns absurdly out of hand. His reaction hits first, because even the veteran chef is stunned that this absurd awakening starts with cooking. Woojin answers with bland calm, as if the man's identity still matters less than the dish. The spirit finally declares himself Schmidt, a blacksmith emperor who once forged history itself. Woojin barely blinks at the long self-introduction, and that only makes the old man even more irritated. Schmidt senses something wrong in Woojin and admits the aura feels dangerous enough to destroy a soul. Woojin cuts through the panic with a single order, and the spirit grudgingly snaps back to the point. Schmidt launches into a dramatic tale of nearly 700 years and a masterpiece weapon, only to get called weird for it. His pride keeps cracking as he rants about dying inside his own creation and ending up trapped in the hammer. The truth lands hard. He failed to finish his dream, and Woojin is now the one holding its remains. Schmidt demands that Woojin carry it to completion, while the chef just stares, trapped in one very strange inheritance. The spirit huffs at Woojin's refusal, but still insists the chef has blacksmith talent worth betting on. Woojin stays blank-faced, and that only makes the spirit more desperate to drag him into the craft. He flat-out refuses, choosing chef life over smithing, so the spirit starts spiraling into outrage. Woojin's hammer erupts with power, as the spirit rants that wasting talent is practically a crime. The old man keeps shouting, but Woojin's own stubbornness leaves him more amused than convinced. At last, the spirit realizes the hammer is being used like a cooking tool and nearly loses his mind. Woojin finally finishes the dish, and the broken bone soup awakens as a proper recipe. The spirit claims the food is still delicious, then awkwardly pushes Woojin to take it before it cools. The meal proves good enough to calm everyone down, even as the spirit praises Woojin's cooking again. Soon after, they head off together by bus, with the spirit noting they are nearing the chef's old home. Woojin rides in silent frustration, still wondering why he ever thought the chef path would be simple. The spirit keeps spiraling, while the bus finally carries them toward the old home he left behind. By the time the main quest appears, the whole thing feels like it has been waiting to ambush him. Its condition is simple enough to be annoying. Cook a B-grade dish or better, and earn dungeon pepper. The spirit practically cheers him on, treating the reward like the start of something glorious. Woojin fixates on the pepper, and the spirit smugly explains that it comes from a legendary dungeon chef. Then the spirit lays out the grading logic, judging dishes by care, ingredients, and technique like some obsessive food critic. Woojin takes that in, grimacing at the reality that even his best work only reached C+. Back home, his mother welcomes him with the same bright warmth as always, and he finally feels the day loosening. His father appears behind her, and the family reunion lands with a rare, quiet sense of normalcy. Woojin finally heads home, only to be met with a meal, and his mother's bright, familiar warmth. The spirit dives into the food like a smug little judge, praising the cook's sincerity but not holding back on the grating. It picks apart the dish with cruel precision, calling the flavor weak and the balance uneven. Then it starts lecturing like a tiny culinary scholar, insisting cooking is science, not instinct. Woojin tastes his mother's cooking again and instantly realizes why home food always wins. His mother teases him about school and dangerous places, while he relaxes into the rare peace of the evening. He thanks her and even offers to make dinner, though the spirit nearly loses its mind at the idea. The spirit gushes about a new dish refined at the academy, and Woojin looks like he has already heard enough of that nonsense. The family meal keeps rolling on, and Woojin's father is finally drawn into the chaos at the table. Hearing about the new dish only makes the father recoil harder, proving this dinner was doomed to become a battlefield. His mother beams at him like nothing in the world could ever go wrong, then drops the real bombshell about a hospital appointment. Woojin panics instantly and practically begs her not to leave him alone with Seono. She only laughs it off, saying it is just a routine checkup, and strolls out with shameless ease. He tries to stall her, but she is already waving goodbye, leaving him stranded in the family kitchen. Woojin offers to handle the dishes, trying to recover whatever dignity he has left. The father snaps at the idea of dinner talk right after eating, only to realize the evening is already slipping into chaos. Woojin turns to cooking again, and even his own thought process admits he has been too obsessed with it. The memory drifts back to the day he awakened, when everything around him started changing for good. In that blaze of ruin, Woojin stands over the aftermath, colder and sharper than the boy he used to be. From that day on, he was never ordinary again, and even home could not keep up with the new him. Woojin stays buried in his thoughts, still circling back to hunter work and cooking like the two are now one problem. His guardian watches him from the kitchen, already sensing this silence is hiding something annoying. The man finally calls out to him, dragging Woojin out of his own head. He presses on about the news, stunned that Woojin supposedly became Hunter Kim Chi-guk's disciple. Woojin answers with casual indifference, acting like the whole thing is nobody's business. Then comes the real bombshell, as the guardian asks if the hunter tournament rumor is fake too. Woojin admits that part is real, and the promise behind it sounds even more suspicious. When asked who he promised, he leaves the answer hanging, clearly too irritated to explain. The guardian pushes again about the weird food rumors, because of course Woojin's cooking has become gossip material. Woojin fires back that plenty of people enjoy it, and that confidence makes the whole mess even funnier. The guardian snaps at Woojin about the academy rumor, and the boy's thoughts and words blur together under the pressure. He doubles down with confidence, insisting seeing is believing and forcing the conversation back to the bizarre meal. Woojin reveals the meat, casually explaining it as skirt steak fermented with homemade koji. He keeps going, calling it oil steak-style bulgogi, as if this kind of madness belongs in an ordinary kitchen. The smell hits hard enough to stun him, and even his suspicion starts slipping under the aroma. One bite later, he realizes the flavor is dangerously good and decides to keep eating before anyone can complain. The dish registers as a registered recipe under Cheon Woojin, with a mediocre grade and absurdly high quality, which is very on brand. The academy kid goes rigid at the smell, then starts regretting nothing faster than expected. Woojin admits he wanted to use the hammer for cooking too, but now he has to hide its origin from Seonho. Even that trouble can't ruin the moment, because the hammer is still tied to a meal strong enough to leave him speechless. The spirit reels at the taste, mocking the dish for being disgustingly upgraded. Woojin is hit with panic as Seonho slams him over the food, then accuses him of sneaking dungeon ingredients in. Even Seonho looks ready to self-destruct from the absurdity, while Woojin quietly stares down the fallout. Back home, the family catches Woojin off guard by asking what is really bothering him. His mother notices the strain in his face and presses harder, sensing trouble from the checkup. Woojin admits it is nothing serious, but claims his wrist is strained and he needs a few days off. She immediately tells him to rest, then points out that customers are still waiting and the restaurant cannot just stop. Woojin steps up anyway, insisting he can handle the restaurant while they recover. That promise lands harder than expected, and the family softens as his confidence finally steadies the room. Then comes the real punchline. He plans to feed everyone poisonous herbs straight, all in the name of poison and trap awareness. The room freezes at the idea of poisonous herbs, and even the cadets look like they want out. Woojin starts breaking them down as common low-level dungeon plants, not some rare death sentence. He keeps going, explaining that weak toxins can still be eaten in survival situations. The warning gets uglier from there, with hives, numbness, and a swollen tongue all on the menu. Woojin still presses the point, asking whether dangerous herbs are truly harmless just because the dose is small. The instructor shoots back that everyone here should already know poison basics, so this outdated habit looks ridiculous. Then he singles out Cadet Lee Chanho, and the poor guy instantly regrets being noticed. Woojin reminds him that the last mock maze run already triggered 11 traps, so the embarrassment is well earned. He goes on, saying barely anyone here has avoided traps 10 times, which makes the room's confidence look painfully fake. With no more questions left, Woojin calmly moves on, already weighing the herbs in his hand like another lesson waiting to bite back. The bitter herb goes down like grass, but Woojin already senses it could become useful. He studies Arca saffron with calm interest, realizing the poison might be worth the risk. The herb's details confirm his hunch, and the unexpected find feels like a real windfall. Woojin asks the professor for permission, only to get the usual rules slapped back at him. His quiet request for poisonous herbs earns a strict refusal, which only sharpens his focus. He accepts it with a flat nod, while the professor starts wondering how this troublemaker even cleared the tower. Before long, Woojin identifies the only places where Arca saffron can be gathered, and the list looks manageable. His eyes brighten as he realizes even an E-rank dungeon might hide the herb he needs. Reading deeper, he narrows the search to the red spot tropical rainforest and recalls it by memory. That finally gives him a direction, and the hunter starts treating the rainforest like his next target. After a brutal week, Jo Seong-jun finds himself dragged into another golden weekend. Instead of rest, he ends up sweating through a jungle, already regretting every step. Woojin's quiet hobby still pulls him along, because he never escapes that man's pace for long. Herb in hand, Woojin studies Arca saffron like a hunter, spotting a hidden payday. Seong-jun starts wondering why the masked spearman's name keeps dying down so slowly. The answer is obvious enough. Woojin keeps grabbing the spotlight, and the rumors only get uglier. Before long, Kim Chiguk is still being hounded after the Stern auction mess, and he can only endure it in silence. He knows the truth would cause more chaos, so he stays quiet while sensing something is still off. Even Baek Seola can tell Chiguk once seemed interested in her family, but now he is fixated on Woojin. That obsession only deepens as she keeps fighting, and the whole rumor storm around Woojin grows sharper. Baek Seola keeps moving through the jungle, but Woojin's rise still hangs over the whole situation like a rumor that refuses to die. A leaping monster breaks straight for her, and the charge is so ugly it leaves little room for hesitation. She twists away just in time, yet another beast crashes in from the side and forces her to keep retreating. Even her startled reaction says it all. For once, her usual composure starts slipping. Then the real problem appears behind her, and the dungeon politely reminds everyone it was never running out of monsters. Kim Chiguk and the others move in to back her up, with his spear cutting through the chaos before the swarm can fully close in. He still has the nerve to scold her pace, pointing out that she is already breathing hard and fighting too loose. Woojin watches from the sidelines and quickly realizes her swings are full of doubt, not conviction. Seolha looks flustered and conflicted, caught between skill and hesitation as the pressure keeps mounting. In the end, Woojin reads her weakness cleanly. She lacks confidence, and that is making every strike hesitate. Woojin quickly realizes this isn't a problem that can be fixed with a few lucky words. Instead of preaching, he decides Baek Seolha needs time, and maybe a little pain, before confidence finally clicks. Jo Seong-jun watches her take the potion, and wonders how much longer this dungeon expects everyone to linger. He senses another hidden boss is about to appear, and that ugly feeling settles in fast. Woojin figures he may as well endure the absurdity, even if this place keeps dragging him toward cooking again. The poison drink turns out to be a stat-boosting venom, and he learns it can even raise resistance. That makes him rethink everything, until he starts treating venom like another ingredient, instead of a death sentence. Kim Chiguk stares at the whole mess and admits Woojin has gone completely off the rails. Still, he can only conclude that a man who drinks venom that calmly is either a genius or a disaster. Woojin savors the lingering venom, already deciding this poison has a very different charm from the bee queen's. That settles it for him, and the easy B-rank meal plan starts taking shape. The others protest at the abrupt retreat, shocked he would leave before the job even feels finished. Woojin stays calm and says the real dish needs time, not panic. Jo Seong-jun hesitates, then asks how long this ridiculous cooking project is supposed to drag on. Woojin answers that it should be ready by tomorrow evening, leaving Seong-jun trapped in the plan. By the next evening, the academy cafeteria is already waiting, and Seong-jun realizes the weekend is gone. When the noodles arrive, he catches the strange smell and glow, and quietly wonders if leaving would have been smarter. Even beside a cheerful girl at the table, he can only decide Woojin is definitely not normal. The absurd dish finally lands on the table, and even the title makes it sound dangerously overqualified for a meal. Around it, the cooks panic over poison herbs, while Seongjun sits there regretting every life choice that led to this. A girl calmly digs in anyway, and that confidence is enough to drag the whole table into the madness. Seongjun tries to brace himself, already measuring just how much punishment this B-rank experiment might hide. One taste later, his expression snaps, "Those noodles are good," and that only makes them more suspicious. He freezes, then starts talking himself into the usual nonsense about stats and expensive ingredients, as if logic can save him now. The bowl looks harmless from above, but the smell and shine only deepen his uneasy fascination. He keeps pushing through, insisting some dishes can taste awful in smell and still be worth it. One bite becomes torture, and the poor man finally breaks under Woojin's cooking. Woojin casually explains that the mystery dish is his take on Japanese tangent tan noodles, and that only makes the table more nervous. He keeps going, proudly adding Arcus saffron, a pile of seasonings, and wild boar hindquarters into the dough. One girl still eats without flinching, while Seongjun starts realizing this meal is already beyond normal. Woojin claims he even refined red spot snake venom for flavor, and Seongjun stiffens as the madness gets worse. The chef seems almost pleased by the attention, thanking them and acting like the dish's ugliness is part of its beauty. Seongjun nearly loses composure, watching the others chat like this disaster belongs at a fine restaurant. He then remembers the strange message that appeared after last time, which only deepens his unease. Still cornered by Woojin's advice, he braces himself and gulps the bowl down in one desperate shot. The moment it hits, the bowl slips from his grip, and the aftertaste seems to punch straight through him. Seongjun barely holds himself together, stunned that he survived the dish and is already bracing for the stat reveal. He sits rigidly as the silence drags on, sweat running down while the kitchen stays painfully normal. No reaction comes, and that calm only makes him more uneasy instead of relieved. His panic spikes as he realizes this aftertaste feels no different from the last disaster. Woojin approaches with a bowl, and Seongjun finally concedes that the meal is finished, for better or worse. The blue-haired woman praises the food with unsettling ease, making his frustration look even more pathetic by comparison. Seongjun chokes out the question about his stats, already fearing whatever monstrous answer follows. Woojin explains that stats only apply to dishes graded A or higher, leaving him to stare at the absurd rules in disbelief. Then the main quest finally drops, sending Woojin after an E+ dungeon ingredient for the next bizarre upgrade. Woojin drifts into the hidden dungeon deep-sea temple, and even he can't hide the surprise. The underwater realm leaves him staring upward, impressed by how strange and vast it really is. He quickly realizes breathing works here, and moving around feels no different from land. For someone who barely gets to see the sea in either life, this dungeon already feels unreal. Schools of fish and drifting creatures turn the whole place into a living painting. Woojin notices two people still missing, and wonders why they are not coming along. The blue-haired woman shrugs it off, saying they probably just got tired. He decides that makes sense, remembering how hard they pushed through the red spot tropical rainforest only 2 days ago. Then he admits he was careless and plans to compensate by putting extra effort into this dish. While the woman happily praises the fish, the ingredients ahead reveal even crazier upgrades like scorpius, seaweed, and arachnia clam. Woojin quietly sizes up the sea of ingredients, but the real main dish still hasn't shown itself. So he starts scanning the area himself, trusting his instincts over the eerie silence. One smooth sweep later, he keeps moving through the water as if the dungeon were nothing but open air. The search widens fast, and his focus sharpens on the missing trace, buried somewhere ahead. At 10 ally out, a familiar energy finally flickers into range, and he realizes the target is near. He locks onto it at once, putting the puzzle together before anyone else can even react. Then he spots the source and drops forward, spear in hand, ready to close the gap. Something below him shifts, and a shocked cry rips through the water before he can fully commit. A hostile fighter bursts in to confront the intruder, but the timing only makes the ambush feel desperate. Woojin answers with a brutal strike, and the undersea hunt turns into his trap instead. Woojin studies the moving current and realizes this is no bone trick or shape-shifting gimmick. He still answers the pressure with eerie calm, even while the other side tries to praise the skill. The man finally identifies him as Jo Seongjun, and the name lands like a direct hit. Another fighter stares him down, furious that Cheon Woojin is here at all. Woojin coolly claims he only got lost, which only makes the situation look more suspicious. The broad-shouldered brute refuses to buy that excuse and panics at the idea of a hidden dungeon. He starts wondering if Woojin is also after the sea jewel, and the real target becomes obvious. To break the seal on the bamboo scroll from Stern's auction house, the sea jewel is needed. Woojin later uses an appearance-changing artifact and a spirit group to avoid backlash while hiding his identity. Even so, running into Cheon Woojin again is worse than being recognized, and the underwater standoff turns into a warning. The brute steadies himself and decides he cannot let the sea jewel slip away like the king slime. The eternal anglerfish claims a massive territory around the jewel, making a clash unavoidable. Woojin plans to seize the jewel while Eclipse keeps the monster busy, but the flat terrain blocks any easy pursuit. Seeing no change in the dungeon, the brute assumes everyone in that area has already been wiped out. He starts measuring Woojin against the king slime feat, and realizes the kid might actually survive the anglerfish too. The real problem becomes how to draw Woojin toward the beast without exposing the trap too early. Woojin appears beside him in disguise, calmly preparing to leave while the brute tries to keep his nerves in check. Woojin thanks him, and the brute points him straight toward the eternal anglerfish direction. The disguised hunter glides deeper into the dungeon, and the system immediately warns that someone has entered the anglerfish territory. Even with the warning, Woojin stays unfazed, already treating the coming fight like just another interesting opponent. The system warning flashes as Woojin finally steps into the eternal anglerfish territory. He pauses on the rocky ground, already sizing up the maze ahead instead of backing off. The B+ rank boss appears in full, a nightmare of teeth, glow, and pressure. Woojin stares up at it, realizing this anglerfish is even bigger than expected. The clothes jammed in its jaws tell him others came here before and never made it out. Even then, the little spirit only hypes up the kitchen, treating the monster like expensive seafood. Woojin plays along, wondering what kind of dish a beast this huge could become. The spirit starts pitching raw and stewed ideas, while Woojin's grin says the problem has turned into an opportunity. As the boss lunges, the water erupts and Woojin holds his ground, ready to cash in on the opening. The spirit cheers again, and Woojin knows the real fight is finally beginning. Woojin feels the monster's energy and instantly locks onto the opening hidden inside that pressure. Then the clash erupts, and he blasts forward through the water without backing down. The energy is faint now, but he can still trace it clearly enough to keep reading the beast. He realizes the source is trapped in the anglerfish mouth, probably soaked in the lingering power of the dead. That only sharpens his focus, because this thing is carrying more than meat and teeth. Eclipse snaps through the water, and Woojin's strike drives straight into the monster's charge. Even Chi-Aeon apparently never knew monsters like this existed, which makes the hidden world feel even uglier. Woojin stands there like this nightmare is already beneath him, while the spirit's reaction only confirms the kill is coming. He judges the cult's kind of cruelty as disgusting, the sort that leaves people dead before they ever taste life. And with that cold conclusion, he treats the anglerfish as nothing more than the next ingredient to conquer. Woojin admits he was too complacent at the auction house, and now he means to erase the next enemies without mercy. With the spear in hand, he settles into a deadly stance and starts shaping the water around him. The beast surges in, but his attack meets it head-on and turns the charge into chaos. His strike tears through the anglerfish defenses, and the monster's body buckles under the blow. Even then, he coolly judges Heaven's Net as weaker than expected, like the boss was never worth the hype. Woojin watches the battered creature sink and realizes it still has room to improve, which is almost insulting. The heavenly demon panics at the violent tremor, already mistaking the battlefield shake for some disaster. But there is no earthquake here, only a boss getting smashed into the abyss for good. Woojin's face stays unreadable as he keeps tracking the beast's fading power. Then he drives in again, finishing the lesson by crushing the anglerfish with another brutal burst of power. The final burst hits, and the battered anglerfish is swallowed in blinding force. Woojin hangs above the deep, spear ready, as the sea around him starts to settle. Heavenly Demon panics at the tremor, blurting out her worry while still trying to process the chaos. The crackling energy fades, and the system calmly announces that an item has been created. Woojin stares ahead, realizing this death-triggered creation is just another rule of the world. He quickly catches on that the real trick is the strange energy left behind by monsters. That clue sharpens his focus, because energy like that usually means someone interfered. He turns to the floating companion, studying the item and the process with unsettling calm. The system offers a conversation, and Woojin answers without hesitation, choosing to accept. Of course he does, because nothing about this deep-sea mess is staying ordinary now. Woojin stands before a blinding white portal, while the tiny spirit beside him stiffens at the sight. Even he pauses, hearing her gasp that she has never seen a white portal before. The system cuts in coldly, warning that only authorized individuals can enter. Then it reveals the catch. The eternal anglerfish inner core must be consumed to pass through. Woojin studies the portal and the floating spirit, already realizing this place is built on ugly rules. She warns him again that the unknown is the deadliest thing in any dungeon, and begs him not to go. He answers by stepping forward anyway, deciding the entrance is exactly where he needs to be. The moment he moves, the portal flares and the spirit recoils, as the threshold rejects hesitation. Woojin instantly understands the rule now, seeing that authorization really means paying with the core. Still, he keeps going, while the spirit throws a panic-fueled fit, and the deep-sea trap swallows them in. Woojin stares ahead and judges the abyss for what it is. Not the ocean, but something far stranger. The false seascape stretches endlessly, and even he admits the place feels vast enough to swallow anyone. Behind him, the spear rests steady as he keeps watching the shifting void for a rule worth exploiting. The threshold suddenly erupts in blinding force, and the portal finally answers his advance. A brilliant figure rises to greet him, declaring itself the system's administrator with ridiculous confidence. It reads his energy at once, sensing something cleaner yet eerily similar to the Master of Chaos. Woojin remains unfazed, already pressing for answers about item transformation instead of acting impressed. The administrator confirms his curiosity and starts explaining that the boundless angler's death triggered the change. Woojin realizes this kind of item usually appears on its own, so this bizarre awakening has his full attention. The administrator accepts that logic, and Woojin calmly agrees, already digging deeper into the dungeon's secrets. The administrator confirms that a monster's transformation into an item was truly witnessed, and even elites would struggle to see it. Woojin stays expressionless as the system admits he interfered with the process instead of merely observing it. The administrator calls it an unexplained system error, and the revelation only makes the dungeon feel stranger. Woojin quietly brushes it off, admitting that even after countless hunts, this kind of transformation is new to him. He presses for an explanation, while the administrator decides it may be faster to show him directly. A surge of violet power opens into a cosmic sector, and the administrator finally starts teaching him how these worlds work. It explains that each sector has its own environment and life forms, all tied together by causality. Then it reveals the real job of an administrator: keep that causality stable and build a harmonious world. Woojin calmly accepts the lesson as the administrator points out how beautiful stable sectors can be. And just like that, the warning lands hard. He is standing inside the unstable sector that he now calls home. Woojin stares into the cosmic sector, realizing this home is far stranger than any dungeon he has crossed. The administrator confirms the chaos is a system error, and the sector is choking on unstable causality. That instability, it warns, will keep spreading until the whole sector collapses. Woojin listens in silence as the administrator finally offers a fix instead of another vague excuse. The answer is crude but effective, summoning beings from other sectors and dumping the causality onto them. Those beings are monsters, and once they are defeated, their borrowed causality disappears with them. The logic gets colder from there. Their byproducts would be processed into rewards, useful for hunting even stronger monsters. Woojin sees the trap behind the lesson, but also the value, because those items are meant to stabilize the sector further. The administrator then admits the entire thing is a kind of processing, and Woojin starts suspecting outside interference. That suspicion tightens when he recalls the same strange aura from the auction, and the administrator repeats that someone interfered. The administrator confirms the sector turned unstable because someone interfered. He explains that causality was then dumped onto monsters to keep the sector from collapsing. He lays out the brutal split between protectors like administrators and the forces trying to ruin everything. Woojin keeps listening, confirming the transformation process while pressing for one more answer. The administrator shuts down further questions, but Woojin has already understood the basics. He adds that Woojin had originally asked about item transformation, then refuses to go any deeper. Woojin pauses, then starts turning the new rules over in his head, already sensing the trap behind them. The administrator admits that meeting him may have affected Woojin's causality and promises to verify it before opening the portal. Woojin accepts the delay, but the tension stays heavy as the portal readies to open. One last awkward interruption hits, and the administrator coolly tells him to proceed anyway. The administrator blanches as Woojin cuts in, and the portal mood turns uneasy in an instant. Amid the cosmic haze, he starts demanding answers, but even the spirit nearby looks caught off guard. The portal still opens, and Woojin steps forward before anyone can slow him down. The moment he lands inside, the strange timing hits him, and the spirit immediately checks whether something went wrong. Woojin is told he has already returned, so the whole portal seems to have distorted time itself. He processes it fast, realizing the inside of the sector stretches time far longer than the outside did. The administrator's startled face lingers in his thoughts, and that reaction starts to matter more than the sector itself. Woojin then turns the suspicion back on him, asking whether an anomaly during ascension caused the problem. Before anyone can dodge the point, the sect master is dragged into the blame, and even his cult title cannot hide the accusation. His sins are reduced to 3/10 of the disaster, with the rest mocked as a grotesque crime against cooking. The spirit cuts in hard, warning that Woojin cannot enter the celestial realm until every last sin is cleared, and especially not after that cursed cooking. Woojin reacts in disbelief, clearly not expecting the verdict to hit that fast. Even so, he had already been ready to defend his food, only to get yanked into memories of his past life instead. The realization settles in that ascension can wait. For now, he needs to prepare the boundless angler. The corpse of the sea monster becomes his target, because its mana-filled body is valuable enough to forge artifacts and armor. Piece by piece, he dismantles it cleanly, taking the meat, spikes, and head without wasting a drop. The spirit practically melts with praise, marveling that he tore it apart so beautifully and calling him amazing. Woojin, still dead calm, decides the preparation is nearly finished and starts working with ruthless precision. He even tests the monster's remains like a recipe, declaring that it is time to give it a taste. Watching from the side, the spirit gets dazzled all over again, insisting the boundless angler is incredible while Woojin barely reacts. Woojin samples the boundless angler's flesh and immediately notices its chewy, gum-like texture. He studies the rich oil and strong aroma, already treating the monster's body like premium cooking material. With a faint smirk, he decides the flavors can be pushed further and starts considering a top-tier dish. The dungeon reward finally arrives, confirming main quest 2 and granting the dungeon fermentation storage. The heavenly demon nearly loses her composure, then rushes to claim the reward for Woojin. The artifact materializes as a glowing jar, and its description promises optimal fermentation for any ingredient. Woojin realizes the storage is another absurdly useful tool, the kind of cheat that keeps getting handed to him. He puts the next quest in sight at once, but the system immediately blocks him with a level requirement. Hearing the explanation, the heavenly demon recognizes the same structure as the tutorial tower and starts connecting the dots. Woojin follows that logic, quietly understanding that this dungeon will demand the same ruthless climb all over again. Woojin decides the shortcut is real, but the heavenly demon already senses the level gap that makes the next quest a joke. Main quest 3 drops the answer anyway, and it demands level 25 while he is still stuck at 20. He weighs the rewards, then shrugs it off, refusing to cheapen his cooking just for a prize. The system flatly denies the quest, and he decides the feast can wait until he has earned the right. The heavenly demon jolts at his casual confidence as he says he will simply keep cooking until the quest opens up. With the boundless angler's flesh in hand, he treats the whole thing like another ingredient, not a miracle. He finishes tuning the dungeon fermentation storage, even adding control formulas like he has done this 100 times. Confident the jewel is manageable now, he prepares to head back without any dramatic victory pose. Deep Sea Shrine's final area emerges ahead, and the narrow path suddenly feels like a battlefield waiting to happen. He senses the jewel and the hidden fight around it, then keeps its true value to himself for now. Woojin finally starts, calm as ever, while the heavenly demon braces for whatever madness comes next. He floods the chamber with mana and forces the ritual forward at terrifying speed. The heavenly demon reels, realizing the amount of mana is absurdly beyond expectation. Yet Woojin only pushes harder, convinced he can still control the surge. The bamboo scroll starts trembling under the jewel's pressure, and the old monster finally feels the strain. His body begins to crack under the backlash, but he stubbornly keeps going anyway. The scroll spins and warps with energy, almost there, as Woojin refuses to stop now. A scream echoes through the chamber while the seal nears collapse around him. At last, the seal breaks, and the power spills loose across the dungeon floor. Exhausted and battered, Woojin admits it is done, having barely forced the seal open. He freezes at the thought of meeting that force again, sweat already running down his face. The heavenly demon studies him and calls him an unusual one, because even the spirit can feel something strange here. Then the system declares the conditions fulfilled, and the spirit judges this towering inheritance as a flawed masterpiece. The bamboo scroll finally gives way, and the old partner from before regression flashes through the spirit's mind. The relic starts resonating, and the martial god record is claimed, while the spirit immediately questions what kind of training produced this monster. Jo Seongjun stands beneath the verdict as the record chooses him as its master, and the process finally locks in. He greets the martial god like an old acquaintance, and the awakened class of All-Master settles over him. But the dungeon still keeps its petty rules, sealing the exit for 6 hours even after the boss falls. Woojin decides he could smash the portal if he wanted, then shrugs it off since nothing urgent is left. 6 hours later, he calls for the chef and orders the spirit to leave, only for the picky little thing to complain about the missing squid ink. Woojin casually admits the ingredient is rare, while the tiny spirit beside him immediately starts protesting his usual habits. He brushes off the complaint with perfect confidence, promising to prepare it next time, which only makes the spirit look even more exhausted. When the hidden dungeon comes up, Woojin acts like he knows nothing, and the nearby observers start panicking all over again. Choi Minsung tries to calm everyone down, but the crowd is already spiraling as attention locks onto Woojin. Someone blurts out Kim Chi-guk's name, and the whole place turns into a chaotic rush of reporters and shouting. Woojin is dragged into the spotlight as the so-called disciple who emerged from the hidden dungeon, and the cameras swarm like hungry fish. The reporters shove in for answers, demanding details, while Woojin can only sigh at how quickly this turned into a media circus. Then the headlines explode, crediting Kim Chi-guk for the discovery and turning his name into the day's biggest sensation. A week later, Woojin finally celebrates a breakthrough of his own, boasting that his dish broke through an A-rank barrier. The new creation appears as a monster of a burger, complete with dungeon-grade power, and Woojin, naturally, refuses to enjoy the achievement alone. Woojin proudly serves a burger made from angler meat, and the bald chef looks ready to suffer through another one of his disasters. One bite later, even his face twists in disbelief as he wonders how Woojin keeps inventing monstrosities like this. His thoughts drift to the Plum Blossom Swordmaster, as if that legendary duel somehow explains the madness on the plate. The memory sharpens into a grim comparison, because this creation might rival the taste of a sword art that once shook Murim. Even the old legend's famed scent gets dragged into the joke, now reduced to a filthy, fishy stench that spread for miles. When the meal ends, Woojin casually asks for the verdict, and the kid answers with suspicious politeness about the aroma. The reward lands immediately anyway, boosting strength from the dungeon-infused dish, while the chef stares in stunned silence. Woojin shrugs off the surprise, claiming strange ingredients are normal when the sect leader once used elixirs as food. The chef can only cry over the price of permanent stat potions, already regretting every bite he took. Still, he keeps eating, admitting the flavor is absurdly addictive, and the academy countdown quietly closes in behind them. The teacher's warning lands like a trap, reminding everyone the academy exam is closing in fast. Woojin only repeats the word exam, sounding a little too calm for a man about to be judged. He remembers Baek Seolha's study invitation and realizes cooking has swallowed far more time than expected. The bald chef confidently bets on the sect leader, then awkwardly admits even that monster cannot know the exam in advance. The same man recalls the article that attacked him after the recommendation, and suddenly his headache makes perfect sense. Woojin shrugs off the apology, insisting fairness matters while the whole system is trying not to collapse around him. The chef relaxes and thanks him for the meal, practically beaming as he pretends this is all perfectly normal. He bows out as if dinner is over, certain the sect leader needs exam prep more than another plate of trouble. At the door, he keeps bowing and thanking Woojin, already hoping this brief peace lasts a little longer. For once, even Woojin seems content to let the chaos pause, slipping out while the last excuse hangs in the air. Woojin hears the concern about his headache, but the real pressure still hangs over him. The bald chef awkwardly promises medicinal food and insists he cannot afford to get sick. The exhausted man finally bows, and the room feels unnervingly quiet around the seated figure. A name surfaces in the dark. Park Seungjin, as if the whole mess has already been filed away. Seongjun stays hunched on the couch, while the purple aura around him keeps twisting tighter. He stammers out that the deep-sea shrine mission failed, and the shame hits harder than the floor. The report gets worse from there, because everyone sent to the shrine was killed. Then the blame shifts to Kim Chi-guk, dragging his name through the media like a public execution. Seongjun's killing intent surges as the suspicion grows that he wiped out the Eclipse members inside. By the end, he is already ordering Kim Chi-guk onto the Level 1 surveillance list, calm on the surface and ruthless underneath. The surveillance list marks top Korean talents as Eclipse's next targets, and the warning is already ugly. Their orders are simple enough: eliminate the threats, or drag them into Eclipse before they become a problem. Seongjun takes the report in silence, but the purple pressure around him makes that calm look downright dangerous. The academy exterior rises under a bright sky, hiding the mess of ambition waiting inside. The cadets grumble over the Hunter special law, still clueless that strength alone never gets anyone very far. One girl sharpens her resolve, determined to take the top spot so her father will finally acknowledge her. Woojin sits through the exam with his usual blank face, already looking like he finished caring hours ago. He keeps the rules in mind anyway, because experience taught him that dungeon law is never as clean as it sounds. Even the parts that make no sense do not faze him, since he has already prepared for the weird ones too. With the test almost done, his real priority stays the same: get out fast and start cooking the matured angler meat. Woojin narrows his eyes, sensing a strange energy shift around Seongjun. Seongjun arrives like nothing happened, but the atmosphere around him feels heavier than before. Woojin remembers not seeing him for a week, and assumes he may have joined another guild. Yet the energy is completely different now, sharper and far more refined. Compared to the deep-sea shrine, Seongjun has grown absurdly fast. Woojin still notices the catch. That power is pure, but it carries no trace from the right shoulder. That missing flow makes the whole thing even stranger. so he decides to check it properly. He leans in and realizes the answer is finally in front of him. Right beside Seongjun, a spirit from another record is standing there. That alone explains the change. And Woojin knows this is no ordinary encounter. The spirit's martial energy leaves Woojin suspicious, because it feels absurdly refined for something so small. He realizes the power matches Jo Seongjun's, and that alone makes the whole situation smell familiar and dangerous. Behind that polished aura though, the right shoulder still gives nothing away, and Woojin catches the missing flow immediately. As he studies harder, the answer finally clicks into place. Another record-bound spirit is standing beside Seongjun. That explains the strange change, and Woojin quietly confirms this is no ordinary meeting. Later, he reflects that Seongjun seems to have relaxed around him, which is almost impressive considering the silence. The reason is simple enough to him, since he followed that brutal training without a single complaint. He even jokes inwardly that the spirit may have become another teacher, too, which says plenty about his growth. Then Woojin decides not to linger on the regression topic and asks Seongjun for a favor instead. Seongjun, still calm but wary, finally asks what that favor is, and the real conversation begins. The tiny spirit calmly tells Seongjun to hide his presence at the academy, then adds that he should watch certain people carefully. Woojin immediately senses that his martial record never even noticed him, and that much already says enough. He starts naming the important players, beginning with Lee Cheonki, a principal whose name had somehow slipped past his past life. The academy lecture jumps to the tournament gate, where good grades mean better odds, and only the top students get priority. Woojin takes that in with a tired stare, realizing this exam is meant to turn academics into survival currency. The next warning lands heavier. The test lasts 60 minutes, and anything late gets treated like cheating. From the podium, the instructor tells everyone to raise a hand if there are errors, then announces the exam will begin immediately. Woojin glances down at the paper and decides to take the whole thing seriously, even while weighing Chai Eon's situation. The questions open with dungeon theory, combat basics, hunter law, and current events, so he starts writing without wasting motion. When the first hidden dungeon question appears, he barely blinks, because he just visited one and already knows the answer is simple. He decides the dungeon question should go to the Hunter Management Agency, because danger always comes first. But hidden dungeons, from his experience, are also treasure troves, and that smug little certainty reshapes his answer. So he shifts to hunter law and history, planning to rely on memory instead of wasting time on fancy thinking. For dungeon theory and monsters, he trusts first-hand experience, since surviving the thing matters more than memorizing it. The questions are textbook traps about survival in a stranded dungeon, and he already spots the real trick. Arcus saffron is the key detail, a rare herb that changes with each chew, and he realizes the hunters ruined it. With a cool smile, he starts writing that the proper cooking method would have saved them from collapsing. He catches the obvious flaw too, since stranded people would not even have cooking tools or ingredient knowledge. That makes the hunters' mistake painfully simple. They ate Arcus saffron raw, instead of using it properly. Satisfied, he locks in the answer. Because once the logic is exposed, the rest is almost embarrassingly easy. The written exam ends, and the class is shoved straight toward the gymnasium for the practical. The cadets complain that the test was brutal, unfair, and way too broad for comfort. Woojin barely reacts, treating the mess like a finished task, and heading out without hesitation. A blue-haired girl cheerfully asks about the test, as if the tension never existed. Woojin answers that he did all right, still wearing that calm, unreadable look. She suggests comparing answers, hoping to grade themselves before the next stage. Woojin agrees to move along, since the practical exam is starting soon anyway. Behind the chatter, he already knows question 1 was a trap, and the wrong answer stings. A week later, the instructor returns to announce that the exam results have been finalized. Some cadets tense up at once, because this was only the first of 4 evaluations before the final judgment. He warns Woojin not to get too comfortable with the current score, then tells him to keep pushing forward. The monitors finally light up with the scores, and Woojin waits without a trace of panic. The first exam results hit: 45 on the written test, 35 on mana sensitivity, 58 on monster hunting, and a total that lands him 55th. Woojin can swallow the weak practical score, since he barely tried on purpose, but the written result is a different story. A 45 on the written exam is embarrassing enough to make even that calm face harden. The instructor closes the assembly, and the room starts buzzing as the cadets realize the first evaluation is only over, not the ordeal. One student blurts out Woojin's name in shock, because nobody expected quiet little Cheon Woojin to cause this kind of noise. Woojin lifts a hand, still trying to figure out what is going on, looking more puzzled than guilty. The explanation only makes it worse. Since he triggered every trap, asked to take the poisonous herbs, and still half walk through the practical like it was nothing. Even the instructor stares at him now, asking what he could possibly want this time. Woojin hears the written exam is scored out of 100, and that absurd little correction only makes the bad result sting harder. He immediately asks for a score correction, leaving the room buzzing over why the quiet kid is suddenly causing a scene. The instructor stares at him in disbelief, while the cadets start muttering that he is usually far too calm for this. Woojin's score is finally revealed as 45, 35, and 58, and even he looks like the system has insulted him. The room grows louder as everyone wonders if he is acting out just because of the humiliating total. The instructor calls the written test a failure of the academy itself, which only makes Woojin's expression darker. When asked which subject was the problem, the answer lands with brutal simplicity: the written exam. The instructor decides a 45 was already generous, then tells Woojin to come to the staff room later and explain himself. Woojin grudgingly accepts, while the results continue down the line and Baek Seolha is announced in second place with 96, 98, and 98. At the top, Jo Seong-jun takes first place with 98, 100, and 100. And Woojin realizes that victory has just put him squarely in Lee Chianka's sights. With Baek Seolha praised as the academy's pride, Jo Seong-jun quietly decides the tournament is already his. He shifts his focus to Eclipse's coming attack, knowing this time demands far more care. And with Harab and Niamath gone in the future, he remembers the path ahead has already changed. The strategy deepens fast, because Seong-jun's help would be useful, but trust is still a luxury he cannot afford. Even Woojin's miserable score cannot distract him for long, since the real question is why that boy is even here. He sizes up Woojin, decides the man is no chef, and dismisses him as someone with no reason to stand there. Baek Seolha notices something is off and checks on Seong-jun, only to find him brushing it aside. That sends Seong-jun straight to martial god, convinced this is finally the answer to his problem. The record's observation lets him measure others' martial strength, though it clearly fails against monsters beyond its reach. So when martial god points out Woojin, Seong-jun finally turns to look, and the strange little companion only makes the mystery worse. The martial god record keeps reading Woojin, and that alone already feels like a bad omen for everyone else. Woojin brushes off the judgment as Seong-jun stares, while the tiny spirit beside him quietly exposes what the boy really is. Seong-jun demands another check, but the verdict stays the same. His body is built for martial arts, nothing more. Still, martial god calls him a waste of potential, and the spirit immediately acts like she could fix the problem better. Seong-jun refuses to buy that nonsense, because he has already seen Woojin's strength and knows this is no ordinary guy. The record's warning only deepens the mystery, and the more he thinks about it, the more dangerous Woojin sounds. In the ruined dungeon, another fighter remembers the boundless angler and how even that monster could not stop Woojin. The angler is dead, but Woojin somehow still stands, turning the whole situation into an ugly joke. Back in the room, Woojin sits in silence as the record's logic finally points towards something far worse. Then the scene cuts to a darker power answering from the shadows, greeting Lord Sathriel as the next threat moves in. A shadowy report reaches the higher-ups, and the name Park Seung-jin is called like a warning. Kim Chiguk is still confined to the Ju clan estate, but the silence around him feels suspicious. The observer starts sweating, realizing it is not surveillance that matters, but whether Chiguk has noticed the trap. He quickly concludes the hidden piece is still out of the Ju clan's hands, which only makes the hunt messier. Even so, they decide to draw Chiguk out, because cornering a man like that is easier said than done. The plan shifts to the tournament, where Kim Chiguk's disciple is set to enter and stir the pot. If that happens, Chiguk will almost certainly appear too, and that is exactly what they want. Chiguk's recommendation and the principal's approval make the bait official, while the target is named as South Korea's strongest hunter. Eclipse agents are already moving into position, but they know ambushing him during the tournament will be a nightmare. Their real objective is clear at last: capture wizard Kang Sunwoo, no matter how much chaos it takes. Park Seung-jin stiffens at Lord Sathriel's presence, admitting the plan is collapsing under Kang Sunwoo and Kim Chiguk. He quickly reassures the demon, insisting the bait is still usable and the scheme can hold. Woojin's hand crackles with purple power as he starts sensing something far bigger than a normal fight. The grand design finally answers, and the strange force around him deepens instead of fading. He is convinced he can handle both Kang Sunwoo and Kim Chiguk, and that confidence is almost rude enough to work. Park Seung-jin doubles down, swearing the whole plan will succeed if it can earn Lord Sathriel's approval. Woojin studies the sphere in his bandaged hand, realizing this power is opening a path of its own. Back at the Hunter Academy cafeteria, the break from chaos feels temporary at best. Seolha sits across from Seong-jun in icy silence, and he starts panicking over whether he already offended her. Her expression softens only slightly as she admits his performance deserved more than 100, and that only makes the score correction sting harder. Woojin gets congratulated for first place, but Seolha is already stiff with embarrassment from being left behind. She admits second place should still be good, yet the disappointment hits her hard enough to make it obvious. A tired sigh slips out as she struggles under the awkward silence, while Woojin starts realizing this meal is already going sideways. Heavenly Demon mocks the situation from the side, calling her practically buried under the pressure, and Woojin can only agree. Woojin calls it awkward, because every attempt to speak seems to vanish before it begins. A harsh reminder follows that Baxiola will eventually become the Moon Maiden, and Woojin remembers he came here hoping to connect with her. Instead, her silence crushes the conversation, leaving him wondering when she is even going to show up for him. He thinks back to his cooking, and briefly wonders if the King's slime sorbet caused the problem, then clings to the hope that today will be different. That hope dies fast, because Seola apologizes for keeping him waiting, and Woojin realizes even a simple greeting has become a struggle. When she asks about the dark sphere in Seongjun's hand, Woojin goes silent, because whatever this is, it clearly matters more than the meal. Woojin finally gets the fish sauce in, but the dish already looks cursed enough to make anyone hesitate. He keeps pouring while the slick purple soup settles around the fish head, and even he starts wondering what this is becoming. Baek Seolha lights up at the sight, sounding almost too delighted for someone who was just so tense moments ago. Woojin explains that it is fish head curry, his own spin on a Singapore dish, and casually claims he even tuned the spice for everyone. One bite later, his confidence wavers, because something in the curry is moving where it definitely should not be. He points out the fish, belly, and tentacles, and Seola immediately starts piecing together that this is no ordinary anglerfish. The strange meat is torn apart on the plate, and Woojin realizes it tastes far too chewy for something that was supposed to be dinner. He admits he was prepared for trouble, but this result is still far beyond what he expected from hidden dungeon ingredients. The full, ugly truth lands at last. It looks like a failed resurrection spell, with that same eerie curry, purple seeping through it. And that is exactly when Woojin knows the dish is hiding something even the abyss should not have been able to cook up. Seolha beams at the dish, and even Woojin lets the meal begin with cautious confidence. Her delight spikes fast as she insists the curry actually lives up to his bragging. One bite later, she is praising the shockingly explosive flavor, which is not exactly a normal culinary review. Woojin instantly regrets everything, because telling Seongjun to ask her makes even less sense than the curry itself. Seola decides it still counts as training, and that kind of twisted optimism almost saves the moment. Woojin stares down the dish, realizing this is the only kind of cafeteria chaos where he ever says anything. He forces himself to keep eating, because figuring him out apparently requires swallowing every cursed bite. Even the tiny spirit watches in silence as the dish and its bizarre leftovers make the whole table uneasy. By the time the night ends, both of them have seen their lives flash before their eyes. The next morning hits like a warning bell, because the academy is already moving on to the Hunter tournament reveal. Choi Min-sung announces that only 4 cadets will enter the tournament, and the room immediately tightens around the news. The crowd grumbles that the exam was a sham, with favoritism smelling louder than the rules ever did. Min-sung looks almost drained by the mess, then calls Cheon Woojin, Baek Seolha, Kim Jae-yeol, and Jo Seongjun forward. He praises Woojin and Seola for surviving boss fights, while the others quietly prove themselves through their exam results. The final decision lands hard. Those 4 will represent the academy, whether everyone likes it or not. Some cadets still complain that Woojin only keeps getting special treatment, and the jealousy is barely disguised. Others shrug it off as connections, but even then, Woojin stands out too much to be ignored. Min-sung admits Seola fits the cut, yet Woojin still looks like a problem the academy cannot neatly file away. Looking back, the main quest rewards were already absurdly good, starting with the dungeon pepper that amplifies flavor with a touch, and the dungeon fermentation storage makes the whole thing even crazier, storing and aging ingredients without wasting space. Woojin sizes up the absurdly useful ingredients and decides even a novice could cook with them, but he immediately reins himself in, knowing power this convenient can get reckless fast. For once, he stays patient, planning to use those tools sparingly instead of swaggering ahead. The announcement shifts gears as the vice principal unveils special training before the tournament, and the academy's principal is named as the one who will personally run it, making the room tense. Woojin stands there while the formal thanks roll on, and the whole thing starts sounding smoother than expected. He keeps listening, already realizing this setup will make it easier to study Seongjun too. Min-sung presses on, while Woojin privately notes that spending more time with him is already a bonus. Seola leans in with Seongjun, poking at their strange plan to get close to the bald man. Woojin answers without blinking, and Seolha still has to admit the approach is necessary. Seolha narrows her eyes and decides that the bald man is anything but an easy target. The warning lands heavy as the bald elder stands surrounded by that blood-red pressure, looking every bit as dangerous as advertised. Seongjun freezes for a beat, sweat creeping down as even he feels the weight of that presence. Seolha admits his aura is monstrous and, for once, keeps her confidence from turning into recklessness. Seongjun still forces out a calm answer, insisting that the situation should hold together. Woojin stays patient, already deciding that even a clash with Lee Cheonki would not be enough to shake him. His caution shifts to Seongjun too, because a sudden move from that man would be far worse than a simple warning. Yet he keeps reasoning it through, figuring that Seongjun is obsessed with cooking more than chaos, so trouble is unlikely. When the tournament turns out to be tomorrow, Woojin checks his phone and settles on finishing his last preparations. Heavenly Demon hovers nearby, as Woojin grumbles that only she would say something that relaxed, while he keeps waiting for whatever comes next. Woojin brushes off the complaint, while Heavenly Demon just watches him recover in silence. Even after the bald trainer's brutal special lesson, Woojin stays unfazed and admits he understands the point. The training only gets harsher, and the bald instructor keeps grinding them with a weirdly tailored regimen. Seongjun quietly realizes Woojin was singled out, as if the academy had already started bending around him. The bald trainer makes it clear that Seongjun has been placed on a special course, and that only raises more questions. His movements stay sharp and precise, enough to make the others think he must have lived through a second life already. By the next beat, even the simplest strike looks disciplined, and his defense seems almost impossible to crack. Woojin's expression hardens, because anyone with skills like that is already too dangerous to ignore. The room turns awkward fast as Seongjun and the trainer face off, while Woojin watches from the side, unreadable. In the end, Woojin gets stuck with the training meal too, and the others can tell he is swallowing it under pure duress. Woojin narrows his eyes at the idea of Cheonki boosting them with his cooking, already sensing something off. Lying there in silence, he decides the old man's interest in him is getting harder to read, not easier. Far away, the warning spreads that Eclipse will move after the tournament attack, and the whole country could become the next target. Woojin lies still as the thought settles in, knowing that if that happens, everything really is over. Even then, his expression hardens, because this time he refuses to let the disaster reach that point. Hunter Tournament Day finally arrives at the colossal arena, and the crowd swells under the bright sky. The academy team arrives with the others, only to realize the place is packed, and the tournament is already turning into a spectacle. Then the name Baek Seolha cuts through the noise, and the nearby cadets immediately start freaking out. Seolha freezes under the attention, while a broadcast reveals her face had already slipped into Cheonka's promotion, making the whole thing even messier. She can only stand there and endure it, while the announcers and onlookers keep piling the pressure higher. The fan club for Baek Seolha explodes online, and the poor girl becomes a full-blown idol overnight. She tries to slip through the crowd, but the attention only gets worse when people scream for Cheonki and her. Seongjun appears beside the stadium, cool as ever, while Seolha's embarrassment keeps deepening. Team Cheonik draws a wall of screaming fans, and the academy kids start acting like they have never seen a person before. Reporters swarm Seonho with questions, then drag Woojin and Kim Chiguk into the gossip circus behind him. Seonho keeps smiling through it, but even he looks ready to escape the madness at any moment. Woojin's name gets pulled into the rumor mill, and the boy realizes the tournament spotlight has gone completely feral. He tries to brush it off with a polite answer, but the crowd only leans in harder. His pride stings, yet he still keeps that stiff hunter smile, while cameras keep flashing everywhere. And now the real bomb drops, with everyone buzzing over Woojin and Kim Chiguk together. The Minotaur had already been labeled an A-rank boss, and that alone made the survivors freeze. But the real shock hit harder, because a hunter who could drop A-rank bosses in one hit was somehow being called a B-rank disciple. Seonho's face twitches with disbelief, as if the academy has officially started talking nonsense. He grumbles inwardly that this would all be easier if that monster had never picked up cooking. Then he spots Woojin nearby and decides to push through the crowd to find him. Woojin tries to stay polite, but the fans and cameras keep pressing in until every word turns into a spectacle. A nearby voice mentions Baek Seolha, and Woojin realizes she is actually here too. When a girl's tone suddenly shifts from flat to warm, he notices something has clearly changed. She starts asking about the dish with genuine interest, like the old stiffness is finally gone. Seonho answers carefully, introducing himself from Cheonik and acting like this visit is just a harmless pre-tournament greeting. Seonho hesitates at the door, feeling the whole visit has already gone off the rails. Woojin answers him casually, as if the surprise entrance barely matters. Seonho freezes again, staring at him like the situation has gotten even stranger. Inside, Seonho sits with Woojin and the blue-haired woman. already trapped in another awkward food talk. Woojin's latest appetizer turns out to be anglerfish tentacle canapes, because normal snacks were never his style. Seonho stares at the dish and hears it is moving, which makes the whole thing feel even more cursed. The blue-haired woman keeps explaining canapes like this is a refined tasting lesson, while Woojin listens with quiet satisfaction. She realizes the topping is the same anglerfish tentacle from the curry dish, and that only makes the situation worse. Seonho recoils when he learns people actually eat that thing, and his disbelief is almost impressive. He keeps staring in total shock, finally understanding that Woojin has turned a simple greeting into culinary chaos again. The blue-haired woman casually praises the tentacle snack, calling its texture delightfully weird, while Seonho only gets more unsettled. She keeps talking as if this is refined tasting etiquette, and even Seongjun looks caught between curiosity and regret. Seongjun admits the dish is tasty, but the look on his face says that praise came at a steep price. Woojin then circles back to Seongjun, casually asking how it suits his taste, because of course he does. Seongjun freezes under that attention, already realizing this meal is becoming another disaster. Woojin brushes it off with absurd confidence, acting like plenty of people love his cooking, and the blue-haired woman is obviously not buying it. Songho gets invited to sit and eat too, but his face says he would rather vanish than join this feast. He starts backing away, blurting out a weak excuse about remembering something urgent, and practically flees the table. Woojin immediately turns after him, grumbling that Seonho must eat this kind of thing all the time, then trails into the academy cadets. Even he seems to realize the comparison is suspicious, but by then the damage is done, and the snack chaos has already spread. The cadets start panicking already, and one of them realizes this tournament may be packed with lunatics. The opening announcement lands, and the whole stadium erupts before the first match even begins. Team Three-Legged Crow steps forward, but the crowd is already treating them like a joke with a winning streak. Seongjun feels the noise drag up old memories, and that usually means trouble is coming. The cheers swell around the arena as the old name of Mount Cheon gets dragged back into the spotlight. Baek Seola stiffens, sensing something familiar in the aura, and her calm slips just a little. Even the polished shoes of the officials carry the weight of something bigger than a simple ceremony. The host then introduces Kang Sunwoo as South Korea's #1 hunter, and the title hits harder than the applause. Kang Sunwoo stands there looking far too composed for a man being worshipped like that, which only makes him more dangerous. By now, the crowd is fully sold, and the tournament has already turned into a stage for monsters. The arena erupts into chaos as everyone screams for Kang Sunwoo, worshipping him like the hero of Korea. The host calmly takes control, announcing the tournament while the crowd keeps hanging on every word. He reminds them that Sunwoo awakened at 18 and still rules as Korea's undisputed #1 hunter. Then he frames the tournament as a talent hunt, a stage that has produced top hunters since the gate incident. He praises competition, but warns that real respect matters more than empty pride. With that, he moves to the ceremonial lighting and lifts the S-rank artifact, Tears of the Star. The crowd instantly locks in, some praying for luck while others stare like a miracle just dropped into their laps. The artifact unleashes a massive burst of color, and the whole stadium practically gasps at the spectacle. Even the most desperate trainees start begging for a top guild to notice them, already dreaming bigger. The host closes the ceremony, and finally calls for the preliminary matchup draw to begin. The draw drops Kim Seokjun and Baek Seolha first, leaving Woojin stuck at the very bottom. Around him, the cadets joke that the academy match is easy, but they still eye Kim Chiguk's apprentice with caution. Even the tiny spirit beside Woojin bristles at the disrespect, ready to tear into anyone mocking the chef. Woojin only blinks at the board, realizing the matchup has landed him against Jo Seongjun. The stadium buzzes as the brackets lock in, and Woojin decides this fight might actually be worth watching. The next bout begins with Park Ji-hoon charging in hard, all raw momentum and no subtlety. Baek Seola slips past him with almost no movement and tags the back of his neck before he can recover. Park Ji-hoon crashes down, stunned, while the crowd gasps at how cleanly she finished it. Seola keeps her expression cold, having ended it without ever needing to draw her sword. That absurdly precise win only makes the next round feel sharper, because now everyone knows her kind of speed can end a match instantly. People keep calling her just Baek Dujang's daughter, but that reputation is about to age badly. Even the Academy's praise can't hide the fact that the next names are Chong Woojin and Jo Seongjun. Seola accepts the compliment with a clean smile, while the boy beside her cheers like he already knows she owns this bracket. She barely reacts to his flustered praise, then brushes off the spotlight with the kind of arrogance that only real talent can afford. All around them, the tournament buzzes louder, and Seolha's name starts carrying the same weight as the Academy's biggest fighters. Seonho enters next, looking far less impressive on the surface, which makes the announcer's hype almost feel like a joke waiting to happen. His opponent is revealed as Jo Seong-jun, and the crowd instantly understands this is no random match. A quick warning follows, because Seong-jun has the kind of hidden ability that turns a normal bout into a disaster for the wrong person. Seong-jun answers with a cold stare, already realizing this fight could decide how dangerous he really is. The whistle drops, and the match explodes forward, as the two charge in without wasting another second. Seonho lunges first, and Seong-jun meets him head-on without flinching. Their strikes crash together, each trying to seize control before the crowd can blink. Seonho pushes forward with raw speed, hoping to force a clean finish. Seong-jun slips the attack and closes in, already reading his rhythm. Seonho realizes the hit barely landed, and the smug confidence starts cracking. He keeps insisting the training held up, while Seong-jun's movement feels disturbingly familiar. The next exchange turns vicious, with blades and fists blurring past each other. Seong-jun's pressure keeps building, and the difference in skill becomes impossible to ignore. His presence starts to overlap with something darker, making the fight feel far less ordinary. Seonho stiffens under that red haze, while Seong-jun stands there like the result was always inevitable. Seong-jun keeps weaving through Seonho's rhythm, blocking every follow-up like it's nothing. Seonho realizes the pressure is wrong and starts pulling back before getting trapped completely. But Seong-jun stays glued to him, forcing a counter so fast it leaves Seonho reeling. Seonho sees the opening vanish and panics, knowing a clean dodge is already too late. He gets hit hard, and the shock on his face says the fight has slipped past his control. Seonho finally understands Seong-jun's speed is beyond anything training prepared him for. That realization lands as Seonho admits defeat in his own head, still stunned by the gap. Seong-jun only looks colder after that, annoyed that Seonho is still standing at all. The next beat turns vicious again as Seong-jun drives forward with another crushing strike. Even Seonho can only stare in disbelief now, realizing Jo Seong-jun is built to overpower him. Seong-jun's stare hardens, and the fight turns from testing to outright dominance. He cuts straight through Seonho's guard, mocking the boy's blade for lacking conviction. Seonho lowers his head in silence, already feeling the gap between them. Seong-jun follows with a colder warning, saying the final round has only just begun. Seonho steels himself, deciding that wasting energy now would be a fatal mistake. Seong-jun narrows his focus, ready to crush every unknown variable in the tournament. The muscles in his body coil with blue energy, and he commits to protecting Kang Sunwoo this time. He charges forward like a living blade, daring Seonho to keep up if he can. Seonho feels that murderous pressure and realizes something far worse than speed is coming. Around them, the crowd starts to stir, sensing that something has gone terribly off. Seonho freezes as that impossible blue force starts crawling around him, and even he can tell something is deeply wrong. A violent burst of dark energy rips through the stadium sky, turning the final round into a disaster before anyone is ready. Seong-jun realizes the terror attack has jumped the schedule, and for once his cold confidence cracks. The arena is swallowed by that spreading shadow, like the whole place is being smothered alive. Around the seats, the crowd panics as the power cuts out and the temperature drops all at once. One cadet folds under the pressure, and the others finally understand this is no ordinary match anymore. People start grabbing one another and shouting for help, because the stadium has gone from tense to absurdly out of control. A brutal shockwave tears through the area, sending everything into chaos in one ugly instant. Security finally scrambles in, reporting an explosion at Exit B and ordering the civilians out fast. With alarms rising and purple darkness surging overhead, the stadium sinks into full panic, exactly where the attackers wanted it. Woojin's eye snaps wide as the purple strike tears past him, and even his calm finally starts to crack. The arena buckles under a roaring shockwave, swallowing the floor in smoke and violet turbulence. Hidden figures emerge through the haze, and the attackers make it clear they have already found their target. The masked squad fans out with blades drawn, while the black-haired leader advances like this was never meant to stay covert. A tiny barrier mage keeps muttering through the chaos, insisting the response came faster than expected. More than one intruder drops into the stadium, as the black-haired assailant coolly says Kang Sunwoo's name. He ignores the panic and presses on, claiming he only spared the barrier mage in the parking lot by mistake. The barrier mage is already bleeding, yet still curses the man for surviving long enough to perfect the spell. A vicious blast follows, and the assailant realizes too late that he should have taken the head clean off. Thanks to the spell cast before death, the negation finishes at last, locking the stadium into deeper ruin. The negation is already complete, and Jo Seong-jun realizes it cannot be undone now. He tears through the collapsing barrier anyway, convinced Kang Sunwoo cannot be allowed to die. That determination sharpens into a single goal: keep Kang Sunwoo alive, no matter the cost. But the spell backfires into disaster, and a monster is summoned before the situation can be contained. The ogre snarls as it's forced to fight on Kang Sunwoo's side. Ugly as that bargain looks, it lunges straight into the attack, and martial spirit art surges through the chaos like a brutal answer. The battlefield twists again as the ogre unleashes its first form, a so-called gentle breeze that is anything but gentle. Amid the green haze, the newcomer presses Jo Seongjun for answers, clearly sensing he knows more than he's admitting. Jo Seongjun snaps that the situation is too urgent for explanations, but the tension only keeps climbing. Then the memory cuts back to the old catastrophe, where Kang Sunwoo's death and Eclipse's reach turned Korea into their feeding ground. Eclipse is moving faster than expected, and Woojin realizes his old preparations still may not be enough. The pressure forces him to grip his spear harder, and the blame settles on his own shoulders. Even with Martial God's contract, he races in too late, kicking up green force as he lunges toward the fight. Now he chooses damage control over pride, because saving Sunwoo matters more than looking clever. The ogre keeps tearing through the battlefield, while Woojin trusts the Academy's protection and banks on Seola and Cheonik holding the line. Even then, he can feel another threat closing in, and that is never a comforting thought. Far away, Seonho stands frozen in the red gloom, clinging to the belief that Woojin will pull through. Kim Chiguk then drops into the chaos and cuts down the Ju clan's escort hunters without mercy. Their bodies scatter across the ground, and the sheer difference in skill leaves everyone staring. One surviving escort finally panics and realizes this quiet hunter is far more dangerous than he looks. Woojin presses the surviving hunter for answers, casually demanding how Kim Chiguk found the hidden piece. The poor man panics, suddenly willing to trade Kim Chiguk over just to keep breathing. Woojin rejects the plea with a grin, then turns the pressure back on Kim Chiguk himself. Kim Chiguk is forced to defend, gripping his spear as Woojin's dark force closes in. Woojin keeps mocking him, acting like the only thing left to do is make the first move. Kim Chiguk decides hesitation is death, and launches forward in a blue blur. His chain spiral spear tears into the battlefield, and even Woojin's body takes the hit head-on. The attack lands cleanly, as Kim Chiguk unleashes the first form of chain strike. Woojin stumbles through the impact, but still looks amused rather than shaken. Kim Chiguk follows through at full speed, proving this quiet hunter was never a soft target. Woojin stands his ground inside the collapsing negation, his dark force surging as Kim Chiguk's spear finally bites in. The elder hunter's eyes widen, realizing the black-haired kid is still pushing back instead of folding. Kim Chiguk answers with a brutal burst of speed, tearing in with chain spiral spear and refusing to hesitate. Woojin takes the hit cleanly, but even after staggering, he keeps that same infuriatingly calm grin. Mockery follows as Woojin dismisses the display, acting like the real fight has only just begun. The pressure flips again, and Kim Chiguk is the one on the defensive, forced to shout for help as the darkness closes in. Woojin tells him to stop making noise, then casually orders him to do something useful and talk already. Kim Chiguk snaps back in anger, demanding an explanation, while reminding him that fighting here without Abyssal Flame Beak should be impossible. Woojin only smiles wider, calmly pointing out that the negation makes this fight beyond Kim Chiguk's limit. At last, the hunter breaks, trembling as he asks whether spilling the truth will earn him mercy. Kim Chiguk still clings to his bluff, trying to buy time while Woojin's grin says the hunter already sees through it. Woojin cuts in with cold certainty, reminding him that Kang Sunwoo and the others are still in the stadium. He demands every detail, and Chiguk realizes there is no room left for half-truths now. With shaking confidence, Chiguk finally starts talking, dragging the story back to the moment he awakened mana. He admits the first missions were brutal, and that the danger only deepened before the boss room. Then he reveals that the 6th hunter mission came faster than expected, with massive losses piling up along the way. Chiguk insists he stayed calm, but Woojin immediately shuts that down and forces him to keep going. Cornered by the purple pressure closing in, Chiguk complains that the stalling has already gone too far. Woojin mocks the delay without mercy, and Chiguk starts unraveling as the hidden piece hangs over everything. By the end, the hunter is left panicking, while Woojin stands there like the one thing Chiguk should have feared from the start. Kim Chiguk finally lets the buried truth surface, and that already looks like a mistake. The Minotaur boss emerges in a twisted zombie state, ugly enough to make even a veteran hunter sweat. Chiguk panics over the A-rank monster, realizing this nightmare is far beyond a normal mission. Woojin answers with cold purple pressure, deciding mercy has officially left the room. The blades crash down in a brutal exchange, and Chiguk barely manages to keep standing. One clean strike sends him reeling, with his confidence cracking right along with his body. He tries to react faster, but Woojin's speed turns his defense into a joke. Another hit lands hard, and Chiguk is left gasping as the gap between them becomes impossible to ignore. The Minotaur charges through the chaos, only to get dragged deeper into Woojin's overwhelming assault. By the end, Even the monster looks like it's losing, and Chiguk is running out of excuses along with blood. The purple strike tears through the battlefield, and Chiguk finally feels how ugly this fight has become. Woojin keeps the pressure cold and merciless, mocking the so-called victory over Harab and Nihimath. Chiguk drops hard, blood spilling as his spear lies beside him and the gap between them turns brutal. Even now, he can barely believe this is how he ends, face twisted in disbelief and panic. The Minotaur charges in, but the monster is only rushing straight into Woojin's slaughter. Chiguk watches the blue and violet storm rip through everything and starts grasping just how monstrous Woojin really is. The Academy vice principal realizes Eclipse has every reason to fear a man like Kang Sunwoo. Woojin's magic keeps chewing through the enemy, proving this power is far beyond ordinary skill. Choi Min-sung recoils as his left arm turns black with corruption, and the answer hits too late. At this rate, he knows the darkness will finish consuming him before this nightmare even slows down. The dark mage panics over Kang Sunwoo, then realizes the fight has already become a disaster. Chiguk finally understands Woojin's threat, and that understanding hits harder than the blood on the floor. The stadium's barrier distorts under Sathriel's second spell, but something about it feels off. Min-sung spots the flaw at once, realizing the ritual was never meant to unfold here. Woojin ignores the warning and moves in anyway, deciding helping Kang Sunwoo comes before every other concern. Chiguk stares at the fallen body and blurts out Woojin's name, like the truth is already too heavy to swallow. The terrified mage warns that this place is dangerous and tells him to get away, but Woojin stays calm. Woojin answers the threat with eerie confidence, while the Minotaur's massive body looms behind him. The beast barrels in, only to find the battlefield already soaked in blood and ruin. Woojin plants his spear and faces the monster head-on, because this fight is his now. Woojin's eyes burn with purple force, and he decides to end this mess fast. The Minotaur roars in, but even it can feel something unnatural in these monsters. Woojin cuts through the horde, already suspecting a controller is hiding nearby. From the arena seats, he senses the strongest energy in the stadium and heads straight for it. Chiguk lies broken on the floor, and Woojin realizes the man is in worse shape than expected. He presses a hand to the injury, forcing dark power into the wound before it can spread. One of the attackers stares back in shock, clearly recognizing the man who ruined the arena. Woojin ignores the outrage and keeps tending the wounded, as if the battlefield can wait its turn. His gaze hardens again, because the culprit behind Chiguk's fall is finally clear. And with that, he turns back toward the real enemy, ready to finish it. Cheon Woojin's name lands like a warning, and even the onlookers start realizing this monster hunt has a far worse player behind it. The shock spreads as they admit the Kim Chiguk disciple arrived like a comet and even erased the Minotaur in one blow. That should have been impossible. So the disbelief only deepens when Woojin stands there with barely any mana to read. And that is exactly what rattles them more, because the man who killed the Minotaur somehow feels even more dangerous than the beast. He keeps staring as if the answer should be obvious, only to realize he cannot sense Woojin's mana at all. That missing signal forces the memory back a month, when Kim Chiguk first started drawing attention for his own sudden rise. Around the same time, the Academy linked that rise to Woojin, turning him into the mysterious disciple behind the headlines. Woojin finally pieces it together, and realizes it was never Chiguk at all, only the man standing behind the name. The truth hits harder than the wounds around him, because Chiguk was never the one crushing the bosses. It was Woojin all along, and now the arena is only beginning to understand how badly it misjudged him. Choi Min-sung starts connecting the dots, realizing Kim Chiguk was only the public face, while Woojin was the one actually killing the bosses. That suspicion sharpens into a darker question, as he wonders whether Woojin was backing Chiguk for the Ju clan's benefit. The doubt only grows when Woojin steps forward, wrapped in that oppressive purple power like a man built to ruin plans. Min-sung can only admit the obvious now, because Woojin is looking less like a helper and more like a secret weapon hiding in plain sight. Woojin closes the distance in a flash, and the first exchange hits so fast it barely leaves a trail behind. The speed keeps climbing, turning the fight into a blur that leaves even the observer stunned at how irritatingly sharp he is. Woojin answers the pressure with brutal confidence, forcing the purple current to explode outward as his opponent starts unraveling. The attack keeps pouring in, but Woojin stands at the center of it all, unfazed enough to taunt his enemy into exposing everything. His power swells higher, the corruption around him choking under the weight of his force, as the fight tips completely out of control. By the end, Woojin is fully in command, and anyone still watching finally understands why calling him dangerous was an understatement. Woojin only tilts his head, sensing the next trick before the battlefield can settle. His opponent starts cracking under that calm, furious that Woojin still looks so composed. The cultist finally screams for the bone dragon to appear, betting everything on one last monster. A skeletal beast answers the call, towering over the field in a storm of purple corruption. Wujin studies the barrier and instantly realizes this ritual is far more advanced than it looked. The summoner keeps bragging that the bone dragon is on a different level, as if confidence fixes panic. The dragon lunges forward, but Wujin meets it with the same cold certainty that broke the Minotaur. He cuts through the chaos and taunts his enemy, making it clear he still has plenty left. The purple torrent erupts again, swallowing the monster's charge in one overwhelming blast. Then even the cultist has to face the humiliating truth, because the bone dragon goes down in one hit. The cultist panics and demands to know who this intruder really is, but Wujin stays unreadable, even with the battlefield still trembling. He answers with sharp contempt, mocking the man's noisy confidence and exposing how little there is left to hide. A storm of purple force surges out as Wujin launches another brutal assault, and the cultist's grand monster plan starts falling apart. Wujin studies the barrier mid-fight and realizes this ritual is far more advanced, which only makes his expression colder. He keeps moving through the chaos, judging that whoever built this setup must be receiving help from somewhere. Then he commits fully, driving forward with a chained spiral spear technique that cuts straight through the corrupted field. The violet power keeps drilling down as he chains the attack into a first form strike, leaving no room for a clean escape. Even the cultist finally understands the problem, because Wujin is throwing around power that should never be used so casually. Without hesitation, Wujin shifts again and unleashes a red-slashed follow-up, making the whole ritual feel like it is cracking apart. The finishing blow lands with ugly force, and the cultist's last hope disappears in one silent burst of destruction. Wujin staggers in the vortex, but the cult's confidence is already gone. The ritual collapses further, as the attacker is thrown hard into the dark field. Wujin's prey lies broken, muttering his name in bitter disbelief. Even with his face in the dirt, the cultist realizes Wujin was the real threat. Wujin's chain strike tears through from all directions, leaving no clean escape. That spearman finally gets named for what he is, and the truth lands like a slap. The cult blames him for killing Harab and Niamoth, and delaying the grand plan. Wujin keeps pressing, knowing this enemy would rather kill than surrender. The cultist panics and starts summoning a monster he never wanted to unleash. He knows Wujin will try to kill him the instant that summon appears. The cultist realizes this path ends in death and, panicking, starts forcing the summon through. He screams Wujin's name, determined to drag him down with him. The ritual circle swells with purple power as the forbidden summoning keeps unfolding. Wujin doesn't flinch, already deciding the beast is dangerous enough to crush now. The monster's brutal body starts forming, and even the cultist sounds uneasy about what he called. It admits this has been a long time since it was summoned, which only makes the situation uglier. The towering beast finally stands revealed, built like a nightmare with raw killing intent. Wujin braces low between its legs, calmly claiming the summon belongs to him now. With the monster looming overhead, he prepares to break it before interrogation ever becomes necessary. Bestia is exposed as a human who once had apostle potential, and that makes his downfall look even uglier. During the final stage, the blessing twists on him, and the once promising man mutates into a monster instead. What remains is pure, mindless rage, the kind that lashes out at anything nearby without reason. Wujin only scoffs through the blood, realizing the beast is not nearly as pleased with the result. He keeps pushing anyway, already telling Bestia to hurry up and stop stalling like a cornered fool. Bestia finally stirs, and the hunters recognize him at once as the traitor who ruined Eclipse's plan. The beast snarls in full fury, but Wujin stays composed enough to make the gap look embarrassing. A brutal strike drops the monster hard, and for a moment the grand threat turns into nothing but a crumpling body. Even after that hit, Bestia still glares up in feral hatred, proving the fight is far from over. Bestia stands frozen in the purple storm, still reeling after Wujin's brutal strike. The rotten energy keeps spreading, and the monster's form starts warping under its own backlash. Wujin narrows his eyes, realizing the beast is siphoning more power from the barrier itself. He calls it a greedy creature, already seeing the damage in the way the ritual feed turns unstable. The transformation surges harder, and Bestia's body becomes a twisted mass of dark power. That only confirms the worst of it. He is devouring energy far beyond what his vessel can survive. Wujin figures out the process at once, reading the signs like a veteran who has seen this kind of madness before. This is no ordinary power grab, but a forbidden path that defies the heavens themselves. The price is obvious too, because anyone who walks it starts losing mind and body until nothing human remains. Yet Bestia's case is different, and Wujin knows the monster is not ascending by desire alone. Bestia looms in the dark, already savoring the blasphemy as the ritual swells around him. Wujin's eyes narrow. He instantly sees that the beast is feeding off heaven itself. The power keeps overflowing, and Bestia grows even uglier as he basks in the surge. Wujin cuts through the chaos with one swift strike, ending the next burst before it can spread. Bestia's face twists in panic, because the monster finally realizes that blow actually hurt. Instead of backing off, Wujin presses harder and demands to know how the creature got this filthy. That only sends Bestia into a frenzy, roaring that Wujin is mocking his master's grace. The beast lunges wild and heavy, trying to crush the problem before it can finish speaking. But the gap is brutal, and Wujin only keeps his footing while the monster screams in disbelief. Another violent impact follows, and Bestia's confidence keeps collapsing with every hit. Bestia lunges in a fury, vowing to tear Wujin apart before the monster can be humiliated any further. Wujin stays eerily calm, knowing that kind of power would crush ordinary people without effort. Bestia sneers that Wujin is just a worm with no mana, but the insult already sounds desperate. Even while raging, the monster keeps throwing itself around to dodge, yet every movement looks uglier than the last. Wujin calls out how disgusting the thing is and keeps pressing for answers, refusing to let the creature breathe. Bestia snaps back in a tantrum, and Wujin answers with a crushing blow that leaves the beast rattled. With the monster refusing to talk, Wujin shifts stance and readies his spear for a cleaner execution. Chain Spiral Spear tears forward, followed by Chain Strike, and the purple light turns the battlefield into a slaughter lane. Bestia staggers and gags on the damage, finally feeling the pain it tried so hard to ignore. Wujin pauses for a beat, clearly catching something strange in the aftermath of that hit. Bestia still tries to sneer, but the forced calm is cracking as it boasts about corrupting a severed arm back into place. Wujin answers with pure contempt, and the monster's outrage only makes it look more pathetic. The blow lands hard, throwing Bestia off balance while Wujin keeps the spear buried in its momentum. Even Jo Seongjun, watching from the side, starts to realize Wujin is far stronger than expected. The monster remembers how fast that same power crushed it before, and panic finally starts leaking through the rage. Yet even that realization is useless, because Wujin's spearwork keeps driving straight through its defenses. The assault becomes overwhelming, and Wujin's pressure leaves Bestia struggling to even process the damage. Bloodied and shaken, the monster finally admits Wujin is truly overwhelming, which is a humiliating way to learn humility. The next exchange makes the pattern clearer, as Wujin's speed and technique begin looking eerily familiar to another masked spearman. That resemblance points straight back to the Ju clan's linked spiral spear, and the connection only makes Wujin look more dangerous. Wujin's spear keeps carving through Bestia's guard, and even the masked spearman comparison starts to make ugly sense. Jo Seongjun stares, sweating through the pressure as he realizes just how far above expectation Wujin really is. Bestia's panic finally leaks through the rage, because that same brutal force has crushed it once already. Wujin keeps the tempo merciless, and the monster's pained cry only proves the gap is getting worse. Bestia twists the fight into a distance game, admitting close combat is suicide if Wujin keeps reading everything. It scrambles back, deciding a ranged finish is safer, while Wujin refuses to let it breathe. The monster begins gathering its power for a second attack, trying to hide the real kill shot behind the first. Wujin spots the trick instantly, and mocks the attempt by calmly naming the ambush for what it is. The hidden blast still erupts with vicious force, but even that desperate surge cannot shake Wujin off course. He drives straight through the chaos, and Bestia's counterattack only ends up looking like the last gasp of a cornered beast. Bestia hurls out a brutal purple strike, but Wujin keeps driving forward, already acting like that level of damage is barely worth noticing. He twists his spear, catches the follow-up, and realizes the poison trick is still far too weak to end him. Wujin coldly judges the monster's methods as pathetic for something that once claimed to defy heaven. The spear flashes blue as he cuts through the counter, and Bestia's surprise starts turning into real fear. Wujin instantly reads the corrupt energy for what it is, and Bestia panics as its hidden power is exposed. The monster's body lurches under the pressure, and Wujin decides it has no right to keep standing after everything it has shown. Bestia's whole philosophy comes apart as Wujin dismisses the path it walks as the choice of fools. Even so, Wujin stays interested, watching the monster stagger and admitting the corruption itself is bizarrely fascinating. He keeps advancing through the purple haze, spear in hand, as if the darkness around him only makes the path clearer. And with that, he starts wondering whether humans are really trying to break the laws of heaven after all. Bestia shrieks for space, but the fear in its voice already says enough. Wujin says nothing, just studies the monster like a flaw waiting to be cut open. The demon erupts in purple power and desperately orders him to stay back. Wujin keeps advancing through the cursed haze, spear steady, as if the corruption only sharpens his focus. Bestia unleashes a violent dragon-shaped surge, trying to overwhelm him with pure force. Wujin dismisses it as an empty shell that will shatter before a true dragon's claws. The spear flashes, and the dragon force is carved apart in one brutal exchange. Bestia howls that it will tear him to shreds, but Woojin is already inside the gap. He drives through with Dragon Claw, splitting the monster's assault and its confidence together. When the dust settles, Woojin's stare stays cold, and Bestia is left with nothing but dread. Bestia's body buckles under the purple surge, and the monster's desperate rage starts collapsing in on itself. The cursed arena keeps cracking apart as Woojin walks through the chaos like it is already over. On the stadium floor, Seongjun sits frozen while Woojin stands over the wreckage with his spear at rest. Woojin only looks up at the clearing sky, as if even victory this ugly hardly deserves a reaction. The system finally acknowledges the feat, naming him the one who acted on behalf of heaven. Reward calculation follows, but the delay makes it clear even miracles need paperwork. Outside, the stadium lies shattered while the lone survivor stands amid the ruin and the silence. The headlines hit hard, turning the tournament into a terror story and pinning the casualties to the nation's front page. Kim Chi-guk is stuck in bed, grumbling that even his injuries have become media bait. He realizes the coverage has already become a public disaster, while the arena workers scramble to contain the damage. Chi-guk, still nursing his injuries, pieces together that the tournament terror was never about his own life. The report twists the panic into a theft plot, pointing to the Tears of the Stars as the real target, and that artifact is no joke, able to shift its user's mana attribute at will. Chi-guk realizes something that valuable was always bound to attract the worst kind of eyes. His frustration deepens, as he admits nobody can predict where the stolen relic will be abused. At least the Heavenly Wings Guild moved fast, stepping in to shield civilians before the situation got uglier. Baek Dujang gets the credit, and the news hails him and Baek Seolha as the family that held the line. Another headline turns to Jo Seongjun, praising the rookie cadet who fought terrorists beside the so-called wizard. Chi-guk can only feel some relief that the country still has a future worth betting on. Then he calls for the next visitor, already too restless to stay in bed and pretend recovery is enough. Chi-guk takes the delivered item, already sensing it matters more than the visitor understands. The guardly visitor admits the rising spotlight around Woojin and the others drew his curiosity. Chi-guk cuts him off, dismissing the name and ordering him out with blunt impatience. The man backs off at once, still reminding him to recover like the warning might help. Chi-guk stays restless in bed, convinced the whole incident is far murkier than anyone admits. He starts tracing the attack's logic, wondering how the tournament barriers were broken so cleanly. The stolen relic's strange mana only deepens the suspicion, because power like that always invites uglier hands. His thoughts sharpen on the black barrier and the people responsible for wrapping the arena in it. By then, Woojin has already survived the terrorists and moved straight toward unraveling the field. Chi-guk finally realizes the academy cadet is no ordinary disciple, and that much was obvious far too late. The visitor brings the item, but Chi-guk cuts him off and sends him away without ceremony. Left alone, Chi-guk narrows his eyes, starting to suspect the arena breach was no random attack. The more he thinks, the stranger it gets, because the stolen relic's mana points to a far uglier hand. He finally recalls the black barrier and the absurd force behind it, while Woojin keeps bulldozing through the chaos. News spreads the legend the wrong way, claiming Kim Chi-guk took Cheon Woojin as his disciple. Chi-guk stares at the report, realizing the timeline overlaps with the hidden piece's discovery. The pieces begin to click, and he admits Woojin handled everything too smoothly for a normal cadet. That realization only deepens the mystery, because Chi-guk cannot even make sense of how it all connected. The truth lands hard. Every one of Chi-guk's supposed achievements was actually Woojin's doing. And that leaves one brutal question hanging over everything: why is Woojin still being treated like Chi-guk's disciple at all? Chi-guk realizes the clues are getting uglier, and the stolen relic's mana no longer points anywhere innocent. The hospital silence only sharpens his suspicion, because Woojin's name keeps surfacing in places it should never belong. Even the media gets it backward, hailing Chi-guk as Woojin's mentor when the timeline says otherwise. That twisted rumor only makes him respect Woojin more, since hiding his real identity looks less like luck and more like strategy. And with the terrorist group from the tournament now under scrutiny, Woojin starts sounding like a secret weapon instead of a cadet. Chi-guk finally decides the aftermath cannot wait, because the whole incident is still bleeding into the public. He keeps moving through the cleanup, already planning a meeting with Jo Seongjun before the story gets away from him. The next move is obvious to him now. Woojin has to stay hidden from the public, no matter how much noise the headlines make. He also prepares to reach Woojin behind the scenes. While the news flashes Kang Sunwoo's claim that Chi-guk was the hidden hero, Woojin, meanwhile, stays safely out of sight and decides the whole arena scare was just a needless concern. After the tournament incident, Woojin settles in with a meal, acting like the chaos barely mattered. Even that quiet routine rattles the people around him, because his presence alone still bends the room. Across the academy, The cadets keep listening to the rumors and staring at him like he is something unreal. While the spirit cheers him on, Woojin starts treating the whole mess like another successful day. The heavenly demon gets embarrassingly emotional, acting as if the humans are finally recognizing true culinary greatness. But the praise only gets more ridiculous, with the spirit practically declaring the long struggle worth every scar. The cadets keep gossiping in disbelief, comparing his meals to poison and still acting shocked he can handle them. They even admit Kim Chi-guk's appetite is worse, which somehow makes him sound even more terrifying. Then Woojin proves the whole point by calmly taking a huge bite, as if danger and flavor are the same thing. And just like that, the legend only deepens, because the chef nobody can understand keeps smiling through it all. The red-haired diner nearly chokes on the bite, stunned that Woojin's dish hits this hard. Beside her, another girl quietly keeps eating, already noticing the academy whispers around him. She admits his cooking was always underrated, while the spirit's praise only makes the legend feel bigger. Woojin gets another grateful offer to help clean up, but he casually handles it himself. The blue-haired girl smiles, claims she enjoyed it again, and leaves him with a surprisingly warm invitation. A new dish materializes in the system, and even the game calls Woojin's cooking absurdly refined. Rewards start stacking up, his chef level jumps to 25, and a new main quest finally unlocks. Woojin pauses in plain surprise, realizing the system has changed the rules again. The next quest demands public approval, forcing him to win 10 delicious acknowledgements from the unrefined masses. And naturally, the reward is something called Dungeon Smoker, because this madness refuses to get normal. Woojin tests the smoker as the scent of the meat starts pulling people in. The spirit immediately insists this one will not be ordinary. It explains that normal smokers break down fast against dungeon wood smoke. Then it smugly adds that the dungeon smoker is built differently. Asked why, it reveals that dungeon trees carry acidic mana, making the aroma far stronger. That same mana also shortens the cooking time, and Woojin realizes how useful that is. The first thing he thinks of is roast duck, because this thing is already changing his menu. When the recipe journal appears as a legendary item, even Woojin starts treating the smoker like a masterpiece. The system keeps praising its caliber, as if it belongs among the legendary chef's tools. By now, he is more and more awed by the spirit's knowledge and the craft behind it all. Woojin lets the thought linger that he might meet them someday, and even the smallest hope feels dangerous. His sharp gaze tightens, catching the system's next hint before it can slip away. The prompt reveals a legendary dungeon chef, with the real name still locked behind cooking level 50. Woojin stares at the new message, chopsticks in hand, quietly measuring what that title must mean. The same warning returns, and he starts realizing how far he still is from that legend. For now, he admits his current skills would barely let him speak in the same room, let alone stand beside them. He decides he only needs 10 people to call it delicious, and then he can clear this hurdle at once. Outside the academy, that reckless little goal hangs over the building like a challenge to everyone inside. The system tracks the praise as 3 out of 10, while a few tasters awkwardly confirm the food is indeed delicious. Woojin finally recognizes the pace is working, but he also knows there is still a long road ahead. Bestia keeps the pressure on, cheering Woojin toward the last stretch of his ridiculous cooking hurdle. Even Kim Chi-guk, half strapped up in a hospital bed, gets dragged into the praise as the legend of fine dining resurfaces. Woojin decides he cannot just sit there, because his family is already worried and he should go home first. At home, his mother rushes in and scolds him for overdoing it, proving worry spreads faster than any rumor. Woojin insists he is fine and tries to brush off the swelling, but she is having none of his nonsense. She keeps fussing over him, while his half-baked excuses only make the scene feel more like family comedy than crisis. Back inside, the restaurant is packed, and the regulars prove just how much the Orang Guild's name now draws attention. The place is so busy that even a bathroom break feels like a luxury, and Woojin's mother can barely keep up. Woojin later reassures her that he is doing well at the Hunter Academy too, trying to calm the panic he caused. She still worries, but her relief shows through as she pulls him close and finally sees that he made it back safely. Woojin admits he has people who enjoy his cooking, which only makes the whole mess feel worth it. Back home, his family catches him first, and the concern in the room hits harder than any injury. His mother panics at the swelling, while Woojin tries to wave it off like it means nothing. He even offers to make dinner, determined to prove his cooking has really improved. The blunt refusal lands instantly, and his mother keeps staring at him like he has lost his mind. Her disbelief turns into relief as she starts hearing how his cooking is finally being recognized. When she asks about the Hunter Academy, Woojin keeps it vague and insists there is nothing important to add. She refuses to let him hide behind that answer, pressing Seonho for details as the family chaos rolls on. Seonho freezes under the pressure, realizing this conversation is going nowhere fast. At last, his mother turns back with a smile, relieved enough to ignore the fuss and just enjoy having him home. Seonho sweats through the explanation, admitting he does not know much, but the tournament already proved Woojin's cooking was winning people over. His mother still looks stunned, hearing that even Baxiola reacted like that, and the joke clearly lands harder than expected. Woojin decides to check the strange bulgogi himself, sensing something ominous in the flavor combination and not liking it one bit. A spoonful later, the absurd mix of coffee and pineapple leaves him reeling, and even a simple meal starts feeling suspicious. His mother immediately questions whether she should leave the matter alone, but Woojin is already spiraling over the recipe. She then pins the problem on the tournament food style, pushing him to trust Woojin instead of obsessing over every odd ingredient. Seonho freezes while his mother doubles down, insisting that if the family cannot trust Woojin, nobody else will. That leaves him grumbling in defeat, because arguing with her at this point is about as useful as fighting the dinner table. Still, she keeps insisting the result will be different this time, and the kitchen slowly shifts from panic to reluctant acceptance. At last, the dishes are ready, looking polished enough to silence the doubt, even if the pineapple coffee madness still feels criminal. Their mother beams over the finished dish, promising to eat well and trust her son's cooking. The meat goes in, but the first bite already makes the strong hunter freeze in disbelief. One chew later, he is choking on the flavor, realizing something is badly off. His panic spikes as he demands to know what was hidden inside the food. Woojin looks equally rattled, immediately challenging the strange ingredient choice. Seonho tries to calm him down, and the family starts pretending this madness is somehow normal. Woojin presses harder, horrified that pineapple ended up in the fish stew. Seonho smugly explains the fruit cuts the fishy smell and even softens the meat. That logic only makes Woojin stare harder, because now the stew tastes like a bizarre fruit disaster. Seonho doubles down on the recipe, while Woojin decides this is an insult to Korean cuisine. Seonho catches the awkward family mood, while Woojin's mother and father hesitate over the disaster at the table. She apologizes for the meal, blaming her own diet, and tries to soften the blow with a nervous smile. Woojin's father snaps at the absurd excuse, and the whole house turns into one loud, embarrassed mess. The scene jumps to Hunter Academy, where everyday calm hides the fact that bigger trouble is already brewing. Seonho sits there hearing the rumors, quietly impressed that Woojin's cooking trouble has somehow become legend. Even the system recognizes it now, crowning the meal with another acknowledgement as Seonho keeps that smug little composure. The family's reactions only make the result funnier, since not everyone agreed the food was a masterpiece. Seonho takes the blame and the praise like a pro, while his mother and father bicker around him on the couch. At the academy, the gossip spreads fast enough to stun nearby students and leave Seonho staring at the new headlines. Then the announcement lands. The wizard, Chiguk, Seolha, and Seongjun are all getting awards, and Seonho realizes the attention is only getting worse. The rumor about Chiguk's injury spreads, and Woojin coolly hears he was already discharged yesterday. He stays smug as the academy talk turns to Chiguk's strange treatment and his unexpected popularity. Chiguk keeps walking through the academy, already feeling the stairs closing in around him. He starts connecting the attack to Woojin's recent rise, and the suspicion only makes his mood darker. Woojin realizes the hidden piece hunters are still tracking him, and the situation could turn deadly fast. The headlines explode next, hailing Chiguk and exposing how badly the tournament chaos has shaken the academy. When Park Seungjin gets mentioned as a terrorist, the whole thing starts sounding even uglier than it already was. Chiguk reads the reports and sees that most attackers were handled, but Kang Sunwoo paid for it with serious injuries. That still does not settle him, because he senses the attack is not finished and starts weighing his next move. Cornered by the fallout, he decides the only answer is to get stronger, even if time is the one thing he does not have. Chiguk answers the call with a bad feeling already settling in, and even the word cooking sounds like a threat to his sanity. Woojin checks in, and Chiguk tries to act normal while admitting he has barely recovered enough to visit. His worry turns sharper as he wonders whether Woojin is behind yet another trouble-stained coincidence. Then the quest result drops in, bluntly confirming that the dish challenge was nearly perfect, which is somehow more alarming than reassuring. Back at the meal, Seonho gets flattened by the bizarre celebration while the tiny spirit cheers over Woojin's accomplishment. Chiguk can only conclude the quest is still unfinished, and the fan club around his table keeps bowing like the food has them in a chokehold. Somewhere nearby, another cadet sprints in at full speed, and the remaining condition suddenly feels annoyingly close. The red-haired cadet arrives breathless, clearly late from class, while the last unfinished eater is finally identified. A black-haired cadet turns at the commotion, and the quest clock starts looking even tighter than before. The red-haired girl doubles over in exhaustion, and Chiguk realizes this is the one person who never misses his dishes. The red-haired cadet barges in breathless, already desperate for whatever food is left. Xianho snaps in frustration, cursing Woojin for sending away the one person who came looking for him, while Bestia hovers proudly nearby. The red-haired girl suddenly asks to have dinner together, and the mood shifts from panic to hope in an instant. Back at the house, Woojin's adoptive father freezes at the invitation, then quietly agrees before the red-haired girl lights up. He sits there looking unimpressed as she all but sparkles, proving once again that Woojin's dinner table is where sanity goes to die. She presses the offer further, asking for a private dinner, and even Woojin's name comes up like the real prize. Woojin responds the only way he knows how, by pulling out a monstrous 1,000-year monkfish pie with far too much confidence. The system backs him up with a full dish rating, and somehow the absurd thing is still treated like a proper masterpiece. He serves the pie with smug politeness, and the red-haired girl thanks him like she is receiving a royal feast. At last, she realizes this is her chance to talk to Woojin, and her nerves hit just as hard as her appetite. Lee Hyunju stammers through her nerves and calls Woojin by name, already looking like she can barely breathe. Then she asks, with shocking seriousness, whether he would take her as his disciple, and Woojin freezes at the absurd timing. He realizes people have been flocking to his food lately, and the trend is getting out of hand. Another thought hits him hard. This girl has never missed a meal, so there is clearly more to her obsession than appetite. Hyunju starts digging through her own logic, guessing that his cooking must have pushed her toward some strange breakthrough. Woojin finally gives in, and her face explodes with joy as gratitude pours out in a frantic rush. The recap finally names her as Lee Hyunju, 23 years old, the kind of ordinary girl who refuses to quit. Born into a normal family, she grinds through the tutorial tower on sheer effort, and on her 7th attempt she finally makes it out. That stubbornness gets her into the academy, even if her grades land dead last, because quitting was never her style. Her story crashes straight into the Hunter Tournament terror incident, where the chaos turned deadly and left countless casualties behind. Trapped inside the barrier with Kim Chiguk, she is crushed by helplessness as the killing blow closes in. The mage's explosive arrows rain everywhere, leaving no safe ground to stand on. People start dying before they even get a chance to fight back, and the attack keeps escalating. Her panic spikes as she realizes even Kim Chiguk is being toyed with. She remembers how hard she worked, but the thought only makes the nightmare feel worse. The purple force tears through everything, and her hope collapses with it. Disgust turns to shock as she realizes this pressure is beyond anything ordinary hunters can handle. Her fear hardens into certainty that no one could possibly beat that thing. The monstrous power keeps crushing the battlefield, drowning out every attempt at resistance. In the end, the assault only proves how hopeless the situation has become. The girl freezes at the sight of that impossible power, her eyes widening as the whole situation stops feeling real. Even Woojin's back says enough, spear in hand, standing like a monster nobody ordinary could hope to match. The memory of that force hits harder now, because it was already standing above even Hunter Kim Chiguk. Her envy and awe collide as she wonders whether someone like her could ever reach that level. For a second, she even turns that question back on herself, as if daring reality to answer. Before she can recover, she stumbles into the conversation, awkwardly trying to get her words out. Kim Seonho just looks at her and confirms the obvious, that she has completely lost consciousness for a moment. She flails and apologizes, scrambling to explain herself while the tiny spirit keeps hovering nearby with smug interest. Kim Seonho cuts the tension with tired ease, acting like fainting over Woojin's presence happens all the time. Then the spirit snaps back to the real issue, remembering the chef quest and dragging the whole mess forward again. She nervously asks if dinner was good, and relief flashes across her face when it is called delicious. The quest clears at last, rewarding him with Dungeon Smoker for making enough people admit the food was good. Woojin decides to take the reward later, already acting like he deserves a slow, private victory lap. She nearly melts with gratitude, thrilled that he accepted her as his disciple without hesitation. She had expected rejection, so the speed of his acceptance leaves her almost dizzy with relief. The tiny spirit stays smug as Woojin settles in the room, while she realizes the master-disciple bond is already locked in. Her shoulders finally loosen, and the tension that had been strangling her starts draining away. She stares at the nearly finished plate, then hesitates, already knowing this isn't something she can just leave behind. Her resolve hardens in spite of herself, because even this meal feels like part of training now. So she keeps eating in silence, still anxious, but far too attached to walk away. The red-haired cadet jolts in disbelief, staring at the absurd answer she just heard. Woojin lays out the hunter truth. Stats matter most, and power always demands brutal effort. He adds that raising them is painfully hard, usually earned through grinding and leveling. Her shock only grows when he implies those stats can rise through eating, of all things. He tells her to return tomorrow at lunchtime in the dorm cafeteria, as if this is perfectly normal. She is left reeling, stunned by how seriously he treats this strange training method. Yet the more he explains, the more impossible it sounds to dismiss his explosive results. At home, Woojin settles in and quietly accepts the role of teacher, already planning the next lesson. He decides to start with the basics and work all the way up to higher-tier flavor control. Even as he warns the ingredients will be a hassle, he still resolves to teach her everything he can. The next day arrives quietly, and the academy campus looks almost harmless for once. Yet Woojin is already back in the kitchen, preparing to start the cadets' training for real. The red-haired girl greets him like a disciple, while he answers with his usual deadpan calm. When he asks her name, she panics at once, realizing she never even introduced herself. She blurts out her name and admits she only joined the academy this spring, completely flustered. Woojin notes that makes her 1 year above him, and she stiffens at how casually he accepts it. After hearing her age, he decides it is still not too late to begin, as if this strange lesson is obvious. Instead of dungeon ingredients, he chooses familiar ones first, clearly aiming to ease her into the basics. He lays out beef radish soup ingredients and sends her mind spinning with the sudden recipe shift. The girl stares at the spread, wondering why mackerel is involved, while Woojin keeps her guessing. Woojin calmly says the lesson is about fundamentals, and the cadet braces for another strange training session. The red-haired girl quickly learns that getting stronger still starts with raising stats, and that Woojin's cooking is part of the path. His purple aura draws her in further, and she starts wondering if he is teaching her a real martial technique. She accepts him as a disciple-turned-master figure, hoping to learn proper training methods instead of just ordinary kitchen work. Woojin has her slicing ingredients with embarrassing seriousness, and she begins to believe his guidance is better than expected. The soup and grilled mackerel come together, while she admits she has to give everything she has to keep up. Woojin silently judges the result, finding the technique plain, and immediately calling the dish a failure. He still hesitates to crush her spirits without tasting it, so he weighs her effort against the risk of discouraging her. Even the tiny guide perks up, noting her tidy hair and convincing herself the girl at least looks clean enough to appreciate the chef's skill. By the end, Woojin decides the mess still has potential, and the awkward little lesson somehow keeps moving forward. The red-haired cadet jerks back from the sudden pressure, already looking like she knows she has stumbled into something dangerous. Her nerves spike as she asks how it tastes, clearly hoping for approval and bracing for Woojin's verdict. Woojin coolly warns that the road ahead is long and treacherous, then leaves her sweating through an apology. He cuts her panic short, saying she has not even started learning from him yet, and that only makes her listen harder. With a patient smirk, he promises she will improve as she goes, turning her embarrassment into motivation. She leans in and keeps moving while he stays composed, as if every awkward step is still part of the lesson. He sets the rule for the day. The first lesson is contact, and the kitchen tools waiting nearby make that sound far more serious than it should. Woojin tells her to watch every move without missing a single thing, and the boy finally looks less like a cook and more like a martial teacher. He sharpens that lesson into a warning, ordering her to follow her master's actions exactly instead of guessing her way through it. Then he points her straight at the knife work ahead, and the whole strange training session settles into a grim, deliberate rhythm. The red-haired cadet snaps to attention and answers Woojin with nervous obedience. Woojin moves with cold precision, turning the first cut into a lesson before the food even hits the pan. Meat and ingredients tumble together in a fierce burst of heat, and the pace already feels absurd. She stares in disbelief as he starts stir-frying before the radish is even ready. The radish splits cleanly on its own, and her panic jumps as the knife work looks almost supernatural. One flawless motion clears the ingredients, leaving her to realize the pan never stood a chance. Woojin finishes the chop and stir in a blink, making her look even more overwhelmed. She admits his method is outrageous, especially compared to her own clumsy efforts. He keeps slicing with the same calm control, as if 2 minutes of prep never meant anything. By the end, she can only wonder if this is the bare minimum for stat-boosting dishes. The pot boils hard as Woojin pushes the dish toward its final stage, already cooking like the ending is guaranteed. He keeps moving with ruthless precision, setting up the first lesson for his disciple without slowing down. The poor cadet can barely keep up as he declares mackerel the starting point, and her panic spikes. Top-grade ingredients, he says, would only make it better. Then he drops mackerel straight into the blender. That ridiculous move leaves her stunned, because even she can tell this is not normal cooking anymore. Into the mild beef radish soup goes the blended mackerel, and Woojin treats it like the obvious next step. He finishes the signature soup, while the cadet's face says she has officially lost the will to argue. Woojin insists he wanted creativity, not a formula, and her blank stare says the lecture is hitting home. He frames the whole thing as pioneering, the kind of madness only he could call progress. At last, she realizes a standard dish was the real mistake, and her confidence collapses all at once. He keeps dissecting the cadet's knife work, calling it stiff, too careful, and afraid of the blade. The lesson only gets crueler as he tears into her seasoning, saying she clings to the righteous path instead of taking real risks. By the time he tells her boldness matters too, the tiny guide is already furious at the chaos spreading around her master. Woojin shuts down the outrage and treats the whole mess like a nuisance, while the bald chef freezes under the pressure. He makes it clear that this is still his territory, and the chef has no choice but to bow to his will. At the academy, Woojin brushes off the situation by calling himself just another student, which is hilarious at this point. The chef immediately corrects that fantasy, explaining that Woojin now stands among the tournament's top 4 rising stars. Woojin only stares when an article is shoved in front of him, because the headline is already bigger than any quiet life he could claim. The report names Kang Sunwoo as the one announcing the final winners, and frames the tournament as damaged but still alive. Even so, Woojin knows the selection hinges on performance and the terrorist attack, so hiding in the background is no longer an option. The bald chef latches onto Kim Chiguk's name, already sensing this problem has far bigger teeth than a simple rescue. Woojin's existence still hangs over the room like a stain, with Seonho and the others realizing only a few people ever saw the full truth. The chef admits he does not know the inside story, and that uncertainty only makes Woojin's shadow feel worse. Then the suspicion turns outward, because if anyone noticed Woojin from outside the barrier, it would have been Kang Sunwoo. Back to the academy, Seonho listens as the report explains that Kang Sunwoo visited after the ceremony and quietly questioned Woojin's place in all of it. Woojin's name keeps surfacing anyway, and the cleaner explanation is almost insulting. Kang Sunwoo mostly asked about Jo Seongjun and Woojin's part in the Coliseum fight. The report gets even messier, since Kang Sunwoo supposedly credited Kim Chiguk for the rescue instead of Woojin, forcing Woojin to read between the lines. That leaves Woojin staring at the real issue, because Seong-hoon did not bother praising him at all, and even sounded hesitant to place him fourth. Woojin finally spells it out, asking whether the ranking came from his fight, but the bald chef quickly admits it did not. The truth lands with a smirk. The chef had to push for 4th place himself, and Kang Sunwoo still acted like even that much praise was too generous. Woojin presses the chef for the truth, refusing to let the vague excuses slide. The chef finally admits Kang Sunwoo's visit only proved that Woojin's real involvement was anything but ordinary. Woojin then gets an unexpected reward as the Mandragora fiasco turns into a rare win for the kitchen. Even the spirit celebrates, calling it a victory that will boost the chef's reputation. The chef thanks Woojin and promises the promised kitchen will be ready soon. Woojin takes it better than expected, realizing the tournament's cancellation somehow opened a better path. He quietly credits Chi Aeon for making it happen, while the spirit declares a new cooking tool has been secured. The spirit instantly starts treating the Mandragora like a fresh challenge, warning that its flavor needs perfect balance. Woojin listens, still focused, as class drags on and the lesson lands harder than any lecture. By the end, the blonde instructor is already calling him diligent, which is exactly the kind of praise that makes the room side-eye him. Woojin barely listens as the crafting lecture drags on, already tuning out the part about cheap ore. He catches only enough to realize the lesson is about ore, then hears the instructor wrap things up. The moment class ends, he steps away with the kind of blank calm that usually means trouble is brewing. Outside, he wanders into the garden and repeats the word ore to himself, already checking his inventory. A hammer-like tool suddenly appears, and the spirit reminds him it was meant for smashing, not hoarding. Woojin finally remembers it had been buried in storage because the noise was unbearable. The little spirit immediately scolds him for looking uneasy, and the tool's old owner starts panicking. It complains that the inventory is pitch black and packed with monster corpses, proving why it hated going back in. The spirit hammers him for dragging it out again, while Woojin takes the rare chance to bargain. Cornered, the little creature begs not to be stuffed back into storage and swears it will behave. The spirit mocks the tool's crushed pride, and the little owner sobs like a man already defeated. Woojin finally relents, but immediately wonders where on earth that thing is supposed to go now. He suggests the inventory again, and the tiny tool spirit erupts in panic at the very idea. Woojin keeps pressing the point, treating the oversized problem like a simple storage issue. The spirit protests that size is the real problem, flailing as if that somehow changes the answer. Woojin responds that size can be freely adjusted, which only makes the creature even more alarmed. The spirit insists it can resize itself, and Woojin realizes the hammer form already has a built-in function. He studies the absurd little thing and admits it really is handy, especially for blacksmithing. The spirit tries flattering him by praising his cooking, and Woojin agrees the tool could be useful there too. With the bargain settled, he turns away to plan Mandragora cooking, already thinking ahead to Monkfish and the smoker. The system finishes calculating the reward, and suddenly throws out a new quest, catching even Woojin off guard. Heavenly Demon reacts in shock while Woojin stares ahead, already realizing this is going to be trouble. The quest points straight to Icheon in Gyeonggi province, and the move comes out of nowhere. Woojin and the spirit head there anyway, even as the whole thing feels suspiciously too convenient. At the construction site, Woojin studies the empty grounds and wonders if this really is the meeting place. Heavenly Demon grows uneasy, sensing that something nasty is lurking out of sight. Woojin notices the same location from the system's clue, but all it gives him is a deserted work site and more questions. The little spirit panics harder, convinced something is about to leap out of the silence. Then a blinding surge erupts, and Woojin realizes an administrator's energy is pouring through a portal. He braces as negative energy leaks out of that gate, confirming the situation is already far uglier than it looked. Woojin stares at the portal and wonders why a gate would appear in a place like this. He recognizes the energy as something tied to dungeon ingredients, yet admits he has never seen one here. A burst of purple power confirms it, and the situation already feels suspiciously wrong. When the system declares him the first discoverer, Woojin realizes that changes everything. The sudden quest update names an abyss of defilement, and even the little spirit cannot pretend that sounds normal. Woojin quickly suspects an eclipse stronghold, reading the leaking corruption like a warning sign. He decides to strike first, knowing he has been blocked from entering dungeons alone until now. The portal swallows him into a warped wilderness, and he immediately feels the place is rotten with corruption. He tells the spirit to stay close and wraps himself in protective energy as the darkness thickens around them. The spirit panics over the ominous dungeon reward, and Woojin's face says this is already far uglier than advertised. Sudden quest updated. Seasonarium turns the abyss of defilement from suspicious to downright insulting. Even the tiny spirit loses composure, while Woojin instantly realizes the reward sounds like trouble. As he demands an explanation, the spirit begins treating seasonarium like a chef's miracle ingredient. It claims the ore can elevate food beyond reason, and the whole culinary pitch sounds dangerously wrong. The bald chef fires back, calling it cursed seasoning and insulting the spirit's cooking logic outright. The spirit explodes, insisting cursed ore seasoning is genius, and mocking the chef's ignorance. Woojin cuts through the bickering, and the argument shifts from flavor to the real problem underneath. He recognizes the enemy's hidden setup, then starts questioning why anyone would even guard a secret portal-locked lab. While cloaked guards hold the line in the rocky wasteland, the others keep arguing like this mess is somehow normal. Woojin dismisses the pointless postguards and decides that if someone wants advice, they can waste it on Director David. The hooded killer dismisses the threat with cold swagger, but the next strike already proves he is way too confident. In a single blur, the attacker closes in and sends the first blow flying before the guy can even react. The masked hunter jolts in disbelief, realizing too late that the ambush was never meant to be fair. Another slash lands, and the poor fool twists in pain while demanding to know who just carved him up. The cloaked pair cross paths in the wasteland, and the stronger one keeps pressing forward without even slowing down. Back at Eclipse's Korean branch, Park Sungjin stares at the swirling purple disaster and realizes the whole operation is falling apart. He admits the promoted position is meaningless when the believers are this terrified, because the lab is barely holding together. His bitterness sharpens as he blames the Eclipse recruits for acting like cowards the moment death became real. Then he snaps that they should have expected that fate from the day they joined Eclipse, which only leaves him more furious. By the end, he is left muttering in disgust, wondering what kind of idiots this mess was ever built on. The mana stones in every section are already dimming, and the extraction rate keeps falling. Park Sungjin stares at the failure, stunned that the lab is losing power this fast. He realizes this is no simple control panel issue, because the whole system is never supposed to break like this. The only answer left is worse. The defilement itself is leaking out of the lab. Panic spreads as the once stable machinery flickers, proving something has gone catastrophically wrong. Sungjin jolts into action, deciding he has to check the source immediately. What he finds below is a slaughtered worksite, and the sight leaves him horrified. He freezes at the scale of the destruction, then admits whoever did this is absurdly strong. The hidden chamber finally comes into view, and the so-called incubator sits at the deepest part of the lab. By then, the truth is obvious. This supposedly secret facility was breached, and the real nightmare was waiting underneath all along. Park Sungjin hesitates at the purple corruption, knowing rushing out now might still be pointless. The lab keeps groaning around him, and he starts thinking escape and backup may be the safer move. His nerves spike as the danger closes in, but he forces himself not to bolt yet. He calls it retreat for the grand plan, though even he sounds like he is trying to convince himself. The corridor ahead finally gives way to a wrecked lower chamber, and the bodies below confirm the place was already breached. He steps in over the carnage, spear ready, while the hidden chamber and its incubator finally come into view. Seeing the massacre up close, He realizes the intruder is absurdly strong, and the usual defenses never stood a chance. The sight of Kim Chi-guk's name on his mind only sharpens the warning. This is no ordinary cleanup job anymore. As the scale of the damage sinks in, he finally recognizes the whole grand plan is already collapsing beneath him. And even the little spirit's smug warning cannot hide it, because the status window has clearly failed to save the cursed ore. Woojin steps deeper into the cursed chamber as the word defilement hangs overhead like a bad omen. The spirit immediately recognizes it as destructive energy, soaked in humanity's worst emotions. Looking around, Woojin realizes this is some kind of research facility built to study that filth. He studies the corruption spreading through the lab, and starts questioning how humans made something this ugly. The little spirit panics, warning that the whole place feels terrifyingly wrong. Even so, Woojin keeps listening, as it admits the site is packed with the strongest defilement in the entire lab. He realizes the seal is absurdly tight, not to keep outsiders out, but to keep whatever is inside from escaping. That revelation makes the danger feel far worse, because the chamber was never meant to protect anyone else. The spirit decides that even Woojin's nerve is not enough, and begs him to run before things get worse. Woojin still reaches out, while the spirit finally loses all courage, and screams for them to get out. Woojin reaches for the violet seal, already sensing that whatever sits behind it is fighting to stay buried. The hidden pressure surges like a curse breaking loose, and the chamber erupts in raw purple terror. Even then, he starts reading the structure, realizing this place is far trickier than it first seemed. With the spirit hovering nearby in a panic, Woojin keeps studying the flow, and decides the seal will not outsmart him. So he gathers his power and cuts straight to the answer, choosing force over hesitation. The strike lands with brutal confidence, and even the spirit can only stare as the barrier starts giving way. Woojin calmly judges the outside as empty, then keeps moving without wasting a single breath. Purple sigils spread through the darkness, but he and the spirit keep advancing through the warped chamber. The little guide flinches at the tightening curse, while Woojin remains steady under the pressure. By now, the seal is trembling, and Woojin looks ready to step into whatever has been hiding inside all along. Woojin freezes, staring at the thing he has finally uncovered. It turns out to be a massive egg, plugged into the lab like a sealed experiment. Even the spirit balks, admitting it has seen eggs before but never anything shaped like this. Woojin senses corruption in the room, yet the egg itself feels clean. He presses the shell, and the whole thing actually shifts under his hand. The system suddenly rewards him for clearing the unexpected quest with seasonarium. So the egg was the real objective all along, and the prize is a chef's dream ore. The spirit immediately panics, calling it dangerous nonsense, while Woojin hears the hype and defends the find. It smugly insists the ore is overrated trash, but Woojin notices no status window appears at all. Sitting beside the bizarre egg, he can only mutter that the whole thing is getting stranger by the second. Even the seasoned spirit admits this egg is unlike anything it has ever seen. Woojin studies the strange shell, and the more he stares, the more the whole thing feels off. The spirit floats over a fried egg idea, only to get mocked for treating the mystery so lightly. Woojin snaps back that cooking without checking first is exactly how idiots get burned. The spirit protests, but Woojin calmly decides the egg can wait until later. Then his attention shifts to seasonarium, because the ore suddenly looks like a future chef's knife. He realizes he has wanted his own blade for a long time, and the old memories start stirring. From ice crystals to everlasting cold iron, he lists off the absurd materials that once sharpened his craft. That confidence hardens into a demand, as the spirit finally admits it will need help to shape the ore. Woojin agrees to hear the conditions, but only after the spirit asks for furnace and forging support first. Woojin calmly claims the heat is no problem, and for him, cooking space is just another resource. The spirit snaps back, offended, while Woojin decides the arrangement works because he already owes Chianki something. He sends the promise anyway, saying tomorrow evening in the cooking practice room will be enough. The bald chef nearly chokes in disbelief when Woojin actually prepares a smoker and starts using it. Woojin grows quiet for a moment, as the smell pulls back old memories he clearly never forgot. He remembers joining the campaign 3 days after eating that dish, and the taste still lingers like a warning. Back in the kitchen, Woojin admits he cannot put the same effort into this version, but the flavor will be better. The bald chef catches on at once, realizing the whole plan depends on the smoker. Woojin explains the device as a dungeon-made smoker, built to handle mana-heavy wood and cook fast. Then he doubles down and orders everyone to keep watching, because this is where the real lesson begins. The smoker works far faster than anyone expected, and the skewers start taking on a rich, intense finish. Woojin calmly starts brushing on sauce, already looking like he knows exactly where this is going. The bald chef blurts out a desperate challenge, only to demand a taste without the sauce first. Woojin pauses, then admits the whole point is to understand the ingredient's natural flavor before judging the sauce. The chef immediately realizes the trap, because without the sauce, the meat itself has already been perfected. Even Woojin seems satisfied as he bites in, and the skewers hit so hard they practically overwhelm the senses. The flavor comes off so strange that it feels less like meat and more like cigarettes, leaving the chef rattled. He keeps tasting the smoke-drenched bite, then starts flailing in disbelief at what the smoker actually did. His face twists as he realizes Woojin was burning wood, not tobacco, and the impossible aroma is coming from the skewers themselves. Still, pride loses to the flavor, and even the blood demon is forced to swallow his objections along with the smoke. The skewers come out drenched in a blinding red glaze, looking less like dinner and more like a dare. The bald chef stares in horror, realizing too late that Woojin wants judgment before the sauce even enters the picture. Woojin grins and explains that the sauce comes last, after the ingredient has already been perfected on its own. One bite later, the chef is left speechless because the smoke and spice hit so hard they border on absurd. He reels again as the strange flavor sinks in, finally understanding that the wood, not tobacco, created that cursed aroma. Pride cracks first, and even the old chef has to admit the meal deserves respect, however humiliating that feels. Before he can recover, Woojin casually shifts the conversation and presses for knowledge about the mysterious egg. He follows that up by asking whether the egg could grow into some massive adult creature, because of course he does. The chef reluctantly starts asking where that kind of egg even came from, while Woojin keeps the answers hanging. Then Woojin turns to the ore in his hand, already hunting for a blacksmith, because one strange ingredient was never enough. The chef hesitates, and Woojin keeps the pressure on, asking what that ore is really for. When the old man admits it is nowhere near enough for a weapon, Woojin calmly pivots to a chef's knife instead. The suggestion leaves him stunned, but Woojin doubles down, claiming the ore's flavor magic deserves a proper kitchen blade. That only makes the chef sweat harder as he remembers who forged the absurd cold iron pot in the first place. Woojin then asks where to find a blacksmith, and the chef finally breaks, sending him toward Blacksmith's Canyon. For once, even that stubborn loyalty is not enough to save him from Woojin's ridiculous momentum. Far away, the Eclipse research facility sits buried in the canyon, already looking like trouble with a capital T. Hidden watchers in dark cloaks stand by on the cliffs, waiting for the signal to move. A purple-suited figure gives the order to go, and the operation finally starts sliding into motion. The hooded agents answer at once, because whatever is leaking out below has already gone bad. The hooded operative rushes to warn Lord Cethariel, claiming an enemy just erased everyone in one strike. A single glance is enough to confirm it. This is no ordinary intruder, but a terrifying spearmaster. Yet even that explanation falls apart, because an S-rank spear user should have been tracked long ago. One unlucky agent learns that truth the hard way, getting skewered before the organization can react. The survivors finally admit the obvious, and move to investigate the unknown killer for themselves. Their necromancy turns up nothing, because the victims were pierced so cleanly that even their deaths gave no clues. Another body drops in silence, proving the attacker is moving faster than anyone can follow. The dead leave behind only blood and confusion, while the culprit's skill keeps looking more ridiculous by the second. Even after probing the scene, the agent finds no face to reveal, only the lingering proof of a merciless one-hit execution. And now the operation is in full panic, with Lord Cethariel being urged to watch the disaster unfold. The incubator in the lab finally cracks open, and the stolen host body is already gone. Purple power tears through the facility, leaving another fallen body in its wake. The attacker barely pauses, mocking the survivors as if their resistance never mattered. Fury spikes as the hunter realizes they are facing Eclipse's stolen property, not some ordinary intruder. Someone collapses under that force, and the name Kim Chaguk hangs in the air like a bad omen. The trail shifts to the Blacksmith's Canyon, a strange B-rank dungeon where even civilians can wander in. That leniency exists only because the place is packed with monsters, starting with the stone golems. Those golems are supposed to be non-aggressive, which only makes the danger feel more suspicious. In a dungeon like this, harmless usually means something far worse is waiting to be provoked. And with that kind of setup, trouble is never far behind. Hunting golems can still drop random ores, and some of them are rare enough to make merchants salivate. That kind of profit moved fast, with blacksmiths and traders flooding deeper into the dungeon to claim a piece. Before long, Blacksmith's Canyon turned into a full commercial district, and the place stopped looking like a normal dungeon at all. Even ordinary people could wander inside, which only made the busy market feel more ridiculous. Woojin steps in and quietly admits the setup is impressive, because even he did not expect a dungeon to feel this crowded. The stalls are booming already, with blacksmiths shouting prices and trying to outdo one another like desperate street vendors. Some of them still sneer at the competition, mocking the others for nothing more than greedy markup. But then a tiny spirit cuts in to shut them up, and Woojin keeps moving while the market's noise bounces behind him. He figures there are too many smiths to pick the right one easily, so the search becomes its own trial. At last, a loud, bald blacksmith spots a recommendation and decides that good place is finally worth heading to. The blacksmith shop looks more like a collapsing shack, and Woojin immediately sees why the place feels suspicious. He studies the spot in silence, then decides he should check another blacksmith nearby. At the next smith, the old man asks if they are customers looking for the gunsmith, blacksmith. Woojin answers that he owns the place now, and the blacksmith finally realizes who he is. The old man admits the workshop might really fall apart, then asks what Woojin plans to make. Woojin says he wants a kitchen knife, which leaves the blacksmith staring at him like that cannot be serious. When pressed, Woojin insists he is not after mithril and is using a ore of similar value instead. That answer only makes the blacksmith more rattled as Woojin names the ore seasonarium. The old man nearly loses his mind, shocked that a blacksmith of decades has never even seen such a thing. Woojin quietly holds out the glittering ore, and the blacksmith's surprise turns into greedy disbelief. The blacksmith finally locks in, realizing Woojin came for the right place the moment the rare ore caught his eye. He blinks at the request, since a Chinese cleaver sounds far bigger and stranger than an ordinary kitchen knife. Woojin stays completely serious, and that deadpan answer leaves the old smith rattled for a second. He starts explaining the blade's purpose, and Woojin's sharp stare shows he already knows exactly what he wants. Once the smith understands the cleaver is meant for cooking, not butchering, he grudgingly agrees to forge it. Woojin even asks to watch, and the old man gives in, calling him a surprisingly serious young customer. Inside the workshop, the hammer work begins, and the smith starts shaping the blade with heavy, focused strikes. He studies the metal for a long moment, clearly seeing there is something special about this ore. His expression hardens into respect as he admits the basics are there, but the fire control is still wrong. Even so, the old smith keeps talking like a veteran, realizing Woojin really is bringing him something worth mastering. Woojin stays dead serious, and that only rattles the old smith more as he pushes the explanation further. The smith finally gets it. This blade is for cooking, not slaughter, which somehow makes the request even stranger. He grudgingly agrees to forge it, while Woojin insists on watching like he already expects results. Hammer strikes ring out as the blade takes shape, and the old craftsman starts treating the ore with real focus. A closer look at the metal leaves him stunned, because he can tell this is no ordinary material. Respect creeps in as he admits the base is solid, but the fire control still needs work. Woojin barely reacts, and the smith can feel he is dealing with a young customer who understands more than he lets on. At last, the finished cleaver is presented, resting proudly in its case like a prize worth the trouble. The item's power is laid bare. Seasonarium can sharpen flavor, boost nutrition, and turn a kitchen tool into a treasure. Woojin studies the new cleaver in silence, then calmly decides it is finally time to head back. The bald chef is left stunned, realizing Woojin has already forced him into tasting master-level food twice in one day. Even before the first bite settles, Woojin figures the new cleaver has already improved the dish and calls it progress in tastelessness. He keeps working the knife through the ingredients, and the fresh texture at the blade's tip makes the whole test feel different. The ore really was no joke, because the cleaver's effect is strong enough that even Woojin admits it's the ultimate material for chefs. He stays oddly calm, studying the finished taste like he already expected a miracle from the weapon. Then he digs in for real, savoring an omelet so good he starts thinking the flavor belongs in a top-tier restaurant. The chef at the counter looks overwhelmed as Woojin tears through another bite, and even the item's hidden stats begin to matter. One taste later, the verdict is obvious. The eggs are perfectly moist, and the whole table fills with absurdly satisfied reactions. The vegetables and egg together hit like a field-fresh harmony, turning the meal into something that feels almost unfair. By the end, the bald chef is sweating through the shock of it, while Woojin quietly enjoys the plate like this was always the plan. Woojin starts with the rolled omelet, and even his expression says the test has finally turned into something serious. He tries to balance the egg's heaviness with a cleaner flavor, trusting the seasoning to do the work. A splash of citrus goes in, and for a moment it looks like he might actually pull off a brighter finish. But the seasonarium cleaver crushes that balance, forcing the green onions and vegetables to dominate instead. The next bite hits hard enough to make even a veteran like him realize the flavor has gone completely off script. Thousands of dishes later, he still has never failed this badly, and that only makes the disaster feel more special. Bestia loses her composure over the result, calling the texture perfect while the taste somehow vanishes into nothing. She spirals harder, shouting that this cannot possibly be his cooking, and begging him to get rid of it fast. Woojin stares at the cleaver and admits the obvious truth. that discarding it would just mean running from a knife he cannot yet master. For a chef, that kind of humiliation is brutal, and somehow even worse than admitting the weapon has beaten him first. Woojin faces the knife like a trial from heaven, and decides he will meet it head-on. He refuses to back down, even as the cleaver's heat turns the kitchen into a furnace. The finished dish looks ridiculous, yet he still hopes it will become something worth serving again. At home, the meal finally reaches the table, and everyone braces for whatever absurdity Woojin has made this time. Seolha is already expecting a miracle, while Woojin simply asks her to eat and judge it herself. He takes the first bite with grim resolve, treating survival through the flavor like a necessary sacrifice. The taste hits so hard that he starts dissecting it like a chef instead of a hunter. Wild boar should reek and taste rough, but this somehow carries clean fragrance instead of rot. Worse for everyone else, the meat is so refined that he cannot even call it ordinary boar anymore. By the end, he is stunned that Seolha's reaction is still making him wonder whether he has grown too far as a chef. Seolha freezes at Woojin's offhand challenge, already sensing this strange meal is about to embarrass her expectations. Yet the taste slips past her defenses, so faint and strange that it leaves her more confused than impressed. Across the table, Seonho just watches the silence tighten, while Woojin waits like a man judging a verdict. Woojin starts realizing everyone has noticed something off, and that his own cooking talent may not be the whole answer. He admits the usual seasonarium bite is missing, which means something in the ingredient chain has gone wrong. In the next beat, Bestia pops in and cheerfully insists the secret must still be natural energy. Tool Spirit immediately counters with a snide, warning that blacksmith skills and cooking should never have been mixed. Woojin narrows his eyes as he remembers his first weapon infused with nature's energy, connecting the pieces at last. The explanation hits like lightning. The way of nature is the peak where natural energy and internal force blur together. And just like that, the old limits fall away, with Woojin standing in the green flood of power, as if the answer had been waiting for him all along. Woojin realizes he can control the way of nature, but cooking with it was something he never considered. He notes that the modern world's environment is weaker, yet his own energy can still overwhelm seasonarium. Back in the kitchen, he quietly keeps working, letting the strange green force seep through every motion. A first taste comes next, and he studies the result with narrowed focus instead of satisfaction. The verdict is ugly. The vegetables are louder, the meat has lost its aroma, and the dish still feels off. Even so, the peach scent sharpens, hinting that one part of the recipe finally improved. That tiny change only makes the deeper problem clearer, and Woojin starts suspecting his own domineering energy is interfering. He turns back over the mystery of changing essence, already realizing that normal methods will not solve this. The tool spirit keeps grumbling that this kind of mixing has been troublesome before, and it still looks exhausted by the whole idea. Then it admits the situation needs help, just as Woojin's experiment pushes into something far beyond ordinary cooking. D-rank dungeon, the tomb of the giant rock, looms ahead as the expedition finally enters. The crowd watches Woojin crack stone barehanded, and the comparison makes their confidence look embarrassingly small. Even while the others hype him up as Kim Chi-guk's disciple, Woojin stays focused on the tournament and his own growing strength. His thoughts drift to Chi-guk and Eclipse, and he decides having a weapon of his own will make every move easier. That leaves him with one blunt request, and the tiny spirit instantly explodes at the idea of crafting another weapon. Woojin pushes harder, insisting other weapons would never survive his martial arts anyway, so refusing makes no sense. He even turns practical, saying he will just buy the ore and make it immediately, which only rattles the spirit more. The spirit keeps protesting that blacksmithing and cooking should never have been mixed, but Woojin refuses to back off. With no better excuse left, the spirit finally caves, though it looks like the whole thing is a disaster waiting to happen. Woojin settles in with his tablet, ready to order the materials, while the spirit screams itself hoarse in defeat. The gruff spirit declares that a true blacksmith only works with ore they mined themselves, then barrels straight into the plan. Woojin calmly reasons that modern resources are easier to get, but still insists on growing or finding everything himself for cooking. That logic turns into a new target fast enough, and he decides the highest-ranked dungeon should have the ore he needs. At the mine, he starts comparing raw materials, weighing bright metal ore against cortinium like a man shopping for trouble. The spirit immediately hates the choice, snapping that Woojin is trying to forge weapons out of cheap junk. Woojin refuses to budge and drags the spirit onward, while Bestia drops in to complain about his pickiness. He keeps testing the ore anyway, only to learn the material is absurdly soft under his force. A harder strike only proves the point, and the ore buckles so badly it looks useless for any real weapon. Hours later, Bestia is already screaming about wasted time and non-stop searching, completely drained by his pace. Kim Chi-guk trails behind in exhaustion, grumbling that Woojin has spent the whole day taking ores and not a single cooking ingredient. Woojin pauses in the rocky mine, catching the faint shift of a hidden power that most people would never even notice. He reaches out and tests the air, already narrowing the search to whatever is concealing itself nearby. The strange energy answers, and Woojin's eyes sharpen as he realizes negative force is being masked here too. One look is enough for him to understand the trick. It is hidden, small and clever, exactly the kind of problem that likes to survive. He pieces it together fast, seeing this as the same kind of barrier he once met in the abyss of defilement. The purple wall of power rises ahead of him, and he decides its level may be familiar, but its nature is different. Still, he is confident enough to pry it open, certain this kind of barrier should not hold long against him. As the force begins to crack, Woojin calmly concludes that something Eclipse wanted buried is waiting inside. The barrier tears apart in a violent surge, and even Kim Chi-guk is left staring as if Woojin has become some kind of hidden piece detector. With the secret finally exposed, Woojin figures they might as well see what these people were so desperate to protect. Woojin stops before the towering seal, already sensing this gate is packed with strange power. One glance is enough for him to call it demon ore, and the tiny spirit beside him repeats the surprise. He confirms the ore is rare, and the whole door was forged to guard whatever lies inside. Rather than hesitate, he steps in and tests the barrier like it is just another problem to crack. His hand meets the ore, yet the energy refuses to scatter the way it should. He suspects he may have misread the material, but the barrier still stays stubbornly intact. Woojin dismisses the idea of backing off and decides to force the issue instead. The ore shatters under his bare hands, leaving everyone wondering how he did it at all. Even the logic of demon ore starts to look useless now, and the spirit panics over the impossible result. Woojin only grows calmer, as if the broken seal merely proves the ore itself was never the real obstacle. The soft ore buckles in one punch, and Woojin learns the seal was never built to last. The spirit panics and urges him to pick it up, insisting the strange chunk will still be useful. Woojin trusts the judgment, quietly deciding the ore is worth taking before it can cause more trouble. Even with the ore in hand, he judges the barrier far more suspicious than the material itself. The others keep following as he walks deeper in, while Chi-guk starts studying the situation with growing unease. The tunnel opens into something far bigger, and the presence ahead feels less like a statue and more like a trap. Chi-guk realizes the demon ore is a lucky find, but the real answer is still missing from the site. The sealed structure suddenly wakes with a red core, exposing the hidden danger behind the door. The colossal boss surges up from the darkness, and Chi-guk gets flung back as Woojin's strike cracks through it. Shaken and sweating, Chi-guk admits it is absurd for the first time he has ever felt sorry for a boss. Woojin tears through the debris, and the unstable ore finally settles into his grasp. The system identifies it as Harmonia, a legendary ore that absorbs any energy and changes with time. Even Woojin pauses, realizing he has stumbled onto something far beyond ordinary dungeon loot. The spirit nearly loses its mind, because even centuries of blacksmithing never turned up an ore like this. Woojin studies it and quickly sees that this is no simple resource, but a rare material with frightening potential. The explanation grows darker as he realizes corruption can seep into it and turn any weapon into a carrier of that power. That is exactly why the cult hoarded the harmonic golem, using it to produce corrupt weapons for themselves. They even went to the trouble of hiding barriers so no one would notice the setup around the site. Woojin keeps listening, piecing together how the whole trap was built to conceal the ore and its true purpose. And now the secret is obvious. This place was never just a mine, but a factory for corruption. Woojin barely has time to breathe before Chi-guk calls out to him and flashes the boss ring like a prize. Chi-guk offers the drop with smug generosity, and Woojin casually lets him keep the spotlight. The ring's status appears, revealing a unique harmonic ring forged from a harmonic golem's corpse. Even Chi-guk is impressed by the glowing result, while Woojin seems more interested in what that shine can become. Woojin jokes about the rare drop and his empty stomach, but the mood shifts when Chi-guk brings up the instructor. By the next day, the canyon is packed again, and Woojin is already talking about forging a weapon from Harmonia. The little spirit nearly blows a fuse as the forge gets borrowed, while another tiny guide keeps protesting like the whole idea is nonsense. Woojin stands unfazed, already convinced he can find a forge and make this work anyway. Chi-guk approves the plan with a grim kind of trust, promising to contact Woojin again once this is over. Back at the canyon entrance, the others complain loudly, but the deal is done, and Woojin is already dragging everyone deeper into his madness. Woojin steps in like he owns the place, and the tiny guide already senses trouble. The forge is bare bones, so the complaint about handling Harmonia here lands fast. Even the spirit is spiraling now, yelling that he should look somewhere else. Woojin stares at the furnace and tools, then points out how flimsy the setup is. The old forge gives him nothing but proof that this place is wildly underprepared. He decides a proper furnace is the real problem, not his plan. The spirit insists the heat and processing tools are all wrong for Harmonia. Woojin does not flinch, calmly deciding a better forge is the only answer. He keeps talking like this impossible project is already halfway won, and that confidence only makes the spirit panic harder, realizing he is serious. The spirit stares at him in disbelief, already panicking over what Woojin is trying to do. Seonho hesitates, but Woojin calmly calls for just a little more heat. The furnace erupts brighter as Woojin declares the temperature finally good enough. He immediately decides the forge problem is solved, and moves to begin at once. The spirit nearly loses its mind when Woojin asks whether it should be even hotter. Woojin brushes off the warning, and insists the ore only needs to return to its original size. The spirit tries to stop him, but Woojin keeps handling the blazing metal like this is routine. The hammer comes down with brutal force, and the forge starts shaking under the pressure. Outside the workshop, the noise turns chaotic as the spirit screams for him to calm down. Even then, Woojin keeps hammering, proving he is far too dangerous to slow down now. The spirit warns that the Harmonio has already weakened from the heat, and one careless mistake could crack the ore. Woojin barely flinches, hammering away as if reckless swinging were normal, but his control is exact enough to make the spirit rethink everything. The stunned spirit admits the truth, realizing this is not sloppy force at all, but absurdly precise hammering. Woojin checks the shape and decides it is ready, asking whether it should be heated again without a hint of hesitation. The spirit protests that the Harmonio must be processed first or it will absorb mana too freely, and Woojin finally agrees. With the ore under control, the spirit explains that the processing work is done, and the furnace can be pushed hotter than before. Woojin accepts the instruction calmly, then drives the metal down again while the forge noise rattles through the workshop. The spirit finally loses patience, and insists that the rules are for cooking, not for turning everything into a weapon. Even so, it concedes that the processing is finished, and the heat can rise once more, no matter how ridiculous the method looks. Woojin keeps hammering without slowing down, and the tiny guide can only stare as the entire forge keeps shaking under his rhythm. Woojin finally lets out a breath, satisfied that the forge job is done. The finished blade appears at last. Harmonio, a rare weapon born from legendary ore. Even the tiny guide gets rattled, demanding to know what sort of weapon this is. Woojin only asks to check it, calm as ever, while the guide starts digging through its details. The explanation lands hard, and the guide nearly loses its mind over a weapon no ordinary smith could make. Woojin hardly flinches, accepting that the sword looks better than expected. The tiny guide then realizes this is not just impressive, but a weapon it has barely ever seen before. Woojin keeps the blade in hand as the guide calls it a growth-type weapon, still trying to process the madness. At last, the truth comes out. It is only rare now, but its grade will rise as it grows. Even the spirits are rattled, but Woojin stays calm, as the growth-type weapon's strange nature sinks in. The tiny guide pushes him toward blacksmithing instead of cooking, only to get shut down with a flat refusal. He heads back toward the home practice kitchen, leaving the offer hanging as if the answer never mattered. The tournament somehow provided a private kitchen, and the household kid sounds thrilled by the ridiculous prize. Spacious, spotless, and loaded with new tools, it looks like Chai Eon really spared no expense. Woojin takes in the setup, and decides the explanation for the weapon can wait just a moment longer. The next snag is ore, and the bearded tool spirit immediately panics when it hears how much is needed. Bestia joins the outrage, demanding to know what trick Woojin is planning now, while he insists he is serious. Woojin coolly tells them he will decide the amount himself, and that only makes the spirits panic harder. The tiny guide finally starts the story, leading into a long-ago lesson that sounded absurd at first. It all began with a strange dragon that wanted to become a blacksmith, and that alone was already ridiculous enough. But this dragon had the same problem as Woojin, because its mana was so overwhelming it warped natural energy around it. With essence impossible to change directly, the dragon spent over a decade searching for a fix, and somehow did not lose its mind. In the end, a solution finally came together, and the old method was simple enough to be annoying. The answer was a conduit that released the mana essence outward, letting the power flow instead of choking itself. Woojin immediately questions the whole setup, and the explanation turns even sharper than before. The guide clarifies that the energy first settles inside the body like filtered sediment, then moves through the conduit to be released outside. That is why specific ore matters, and Woojin quietly realizes this so-called cooking problem is really forge logic in disguise. Woojin finally starts catching the logic, realizing natural energy has to replace what gets released. The mana around him surges cleanly, and he feels the flow working at last. That strange force had been buried under his own mana all along, which makes the whole breakthrough click. Bestia nearly loses it, stunned that over a decade of worry might have gone to waste. Woojin shrugs off the panic and moves straight on to practice, cleaver in hand. With unnerving precision, he slices through the ingredients, already looking far too comfortable. Then he shifts to the stove, and the whole kitchen fills with the smell of a serious, controlled fire. The spirits hover nearby while he inspects the dish, calm enough to look almost smug. One taste later, even he realizes this dish has become something worth bragging about. Lee Jungshik freezes at the first question, already regretting how normal this kitchen looks. Seolha only watches in silence, while he keeps fumbling over the sheer absurdity of it all. The setup feels less like schoolwork and more like a private lab for Woojin's wild appetite. He offers the dish with shaky politeness, trying to sound confident before the real test begins. The plating lands hard, and the so-called masterpiece suddenly looks way too serious for a casual meal. One smell hits him, and panic spreads as he realizes the clams are carrying something nasty. He immediately clamps down his nose, desperate to block out the attack before it gets worse. In a frantic burst of logic, he decides a mana barrier might actually save him from the stink. Against all reason, it works, and relief floods in as he realizes he can still breathe. That tiny victory is enough to make him feel he might survive Woojin's cooking after all. Woojin keeps the dish steady while Chiguk stares back in awkward silence, already sensing trouble. Inside, Chiguk grumbles that Woojin rushed the meal, even as he admits the plating looks way too serious. Woojin forces himself to keep going, but the first bite makes his expression twitch with doubt. The flavor turns vicious fast, and he starts sweating as something inside the food feels off. Then the truth hits him hard, and he realizes the mana in his mouth is being swallowed by Woojin's cooking. Chiguk chokes through the surge, while the dish keeps dragging him deeper into that bizarre sensation. The shock spreads across the table as the noodles and broth hit him with oily, salty, strangely addictive force. He reels in disbelief, now fully trapped under the meal's overwhelming mana pressure. Yet the chaos turns familiar for the others, and the woman beside him laughs through the pain as she keeps eating. By the end, even she admits the taste is back, and Woojin's cooking lands another absurd victory. Woojin casually serves the dish, already knowing it suits Chiguk's taste far too well. Chiguk seals off his nose and mouth with mana, then pushes through and starts eating anyway. At first, he resents swallowing it like that, since it feels like he is disrespecting the cook's effort. But the moment the food hits, its natural energy fuses with his mana and starts harmonizing instead of clashing. That single change flips everything, and the flavor surges through him with absurd precision. He realizes the way he eats it is changing the dish itself, and the result becomes almost unfairly better. Suddenly, the aroma and taste are many times stronger than before, leaving him stunned by the improvement. Woojin stays calm, already understanding that this is not just food but a strange kind of revolution. Chiguk admits he was wrong, realizing there was still room to improve and that he has learned something. In the end, where he even names Woojin the greatest gourmet he has ever met, and that is saying plenty. The dish finally registers as legendary quality, and Woojin's cooking breaks through another wall. A new main quest opens while he stares upward, already wondering what ridiculous trial comes next. The system announces Main Quest 4, and Woojin realizes this is no ordinary follow-up. Heavenly Demon spots something wrong in the status energy, and even Bestia starts panicking at the change. The quest text glitches and warps, as if the system itself is stumbling over Woojin. Heavenly Demon identifies the strange surge as the administrator's energy, while Woojin stays unnervingly calm. Then the next quest settles in: hatch the egg obtained from the abyss of defilement. Woojin and his spirits both freeze, because even by his standards, that title sounds dangerous. In the room, he sits in thought, as the glowing portal-like quest frame hangs nearby, waiting on his answer. He takes the silence in, already knowing this absurd mission is only the beginning. He realizes this quest is tied to the administrator, not the cooking tome, and that already sounds wrong. The next message points them toward Ichion, then reveals the real objective: clear the abyss of defilement there. Even after the Eclipse forces inside are defeated, the place still stands, leaving the job unfinished. The reward only comes from breaking the barrier and taking the egg, so the whole dungeon was never truly cleared. Woojin brings out the strange, scaled egg, and even the system starts treating it like something unsettlingly important. The explanation says the reward, Seasonarium, was obtained only after the barrier broke and the egg was secured. Bestia stares at the egg in disbelief, sensing another energy in the status window and losing her composure. She figures it resembles spirit energy, only far more advanced, which only makes the mystery nastier. The quest text then tears apart and rewrites itself, as if the system itself is straining to keep up with him. Woojin reads the new condition, and now the mission is simple on paper. Feed the egg a dungeon dish strong enough to nurture whatever it will become. The spirit erupts in disbelief as the quest text twists again, and Woojin realizes the system has already changed the rules. The new condition is absurdly simple. Feed the egg a dungeon dish strong enough to raise whatever comes next. The spirit complains that the egg keeps rewriting the quest. When she panics about starting with high-level food, he points out the egg is supposed to be treated like a baby. She finally catches on and decides the dungeon cooking record should be fed baby food first, even if it means wasting the precious monkfish. Woojin commits without hesitation, and the spirit protests that the chef's potato pancake is basically hers now. She wants the pancake all to herself, but the whole point is that the egg has to eat first. The spirit still grumbles about being stuck eating his dishes every day, which only makes her look more like a spoiled kid than a guide. Woojin answers with the obvious fix. If the egg is that delicate, then the first test has to be something soft and safe. And just like that, the ridiculous quest becomes a feeding plan, with the spirit guarding the meal like it is sacred. Woojin decides the pancake can wait, and the little one gets a new dish first. He quietly admits her point, then prepares to let the plan slide this time. The system finally registers wild boar nutritious porridge, a D-rank dish with B+ quality. Woojin shrugs off the low grade, knowing baby food was never his specialty. Curious, he studies whether the egg will actually eat when placed before it. The egg lunges into the porridge at once, and the absurd test works. Its appetite turns frantic, proving the dish is delicious enough to make it move. Bestia can barely keep up, while Woojin realizes the egg is eating like a true gourmet. She concludes that the creature really does know how to eat properly. Then the excitement turns awkward again, with even the spirit begging him to calm down. The egg finally stills, and Woojin can tell the absurd little test is already nearing its end. A new quest drops in, demanding a dungeon dish of B-grade quality or higher for the egg from the abyss of defilement. Woojin realizes making one meal was nothing, and now the real question is how much food this thing will need to hatch. He studies the egg a little longer, deciding the only way to know its true nature is to keep feeding it. Even Woojin seems intrigued now, quietly looking forward to whatever monster or miracle comes out of it. Cut away to the cult's side, where the elder finally admits the egg was placed in the abyss of defilement for a reason. He explains that unknown enemies kept raiding their branches, forcing them into constant damage control. That is why he avoided high-level dungeons and hid a branch in a low-level one, only for that plan to become a mistake. The corruption made the egg too difficult to manage, leaving them trapped in a problem they could no longer contain. And as his eye hardens, it becomes clear the cult's careful little scheme is starting to rot from the inside. The cult's purple void ripples violently as that person finally descends. The elder drops to his knees and immediately starts reporting the disaster. The sea branch is gone, and the men sent for the magic records are already dead. Even the attempt to secure the records in the sea jewel has failed, and Kang Sunwoo still was not beaten. Worse, Kang Sunwoo's artifact, Tears of the Star, has been stolen. The egg and harmonium in the abyss of defilement are dragged into the report next, sounding like another problem spiraling out of control. His patience breaks as he realizes losing the egg was a huge mistake. The failure feels catastrophic now, maybe even fatal for the cult's careful scheme. Terror hits hard, and he begs for mercy in a panic that borders on desperation. By the end, the purple power still churns around him, but the whole operation is clearly collapsing. Jiochian doubles over in panic, drenched in sweat as the collapse finally starts hitting him. Alone in the canyon, he realizes the grave of colossal rocks spared him once, but not twice. The report turns worse fast. Chiguk attacked, the egg stolen, and harmonium's retrieval point destroyed. Hearing that Chiguk walked away alive, Jiochian twists that mercy into a grim excuse for hope. He pushes deeper into the dark chamber, trying to force himself to keep the mission alive. But even he can feel it now, his confidence cracking as the purple power keeps churning. The hidden cultist stares at him in disbelief, rattled by the name Sathriel and the sight of his defeat. Chiguk keeps walking through the abyss, letting the pressure build as the hunt turns personal. Jiochian snaps at last, vowing to tear Chiguk apart and reclaim everything the cult has lost. And while the cult melts down, Chiguk casually weighs a trip to Gangwon, already acting like the danger is beneath him. Woojin accepts the three-legged Crow Guild's offer, because a good favor is still a good favor. He even decides the spear destroyer deserves a test run, and the weapon answers with eerie blue power. Back home, he throws on a towel and starts thinking about Gangwon like it is just another food trip. He casually decides to scout restaurants there, proving once again that his priorities are dangerously strange. Then he pauses, sensing the obvious catch. Trouble usually finds him before lunch does. The hidden concern sharpens when he realizes he would be alone if the dungeon break starts now. That fear quickly grows into a worse one, since an attack during the rescue could leave him surrounded. As the pressure builds, the earlier massacre gets linked to the hunters who appeared during the tournament terror incident. Those are Eclipse and their sudden appearance makes the whole situation look even uglier. Woojin tenses under the towel, but the panic only makes his stare harder, like he is already preparing to break through it. Woojin gets hit with a wave of nerves, and for once even his usual confidence starts slipping. But the moment passes fast, because that advance and the three-legged crow guild still look too useful to waste. The real problem is uglier. He took the quest on a whim, and now no hunter is free to back him up. So he starts searching for an A-rank partner, already assuming the Guak family hunters would never help. One call later, the answer is obvious enough, and he realizes he may have to handle this alone. Still, the Yongwol dungeon break gives him a fresh excuse, and he decides to pull someone into the trip anyway. Kim Seonho catches on quickly, and when Woojin asks for a favor, he can only hesitate and listen. Woojin admits he has a new dish ready, but everyone has been too busy to taste it, which is a dangerous thing to say around him. Seonho finally agrees to try it after they return from Yongwol, while the sealed dungeon entrance and its guards wait ahead. At the site, the crowd starts piling in around the principal, and Woojin's arrival turns the whole place into a full-blown spectacle. Kim Chiguk freezes under the swarm of reporters, already regretting how public this is getting. The crowd presses in, and he coolly deflects the D-rank alarm while claiming Woojin will handle it. Even his assessment sounds measured, but the attention only makes him look more guarded. Then his thoughts turn sharp as he considers taking Woojin along and searching for hidden pieces at the same time. He even imagines keeping Woojin close while grinning like this arrangement somehow benefits both of them. But the moment Woojin's food comes to mind, his composure cracks into nervous excitement again. Woojin's glare hits him first, and Chiguk immediately realizes the man has caught that greedy little thought. Woojin stands ready anyway, already looking like another strange mess is about to follow him. Elsewhere, a hooded cult operative watches the eclipse operation flare to life around the sealed site. Back at the academy front, Chiguk forces a polished smile and wraps the interview before the spectacle gets any uglier. A trio slips toward the sealed dungeon entrance, and the whole place already feels like a graveyard waiting to happen. Woojin pushes in anyway, the flames around him making his reckless confidence look almost insulting. Kim Chiguk leads the way past the stone gate, spear in hand, as if this nightmare is just another routine inspection. Inside, the dead earth and broken stone scream the dungeon's name loud enough for anyone to hear. The twisted, corpse-like creature sprawled by the marker makes that grim title feel painfully accurate. More monstrosities start crawling out, and the place becomes a mess of rotten bodies and bad intentions. Chiguk sounds almost relieved, admitting at least this horror is a humanoid corpse monster, not something worse. He even jokes that whatever it is, it beats rotten meat, which is a pretty low bar for survival. Then he shifts back into escort mode, tightening his grip on the spear as the hunt finally begins. Woojin stays unbothered, ready to Woojin lunges into the hunt, and the monsters ahead already look like dead meat. The moment his spear swings, the dungeon's rotten corpses start dropping in pieces. Even Chiguk sounds impressed, praising the hit and that absurd destroyer weapon. The weapon status flashes next, calling it a unique mana stone spear with collapse power. Woojin keeps driving it forward, and every monster that touches it vanishes like dust. Chiguk grins through the carnage, acting calm while warning the kids not to panic. He then compares Woojin's performance to the wild boar incident, already seeing the pattern. The real twist is worse for everyone else, because Woojin's mana control looks even cleaner now. Chiguk decides he has to set aside time and train him properly, before that talent gets wasted. Meanwhile, Seongjun just watches and sneers, still convinced Woojin is beneath him. Woojin stands over the shattered battlefield, and the destroyer keeps drinking in monster after monster. Convinced the break is nearly finished, he starts to relax, and even thinks about getting out. Seonho cuts in from behind him, warning that one monster still remains. The last survivor staggers upright, grotesque but still breathing, refusing to drop. Woojin only mocks the pathetic sight, certain the spear would turn it to dust. With no hesitation, he drives the destroyer straight through the creature's head. The impact explodes through the body, and the monster finally starts coming apart. Flesh, armor, and dark energy scatter as the strike tears it down in one brutal sweep. Chiguk's expression tightens as the absurd power keeps climbing past common sense. Even he can only stare and mutter in disbelief, because Woojin's strength just keeps getting worse for everyone else. Woojin turns on the staggered undead, and Chiguk can only wonder what kind of monster just moved. The spear snaps forward with purple force, so fast it looks less like a strike and more like a verdict. Woojin keeps advancing through the chaos, while the zombie's weak resistance starts looking downright embarrassing. Chiguk's eyes widen as he realizes that was not normal energy, and his confidence slips a little. He braces his spear, and finally understands the pressure hitting him is real, not some cheap illusion. Sweat beads on Chiguk's face as he curses the situation, because this is already going far beyond his expectations. Woojin drives in again, and the undead barely manages to stay upright under the relentless assault. Chiguk stares in open shock, realizing the fight has stopped being a clean cleanup and turned into a real threat. Even then, Woojin keeps dissecting the monster with sword-like spear energy that refuses to break. Chiguk finally admits it is at least a B-rank monster, which only makes Woojin's ease look even more absurd. Woojin drives the spear straight through the undead, and the thing finally starts looking pathetic. Chiguk stares at the scene, already wondering what kind of monster Woojin really is. The veteran hunter feels the pressure for real now, with no illusion left to hide behind. Sweat runs down Chiguk's face as he realizes this fight has gone far past a simple cleanup. Woojin keeps pressing in, and the zombie barely stays together under the relentless assault. Chiguk's shock deepens as the battle turns from routine execution into a genuine threat. Even then, Woojin keeps carving through it with clean, brutal spear energy. Chiguk finally admits it has to be at least a B-rank monster, making Woojin's ease look absurd. The corpse-like body collapses into a violent burst of green haze, as if the fight itself is rotting apart. Chiguk reels back in disbelief, still trying to understand why Woojin came out unharmed. The blast should have torn anyone apart, yet Woojin stands unharmed as Chiguk rushes to check on him. Woojin only answers that he is fine, which only makes the veteran hunter more unsettled. He begins wondering if some hidden power awakened the moment the crisis hit. Chiguk stares at the barrier's glow and realizes the explosion was blocked, not survived. A faint disturbance in the distance catches his attention, and now even the footsteps sound wrong. He turns, shocked that someone else slipped in without his notice at all. The attackers step forward and openly condemn Chiguk for hiding his strength this long. They threaten death for interfering with their grand plan, standing behind the masked cult enforcer and his brute. Woojin recognizes their words from the earlier tournament ambush, and that memory sharpens his suspicion. Chiguk grips his spear tighter, sweating now, because the so-called grand plan clearly runs far deeper than a cleanup job. Kim Chiguk breaks into a cold sweat, realizing the tournament chaos may have awakened something far worse. The masked attackers accuse him of hypocrisy, swarming forward like they already own the battlefield. He protests in panic, but their contempt only hardens as they keep closing in. One of them lunges first, and Chiguk's worst fear clicks into place. This is no cleanup job. All three rush him at once, forcing him to brace as the threat turns brutally real. A sharp disturbance snaps his attention aside, and even the air feels wrong now. He turns in disbelief, realizing someone slipped in without him noticing a thing. The attackers press harder, still condemning him for meddling in their grand plan. A brutal strike slams through the opening, and the fight explodes into full chaos. Chiguk reels from the impact, stunned by what he just unleashed and already regretting it. Chiguk's body snaps into motion on its own, blocking the attackers and leaving him stunned at how natural the defense felt. One of the enemies still sneers in contempt, convinced this fight will be easy. Woojin twists that opening into advantage, turning his energy into threads, and realizing the tactic might be useful after all. He remembers Chiguk always backing his cooking experiments, and decides to teach him martial arts in return. The problem is simple enough in theory, but habits like that never stay fixed with advice alone. Woojin suddenly orders him into Formation B, and Chiguk bellows in surprise as the pace jumps. The warning lands hard. Once Chiguk moves his own body, the others will notice instantly. Still, Chiguk lowers his stance and drives in with purple force, refusing to stay predictable. Woojin slips around the attack, and the whole exchange turns into a brutal blur of parries and counters. Chiguk finally drops his guard and follows through with a crushing strike, pushing the fight deeper into chaos. Chiguk starts doubting Eclipse, then decides the blast may have rattled them more than expected. Woojin slips through the purple surge, and Chiguk's own body pushes harder than before. For a moment, even Chiguk thinks that awakening might have lifted him all the way to S rank. But Woojin keeps reading the opening, and Chiguk realizes his body is moving before thought can catch up. Seongjun watches from the side, and coldly judges that the others are weaker than he expected. Chiguk's confidence spikes as he loudly declares that Kim Chiguk has awakened, then asks how long this game is meant to drag on. Woojin's pressure keeps grinding at him anyway, and Chiguk snaps that a proper fight should never look this sloppy. The clash turns into a public humiliation, with Chiguk lashing out about how he was pushed to death's edge only to be toyed with now. Even as the purple force keeps dragging him down, the spectators can see the fight has become intolerable to watch. Seonho stands frozen in shock, realizing there has been no real change at all despite all that noise. Woojin finally cuts through the noise, and the purple force surges hard enough to shut everyone up. Chiguk's eyes sharpen as he realizes Woojin is still reading his opening, not even giving him room to breathe. The spectators catch the shift too, and the whole scene starts feeling less like a duel and more like a warning. A cult-backed voice hails Lord Sathariel, trying to drag higher authority into the mess before it collapses. Chiguk shouts for the others to back off, choosing pride over retreat because backing down now would expose everything. He insists the cult cannot withdraw, even as Woojin's pressure keeps tightening like a noose. The purple force whips across the ground while Woojin stands untouched, making the gap in strength look painfully obvious. Chiguk begs Lord Sathriel for more time, sounding less like a hunter and more like a man watching the plan fall apart. Even his ally beside him stays stiff and silent, because there is no hiding how badly this fight has slipped away. Woojin's advantage only grows, and Chiguk is left staring into the disaster that he can no longer control. The cult-backed hunters keep circling, but Woojin stands untouched, and the pressure around him turns the whole field into a warning. One attacker is slammed down hard as Woojin's dark force twists through him, leaving the man buried in humiliation. The black-purple power keeps flooding outward, trapping Woojin at the center, while the others can only stare upward in dread. Seongjun breaks first, sweating at the sheer mana surging through the air, because even he can tell this is no normal clash. Woojin's voice cuts through the chaos as he declares that Kim Chiguk will leave behind nothing at all. Without even blinking, he vows to kill him with his strongest technique, and the arrogance in that promise is terrifying. Flame of wrath erupts overhead, swallowing the sky in a violent vortex while Woojin remains small beneath it, completely in control. The narration turns sharp as Woojin reveals he was holding this back during the tournament, and that restraint only makes him nastier now. He drives the point home by naming Kim Chiguk as the real threat, the kind of opponent who cannot be brushed aside. The final blow lands in the explanation itself. Woojin already killed an apostle candidate, destroyed the giant rock tomb, and even stole the egg from the abyss of defilement. Woojin doesn't hesitate for a second, and the only mercy he offers is a promise of death. Purple destruction swirls overhead as the battlefield bends under the weight of his killing intent. Seonho and Chiguk both freeze, and even the older hunter starts realizing this is spiraling past control. Seongjun finally understands the truth of it, seeing the corrupted power as something that burns like hatred itself. Woojin stands there with his sword ready, calling the whole thing disgusting before pressing forward. Chiguk panics, realizing even his aura is not enough to keep that force out. He throws up his spear and tries to hold the line, but Woojin's pressure keeps drilling through. Sweat pouring down, Chiguk starts losing his composure as the attack refuses to stop. The hunter's face twists in disbelief, because blocking with aura is clearly doing almost nothing. By now, Chiguk knows the worst part. Woojin is still breaking him down anyway. Woojin strides forward through the purple haze, already closing the distance before his opponent can settle. With his sword low and steady, he keeps advancing while Chiguk braces behind him with spear in hand. Chiguk finally recognizes him and reels at the name, realizing too late who has walked into the fight. Woojin's arrival turns the whole battlefield into a warning, as even the monsters and hunters seem swallowed by his timing. The dark pressure swells around him again, and he stands there like trouble itself, decided to take shape. Chiguk shouts his faith in Woojin, but the strain on his face says he is barely hanging on. Woojin and Chiguk square off again, and the older hunter can only watch that monstrous force keep building. Woojin's expression hardens, cold and unreadable, like he is already done with this mess. The clash detonates into a violent spiral of purple and white power, grinding everything beneath it. And even then, Woojin keeps driving forward, forcing the fight deeper into Chiguk's collapse. The purple destruction swells higher, and the battlefield starts buckling under Woojin's force. Kim Chiguk breaks into a grim laugh, realizing the man charging in really is Cheon Woojin. Kim Seonho can only watch as Woojin's presence makes even trust sound desperate. Chiguk is sent crashing down, with every bit of his pride finally shattered. Woojin stands alone in the purple haze, calm enough to make the whole place feel doomed. A battered fighter nearby mutters that Chiguk has collapsed while his disciple still somehow stands. Woojin drops deeper into that hellish purgatory, sword in hand, as the dark power keeps climbing. His expression hardens again, and he dismisses the fool still snarling in front of him. The pressure turns vicious, and Woojin keeps pushing until even the air feels poisoned by purple force. He ends it by mocking the idea that Chiguk could survive this alone, and the killing intent only sharpens. The silver-haired brute sneers that Woojin is either hiding his strength or just toying with them. Woojin answers by unleashing another wave, and the first beast gets hurled straight into the purple storm. The attack spreads without mercy, smashing through the swarm and leaving the whole battlefield trembling. Woojin stands alone in the haze and calmly promises to crush the disciple here too, as if this were already settled. Seonho can only stare, realizing even trust sounds desperate once Woojin starts moving. Woojin decides to thin them out, then draws his sword and drops into a killing stance. His eye hardens with purple light, and that cold look says the real hunt has finally begun. The first slash tears through the boars, and the monsters instantly learn how badly they misread him. The silver-haired fighter braces for the cyan shockwave, but the force hits like a disaster nobody can stop. Woojin carves through the final surge in a purple blur, turning the whole clash into a one-sided execution. The silver-haired fighter sneers that Kim Chiguk's disciple is underwhelming, already sounding like a man begging to be humbled. He pushes farther through the purple haze, but even he admits Chiguk's presence would have made this far uglier. His taunt turns into panic as he questions what Woojin could possibly do alone, right before the pressure swallows him. Woojin answers with a roar of power, purple force exploding around him as his killing intent stops being subtle. The monsters rush in, only to get hacked apart while the winged brute and the boars are dragged into the slaughter. In the center of the storm, Woojin stands untouched, his sword ready as the void around him bends to his momentum. His expression hardens under the black hood, calm and cold enough to make the carnage feel deliberate. Then the blade flashes once, and everything in front of him starts breaking under a burst of white impact. The winged monster and the remaining beasts are forced back into the storm, while the hunters keep cutting through the chaos beside him. Even the biggest brute can only snarl and thrash as Woojin's relentless assault keeps the whole battlefield collapsing around it. Woojin's purple force swallows the battlefield, and Chiguk is blasted backward before he can even steady his spear. One look at Woojin's burning eye is enough to tell him this fight has already gone horribly wrong. The old hunter is hammered by a savage blow, and his body folds as the purple pressure keeps tightening. He reels in disbelief, realizing he was overwhelmed before he could even react. Monsters are carved apart in the chaos, and the attack spreads so fast it feels absurdly unfair. Woojin slips through the storm untouched, his blade carving a white arc through the purple haze. The flash leaves the battlefield in pieces, and even the remaining beasts can only be dragged deeper into the slaughter. Chiguk stares in shock, finally grasping that Woojin's power went far beyond ordinary mana. The fallout links back to the abyss of defilement, where the hidden corruption was never as simple as it looked. And with that, the truth starts snapping into place. Kim Chiguk was not the one hiding from view after all. Every time Kim Chiguk uncovered a hidden piece, the media spun it into another headline. And somehow, there was always one person right beside him, silently backing the whole mess. Now Woojin cuts through the purple slaughter like it barely deserves his attention. The shock only deepens as it becomes clear this wild force was never Kim Chiguk's at all. Woojin's eye hardens, and the mistake gets laughed off before it can spread. Elsewhere, a blonde woman coolly declares Sathriel dead and calls the loser all power, no skill. She keeps smiling as she says he came here already knowing Sathriel would die. Then she leans back and mocks how quickly he reads the situation, clearly enjoying the game. Her teasing only gets sharper, as if she has already judged every move before it lands. By the end, she sits like the whole board belongs to her, while the truth keeps closing in. Samael smiles like the whole board is already bent her way, and casually puts Doc Gohyak on notice. Cheon Woojin barely reacts, while she coolly promises loyalty with unsettling confidence. Choi Min-sung welcomes Woojin as if this is routine, then seats him for a talk that clearly is not. He even starts with praise for Woojin's fourth-place finish, but the box beside him makes that courtesy look suspiciously deliberate. Inside waits the real prize, Mandragora, a rare fourth-place reward that already has Woojin hooked by its scent. Woojin is stunned by the quality, praising the ingredient like a chef instead of a hunter, which only makes the offer more interesting. Choi Min-sung stays composed and finally cuts to the point, saying he has something to ask Woojin. Woojin pauses, pointedly asking if the question is really meant for him, as if he already senses the trap underneath it. Choi Min-sung answers without blinking, pressing him to say what kind of hunter he wants to become. Woojin sits there in silence, forced to face a future that suddenly looks a lot more dangerous than the last fight. Woojin declares that what he wants is simple: a chef's life, not just another hunter's grind. Min-sung nearly chokes on the answer, realizing this talk is headed somewhere ridiculous. Woojin happily accepts the ingredients, and the rare Mandragora only makes him more eager. He starts by channeling a gentle flow of energy into the root, treating it like a delicate beast. Next, he moves on to the sauce, with every step sounding way too casual for something so precious. Soon enough, the Mandragora is frying beautifully, and the scent begins to overwhelm the room. Min-sung stares at the tray in disbelief, already regretting how serious he was about this meeting. Woojin calmly explains that it is fried Mandragora, as if that should clear up anything. The man then adds that the dungeon plant is normally medicine, which only makes the dish sound more absurd. And yet Woojin just smiles, acting like serving a legendary ingredient before it cools is the most natural thing in the world. Min-sung finally gives in and tastes the fried Mandragora, already looking less confident with every bite. The legendary root lands perfectly, and even he has to admit the flavor is absurdly good. One glance later, he realizes the man in front of him is not Kim Chiguk at all. Instead, he recognizes that it is Woojin, and the whole room suddenly feels a lot smaller. Woojin stands under the strange green sky with his spirit companion, calm as ever while the atmosphere turns ominous. Then the system answers back, revealing that he has obtained part of the Book of Cupidium from Apostle Cethariel. Woojin pauses at the name, clearly realizing this reward is anything but ordinary. He accepts the strange floating relic anyway, because of course he does. Even without reading the text, he somehow understands the book's meaning, which is starting to get ridiculous. And when the title Runmaker appears, it becomes clear this reward is hiding something far bigger. Bestia loses her composure, screaming over a dish that should not even exist. The book's relic is tied to an ancient civilization obsessed with food, and that only makes her panic harder. She admits she only knew the name, never the recipe, which leaves Woojin holding a mystery nobody expected. The scroll explains that extracting a dish, spiritual essence, can deepen its flavor and texture, and the old method sounds absurdly refined. Woojin immediately realizes this is not ordinary cooking, but some lost culinary technique from another era. He admits the real process is still missing, meaning the most important part of the method was never recorded. With Bestia floating beside him, he asks whether she knows anything useful about processing spiritual essence. She has no answer, only a warning that records from that ancient civilization are basically gone. Woojin takes that in quietly, already understanding the search is going to drag on much longer than expected. Then the system drops the real twist. The Book of Cupidium is only the first step in a 3-part quest. Bestia freaks out, sensing something is wrong, and the missing instructions only make the mystery worse. The system answers with a blessing, promising that another Book of Cupidium would be sensed instantly. That only makes Bestia and Sionho more frustrated, since nobody has any clue where the other books are hiding. Chiguk shows up battered and short on patience, clearly dragged through enough trouble to earn the headache. Sionho stays beside him and tries to act calm, but even he can tell this rescue came down to pure luck. Chiguk pushes through the portal with Sionho's help, forcing his way back before the situation can twist any further. Once outside, he finally spots the others and realizes they are still alive, if barely. The crowd is already swarming with cameras, turning the whole mess into public spectacle as usual. Seated with Sionho at last, Chiguk listens to the concern around him while the watchers keep snapping photos. And when the report spread that even Kang Sunwoo would not stay hurt in a D-rank dungeon, Chiguk knows something is badly off. A frantic voice demands to know what happened inside, and Sionho looks shaken enough to answer before anyone else can. Chiguk staggers in battered and breathless, already looking like the dungeon chewed on him and got bored halfway through. The official report spreads fast, pinning the ambush on the same group behind the tournament terror. Back at home practice room, Woojin ignores the chaos outside and keeps working like the whole incident barely matters. He even considers serving the porridge he prepared earlier, because his priorities remain as dangerous as his cooking. The egg gets another check, and Woojin wonders whether it will react the same way this time. Bestia panics as the shell starts trembling, and the old warning becomes obvious. The hatch is coming soon. Green power leaks farther from the egg, proving the hidden energy is no longer staying contained. The glow only grows stronger, turning the whole thing into a ticking problem nobody can afford to ignore. And as the egg keeps pulsing, the next disaster feels less like a question and more like an appointment. Woojin feels the egg's pulse and realizes the energy inside is far purer than anything he has seen. At first, the strange glow reminds him of Harmonia, but the deeper he looks, the cleaner it becomes. Bestia is rattled, because even that absurd power still feels beyond normal understanding. The shock spreads as the source draws awe from old masters who would normally never be impressed so easily. No wonder Eclipse and the administrators start paying attention. This kind of power is impossible to ignore. Woojin stays unnervingly calm, quietly deciding the egg's reaction is interesting rather than frightening. A few days later, the Hunter Academy turns into a circus as Kang Sunwoo walks in and steals every stare. The rankings finally drop, and the crowd erupts when Sionho takes second place and Seolha secures third. Woojin lands in fourth, which is still good enough to make the vice principal pause before handing over the prize. He had expected an award handoff, but Woojin only makes the scene stranger by staying focused on his bowl. The academy kitchen already looks more like a restaurant, which only makes the whole situation feel stranger. Choi Min-sung decides not to overthink Lee Cheong's meddling and quietly shifts his attention to Woojin instead. By contribution alone, Woojin clearly should have taken first, but he had the nerve to refuse the top spot himself. At the academy, a mysterious figure's presence hangs over everything, wrapped in an aura that hints at power most people would miss. Choi Min-sung starts wondering if that hidden strength could have given Woojin everything, and that thought clearly unsettles him. Even so, he sits there exhausted, realizing a face-to-face meeting might finally explain the mess. The strain from the tournament still bites at his hand, and healing magic barely touches whatever damage Woojin left behind. He hesitates, wondering what he is supposed to do now, then finally gives in and calls Woojin inside. The door slides open, and the black-hooded troublemaker steps in with that same calm expression. Woojin greets him like nothing is strange at all, which somehow makes the whole room feel even more dangerous. The first bite hits like a firebomb, and even a hardened man nearly gets choked out by the spice. His face twists in disbelief, because somehow Woojin's cooking is already breaking common sense. By the time he gathers himself, he still cannot believe one fried dish could hit that hard. He sits there sweating through the shock, realizing this meal was never going to be ordinary. The system confirms it, a mandragora tempura, infused with self-energy, ranked B+ and made by Cheon Woojin. The details only make it worse, since the dish was fried perfectly, balanced with sauce, and pushed to S-grade quality. Min-sung stares at the result in stunned silence, finally admitting it is far beyond expectation. Nearby, Seonho looks just as surprised, but his expression turns into open admiration instead of doubt. Woojin keeps that calm little smile, as if this kind of miracle is just another day in his kitchen, and the reward seals the joke for good. The dish heals injuries, and even raises mana by 3. Min-sung is still rattled, realizing the fried dish did more than just taste good, it boosted stats, and left his wounds hopelessly outmatched. Woojin stands there like it is nothing, while the others start sensing that this miracle meal could twist far bigger things than dinner. Even Min-sung can only stare and ask what Woojin really is, because ordinary cooking clearly stopped being an option a while ago. Woojin's quiet smile never changes, which somehow makes the whole thing feel even worse for anyone trying to figure him out. Soon after, the Academy's reward notice rolls in, granting Woojin and Seola special benefits for their tournament results, right as Spirit Garden is reclassified into a C-rank dungeon. The changes only get crazier from there, since the exploration limit is removed, and the cadets are left staring at conditions that should never happen this early. Chiguk reads the fine print and immediately realizes the upgrade is useful, but also the kind of bait that could invite eclipse at any moment. He decides to stay careful, tightening his grip on his spear as he prepares for whatever ugly trouble follows Woojin's footsteps. Then he reaches down and takes Nick's core, treating the dangerous prize like another piece of the puzzle. Woojin follows through without hesitation, calmly eating the core and making that reckless power look almost routine. Woojin decides spirit cooking still hides a clue, even if the blue core in his hand looks utterly useless. That dead end only pushes him toward the Book of Cupidium, since brute force clearly is not enough. He turns away with his sword at his side, still convinced there has to be another way in. The search drifts over the lake, quiet on the surface, with nothing giving itself away yet. But Woojin suddenly senses something, and that calm stare sharpens like trouble just woke up. Seola spots him and calls out in panic, only to watch him launch straight toward the water. The splash comes a heartbeat later, and she realizes he has fallen into the lake instead of returning. Min-sung catches the next clue immediately, grinning like a man who just found the missing trapdoor. His confidence cracks into urgency as he realizes this is another hidden piece, not some harmless anomaly. Now he wants Woojin found fast, because whatever is down there is clearly big enough to drag the whole mess deeper. A blast of light yanks them into Spirit Garden, and Woojin lands with Seola and the principal in a place that feels too clean to be a dungeon. Seola freezes, staring at the streets, while the principal immediately realizes this is no ordinary wilderness. She starts to suspect Woojin was right about the hidden piece, because a city like this should not exist here at all. The group looks over the sprawling town, and the silence makes the whole place feel even more suspicious. The principal quickly concludes they must have teleported from somewhere else in Spirit Garden, not stumbled into a normal sector. With rescue taking time, he decides the smarter move is to explore first, and Seolha reluctantly falls in line. Seolha agrees to regroup later, but keeps her guard up as the city's scale starts sinking in. The warning spreads through the streets. If monsters appear, nobody should get cocky and split off alone. The scouts fan out through the maze-like blocks, and the city's size instantly turns the search into a real problem. Woojin watches it all in silence, with even his spirit sensing that this strange city is far from empty. Baek Seola keeps staring at the elegant streets, and even she starts to admit the buildings are impressive. The beauty turns sour fast, because the whole district feels abandoned and wrong. Lee Chianki studies the silent blocks, and concludes they were dragged somewhere else inside Spirit Garden. With rescue taking time, the scouts split up to search, and Seolha reluctantly follows the plan. Woojin stays quiet through the tension, while even his spirits seem to sense the city is hiding something. The search widens across the maze-like town, and every empty corner only makes it harder to track anything. At last, the silence breaks when an old cloaked resident appears, as if he has been waiting for guests. He calmly asks what brings them here, which only makes the place feel stranger. Looking over the visitors, The old man acts harmless and says only a humble old man lives there. That kind of modesty from a man in a dead city? Yeah, nobody with a brain is buying it. Lee Cheonki admits they were caught by teleportation, and the group hoped this dead city might still offer help. But even his polite smile can't hide the bad news, because the place already feels wrong. He asks for more details, still trying to act helpful while the silence around them only grows heavier. The old resident shuts him down fast, sounding certain this city is his to guard alone. He then explains that the place is under a curse, and the group's supposed luck turns into a warning. Lee Cheonki presses him on what kind of curse it is, carefully testing the man's words. The old man admits the curse has stolen something important from him, and that alone makes the city feel even stranger. Lee Cheonki hears the problem and starts piecing together the danger, while the resident keeps that eerie calm. He asks what was lost, and the old man's answer makes it clear this is no ordinary request for help. Somewhere in that cursed silence, the group realizes this city is hiding a burden no outsider should touch. The old man bluntly says he does not know, killing the mood with one tired breath. Lee Cheonki's eyes widen, caught off guard by the old resident's evasive answer. The man finally admits the city is cursed, and the travelers feel the air turn heavier. Lee keeps pressing, and the old resident calmly warns that even the curse has a source. That source lies underground, he says, and destroying it should end the whole mess. Lee immediately lights up, already thinking this problem can be solved. The old man, however, makes it sound worse, as if defeating the source is easier said than done. The group freezes when the hidden quest window appears, naming Telenox and its curse. Bestia stares at the name in shock, and the orange spirit beside her acts like it already suspected the truth. By now, the mystery has a name, and the little guide knows this cursed city is no accident. Bestia and the little spirit both freeze when the resident demands answers about Telenox. The bearded man snaps back with irritation, still acting like the interruption is beneath him. Schmidt finally explains that Telenox was once a legendary city with advanced civilization. Yet even from the outside, the place looks abandoned, and the legend already feels hollow. He pushes further, admitting Telenox grew arrogant enough to challenge the gods. That pride brought ruin, and the city was destroyed in a single day. Bestia turns to Woojin for the missing pieces, hoping he knows the city's food culture. Woojin dryly admits he knows nothing, while the old guide keeps hovering like a smug nuisance. Lee immediately follows up, pressing for the exact source of the curse before anyone can dodge again. The resident points them onward, and the group starts moving toward whatever waits beneath the city. Schmidt leads them to the hatch and bluntly confirms this is where the curse's source lies. The old guide hovers beside the opening, and even before they step in, the place feels rotten with bad energy. Seola admits the deeper they go, the worse that feeling gets, while Chiguk only keeps his focus forward. Lee calmly reassures her, but his expression says he already knows this is far beyond a normal shortcut. He suddenly realizes the passage is no passage at all, but a dungeon buried beneath Telenox. Seolha stiffens at the rank alone, because a B+ dungeon should never be entered so casually. Lee turns even paler, understanding that something this dangerous is hiding right under the city's bones. The group exchanges shocked looks, and the quiet kid behind them only adds to the growing unease. One more step forward, and the floor gives way into a vast purple abyss that swallows the tunnel whole. The others freeze at the edge, realizing the city's curse is tied to whatever is waiting down there. The hidden passage finally earns its name, a B+ dungeon called Prison of Eternity. Seolha mutters that it really does feel like a prison, and the mood turns even colder. Lee immediately warns that a B+ dungeon means the monsters ahead will be vicious. He orders everyone to stay sharp, but his face already says this is bad news. A beat later, the corridor opens into a dead end that looks far too empty to be safe. Lee stares at the emptiness and realizes something is hiding here, even if nothing answers back. Seola glances around, tense enough to cut steel, while the quiet cadet behind them says nothing. Lee starts to piece it together, sensing the layout is meant to fool intruders into walking deeper. Then the floor gives way into a black, open chamber, and the dungeon's real depth swallows the light. At the threshold of a boss room, the trio finally understands the city's curse is tied to whatever waits below. Woojin studies the sealed chamber and decides this has to be the root of all that evil. Inside the empty hush, he wonders what kind of monster was hiding here before. The moment the great doors give way, the trio braces for whatever is waiting beyond them. Seolha and the others rush after Woojin, while the city's silence starts feeling outright cursed. Lee realizes the cursed source is not sitting in the obvious place, and the tunnel keeps lying to them. Woojin kneels at the object waiting inside, only to find it completely drained. The empty grail confirms his suspicion, holding nothing but the memory of lost energy. He stares at it in silence, realizing the curse has already been stripped dry. Even so, the chamber still feels wrong, like something far worse once fed here. Woojin keeps his gaze fixed ahead, because this rotten place is clearly not finished with them yet. Woojin senses the manager's presence in the drained grail, and that alone is already a bad sign. Realizing the culprit left recently, he decides to take the empty vessel just in case. The goblet slips free with a sharp flash, while Seong-hoon-sized worries start piling up behind him. Back outside, the instructor pushes for retreat, and Woojin casually decides to keep the cup for later. Seolha agrees with the withdrawal, though even she wants one more check before trusting this place. Lee Cheonki finally caves, only to stare in disbelief when nothing answers the search at all. The old resident's warning was real after all, and the whole group starts feeling the embarrassment set in. His hooded face twists in shock as he demands to know what happened down there. Woojin answers with the kind of deadpan that hurts, saying the grail held nothing but emptiness. The old man reels at that revelation, because if even the source is gone, this cursed city has been hollowed out for good. The search collapses into doubt as the old resident recoils, certain the source had to be here. Lee Cheonki still sounds grateful, but the embarrassment is already starting to sting. The old man promises a proper reward, though his faith in the city is clearly cracking. A hidden quest suddenly appears, and Telenox is marked completed, as if the curse was finally lifted. The reward spills open into a ridiculous pile of rare loot, because Woojin never gets a normal handout. He asks for the mana elixir, but Woojin keeps his eyes on the black goblet instead. Even so, Woojin is cautious, wondering if taking the grail is really the best choice. The old resident can only thank them again, visibly relieved that the burden has ended. Then his body folds forward, the shock of the revelation finally catching up to him. The cursed city's last guardian stands there trembling, while the silence around Telenox turns absolute. The tense silence breaks as the gathered group stares at the old guardian, still bent under the weight of Telenox's ended curse. Behind him, the principal freezes as Woojin calmly turns the reward into another problem nobody can quite explain. Woojin simply reaches for the black goblet, ignoring the safer prize, and trusting the city's hidden truth instead. Then he starts cooking right there, and the absurdity of it all hits harder than any victory speech. The old guardian can only stand there stunned, trying and failing to make sense of the boy who treats disaster like dinner prep. Seola finally asks what Woojin is doing, still wary enough to feel that something strange is about to happen. The answer comes out even more ridiculous, because he is apparently just cooking, as if that explains anything. Her disbelief deepens when the old man reacts like the smell alone is already winning him over. At last, the finished meal appears, loaded with color and care, and Woojin offers it with infuriating confidence. Seola hesitates, then takes the bite anyway, while the old man watches in stunned silence as the curse's aftermath gives way to something far stranger. The old guardian bites down on the dish, still half expecting disaster. One taste is enough to stop him cold, because the flavor hits harder than the curse ever did. The strange underwater sensation only deepens, and he realizes this feeling is strangely familiar. Memory snaps back through the curse, and he remembers what he had nearly forgotten. Woojin has turned a ruined meal into proof, while Seolha can only stare in stunned silence. The old man starts crying as the truth sinks in, realizing this is no ordinary dish. He finally understands the forgotten terror of the curse was never pain, but taste itself. By the table, the others watch him break down, and the absurdity of the victory becomes undeniable. Then the system confirms it. Telenox's ancient curse has been lifted by Woojin's cooking, and just to twist the knife, that impossible meal even grants him a curse-purifying skill. Woojin smiles like he already knows the outcome, and the old curse finally tastes defeat. The system answers him with a new title, Dungeon Chef, and a hidden skill that can cover curses. Outside Telenox, the purple rot still churns above the city as the group pushes toward the source. The old resident and his companion freeze, hearing a curse declared with all the grace of a funeral. Then the truth hits him so hard that even his rage turns into tears, because the curse was never pain at all. Woojin's ruined-looking dish keeps winning the argument, while the tiny spirit realizes the impossible has happened. By the table, Seola and the others can only stare as the old man clings to Woojin like a savior. The spirit starts connecting the dots, sensing that his sense of taste returned through that absurd meal. Woojin stands there in silence while the others keep thanking him, and the whole scene turns ridiculous in the best way. Even the exhausted principal ends up collapsing on the table, proving this victory was too much for anyone to process cleanly. The old man collapses into tears as even Lee Cheonki can only bow before the meal that shattered his curse. He hesitantly asks whether there is anything else Woojin needs, suddenly sounding almost respectable. The hidden quest finally answers, naming the old man's wish and exposing Telenox's curse as the real target. Woojin's absurd reward path becomes clear, and the old man decides the follow-up quests are worth the risk. He admits the curse source may still exist somewhere, and the purple rot above the city makes that warning feel grim. Lee Cheonki, Seonho, and Seolha listen as the old man says he will search for the source's trace and settle it for good. The quest updates instead, ordering a return to Telenox in 1 week, and unlocking the next reward. With the group staring, the old man promises to send them back to where they were, as if this madness is routine. He reaches out and starts the transfer. While the gathered hunters brace for the strange power flowing between them, the blue light swells around their joined hands, and the return begins before anyone can talk him out of it. The old man holds the transfer steady, and the portal's blue light starts swallowing the group. He coolly explains that returning will generate a way back to Telenox, like this insanity is normal. Woojin vanishes through the light, while Bestia and the Tool Spirit trail after him in the rush. The portal's glow gives way to open grass and flowers, proving the return worked far too smoothly. Kim Chiguk lands back with Lee Cheonki and Seonho, already mocking how easy that escape was. He still reels when the others shout that Kim Chiguk has come out of the portal, and the hidden piece rumor spreads. The crowd outside the gate buzzes as the portal stands behind them, and everyone wants to know what happened. Newspapers blow the whole thing wide open, branding the event a mysterious Spirit Garden portal incident. The article about Kim Chiguk reaching the portal sends the family into stunned silence. Then the father blurts out his son's name. Even with the headline in hand, he just sits there, staring at the absurdity of Chiguk walking out alive. The Jew clan head is finally answered, and the city lights below only make the silence feel colder. Ju Jongmyong turns with that same tired confidence, already treating the hidden piece matter like a private game. Inside the chamber, he stands over a kneeling Kim Chiguk, while the whole room waits for the verdict. He scoffs at the clan first talk, acting like loyalty is just another excuse for control. His memory drifts back to the boy he took in during middle school, when that cold promise was first planted. Build your name, prove your worth, and only then would he be recognized as a son and clan member. The promise was never about kindness alone, because the man's position was always tied to what the boy could become. Even now, he reminds himself that he was not the one who earned it, yet Kim Chiguk's name still carries real weight. So he dismisses the request, sends him off, and leaves the answer hanging in the air like a challenge. Kim Chiguk rises and walks out anyway, knowing that stubborn old monster just handed him another test. Ju Gochi strides out under the clan's orders, already looking like trouble wrapped in silk. He immediately starts weighing Cheon Woojin's name against the danger of saying too much. His thoughts snap back to that old nightmare, and suddenly honesty feels far too expensive. Woojin's twisted threat still lingers in his mind, which only makes the clan monster grin harder. More importantly, he realizes the Eclipse is now hunting hidden pieces too. That pattern is no coincidence, because they keep appearing wherever Woojin uncovered one. Back in the office, Ju Jongmyong coolly labels Chiguk as Korea's new hero, while the pressure keeps building. He warns that any torture trace would stain the Ju clan's reputation, then names Ju Gochi as his shadow unit captain. With Chiguk now the target, the captain is ordered to watch him closely and report any hidden piece at all costs. Ju Gochi accepts at once, and the clan's next move settles into place like a blade sliding home. With Kim Chiguk still refusing to talk, that ruthless option starts looking less like a joke and more like a plan. Somewhere in the city, the pressure keeps spreading while the clan quietly settles on its next dirty move. In the kitchen, Woojin keeps working through the chaos, determined to force meaning out of a ridiculous experiment. He tastes the result, and for a second it almost works, but the hesitation says everything. The little spirit admits the dish is tasty, yet still ordinary, which is exactly the problem. Even the old tome gives up no miracle, and the search for a soul-based recipe goes nowhere. Woojin grimaces at the dead end, realizing he tried to eat something that never had a body to begin with. His patience starts wearing thin, and the whole process feels like running in circles. Still, he keeps the black cup steady, refusing to let the failure end the experiment. For now, the bizarre meal remains unfinished, and the hidden answer is still nowhere in sight. Woojin decides the fastest answer might be the next chapter of the Book of Cupidium, so he keeps the kitchen experiment alive. But the real problem is still painfully obvious. There is no source for what he needs, and even the cup offers no miracle. He glances around in frustration as the spirit and the old helper stare back, while the food somehow starts acting on its own. The egg suddenly jolts, and Woojin freezes as he realizes this thing is moving without waiting for permission. That surprise quickly becomes panic, because the egg gives a sharp crack and the spirit can only watch in disbelief. At last, the system confirms the impossible. The egg has met its energy requirement and is ready to hatch. The shell splits wider as the pressure builds, and the whole kitchen feels like it is holding its breath. Even the spirit recoils, trying to make sense of the chaos as Woojin stands there in stunned silence. Then the shell keeps breaking apart, and the tiny creature inside finally starts forcing its way out. Piece by piece, the egg opens under the light, and the experiment at last crosses into something real. The shell finally gives way, and Woojin stares as the tiny creature inside starts forcing itself free. A baby dragon lands in the kitchen, looking far too cute for the trouble it just caused. Woojin pauses, then realizes the impossible thing in front of him is really a dragon hatchling. The system kicks in and announces that the main quest has been cleared. Next, it spits out a new reward, demanding a dish fit for a whole subspecies, because apparently normal cooking was never enough. Woojin reads the chaos in front of him and decides the guide will need baby food logic, not ordinary recipes. The little dragon clings to his legs while the reward keeps processing, turning the whole scene into a messy win. At last, the system says the rearing guide needs time, and Woojin waits through the silence like a man who has already gone too far to quit. Then the real prize drops. The location of the Book of Cupidium, hidden in Telenox, which instantly sharpens the stakes. Woojin freezes again, because this ridiculous kitchen experiment has just pointed straight at his next dangerous destination. The reward finally points straight at Telenox, and Woojin realizes this ridiculous kitchen miracle has become a real destination. The system follows with a main quest to raise the dragon and teach it fine cuisine, as if that were a normal chef's problem. Woojin stares at the hatchling and quickly accepts that baby food logic matters more than any proper recipe now. Bestia cheers him on, while the little dragon keeps clinging around his legs like the whole mess somehow worked. The quest drags on until the guide admits it needs time, and Woojin waits through the silence like a man already in too deep to quit. Then the rules get even wilder, demanding a dish worthy of an entire subspecies and hinting that dragon scales will be valuable later. Woojin weighs the task and calmly decides that if dragons taste anything like reptiles, he can at least start from there. The hatchling erupts in panic at the smell of the food, while Woojin keeps pressing ahead and trying to build some kind of rapport. He even starts thinking the creature should be named, because at this point the only sane move is to treat chaos like family. By the end, the whole scene has turned into a bizarre domestic breakthrough, and the headmaster's office waits like the next trapdoor in the story. The bald chef freezes as Woojin's next visit lands with enough force to rattle the whole office. Even the headmaster's office feels cursed with good news, because Woojin has somehow become the year's biggest headache and best prospect. The chef immediately realizes only one person would walk in like this, and that guess is already making him sweat. Woojin arrives with a plate in hand, and the poor man's instincts scream that this is no ordinary meal. The greeting turns formal fast, but the tension says the real topic is still hiding behind Woojin's grin. Seonho steps in smiling, already proving that the troublesome surprise is much smaller than expected. Woojin explains that the so-called little trouble came from the egg, and the room finally tilts into full disbelief. The hatchling's ridiculous name and endless appetite only make the situation stranger, because it keeps slipping out of inventory on its own. Seonho laughs it off, but Woojin is already panicking over whether anyone else saw the creature before it became another household secret. By now, the dragon problem has become a family problem, and Woojin is stuck pretending that is somehow normal. Woojin admits he is too buried in school trouble to handle this, then finally asks the chef to look after Yongyong. The poor man freezes under the request, confessing he has never raised a dragon in his life. Woojin brushes off the panic and points out that the rearing guide is already here, like that solves anything. The tiny spirit confirms the guide exists, and the chef nearly loses his mind at the idea. Worst of all, the guide promises the missing parts will grow in soon, which somehow makes the situation even less normal. Woojin accepts the disaster with a tired grin, and even promises a proper meal later, leaving the chef staring in stunned silence. 1 week later, the group arrives at Spirit Garden and gets the Telenox entry check, with Woojin, Chiguk, and Seolha all cleared. The portal finally opens on Jugocha's side, and his clan's shadowy hand makes it clear the next move is already under control. As the city waits for their return, the tension hangs heavy, because nobody knows whether the missing hunters will come back on time. Inside the sealed district, the silence only makes the danger feel worse, and the whole place looks ready to swallow anyone who lingers too long. The old resident greets them like he has been expecting this exact trouble all along. Lee Chianki asks about the curse's source, but the old man only admits he found it, and leaves the rest hanging. He quickly ruins the mystery by saying proper meals have been impossible since only Woojin's cooking still has any taste. Woojin, naturally, treats that as an invitation and pushes the food talk forward before anyone can object. Soon the table is stacked with steaming dumplings, and the whole scene starts looking less like an inquiry and more like a feast. Woojin proudly presents the Scorpius seaweed skin dumpling, complete with a bonus that raises stamina. The first bite hits hard, and even the hardened old man lights up at how insane the flavor and crispness are. Blue-haired woman gets dragged into the tasting too, and now everyone is staring like this meal is absurdly good. The old man practically complains that the texture hurts his jaw, which is a hilarious problem for food this good. Even then, the stamina boost lands, and Woojin calmly turns the whole dinner into a chance to press his next question. The old man finally stops dodging and asks what the symbols and magic circle meant when they vanished them away. He admits it was a teleportation circle of Telenox, then smugly ruins the hope by saying outsiders can never truly learn it. Woojin spots the markings and realizes they resemble the letters in the Book of Cupidium, and the mystery deepens. That resemblance makes him wonder whether Cupidium's original user came from Telenox after all. On the road, the old man calmly points out the southern gate and starts laying out the route like this whole thing is routine. The path leads to a reservoir after about 30 minutes, and the landscape already feels far too quiet. Beneath the water's surface, a hostile presence stirs, and the curse's source seems to be waiting at the center. The reservoir lies still for a moment, but the threat below it is already breathing. At the shore, he tells the group to follow the path straight ahead, while Woojin and the others listen without backing down. The old man sends them off with a warning, and the trio heads in, ready to break the curse and return. Woojin, Chiguk, and Seolha press along the silent reservoir path, and the old guide's warning starts feeling less like caution and more like prophecy. Woojin scans the gloom ahead, while the spirit on his shoulder admits the place feels even eerier than the city. The moment he catches that energy, his expression hardens, because it feels disturbingly familiar. He realizes it matches the same force he sensed in Spirit Garden, and that memory only makes the curse smell uglier. Beneath the still water, something massive stirs, and the calm surface finally starts breaking. Chiguk and Seolha tense up at the shore, realizing the source of the curse may be right under their feet. The hidden thing snarls back through the darkness, furious that intruders chased it this far. A violent surge tears upward from below, as if the reservoir itself is trying to spit out whatever is lurking inside. Even then, the trio refuses to retreat, with Chiguk and Seolha bracing beside Woojin as the danger closes in. Then the thing below answers with another brutal rise, and the whole search finally tips into open battle. The cursed presence surges, and something enormous finally starts forcing its way up through the reservoir. Guardian Fidel bursts out, snarling that Telenox will stand strong as long as he lives. The tiny guardian keeps posturing like a menace, but the heroes only stare harder, already treating him like the source. Woojin's group freezes for a beat, while Chiguk, Seolha, and Seonho size up the strange little beast. Fidel charges straight at them, and even Lee Chianka's spear and the others' caution do nothing to slow him down. He goes airborne with reckless confidence, only to get smacked down hard in the next instant. The little guardian tumbles back, proving his bark is bigger than his bite, which is embarrassing in every possible way. Worse still, his own reaction confirms he is tied to some demonic stone statue beneath Telenox. Seolha and Seonho silently judge the whole scene, and even Chianki starts realizing this supposed guardian is absurdly weak. Still, the group keeps advancing, because weak or not, this thing is now standing between them and the curse's real source. Woojin studies the hidden presence, already suspecting the curse has a real body under all that camouflage. Seongjun's sharp instincts catch the lie, and Woojin realizes the target is not nearly as well hidden as it thought. The fight surges forward as Chianki and the others clash around the prison of eternity, and Woojin's strength keeps climbing. He starts to suspect his boosted stats came from eating Woojin's food, which is almost insulting enough to sting. Seolha and Seonho decide Chianki can handle himself, while Woojin keeps pushing the party deeper without hesitation. The group finally calls the Guardian a fake, and Woojin exposes that the curse's true source is somewhere else entirely. A brutal strike tears into the monster, and the others freeze as the battlefield tilts in Woojin's favor. The Guardian panics, claiming perfect concealment, but Woojin's force has already ripped through the trick. His attack slams the creature down, and the cursed little beast finally starts sounding less like a guardian and more like a cornered fraud. At last, the system reveals the truth. The thing devouring evil is the source of the curse itself. The guardian finally cracks, whining that its perfect setup was ruined before the curse's core is fully exposed. With the hidden quest completed, the party stands frozen as the truth lands harder than any attack. Lee Chianki stares at the beast and realizes this little fraud has been hiding behind a much uglier secret. The old man blinks at the result, then starts trying to understand what kind of guardian this really was. His confusion only deepens as the team drags the story back to Amither and the promise he failed to keep. The guardian is suddenly treated like an old acquaintance, and not a very proud one. Lee Chianki presses harder, demanding the truth behind Telenox and the so-called evil god. Even the others look rattled now, because whatever protected the city clearly belongs to something far worse. The old man tries to explain, but the answer keeps slipping through his fingers like water. By the end, the whole situation hangs on one ugly realization. Telenox was never cursed by accident. Telenox stood buried under violent corruption as the evil gods were blamed for its rise. Before the curse, the city had once thrived on exquisite food, and even ordinary diners remembered how proud Telenox used to be. Then the story turned ugly, as the curse twisted that proud culinary legacy into a blasphemy that stripped everyone's sense of taste. Many fled Telenox to escape it, and the Guardian's voice cracked as its own strength began to fade with their faith. It still clawed back, claiming it had fought the curse's source and paid for it with brutal wounds. The truth finally surfaced. The source had been hiding beside everyone all along, and that revelation hit harder than any monster. Lee Chianki and the others narrowed in on the absurd punchline behind the tragedy, while the little Guardian shrank under the spotlight. Even so, the Academy chief kept pressing, calling Telenox a city of persecuted pioneers and refusing to let the mystery die. The old guide then urged them both to stand, as if the ruined city still had one last path left to follow. Behind them, the Guardian looked helpless and exposed, which only made the whole cursed mess feel even more pitiful. Woojin promises the pair something special, while Bestia hovers behind him like the world's most nervous supervisor. The ingredients are no joke either, piled high like a luxury feast that forgot to stay humble. He decides to heal their battered taste buds with one bite, and the kitchen chaos starts flying. First he builds a sauce for fried pork, then he keeps stacking flavor like he is showing off. He even drops in the savory basics with shameless confidence, as if ordinary cooking has already lost the right to exist. Bestia can only gape while realizing he is really making something simple on purpose, which somehow feels more dangerous. For once, the dish seems almost normal, and that alone is suspicious enough to make anyone blink. He plates the finished mix of sweet and sour pork, aqua pazza, and mirepoix like a man setting a trap. Even Bestia is stunned silent, because whatever Woojin just made is clearly not meant to be ordinary food. Woojin calmly finishes the secret sauce, acting like this bizarre feast is just another ordinary step. The dish comes together, and even the air around it feels dangerously rich. A system-like appraisal confirms Aqua Tang Suyuk, a grade A creation with Woojin's name on it. The first taste hits hard, and the old chef practically folds under the flavor. He erupts into praise, calling the dish a revolution instead of food. Woojin's final sauce earns the kind of stunned reaction that makes the whole meal look unfair. The flavors clash and fuse at once, like animals and fish are fighting inside his mouth. As he keeps tasting, the bowl feels less like a meal and more like a stat-boosting potion. By the end, even he has to admit this is no dish at all, just culinary madness wearing a plate. Chiguk's panic spikes as the dish keeps hitting harder than anything he expected. Even while reeling, he stubbornly decides to keep swallowing it all. The flavor lands so violently that his whole face twists with shock. He starts wondering how much more of this madness he can actually take. His eye widens as the meal sends him into something far beyond ordinary tasting. Then the scenery snaps away, leaving him lost and asking where he is. Hearing Chiguk's name only deepens the confusion as he scans the strange place. The answer comes with another jolt, because someone familiar is suddenly right there. It is his mother, and the poor man looks like the world just broke open in front of him. Woojin tears forward in a panic, only to slam to a halt as a familiar figure appears below him. The shock hits him hard, and he rushes toward his mother like she's the only thing keeping him upright. Her reply stops him cold, as if even this reunion has a wall he still cannot cross. She looks him over with tears in her eyes and begs him not to come any closer yet. The impossible gap opens beneath them, and Woojin is left staring up at a scene that makes no sense. He starts to answer, but the sight of his mother standing there leaves him completely broken for a moment. Back at the table, the others check on him while he barely manages to insist that he is fine. The man beside them starts spiraling in disbelief, convinced he nearly died from Woojin's cooking. And just like that, the meal still grants a stat boost, because even near death apparently counts as gourmet progress. The table is stripped clean, leaving only the empty bowls and the last traces of that absurdly dangerous meal. Even so, the old guide gushes over Woojin like a hero, then offers a reward from the Telenox spoils. Seolha, Seonggun, and Seonho gather in, already debating which relic fits best. Seongjun studies the pile and decides an accessory artifact might suit him better than another weapon. Seola dismisses the flashy blades and starts eyeing the cooking tools, while the guide looks ready to faint from the logic. Seonho watches Woojin hesitate as the old man wonders why he is even still here for this madness. Then the Book of Cupidium reacts, locking onto the reward like the whole legacy is waking up again. Woojin realizes the book is being deciphered, and for once the strange treasure is pointing straight back to his cooking path. The old guide softens, admitting he would keep them longer if he could, but their own world is waiting. With a final glance over Telenox, he starts sending them back, sounding lonely enough to make even victory feel a little bittersweet. The reward finally settles on Woojin, declaring him Telenox's honored guest and opening the portal path whenever he returns. Back home, The old guide thanks them one last time while Woojin promises to cook again, and Seola and Seongjun hover like predators over the loot. Chiguk looks absolutely spent, already treating that feast like a battle he barely survived. The guide sends them off at last, and the blue gate fades behind the trio as Telenox is left to its silence. Woojin barely gets a moment to breathe before he grabs the Book of Cupidium, while Beastia cheers from beside him like this was always the goal. The book suddenly finishes deciphering, and the glowing cover makes it obvious that the legacy is starting to answer back. Woojin studies the new golden reward, now realizing the strange treasure is pointing him deeper into spirit cooking. The completed volume floats in his hands, and even he pauses, caught between surprise and curiosity. He decides to read it immediately, with the spirit practically vibrating at the chance to learn something useful. The pages reveal an old spirit cooking rule, and that single clue turns the whole reward into a new path forward. The book explains that origin is the hidden essence behind every living thing, and Woojin finally sees why this reward matters. Add that to a dish, and he can taste a creature's pure traits, turning cooking into something far more dangerous. He realizes it is basically a new seasoning, and that absurd idea is exactly where his curiosity starts to bite. The book then reveals the real key. To extract an origin, he needs the origin extractor made by Cupidium. Woojin lifts the strange tool, while Beastia buzzes beside him, practically begging him to read the rest. The instructions confirm the extractor can draw out the essence buried deep in a soul, though skill decides how well it works. That warning lands fast, because a sloppy hand could twist the ingredient out of control. Worse yet, the book flat out says a mistake could trigger a massive explosion, which is a lovely little incentive to be careful. Woojin stares at the warning, already deciding to practice slowly instead of gambling with disaster. Even so, Beastia keeps cheering him on, and the room settles into that uneasy calm before the first real test. Woojin snaps into motion first, striking before his opponent can even breathe. The attack collides, but the bald chef barely manages to hold the line. His surprise says it all, because even after powering up, he still gets checked. Seongjun watches from the back while Woojin's warning lands hard. Fix the stance. The bald chef panics, insisting he needs to guard instead of pressing forward. His hand lashes out too late, and Woojin cuts straight through the opening. Then the chef admits the truth, swallowing his pride as the gap leaves him shaken. Woojin keeps it mercilessly simple, telling him that growth comes from effort and training. Seongjun studies the exchange with a cold stare, realizing the power gap is monstrous. Even so, Woojin treats it like routine, leaving the poor man to keep grinding in defeat. Lee Cheonga's close combat skill was already insane, and even that monster of a body kept dragging attention with every brutal movement. The old question lingered over why such talent had never existed before. While the bald chef kept getting tossed around by Woojin's merciless pressure, that left Seongjun staring in silence, realizing the answer was ugly, because Woojin's growth had never been normal in the first place. Even Woojin knew the past could not be changed, so he brushed it off and kept moving like the world had already chosen his path. For now, news of a major dungeon break in Wonju cut through everything, and the emergency spread fast enough to force action. Woojin was already heading for Gangwon province, with Beastia riding along as if a disaster warning was just another trip. The ride carried him straight toward the academy as the next stop, and that only made the situation feel more official. There, the principal greeted Woojin at the entrance and started asking for answers before the problem could get any bigger. Woojin answered without flinching, clearly wondering why he had been dragged this far for something so urgent. The principal made it plain enough. He had not been watching the news, and that was exactly the problem. Woojin and Kim Jungdu head along the path, and the principal wastes no time demanding details. The situation is ugly enough already. 23 Wonju dungeons are showing break signs. If that spread continues, the whole city will be crawling with monsters in no time. The Hunter Association called Woojin in to help prevent that disaster, and he agrees without much fuss. In return, he is dragged into tasting a dish Woojin has been practicing, because apparently survival comes with dinner. Kim Jungdu immediately starts sweating, still bitter over how badly Woojin's food nearly wrecked him before. Even so, he admits C-rank dungeons were manageable alone, but the Eclipse bastards make the problem far worse. He introduces Kim Chiguk to the guards as the Hunter Association's man, trying to lock the scene down fast. The soldiers confirm the identity, and the crowd around the checkpoint cheers like the hero has already arrived. Woojin keeps walking beside him, already feeling the crushing weight of that reputation as the portal comes into view. A violent black and violet surge tears open the ground, and the portal starts spewing ominous energy. Seongjun and Jungdu freeze as the strange rift pulses ahead of them, already looking like trouble. Jungdu stares in disbelief, realizing this is no ordinary portal and definitely not normal light. Woojin keeps moving while Jungdu panics over the black energy gathering around the break. The The dark force thickens, and Woojin senses something far uglier building beneath the surface. That pressure swells into a massive wave, swallowing the hillside in a spectacle that makes the whole emergency look ridiculous. The portal keeps roaring, but Woojin and Seongjun hold their ground while the black mist twists around them. Jungdu loses the last bit of composure, sweating as even the soldiers behind him start staring in shock. The dungeon break area looms under a storm-dark sky, and the scale of the disaster finally feels real. At this rate, the breach is only going to keep spreading until the entire city is crawling with monsters. The Wonju district sits beneath a storm-dark sky, and the purple breach keeps looming over the forest like a bad omen. Woojin stands his ground in the woods, while the dark energy ahead of him only grows uglier by the second. Seongjun and Yongdu watch as the corruption swells, and even the veteran begins to lose his nerve. Then Woojin cuts into the purple mass, and the force erupts with enough violence to swallow everything around it. Monsters start pouring out in numbers that make the whole emergency look far more dangerous than anyone wanted to admit. Jungdu reels in panic, realizing this kind of breach should never be happening on this scale. Woojin keeps pressing forward, already reading the corruption as something that has to be severed at the source. With one clean slash, he drives straight through the portal itself, and the black mist starts splitting apart. Jungdu can barely process it, because nobody has ever seen a hunter cut a breach open like that. Woojin remains calm through the chaos, while Seongjun finally understands just how monstrous his strength really is. The purple breach keeps rotting apart as the dark power spreads, and even the ingredients born from it look monstrous. Seongjun stares at the wreckage, finally realizing that this eclipse is nothing normal. Without hesitating, Woojin keeps moving, and tells Seongjun to follow him toward the castle. The two push deeper into the forested path, with Woojin leading like the disaster is already solved. Seongjun starts worrying they should stay together, and remembers the Wonju dungeon break warning too. Hearing that, he snaps his head back, sensing the situation is getting worse by the second. The mention of Kim Chi-guk hits him hard, and panic finally cracks through his composure. That fear is justified fast, because the breach spits out a flood of twisted monsters. Woojin and Seongjun are left staring down the swarm as it barrels straight at them. Surrounded on every side, Seongjun realizes this is exactly the kind of nightmare Woojin already planned to cut through. Woojin shrugs off the corruption and keeps pressing forward, already treating the disaster like a solved problem. Seongjun panics at the mercy he refuses to show, starting to wonder if Woojin has abandoned humanity entirely. The swarm closes in around them, but Woojin still stands there like this slaughter was part of the plan. Seongjun can barely process it, realizing Woojin has wrecked the battlefield more thoroughly than ever before. Even as the ground churns and the monsters keep coming, Woojin makes it clear he still expects to catch one alive. He finally turns toward the castle, and Seongjun nervously agrees, still trying to understand what plan could be worth this. Woojin keeps moving ahead while Seongjun trails behind, already sensing the real question is bigger than the chase. Seongjun looks back one last time, and the silence says enough, because even he knows this is no ordinary hunt. Woojin strides through the wreckage, determined to capture a live target and interrogate them before anything else slips away. Ahead of them, the castle rises out of the forest, proving they have finally reached the heart of the problem. Jong Yongshik sits in grim silence while the warlock warns that Wonju's corruption has finally gathered at Bulgasul's fortress. Choi Min-sung smiles coldly, blaming Kim Chi-guk for ruining the whole plan and promising blood for it. A blonde woman, wrapped in purple power, boasts that Lady Samael granted her strength and that even Chi-guk can be killed now. The cult elder twists in that same corruption, hissing that Chi-guk will be torn apart with dark magic. Around him, the hooded attendants keep the ritual together, but the fortress is already starting to feel the strain. When the hooded agents spot the intruder, they panic over the lost scouting party and the growing chaos. Their fear sharpens into recognition, because the intruder is none other than Kim Chi-guk. Woojin arrives beside him, and the fortress entrance cracks open behind them like it already knows trouble has reached the heart of it. The agents stiffen at the sight, realizing the real intruder has walked straight into their den. Woojin and Chi-guk keep advancing anyway, while Seonho trails behind, and the cult's confidence starts collapsing fast. Kim Chi-guk's name echoes through the fortress as purple corruption coils around the cult elder. The witching force slams through the hall, ripping straight toward the entrance with ridiculous momentum. Choi Min-sung freezes at the blast, and his usual composure cracks the moment Sathril's murderer is announced. Behind the attack, the ritual keeps straining under the elder's corruption, while the fortress starts to cave in on itself. The cult elder snarls that even Chi-guk will die, still clinging to power like it can save him. Chi-guk answers with a brutal rush, and the corridor becomes a blur of dark force and shattered stone. The cult elder tries to boast through the chaos, but the hidden shadow behind him proves how badly he misread the threat. Even airborne, the elder cannot escape the pressure, while Chiguk closes in with cold, steady intent. He gets hurled through the chamber anyway, landing in a wreck of smoke and purple shockwaves. And just like that, the fight stops feeling like an ambush and starts looking like a massacre. Chiguk hesitates for a beat, and even Woojin's enemy seems shocked that killing him might not be necessary after all. The bald cult elder still tries to save face, but Woojin has already read the difference in strength and chosen to dig deeper. Chiguk finally roars for Zhang Yongshik, and the attack only makes the ruined corridor feel more helpless. Woojin answers by flattening the elder onto the carpet, proving this ambush had already become a one-sided beating. Before the cult can recover, dark power swirls up around Woojin as he calmly decides to wipe out the rats first. The hallway outside is already littered with fallen enforcers, and the cult's neat little defense has turned into a massacre. The elder groans in the wreckage, still trying to move, but the panic in his face says the same thing his body does. Chiguk checks whether he is awake, and Woojin stays crouched nearby with his spear, like the hunt is nowhere near finished. The elder can only sit there under their pressure, with the last scraps of pride leaking out faster than his strength. From behind, even his robes look smaller now, because the fortress' great threat has been reduced to a man on the floor. Woojin leaves the elder pinned in the ruined corridor, and even the pressure point trick only deepens the humiliation. The cult elder thrashes in panic, furious that he was not simply killed outright. Chiguk calls out to him again, making it clear the questioning is far from over. When the elder complains, Chiguk keeps staring him down like only one answer matters. Woojin shifts straight into dinner prep, turning this interrogation into a cruel little cooking lesson. The pot simmers into a bizarre blood soup, and the absurdity only makes the threat feel colder. Chiguk still presses for answers, but the elder refuses to hand over anything for free. Woojin cuts in with the kind of calm that leaves no room for bargaining, telling him to eat first. The elder looks utterly broken, while Chiguk can only pity how much worse this could have been. Even now, Woojin stays crouched in front of him, serving the meal like the interrogation is just getting started. The elder chokes on the stench, and even he realizes this so-called meal reeks like killer bee venom. Woojin barely blinks, coolly admitting it is blood soup as if this madness is perfectly normal. From farther back, Minsung watches the scene, and instantly knows things have gone completely off the rails. The cult elders face drains of color, because even he can tell this grotesque dish is doing something real. Woojin keeps the pressure on and asks how the food tastes, while Chiguk quietly waits for the answer that matters. The elder stammers that the corruption inside his body is being burned out, and that realization hits like a slap. Woojin grins and tells him to eat every last bite, leaving the elder too broken to keep pretending dignity matters. Cornered at last, the elder folds and promises to reveal everything he knows before the pressure gets worse. Meanwhile, the fortress is swallowed by violent purple power, as the ritual's collapse starts tearing the place apart. That corruption blooms wider across the hall, and the intruders can already feel the whole stronghold tipping into disaster. Seongjun stares into the ruined hall, already sensing this is the spot the others warned about. The cult elder finally blurts out that he was gathering corruption from all over Gangwon through the portal. Seongjun immediately realizes the scale of the scheme, while Seonho and Chiguk listen in disbelief. The elder panics as they demand what the summoning is for, and his confidence keeps collapsing. Seonho stiffens when the elder begs for mercy, but Chiguk stays cold and keeps the pressure on. With no dignity left to save, the elder is forced to keep eating, and the interrogation turns cruelly effective. The portal swells under the corruption he fed it, and Seongjun and Chiguk finally face the true source. A new presence slips in from the chaos, proving the cult's trap was never meant to stay contained. The violet power erupts across the hall as Seongjun and Chiguk brace for the next wave. A blonde woman descends through the madness, wrapped in purple force and acting far too confident for someone entering a disaster. Seongjun senses the danger instantly, while Chiguk listens in cold silence as the warning lands. The hidden presence slips closer, and even Chiguk realizes this woman feels far beyond ordinary. Seongjun stiffens as the newcomer tests them, already fearing she is another hunter sent after Chiguk. The blonde woman reveals herself as Samael, and toys with the moment like this disaster is beneath her. She boasts of serving the Eclipse and the Master of Chaos, making the cult's backing sound even uglier. Chiguk snaps at the nonsense, demanding to know what she wants before the situation gets worse. She answers with a smile, claiming she is the one who will kill him and sees the grand plan. Seongjun glares while Chiguk stays ready, both men realizing the real fight has finally arrived. The woman keeps basking in purple power, acting like the battlefield already belongs to her. Then she names Cheon Woojin, proving this smug entrance was never just about Chiguk at all. The violet blast tears across the chamber, and the smug entrance turns into a full-on opening strike. A spear of purple force answers immediately, forcing the attacker to commit instead of bluff. Samael drops into the fight with a grin, acting like this is already over while Seong-jun braces below. She surges again without hesitation, and Seong-jun's nerves sharpen into real danger. Even her taunting confidence starts to crack as the pressure keeps climbing around her. She doubles down, swearing Woojin will not block this next move, but the name only proves she has picked the wrong target. Seong-jun realizes she plans to bury both fights at once, and that her reach is already poisoning the whole battlefield. Then the violet power swells into a monstrous fox shape, making her arrogance look a little less funny. Woojin holds his ground under that storm, spear ready, while the pressure keeps crashing down around him. The fox form attack roars forward, but Woojin does not flinch, and that alone says this battle just got serious. Samael's violet strike tears in, and Seong-jun only has a split second to stare before it lands. The fortress fills with purple chaos as the attack ripples outward, swallowing the upper levels in pressure. Seong-jun tenses below while the enemy keeps shouting Woojin's name, already too far gone to play subtle. Her rage spikes when the pressure bites back, and even her smug confidence starts to look brittle. Seong-jun catches himself, realizing she is not fighting cleanly at all, but trying to crush everything at once. The violet force swells into a monstrous fox, turning her flashy arrogance into something genuinely terrifying. Woojin still does not budge, spear in hand, reading the storm instead of letting it read him. Seong-jun hears the warning and realizes the clone was never the real prize, just the bait. Woojin exposes the trick at last, forcing the scheme into the open as the real body and hidden purpose start to show. The clash detonates in a white blast, and the battlefield finally starts to split under Woojin's counter. The portal keeps swelling with violet corruption, tearing the wall apart like the fortress itself is cracking under pressure. Seong-jun and Chiguk freeze up as they spot another portal, and Chiguk quickly realizes the one inside is the real threat. He warns that Samael has been gathering corruption from within, turning the whole setup into a hidden ambush. Woojin studies the dark mass instead of panicking, and the strange sphere starts answering with mocking, whispering pressure. Then the barrier mage boasts about the spell circle he built, but the moment he says it, his confidence already looks shaky. Woojin calmly declares that if it is a trap, he will break it, and the others immediately start backpedaling in terror. The blonde woman snaps into a frenzy, insisting Woojin should listen and avoid the barrier, but her smug act is collapsing fast. Chiguk panics next, shouting that Woojin must not touch it carelessly, because the space is filled with a spell web built to kill. Woojin still does not flinch, and his silence alone makes the whole scheme feel smaller than the enemy wanted. Even Seong-jun starts to realize Woojin is about to shove straight through the trap, while the so-called perfect plan keeps unraveling. Woojin answers the warning with cold certainty, acting like the trap is already his to break. Red force lashes out as he drives straight into the barrier, and the plan starts looking flimsy fast. Chiguk loses his nerve beside him, shouting in panic while the purple shards swirl around Woojin. Woojin reaches for the hidden mass, and feels the portal underneath the spellwork instead of the fake circle. Cheonki realizes the barrier was only cover for the portal, but Woojin is already reading the truth. The blonde woman snaps in fury, trying to keep him out before her whole trick falls apart. Her resistance only makes it worse, because the corruption is still feeding through the portal beneath her control. Woojin turns his shoulder and pushes harder, while the red energy on his body starts swallowing the trap. Seong-jun finally understands she is trying to collapse the portal, but Woojin has already closed the distance. Her desperate backlash means nothing now, because even the trap itself is failing to stop him. Woojin keeps forcing his way through the purple abyss while Seong-jun stays close behind, watching the trap buckle around them. Cheonki loses all composure, gripping himself in panic as the dark force keeps swallowing the space ahead. The backlash hits hard and the pair gets hurled through the collapsing void, far past the false barrier. Cheonki drops hard and screams as the portal's pull drags everything out of balance. He barely survives the plunge, still clinging to the spear while praying the fall finally ends. At last, he crashes into a field of red spider lilies, with Seong-jun nearby and Woojin already out of sight. Stunned and breathless, Cheonki lies there trying to understand just how far they were thrown. Seong-jun lifts him up before he can fully collapse, and the relief is almost embarrassing after all that panic. Cheonki shakily asks where they even landed, as the flowers sway like nothing absurd just happened. The silent red field answers for now, hiding the truth of this strange place beneath its calm surface. Cheonki and Seong-jun finally take in the red flower field, and it still reeks of dungeon trouble. With Woojin nowhere in sight, Cheonki starts calling out their next move, already trying to steady the chaos. A black blade-like strike tears through the silence, cutting off any hope of an easy answer. Cheonki snaps around in shock, realizing this place is far from safe. Hidden agents rise from the flowers, and Seong-jun instantly recognizes the trap closing in. The hooded killers tighten the circle, all purple-eyed and ready to butcher whoever wandered in. Seong-jun warns that they are Samael's underlings, and Cheonki realizes the real body must be nearby. The ambush finally breaks as the attackers charge, forcing both men into a desperate defense. Cheonki answers with chain spiral spear, turning panic into a brutal counterattack. The first chain strike detonates through the swarm, and the enemy finally learns he is not easy prey. Cheonki laughs off the pressure, convinced these attackers are only B rank at best, but that arrogance ages badly. A hooded killer slips behind him in a blur, proving this field hides far more than a simple ambush. He snaps around too late, panicking as the blade comes in and realizing his window to block is already shrinking. The strike tears through the flowers, and the battlefield answers with one brutal reminder. This trap is very real. Cheonki whirls in shock as Jo Seongjun appears, forcing him to wonder how a familiar face ended up here. Seongjun demands answers, and Cheonki stares at him, and Kim Seonho, already sensing the situation has gone off the rails. Seongjun presses harder, asking where the two were supposed to be, while Cheonki starts piecing together the bigger disaster. Cheonki finally admits the obvious confusion, still trying to recover as the hidden field closes in around them. Seongjun drags the talk forward while keeping watch, knowing more enemies could appear at any second. The three stand exposed in the crimson field, and the ambushers wait just beyond the flowers, ready to finish the job. He finally realizes that the woman called Samael is tied to all of this, and that name alone rattles the others. Heavenly Demon confirms it, and the Eclipse name makes the whole mess sound even uglier. Seongjun asks if this is really the same Gangwon fight, and Woojin stands there like he has already seen worse. The answer is even stranger. They have landed inside a B-rank dungeon in Japan, the Garden of the Other Shore. Seongjun nearly loses his composure at that absurd detour, because somehow the disaster grew legs. Out in the red flowers, the three of them are told they ended up here by tracking the eclipse, and Seongjun starts connecting the dots. Woojin keeps the pressure on, saying he came looking for their trail and simply ran into the two fighting. Cheonki admits the eclipse has been moving corruption into Japan, but he is still trying to act like this does not look bad. When Seongjun demands answers, Cheonki insists he never meant to blackmail them, which is a funny thing to say while sweating. The ambushers surge in around them, and Woojin cuts through the chaos as the hidden trap finally turns into a real battle. Woojin immediately recognizes the stain in the air as Samael's trail, and the others finally understand this detour is anything but random. The woman's last-ditch effort to stop them from reaching her main body portal crumbles under the pressure, and the field starts swallowing everything in violent force. She already knows the portal can't throw them far enough, but panic still cracks through her face as the escape plan begins slipping away. Woojin only grows more dangerous, his eyes burning with the intent to get out now before the whole trap seals shut. The corruption keeps surging around his hand, but his real priority is brutally simple. Finish the job first, revenge later. The blonde woman loses her composure completely, cursing Woojin and Kim Chiguk as the humiliation of being cornered settles in. Woojin twists the fight again, and now the restored portal becomes another weakness for her to worry about instead of a way out. She turns on the attack in a frenzy, trying to claw back control before the whole plan collapses around her. Her threat only gets uglier from there, as she vows to make Chiguk and Woojin suffer for what they've done. Then Woojin answers with a savage strike, tearing straight into the heart of the portal and leaving her scrambling against the fallout. She still thinks she can talk down Woojin, but his answer is already carved in purple force. The portal looms behind her like a collapsing escape route, and even she can feel the trap tightening. Woojin names Samael without blinking, proving he already understands exactly what kind of monster this is. The blonde woman's face twists as she realizes he is Cheon Woojin, the same problem she failed to stop before. A brutal surge of power tears through the field, and the whole exchange turns from threat to panic. Woojin stands his ground and declares that if death is what she wants, he will hand it over himself. Her own power surges wildly now, but it looks less like confidence and more like desperation wearing a pretty face. Woojin's eye hardens as he gathers everything he has taken so far, ready to end this in one blow. The attack detonates through the portal's heart, and her last chance at control starts collapsing with it. By the end, the corruption is still roaring, but Woojin has already decided. Finish the job now, revenge later. Her death cry rang out too late, because Woojin was already inside the strike and tearing through her purple barrier. He remained calm under the surge, and the raw force only proved Samael was far beyond a normal enemy. Chiguk stiffened in the same collapsing field, realizing even he could not guess whether the gap ahead was still survivable. Woojin tightened his grip and pushed the blade forward, deciding Samel had to fall now, not later. The heavenly demon's sacred art burst loose, and his first form pierced straight into the corrupted pressure. The blonde woman buckled under the backlash, her confidence finally cracking as the purple power swallowed her plan. A brutal slash split the field, and Woojin kept carving through the chaos without giving her a second breath. His expression cooled as he judged the opponent a fake, nothing more than a hollow shell wearing power. The main body's energy still lingered, while Chiguk and Seongjun held their ground beneath the unstable portal. Woojin watched the portal remain intact, and knew the finish line was still waiting just beyond it. Woojin's eyes cool as he decides Samel cannot be allowed to slip away again. Lee Cheonki braces under the purple storm, realizing the fight has turned into a trap. Chiguk flinches at the pressure, barely holding together beneath the collapsing field. Then Woojin's heavenly demon sacred art tears through the corruption in one brutal slash. Seongjun reels back, sword ready, as he shouts for Chiguk through the chaos. The breath in his chest turns ragged, because even standing still feels like choking now. Above the ruin, the blonde woman still clings to her power, but her confidence is already cracking. Seongjun spots the real danger and warns that she is coming again. Woojin answers with another vicious strike, and the shadow behind her surges with killing intent. The woman freezes as the black force closes in, finally understanding that her escape is gone. Woojin keeps carving through the collapsing field, his black hoodie vanishing behind a brutal burst of purple force. The blonde woman tries to sneer through it, but even her own taunt sounds shaky now. Seongjun stares him down, warning Chiguk that the woman is still coming for them. Woojin answers with a sharper strike, and the enemy's confidence starts leaking out fast. Her body jerks as the pressure closes in, and for once she looks less like a threat and more like prey. Woojin twists his hand into the next form, calling up Demonic Dragon 7 forms, second form. Dragon Claw slashes through the air, and the blonde woman finally realizes her escape is gone. She recoils in disbelief, stunned that he took the attack head-on and kept moving anyway. Chiguk can only gape and shout Woojin's name, rattled by the monster in front of him. Then Woojin's body moves on its own, and the clash feels exactly like the fight he once survived against Sathriel. Woojin's body keeps moving at death's edge, and the old fear returns that he only awakens when things get fatal. Chiguk and Seongjun watch as the battlefield floods with purple force, and the enemy starts losing control. The blast swells into a brutal clash, but Woojin keeps driving straight through it. Seongjun reels as Woojin twists into Demonic Dragon 7 forms, third form. Dragon Scale crashes through the pressure, and the blonde woman finally realizes her opening is gone. Woojin's strike lands so hard that even Chiguk is left stunned by the sheer absurdity of it. The woman screams in panic as Woojin keeps pressing forward without even slowing down. His blade flashes again, and the purple force around him starts cracking under the counterattack. The fight turns desperate for her, because every exchange only makes Woojin look more untouchable. By now, Chiguk can only stare as Woojin's monster-like rhythm overwhelms everything in front of him. The warning lands with a wicked grin as Woojin keeps the pressure on, turning the corrupted woman's opening into a trap. Her violet force shatters under his relentless counter, and the whole exchange starts tilting hard in his favor. Woojin's blade and dragon scale crash through the chaos, leaving her stunned by just how far beyond her he is. The woman panics and admits she cannot even take him down without focus, which is already a bad sign for her. Woojin grips his sword and answers with cold intent, deciding to end the fight before she can recover. The two powers slam together in a brutal collision, and the battlefield splits under the clash. Her face tightens in disbelief as she realizes Cheon Woojin is actually deflecting everything she throws at him. The shock deepens when she sees that even Kim Chiguk would struggle to stop these attacks cleanly. For a brief moment, her confidence slips completely, because the monster she tried to corner is still standing there untouched. And that leaves her with one ugly realization. Woojin is not just fighting back, he is reading her like a broken trick. Woojin locks blades in a savage red surge, pushing straight into the power he refuses to let stand. The impact detonates across the field, and he drives his strike through the chaos without hesitation. The clash keeps splitting the battlefield open, yet Woojin still holds the upper hand. The enemy's defenses keep shattering, and the purple force begins collapsing under his pressure. Seongjun stares as the fight tilts beyond belief, while the victor's side already starts to look grimly certain. With the energy finally fading, the others realize Samael's presence has been erased from the field. Woojin turns away untouched, and even Seongjun can only watch him in stunned silence. The bound spirit hovers beside him, still trying to process that he just dropped an apostle in one blow. Even the last bit of confidence starts slipping when the tiny guide peeks out, unsure whether the nightmare is truly over. Now the real question hangs in the air, because after that kind of finish, nobody can pretend Woojin is normal anymore. Woojin already knows Samael's energy is gone, and even the bound spirit looks shaken by the kind of battle that just ended. The tiny guide still calls Apostle Samael a terrifying foe, which only makes Woojin's clean victory look even more absurd. With the fight finally over, the purple force keeps unraveling around him as the crowd starts realizing the field has changed. The system then confirms the obvious in its own smug way. Samael has been defeated, and Woojin has earned another achievement. The reward rushes in like a storm, and the sword in his hand begins reacting as if it can barely contain the new power. Even the old hunter cannot hide his shock as the energy flows straight toward Woojin, turning the weapon into the center of attention. Seongjun and the others are left staring as Woojin's blade keeps changing, and the whole scene starts feeling less like a fight and more like a miracle. The system updates again, announcing that harmony has grown after enough experience, while the light surges higher. A final notice confirms the system information has been updated, as if that were the only normal thing left in this mess. Woojin stands alone in the aftermath, now holding the blade of providence, because of course the reward ends with a weapon that sounds far too dangerous to be called a reward. The system hails the exorcism light, and Woojin's sword starts answering with absurd enthusiasm. Even Chiguk looks rattled as the reward energy surges toward Woojin and the blade keeps mutating. Woojin coolly connects Eclipse's plan to world-ending ruin, and Chiguk finally hears the ugly truth. He spells it out anyway. The cult wants an evil god to descend, and there is nothing subtle about that disaster. Woojin narrows his eyes, already seeing the corruption behind it all, while the purple presence hangs over him. The old hunter admits Eclipse wants a world where Woojin can only cook in peace, which is exactly the kind of logic monsters love to ruin. Chiguk, sweating through the realization, promises to prepare for the battle against Eclipse. Woojin accepts the help without hesitation, and Seongjun is left staring as the answer lands like a quiet threat. Under the night sky, the helicopter pulls away after Woojin's thanks, while the water below keeps rolling like nothing happened. Back in the office, Chiguk says he will face Eclipse too, as the little spirit nearby curls up and braces for the next storm. The hatchling wakes with a shrill cry, and the old chef notices immediately. Now fully awake, he leans in and starts doting on the little thing like a proud grandparent. Woojin gets a sweet-eyed face full of attention, and the hatchling happily answers back. Nearby, Seonho watches the fuss in silence, while the little spirit keeps peeking out from behind him. The new main quest finally explains the ridiculous situation. Raise the dragon and teach it fine dining. Woojin realizes he already has a quest for this, which only makes the whole thing feel more absurd. The chef calls for Chiyan, and the hatchling obediently chirps back in his arms. Woojin agrees to prepare the meal, while Seonho nearly chokes at how casually that request lands. The chef doubles down and says he will handle Yongyong's food too, leaving the hatchling staring in shock. Woojin hesitates for a beat, clearly wondering if this is getting a little too much for such a tiny creature. The bald chef starts spoiling Yongyong like a grandchild, and the tiny hatchling perks up at the attention. He doubles down, treating fine cuisine like some sacred rite, and Woojin is already getting pulled into the absurdity. Woojin brings out the meal prep in his hoodie, while the whole thing keeps spiraling into a very strange family routine. The chef practically begs forgiveness for failing to stop the master, but the hatchling only cries louder for food. Woojin stays calm and quietly decides the little dragon is enjoying this way too much already. He reaches for a can of sweet corn, because apparently this is how a dragon feast begins. The ingredients get wilder fast, with pineapple, corn, and a corrupted purple core all crowding the table. Seonho finally snaps and asks what that ominous thing even is, only for Woojin to call it a trophy from Japan. The others stare as he keeps talking about it like it is just another cooking ingredient, and that is somehow worse. Woojin's eyes sharpen with purple force as he decides to strip out the core's origin and turn it into something usable. Woojin holds his breath and forces the corruption down, refusing to let the core overwhelm him. With calm precision, he starts drawing out the core's true origin, instead of letting the poison linger. The bald chef panics over the sight of Woojin draining his internal energy, already realizing this has gone too far. Even the hatchling loses its nerve for a second, watching the strange ritual with wide-eyed confusion. Then the little dragon suddenly perks up again, crying louder, as if the danger only made the meal more exciting. Woojin keeps his grip steady, while the creature practically begs to be fed, and the room keeps tilting into madness. The extracted fragment finally cracks free, and the true item is revealed at last. A system message confirms it as the origin of the evil god's blessing, with the corruption completely removed. What began as a corrupted mess has now become a clean fragment, and even Woojin knows that outcome is anything but normal. The purified core hangs there like a trophy, proving his ridiculous cooking method somehow worked again. Woojin studies the purified core and decides the corrupted scrap is edible after all. He keeps working it over in the kitchen, while the bald chef can only stare at the absurd ritual. The chef realizes he can no longer tell cooking from some twisted martial art. Even then, Woojin stays steady as the little hatchling watches him with nervous curiosity. The hatchling suddenly perks up again, practically begging to be fed. Woojin serves the dish, and the chef is left staring as the dragon starts devouring it. The hatchling tears into the eggplant like it has been starving for this exact moment. The chef is stunned to learn the little beast is actually enjoying Woojin's cooking. His expression turns softer, almost defeated, as the absurd meal keeps disappearing. By the end, even he starts wondering if Woojin has somehow trained flavor itself. The hatchling tears into the food so fast it looks possessed, and even the chef starts losing his grip on reality. Woojin barely flinches, calmly reaching overhead as the little beast keeps gulping down every bite. The empty plate and flailing utensils say enough. The whole meal has turned into a one-sided massacre. Seonho watches in disbelief as the hatchling keeps stuffing itself, and the situation only gets more absurd. Woojin stays unbothered, but the others can only marvel as the little thing practically begs for another serving. He serves it again, and the hatchling immediately leaps in as if it has waited its whole life for this. The feeding frenzy is so brutal that even Seonho decides Woojin's cooking must be dangerously good. Woojin smiles and calmly goes for another taste, as if this chaos is just another normal day. A strange system message announces the hatchling's evolution, and the tiny creature suddenly starts glowing. Woojin watches the evolving hatchling with cool focus, while Seonho can only stare, realizing this feast just changed everything. The final bite detonates into pure light, and the hatchling's evolution erupts in a blinding burst. Woojin barely flinches as the tiny thing keeps changing, while the spirit hovers nearby, already sensing trouble. The system finally declares the evolution complete, and the hatchling pops out looking absurdly adorable for something this dangerous. Woojin studies the new form, quietly noting that its structure has changed, and its energy has grown stronger too. The main quest clears, turning the dragon into a bigger problem, and Woojin learns that information about Yongyong is now unlocked. He reads the reveal with steady interest, realizing the so-called dragon may be tied to the Empire's guardian bloodline. One thought lands hard enough to change everything. If he brings it to Telenox, he might uncover Yongyong's secret. The hatchling floats above the city like a tiny miracle, blissfully unaware of how much attention it is dragging in. Back in the room, the sudden shift leaves the cadets rattled, as if the whole place just got slapped by reality. Even Woojin's calm can't fully hide the surprise, because this little dragon has just become the next major clue. Woojin unleashes the first demon dragon form, and even the training hall can barely contain that red force. Dragonfang follows, sending the tiny hatchling racing through the room while Woojin braces for its speed. Beaten by the drill, he slumps down and realizes this power has to be forged through raw repetition. Chiguk keeps pressing him, and Woojin understands he can't keep leaning on that man forever. The warning lands harder than any strike, pushing Woojin to swear hell grows stronger on his own. He stands alone in the hall, spear in hand, staring down the empty space like the next trial is already waiting. That stubborn resolve sharpens fast, because becoming truly recognized means proving himself without shortcuts. A hesitant glance toward the doorway says enough, as Woojin senses someone has finally arrived. The dark-coated man greets him casually and sets the next meeting for tomorrow, as if this whole tension was routine. Woojin takes it in quietly, and for once the reply is simple acceptance instead of a fight. Woojin stares ahead in silence, already feeling the next trial closing in. A surge tears open the field, and a blue gateway begins to stabilize with raw force. Chiguk, Seola, and Seonho arrive with the hatchling, relieved the others are safe. Seolha awkwardly brings up Woojin by name, clearly sensing there is more to ask. The hatchling happily chirps as they start talking about whether raising it means eating it later. Woojin coolly admits even he would hesitate to eat something he personally raised. Seonho and Seolha both pile on the joke, making the little creature look even more precious. The hatchling overhears everything, panics at the thought, and lets out a shrill cry. The portal cracks open wider, and the group instantly realizes the path forward is calling. Without wasting another second, they follow the opening and head inside. Woojin keeps moving as the tiny guide warns that Yongyong is sensing Telenox, which is never a good sign. The hatchling suddenly perks up, and the group realizes they have finally reached someone waiting ahead. An old guide greets them like returning guests, with the little hatchling chirping beside him. Chiguk wastes no time checking on them, acting almost amused by how the whole ridiculous party is holding together. Seola hesitates, then carefully brings up the city's curse, clearly sensing the answer is not simple. The old man admits the curse is gone thanks to them, but the relief comes with a heavy catch. Seola quietly presses further, realizing only Woojin and the others are truly present in this sealed place. The explanation lands hard. The curse severed the warp, leaving the city cut off from the outside world. Chiguk then spells it out for everyone, since that warped passage is the only entrance into Telenox. That leaves the group with no choice but to move through it, because the path forward is now staring them in the face. The old guide starts explaining that even with the curse gone, something about Telenox still feels wrong. Chiguk turns, asking about the little dragon Woojin has been raising lately, and the bald elder nearly chokes on the revelation. The hatchling proudly chirps from the fountain, looking far too pleased for something causing this much trouble. Seolha realizes the white scales resemble Telenox's guardian dragon, Vandicare, and the whole mood shifts. Chiguk studies the hatchling and wonders if that name is connected to its true identity after all. The old guide decides the dragon is the key, pointing them toward the castle where the warps converge. Chiguk catches on fast, recognizing Telenox's fate is not finished yet, which is a dangerous little detail to ignore. The group finally sees the massive castle ahead, with the hatchling perched above the fountain like it owns the place. Chiguk announces the next step, and the system marks a new main quest to rebuild the empire and reconnect its warp. The old guide confirms the destination and admits the secret treasure is waiting there, as the hatchling begs Woojin to take it along again. The group regroups at the plaza as the hatchling proudly chirps, with the old guide and the others already taking its bizarre confidence seriously. Seolha spots the white scales and realizes this little troublemaker resembles Telenox's guardian dragon, Vandicare. Chiguk studies the hatchling in silence, starting to suspect that the name is tied to its true identity. The old guide decides the dragon is the key and points them straight toward the castle where the warps converge. Chiguk catches the warning immediately, realizing Telenox's fate is still alive and that detail is anything but harmless. Ahead, the massive castle comes into view, and the hatchling perches above the fountain like it owns the entire place. Chiguk calls the next move, and the system answers by marking a new main quest to rebuild the empire and reconnect its warp. The old guide confirms the destination, admitting the secret treasure is waiting there while the hatchling begs to go along again. Woojin accepts the escort, and the entry prompt for the passage of great evil opens as the dungeon finally starts to swallow them. With the gate swallowing light and the sky turning strange, the party steps into Telenox's warped path without looking back. The old guide stares at the hatchling in disbelief, already sensing that Lord Fidel and the warp are dangerously fragmented. Seolha keeps pushing forward, and the warped sky behind her makes the situation look even worse than it already is. The convergence point comes into view, a swirling mess of space that forces the party to move fast. B-rank monsters from wildly different biomes slam together in one place, and the warp's distortion finally explains why. Seolha shouts for the others to hold on, while the old guide and hatchling trail behind her through the broken path. Chiguk instantly catches the threat, realizing that a twisted warp like this means Telenox's fate is still alive. Woojin answers with raw confidence, drawing on his reawakened power and unleashing the demonic dragon's 7 forms. Seonho watches the technique and calmly decides to adjust his stance, even while the pressure keeps rising. The hatchling cheers like a tiny menace, as if the chaos around it is nothing more than a game. A sudden blast tears across the path, and even Chiguk has to brace as the baby dragon's power erupts out of control. The beast's massive skull skids across the warped path, proof that the tiny hatchling's power is already absurd. Chiguk freezes as the little menace celebrates, realizing this baby dragon might actually be stronger than him. Even the old guide looks rattled, praising the descendant's strength, while the group watches the chaos tighten around them. At the convergence point, Seolha leads the rush while Chiguk, Seonho, the guide, and the hatchling keep close behind. The old man then confirms they reach the warp's center safely, though nothing about this place feels safe at all. Ahead, the convergence pillar hums with unstable energy, and the warped route stretches out like a trap waiting to snap. Chiguk stares at the distortion and realizes this twisted warp means Telenox's fate is still alive beneath the city. The old guide admits the situation is far worse than expected, and his warning sounds almost too late. A surge of blue power tears through the path, and Chiguk is forced to brace as the hatchling's outburst erupts out of control. The old man can only stare in disbelief, realizing the strange barrier has shattered far more than anyone planned. The last barrier around Telenox is supposed to be impossible, yet Yongyong is already hurling itself into the blue void. The hatchling dives straight into the surge, and even the old guide can only stare as the energy starts to spiral. Blue power erupts across the route, flooding the warped path with a force that looks ready to swallow everything. The old man finally blurts out the obvious truth. That reckless thing is a dragon, and nobody gets a graceful explanation now. Seolha and Chiguk rush in with the others, but the first thing on their minds is whether Woojin should be saved before this gets worse. The system starts reading the chaos, comparing the hatchling's energy signature to the former operator's, and getting a near-perfect match. That match confirms Yongyong as the last operator's descendant, and the old title begins transferring before anyone can react. The system then declares Vandicare dead, which would be tragic if the hatchling's smug little face did not make the whole thing feel absurd. A second wave of power blankets the floor, leaving the group staring at the aftermath while the old guide clutches his cane in disbelief. Chiguk and Seolha are left speechless beside Woojin, because whatever Yongyong just did, it clearly broke the entire place open. The hatchling's blue burst swells out of control, and even Woojin can only stare as the warp starts buckling. The system crashes against the chaos, calling the warp connection failed while the tiny dragon looks absurdly pleased with itself. Cadets and academy officials freeze in shock as the readings flicker, leaving Woojin dead center of the mess again. A new main quest slams into place, ordering them to enter the portal and eliminate whatever is blocking the warp. Chiguk finally asks the obvious question, and the old guide hesitates before pointing them toward the threat. Seolha arrives with the others, but even she can tell this place is far beyond a normal rescue job. Chiguk decides Woojin's instincts are still the safest bet, which is a bold move considering those instincts keep causing disasters. Woojin heads straight for the glowing red breach while the hatchling trails after him, all excitement and no fear. His steps echo across the strange ground, and the group follows as the portal's pull keeps dragging them deeper. Seolha, Chiguk, and the principal all look ahead in disbelief as Woojin keeps moving, already too late to turn back. The warped landscape splits open above them, and Woojin identifies those distorted zones as the locations tied to the portal. The old guide follows the chaos overhead, realizing this strange void is the space between the warps. With the path still unstable, the trio and the hatchling press onward, every step pulling them deeper into the rupture. The portal swirls into a purple storm, and the place ahead looks less like a route than a trap waiting to swallow them. Woojin keeps moving through the strain, while the others feel the warped ground shifting under their feet. Seolha starts to stumble, sensing the energy pressing down on her, while the elder behind her already looks half defeated. Woojin narrows his eyes and realizes the corrupt power is spreading fast enough to endanger everyone. The warnked, harder than the scenery ever could, because the energy is clearly radiating from the source ahead. The little hatchling snaps at the pressure, furious enough to challenge the corruption instead of fleeing from it, and Woojin stands his ground, letting that growl answer the rot as he prepares to cut through it. Woojin and the hatchling keep moving as the purple rupture swells ahead like a trap waiting to snap shut. The cult elder finally blanches, realizing the sphere ahead is the thing linking all the warps together. He admits the energy is being trapped by that enormous force, which is why the warp keeps failing. Lee Cheonki and Seolha pin the trembling elder down while Woojin's side closes in on the source. The hatchling snarls at the corrupt pressure and launches itself straight at the violet storm. Its tiny body slams into the energy wall, refusing to back down no matter how ugly the power gets. Lee Cheonki, Seolha, and the elder all snap toward it in shock, as if the hatchling's identity just hit them. The impact rips through the corruption, and even the old cult man looks rattled by the creature's bloodline. Woojin stays calm through the blast, already reading the opening in the chaos. Beside him, the hatchling keeps glaring forward, furious enough to bite back at the rot. Woojin tells the hatchling to focus its energy first, not brute force the corruption like an idiot. The tiny beast locks in, staring straight ahead with that unnerving confidence only it can manage. Then it rockets forward and slams into the violet wall, refusing to flinch even as the rot bites back. Woojin and the hatchling meet the vortex head-on, holding steady at the center of the chaos. The corruption snaps and tears as the energy strain surges, making the whole trap wobble. Around them, the observers recoil when they realize the pressure is being forced down instead of spreading. The bald chef turns pale, finally seeing that the warped field is being restrained by pure power. Blue and violet currents collide in a violent spiral, but the suppression keeps grinding the corruption back. The onlookers can only stare as Woojin and the hatchling keep pushing, small figures against a monstrous storm. Even now, the two stay locked in place, and the opening they created starts to swallow the ruin whole. Woojin drives his hand forward and declares it's time to destroy the seal. His power slams into the violet corruption, and the warped mass starts to buckle under the pressure. The surge tears through the barrier, leaving the path ahead wide open at last. Seolha stares in shock, realizing the impossible force has finally pushed the danger back. Above the ruined land, the energy clears like a storm breaking after a long, ugly fight. Seolha admits the weight on her body is gone, and the whole battlefield finally feels lighter. The quest system confirms the mission is complete, and the warp has been fully reconnected. Woojin stands beneath the message as Telenox is restored from a disconnected dungeon back into its original state. The bald chef breaks into tears while the system announces that the scattered residents can now return. Kim Chiguk bows in gratitude as the last of the crisis settles, and Woojin receives the thanks with quiet calm. Woojin stands before Seolha with a smug little calm, as if the whole nightmare was already beneath him. Seonho calls for him to head back, finally sensing the worst of the pressure easing off. Woojin agrees without hesitation, and even the tiny spirit at his side seems ready to follow. The white portal blooms open again, but the warping energy now looks more like an invitation than a threat. Woojin narrows his eyes at the strange opening, recognizing that something bigger is still pulling them in. He studies the portal's pull a moment longer, then decides it is time to step through. Seolha and the others realize the flow has stopped dead, like the world itself is holding its breath. Woojin and the spirit remain the only ones standing near the light, while the rest can only watch from behind. Xianho notices the portal has opened once more, and Woojin quietly confirms it is trying to draw them deeper. With the path still glowing ahead, Woojin and the little spirit stand ready to move in, as if this was never the end. The warped light finally resolves, and the legendary chef of the empire, Cupidium, is said to be waiting in the kitchen. Woojin enters the starry void with his little spirit beside him, and the whole place feels less like a threat now and more like a summons. Cupidium greets Qian Woojin at last, calm as if this meeting was always supposed to happen. Woojin questions why the administrator is here, and the answer lands with a strange weight. Cupidium has been waiting too. Cupidium thanks him for fighting the eclipse first, then points out that corruption distorted causality and changed who was chosen. Woojin snaps back that managing causality should be the administrator's job, and the tiny spirit just watches the absurdity unfold. The administrator admits the role is limited to adjustments, not direct interference, which makes the whole cosmic setup sound even more ridiculous. Woojin cuts through the small talk and demands to meet Cupidium already, done with the endless detours. The administrator finally explains that Woojin was never the intended choice, only the one causality forced into place after the eclipse moved first. With that revelation hanging in the air, Woojin and his spirit stand ready, and the meeting that should never have happened finally begins. Cupidium finally appears before Woojin and offers to guide him without any more detours. The path opens toward Cupidium's kitchen, glowing like a doorway that should not even exist. Woojin and the spirit move deeper in, with the tiny guide leading as if this absurd meeting was always inevitable. Woojin probes the real reason for his arrival, and the spirit links it to a broken twist in causality. That answer leaves Woojin rattled, because he realizes his reincarnation was never part of the original plan. Cupidium admits the accident came from two worlds colliding, not from some grand divine design. The explanation grows stranger still. Woojin should have ended up in the Middle Kingdom, not here. Instead, the power that defied time dragged him into this world, turning fate into a cosmic mistake. The spirit then ties it back to the dungeon breaks, saying they triggered the anomaly that restored his past life memories. Woojin takes it in silence, but even now he still decides this world suits cooking better, and that is enough. The tiny guide presses Woojin about the message windows, and the name Cupidium slips out like a clue that already knows him. Woojin answers carefully, admitting only a long-standing connection and a shared goal, which makes the little spirit seem even more certain. When Woojin asks what goal that could be, the spirit leaves him hanging and insists the man himself will explain it. They stop before a sealed door, where the spirit finally leads him to the answer hiding beyond it. Inside the kitchen, the bald chef greets Woojin with unnerving calm, as if this absurd reunion was scheduled long ago. He says he has been waiting, and even Woojin can tell this is not the kind of man who wastes words. Woojin immediately recognizes the old chef and, with a dry little jab, comments on the missing hair. The chef takes that as praise, deciding the bald look is just cleanliness taken to its finest extreme. He then asks the obvious question about Cupidium, and Woojin stands there with the spirit at his side. The chef offers refreshments, and Woojin, never picky when trouble is this deep, tells him to bring out the best. The bald chef grins like this reunion was inevitable, then casually boasts that it has been too long since he showed off his skills. Woojin's silence says enough as he takes in the hidden kitchen, already sensing this old man is not here for small talk. The chef shrugs off the missing hair as a point of pride and treats cleanliness like some grand chef's virtue. When the talk turns to Cupidium, Woojin stands with the spirit beside him, waiting for the real answer. Rather than explain everything right away, the chef offers refreshments, and Woojin bluntly tells him to bring the best. That leads into the old man's true nature, a legendary chef who lived only for cooking, not for comfort or mercy. The spirit spells it out without hesitation, calling him a sinner who ruined countless worlds through food. Woojin starts piecing it together, realizing the title is not some joke but a warning wrapped in legend. The chef keeps talking as purple corruption swirls behind the memory, showing the power tied to his old sins. Even with the ridiculous setup, Woojin stays focused, because this strange kitchen is clearly hiding the truth he came for. Woojin hears that corruption ruins everything, and the spirit instantly decides it cannot belong in any dish. The chef snaps back that a real chef should already know that much, mocking the idea without even blinking. Yet he keeps going, admitting he tried again and again to pull the corruption apart and reshape it through cooking. He even experimented with fermenting and smoking it, like stubbornness alone could turn disaster into cuisine. But every failure only pushed him deeper, until he finally accepted that gourmet cooking is built on endless mistakes. The real problem, he says, was the eclipse sensing that corruption and invading Telenox to seize it. As the corruption spread through warped space itself, Woojin finally starts to understand how far that contamination reached. The chef then reveals he fled the eclipse just to survive, but the corruption still swallowed the paths he used to escape. Worse still, those evil gods tracked his trail and devoured countless worlds, leaving Woojin staring at the monster behind the myth. With the truth turning uglier by the second, Woojin realizes this is all tied to Schmidt and the hidden sin beneath Telenox. The blacksmith empire was swallowed by evil gods and reduced to ruin, and the chef's face says that truth still burns. He blames that disaster on the same greedy obsession with cooking, and Woojin gets dragged into the absurd confession. Even then, the man refuses to back down, admitting he has no excuse but still clinging to the kitchen. He insists that if he dies, countless recipes disappear with him, which is a wild way to justify a survival crisis. And somehow, that reckless logic is enough to make even Woojin pause for a second. Then the chef pushes it further, claiming cooking mattered more than the whole world, and the line lands exactly as embarrassingly as it sounds. At last, the spirit explains why he contacted that man, and kept him from using warps, cutting off even more disaster. As penance, he traveled across the corrupted cracks, and tried to destroy the warped spaces before they swallowed everything. During those journeys, he discovered a different dimension entirely, one already saturated with corruption. That broken place became the Tower of Trials, where causality was adjusted before the world had a chance to collapse completely. Woojin stands there, hearing that this twisted world was built to raise warriors against the evil gods. The spirit calls this the truth of his new world, while the revelation hits Woojin like a loaded blade. It all traces back to a disaster everyone else is still trying to clean up, no matter how ugly the mess gets. Woojin mocks the chaos with a single brutal swing, and the chef's fiery excuse gets knocked apart instantly. Yet the chef still insists that surviving matters because his recipes would vanish with him, and Woojin actually stops to listen. The spirit admits that he was the one who brought this man in, and tried to keep him from abusing the warps further. For all that, the chef still claims the world around him is worth the trouble, as if that somehow makes the obsession noble. He finally reveals the real reason for his stubbornness. He wanted someone to inherit his cuisine, and the old fool still believes that matters. Woojin narrows the truth down to Cupidium, the one who created the spirit, and the chef is left sweating under the pressure. Then Woojin names the administrator too, and the answer lands cleanly enough to make the whole room go still. The chef is already sweating, because Woojin's first demand makes it clear this conversation is going nowhere gently. His ruined mixing bowl and spilled purple residue say everything, while Woojin treats the disaster like a simple verdict. The chef stammers in disbelief, but Woojin only tightens the knife-edge pressure and forces him to explain himself. When he protests, Woojin cuts straight through the excuse and forbids him from cooking as if the matter were settled. The old man flails for an answer, trying to hide behind his obsession with the ultimate cuisine, and it only makes him look more pathetic. Woojin does not budge, insisting that a dish without consideration for the diner is just useless noise. The chef finally reaches the real point, admitting Cupidium mattered because he wanted someone to inherit his cooking, not just praise it. Woojin names Cupidium outright, and asks how many people suffered under that stubborn legacy, leaving the chef frozen in place. Even the little spirit behind Woojin looks uneasy now, because the truth is turning from a cooking dispute into an old sin being exposed. Woojin finishes by saying consideration is the missing ingredient, and the chef has no defense left at all. The chef recoils in outrage, but Woojin only drives the accusation deeper, calling his excuse harsh and ruthless. The tiny spirit hesitates too, clearly shaken as she realizes stopping him from cooking forever feels cruel. Woojin does not soften at all, and the chef's guilt starts to surface under the weight of losing a gifted cook. Even so, Woojin stands firm, making it clear that talent means nothing when the meal ignores the diner. The chef finally admits the real wound, that Cupidium mattered because he wanted someone to inherit his cooking, not just admire it. Woojin pushes harder, forcing the old man to face how many people paid the price for that stubborn legacy. The little spirit grows uneasy, sensing the argument has turned into the exposure of an old disaster. Woojin says consideration is the missing ingredient, and the chef can no longer hide behind pride. The chef collapses into tears, accepting that the victims of his greed deserve peace, not excuses. Woojin answers with quiet finality, and the old man can only sit there as the judgment lands for good. The memory of the abyss fades, and Woojin's judgment keeps sinking deeper into the chef's chest. Back at the half-built kitchen, the place looks like a promise still waiting to be earned. The bald chef insists the construction will finish in a month, and even promises the equipment by then. Woojin's silence only sharpens the pressure, while the old man starts talking like excuses might still save him. The chef questions why Woojin suddenly wants to open a restaurant, then wonders if he ever went that far in his past life. Woojin says nothing at first, and that quiet alone makes the answer feel heavier than words. His mind drifts back to a lonely past, when becoming a martial artist came only after surviving as an orphan, Hunger was the real torment, clawing so hard that it felt like his stomach might tear apart. He keeps remembering that misery as the body finally gives out on the empty street. That pain explains everything. Because for Woojin, food was never a hobby but the first dream that kept him alive. He remembers starvation as something worse than death, the kind that left him collapsed on the street. In that misery, even a rat and a foul-looking scrap of food became a lifeline. Hunger leaves him no dignity, so he chooses survival over pride and reaches for it. The first bite goes down like punishment, yet he keeps chewing through the disgust. What once felt rotten slowly turns into a miracle, because it is still enough to keep him alive. The taste hits with a sharp, filthy bite, and his body nearly rebels at the stench. He forces it down anyway, learning to endure what others would spit out. Bit by bit, the food stops being poison and becomes a feast to a child with nothing else. Even now, that memory explains the silence in him better than any speech could. For Cheon Woojin, food was never comfort first. It was the thing that kept death waiting. Thanks to that desperate meal, Cheon Woojin finally understands what deliciousness means. From that moment on, he makes a vow in the middle of the workshop. He wants to share that hard-won happiness with the whole world, and even his spirits rally around him. The bald chef nearly explodes, horrified that Woojin plans to feed people rotten food. Woojin only laughs it off, calmly insisting he will still prepare a separate meal for him. That smug reassurance only makes the chef panic harder, because now even the restaurant sounds like a doomed idea. Woojin brushes off the concern and answers with the kind of confidence that sounds almost dangerous. Purple corruption still churns nearby, hinting that this cozy talk is happening on the edge of a much uglier problem. Then a hooded figure drops into the chaos, wrapped in blue force and sounding strangely apologetic. Even that apology carries a chill, because whatever comes next clearly will not stay peaceful for long. Cheon Woojin snaps his hand forward, and the blue force slams into the corruption without hesitation. The mass bucks and screams, but the filthy power only writhes harder under the pressure. Woojin stands unmoved in the storm of violet energy, looking like the kind of man the ritual already regrets meeting. Then the truth lands. This is Thaumiel, Eclipse's first apostle, and the title only makes him uglier. He declares the corruption gathered is enough, acting like this nightmare is a ceremony instead of a slaughter. Woojin's eye hardens as he realizes the ritual is still moving, and that almost makes the situation worse. A blonde woman steps in through the chaos and invokes Samael's name, fully wrapped in Eclipse's filth. She boasts that she saved Thaumiel's life, so now he owes his existence to the success of their grand plan. The two face each other across the corrupted ground, and neither looks like they intend to back down first. Thaumiel leans in with a dead stare, sneering that Japan was always supposed to be the place he died. Woojin answers with a brutal violet strike, cutting straight through the chaos before the apostle can blink. The blonde woman rushes in with the excuse that she opened an emergency portal and saved him. Thaumiel grips his own arm as the corruption coils tighter, coldly claiming the punishment only ends because of the master of chaos. He steps forward in the ruined chamber, calm as ever, and orders the summoning to begin before anyone can stop him. The ritual power gathers at his feet, spreading like a stain as the floor itself seems to buckle under it. He stands alone atop the altar now, framed by the collapsing tower of corruption behind him like a king of filth. With red eyes fixed ahead, he makes it plain that failure is not an option and the ritual will move on. Then he settles into place and lets the summoning proceed, as if the whole disaster was his from the start.